It was a time when castles crumbled, dragons flew, and hot lava flowed over the ruins of cities. It was then that the hero Gerald and his 4 comrades in arms went to the magic Earl Helmud to defeat the last of the demon kings. Formidable and courageous, armed with swords and rapiers, they overthrew 3 of the 5 kings, and now only 2 remained. The demon armies were numerous and terrifying in their power. The warriors' eyes burned like hundreds of candles, and their sharp spikes and horns could cause irreparable damage to anyone who, by misfortune, met them on their way. The herald fought bravely against the demons, his sword tirelessly slashing at their horned heads and spiked bodies. Surrounded by demons, the herald raised his sword, which flashed blindingly and tore to pieces the dark army that was nearby. The wise Lexi also raised her magic staff, and in the excitement of the battle, she shouted that her magic was perfect here. She will stand up to such a number of monsters without any problems, and all the elements of fire, water, earth, and air will be on her side. Her slender figure flickered among splashes of water. Flashes of flame, boulders, and violent winds carried the demons away. Saint Deborah entered the picture, folding her hands in prayerful ecstasy and blessing the fallen souls. And if some demon with burning eyes snuck up on her from behind and tried to kill her, she continued to pray for his soul. And then, without even looking back, she struck the terrible monster with her sword, smashing its head into pieces. Among Harold's comrades was the fearless Hank, who inflicted considerable damage on the enemy with his battle axe. His appearance was fierce, his large eyes looked out cheerfully through his tangled long hair falling over his face, and his mouth was bared in a cruel smile. The rash Nathan also entered into battle with the demons, and in the heat of battle, he repeatedly scolded the herald for pushing forward in front of him. Seeing the horned monsters, Nathan, armed with a sword, screamed frantically and rushed forward, his chestnut hair fluttering in the wind. He mercilessly struck down every demon that came his way, and his glittering sword fluttered like a butterfly in his skillful hands. Nathan was always jealous of Gerald. He always called the hero his rival, but no one took these words seriously. Soon the noise of battle died down, and the tired comrades gathered together among the piles of stones and ruins. Nathan chuckled and noted that it seemed like there weren't that many demons left, but his eyes still followed everything that was happening around him. Suddenly he screamed and rushed towards him with all his might, trying to protect his friend, at whom the monster launched its powerful tentacle. Gerald didn't even have time to turn around before Nathan covered him with his body, took the entire blow on himself, and blood splashed in all directions. The demon, who had launched a tentacle from the middle of his palm, laughed joyfully, clicking his sharp fangs, and his eyes glowed with a red fire. He got his way. Nathan fell to his knees, a bloody hole gaping in his chest, and Gerald tried in vain to keep him from falling. And then the hero, overcome with a thirst for revenge, rushed at this demon, his eyes blazing menacingly, and his mouth tightly clenched. The monster launched its tentacle again and again, but it could not keep up with the fast and brave Gerald, who rushed at it with a sword and cut it into pieces. At this time, the hero's friends and comrades rushed to Nathan, hoping that they could somehow help him. They surrounded their pale friend lying on the ground and bowed down before him in sorrow, but Gerald did not even have the strength to look at his savior. With his back to Nathan, he simply asked that he not die like that, and Nathan, smiling with a bloody mouth, whispered that, in his opinion, it was a dignified death. In his final moments, Nathan deeply regretted not being honest with his comrades, and he reached out to Gerald and told him that he had to kill all the demon kings. Gerald squeezed his hand in his own and swore in the name of the hero that he would destroy all these creatures. The dying man asked Deborah to remember him in her prayers, and she lowered her eyes, trying to hide her tears. Nathan turned his face to Hank and told him that he was the bravest warrior he had ever known. Nathan dedicated his last words to Lexi, who stood next to him. Shaking with sobs, he admitted that in truth, he had always liked her. No, he never liked her, and he never said so, the fair-haired boy said furiously, clenching his fists furiously. No matter how much he read this fucking crap, he would start shaking every time. And he would wonder what kind of bastard wrote this fucking book. And if he found out who the author of this little book was, he would beat the shit out of him. Moreover, all the friends were given cool nicknames. Great, wise, holy, fearless. But for some reason Nathan was called Reckless. He shook the book in rage and decided that it was written by some bastard whom he beat up 300 years ago. Throwing the book behind his back, he declared that the same applied to his team, who turned a blind eye to such a stupid book and did not even bother to defend the honor of their brother in arms. Before the boys' eyes again appeared the team of heroes who, full of grief, surrounded the body of their comrade in arms. The youth doubted that they allowed for the possibility of his reincarnation with all the memories from the past. He knew his name was Nathan, and that he died 300 years ago during the war against the 5 demon kings. And now he was reincarnated in the body of one of the hero's descendants, whose portrait now hung on the wall in his house. Nathan's name was now Aaron Lionheart, and he was 13 years old, a slender, fair-haired boy. In addition to his first wife, Gerald had a huge number of concubines, the names of many of whom he probably did not bother to learn. Aaron started to get dressed and thought that he didn't remember Gerald chasing women's skirts. It couldn't be that his views had changed with age, although this was quite natural for people. The only direct descendants of Gerald's family are considered to be the children of his first wife, and even though they share the same surname Lionheart, Aaron is considered to be only a descendant of a collateral branch. Children of the side families are forbidden from training in magic or using real swords until the blood inheritance ritual. That's why he was content with just a wooden sword. But today is the last day he holds his toothpick in his hands. He began to fight with the stuffed dummy, striking it over and over with his wooden weapon. Soon the wooden stake on which the effigy was held shattered into pieces, and the raghead fell to the ground. Then a fat, gray-haired man came out into the yard and, shaking his head disapprovingly, told the boy that he had ruined the scarecrow again. Aaron looked back and gave his father a guilty look, but his trained hands still held his wooden weapon tightly. Aaron's father was always amazed that such a muscular body could belong to a 13-year-old. And frankly, if he fought the boy right now, he would hardly be able to defeat him. And although Aaron was his own son, he sometimes frightened him. His speech and manners could not be called childish, and in those frightening eyes there was not a drop of innocence. Although he lost his mother when he was very little, there was not a day when he was sad. At this time, his son Aaron angrily kicked the stump that remained from the effigy and shouted that their blacksmith was a real incompetent. After all, he dares to take money for such trash, and he should be punished, but his father is too merciful. The father coughed discreetly and said that he would give the blacksmith a severe reprimand, but he tried not to look at Aaron. And then he reminded his son that the blood inheritance ritual was to take place tomorrow, and there was little time left. Aaron thought grimly that this ritual was just a bastard Lionheart tradition that took place every decade. All children between the ages of 10 and 15 from the main and collateral branches gather in the house of the main family to participate in the ritual. And then the competition for the right to bear the Lionheart name begins, with contenders fighting each other with swords, fistfights, shooting arrows, and swinging clubs. But unlike the side branches, the direct descendants are allowed to train magic and use real weapons. And this is done only so that these feeble suckers from the main branch do not die at the hands of the children of the side branches. At this time, the father looked at the effigy destroyed by his son and thought that Aaron's talent was so amazing that he could hardly see him as his son. And who knows what would have happened if he had been born into the main family. If Aaron had been as talentless as he and his father, he would not have had to feel the discrepancy between reality and his abilities. Aaron looked back at his father and, surprised, asked what was wrong with him. And he, trying to wipe away a stingy male tear with his hand, answered that nothing. The boy thought it was crap, that his father must have been thinking about what a lousy dad he was. The father approached him, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked him to never cross the path of the children from the main branch, because no matter how gifted he was, he could not cope with them. From an early age, they were taught magic and trained with real swords. Aaron smiled and nodded affirmatively, saying that he wouldn't, and mentally said that only in his dreams. After all, it would be a fight with a bunch of young punks, which, frankly speaking, would be disgustingly tiresome. The father reminded that the blood inheritance ritual involves 3 children from the main branch, as well as 6 from the collateral ones. The main family's trio includes the son of the head of the family's first wife and twins from his concubine. Aaron thought that with the exception of 2 children from the respectable side branches, everyone else was just trash. He swung his wooden sword again and attacked the new dummy that had been placed in place of the old one. He only thought that it would be nice to see how good Gerald's descendants were. The next day, Aaron looked out the carriage window and thought that, as Nathan in his past life, he considered himself a real genius. From childhood, he had no difficulty in mastering new skills. He easily defeated the neighboring boys and developed much faster than the others. But every time he got angry when he heard the herald's words and demanded that the bastard repeat his words. And Gerald replied that it was very sad that Nathan could have become much stronger with a little more effort. Nathan objected to him. He asked Gerald if he couldn't see that he was already fighting at the limit and giving it his all. He spoke sarcastically so that the hero would not think that everyone was gifted with the same talent as he had. Nathan was not a genius, unlike Gerald, who could truly be called one, being gifted both in swordplay and magic. It was not for nothing that he was nicknamed the God of War. Gerald the Great was a duke in his homeland, the Kiel Empire, but he refused the title and was celebrated as a warrior until the very end. Error rode in the carriage, his brows furrowed and his mouth set tightly, thinking about the rest of the bastards who were his friends. Wise Lexi, born in the kingdom of magicians Arat, became the youngest master in the history of the Magic Tower. Saint Deborah, this rotten woman, was considered the holiest person in the entire Holy Empire of Juris. There is even a scripture describing her teachings. Fearless Hank, unthinkably, but this idiot founded a kingdom named after him. Aaron clenched his fingers into a fist and thought that they all lived happily ever after until they died. And all this would be wonderful. But the question arose as to why then the Demon King was still alive. After all, the Herald promised that he would kill all the Demon Kings. And damn him, the Herald. Nathan died in the demonic imprisonment castle, and immediately after his death, this blonde bastard made a contract with the Demon King. Thanks to this treaty, the war with the demons came to an end, and even 300 years later, peace reigns in these lands. Aaron's mustachioed, gray-haired companion, who was with him in the carriage, remarked to the boy that he was probably nervous. He winked at the young man and said that he would have a very difficult time upon arrival, since he was already starting to worry while still in the carriage. The boy smiled back, thanked Lord Arnold for his advice, and said that he was only a little nervous. Lord Arnold informed Aaron that they were almost there and were in the domain of the main house of Lionheart. The man noted that this did not mean that they would have to leave yet. The estate was still far away, and the boy wondered why the hell he was showing off like that. He asked Lord Arnold if it was too much trouble to manage such a vast territory, to which he replied that there were several portals in the area, so everything was fine. Then Aaron wondered why he was riding in a fucking carriage, and Lord Arnold replied that they had not been given permission to use portals. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the Patriarch's estate, and stepped out of the carriage into a beautiful castle. And here he is, Lord Error, with the fair hair he received from his ancestor, the Great Herald, with a merciless gaze and a grim face, ready for great deeds. A young white-haired boy stood in the middle of the road with his servant and admired the preparations. Only descendants from the main branch were allowed to wear the lion's coat of arms on the left side of the chest. He impatiently asked his servant if anyone else had arrived at this place yet, but the servant replied that Aaron was the first, and that the servant would now take him to the guest house. Upon arrival, Aaron was met by Kelly, who assured him that all his necessary needs would be taken care of while he was in the house. Whenever any need arose, the gentleman was to ring the bell that Kelly had just given him. Aaron sat down on the bed and looked at the maid. He was at least glad that he had a personal maid assigned to him, which meant that they finally cared. He was a little confused by the fact that the girl looked too young, and he asked how old the young maid was. The girl replied that she was 16 and that she had just finished her training. Aaron chuckled to himself. He was given the service of an amateur in case the servant created problems. They hoped to place all the blame on Aaron's head. He asked the maid if she knew when the rest of the family would arrive, and she replied that, as far as she knew, within the next 4 days. He was already tired of all this fuss, and he wanted to stretch his legs, asking his new maid to take him to the training ground. It was a little unusual for her to serve anyone, but she was fussy and stuttered as she obeyed his order, not understanding it at first. Meanwhile, in the square near the estate, the white-haired guy with the lion coat of arms on his heart asked again the name of the new arrival. The girl with the same coat of arms near her left heart replied that Aaron was the same age as them. It would be interesting to see this fool. Aiden openly mocked Aaron. He heard that he was from a small provincial town located in the west of the empire, and of course, a man from such a backwater was more accustomed to wielding a rake than a blade. Moreover, he arrived in a carriage completely saturated with the smell of animal excrement, which immediately gave away his farmer and rural origins. Even though he was their relative, he would have to take responsibility for the damaged property himself. Emily echoed every word of her brother, agreeing with all the statements. But it was not their place to punish Aaron, and yet it was in their power to give him a little warning. Aiden called Emily to him, and they walked. Emily was walking behind her brother when she felt a gaze on her, and her sweet, unpretentious face instantly turned into cold steel, piercing with its gaze one of her family members, who was watching them from the window. Ron, as usual, was sticking his nose where it wasn't wanted. Her gaze instantly scared the cowardly guy away from the window, and now only the swaying curtain was an indication of his presence. She was pleased and hurried to catch up with her brother, who had broken ahead. Aaron asked for a training spear, and entertained himself with various pirouettes and shadow fighting. He stood up, took a deep breath, and began practicing his attacks. He was never lazy when it came to training, but in this life he had to try harder. But in his memory, no matter how often and how much he tortured himself and his body with training, he was never bothered by illnesses. He was always healthy and full of strength. Also, most of his wounds healed within a day. The abilities of a body with Vermouth's blood flowing through its veins exceed all expectations. Aaron's personal maid, who introduced herself as Kelly, accompanied him to the training ground and watched her master's pirouettes. She was incredibly amazed by his speed and skill, for the spear he held in his hands was filled with sandbags, and the spear itself was very heavy due to the lead core. Suddenly, a group of members of the noble Aiden family called out to her, and Emily asked what their collective farm relative was doing. She didn't know what to answer. Kelly greeted her hosts and asked what brought them to this place. They had not been informed of their arrival. But Aiden interrupted the maid and repeated his question about what Aaron was doing here, unceremoniously, while pointing his finger at him. The spearman slapped the ground with his spear and asked boldly that it was really not obvious what he was doing, and that even a fool could see that he was training with a spear. He resumed training, silently noting this imbecile. Apparently Aiden did not hear the insult, but his sister whispered it in his ear. The blood in Aiden's veins instantly boiled. He looked with angry eyes at the figure with the spear, and already assumed how the verbal altercation would begin. He had no right to call him that, and the boy demanded an immediate apology, and Aaron said, "Forgive me," instantly as soon as he asked him, but Aiden did not like it. His apology was insincere. He had to bow and show sincerity. What was the point of him bowing to his friend? And Aaron extended his hand to his brother, measuring him with an appraising glance. But Aiden could not forgive such insolence. This country bumpkin dared to call him his friend. The fact that he had the same last name did not make him equal to Aiden. Emily decided to add fuel to the fire and reminded her brother about the smelly carriage. He instantly became alarmed, remembering this embarrassment, and he pointed his fingers at Aaron again, shouting at him to go and scrub the carriage to the shining whiteness in which he had arrived, for it was surely saturated with the stench of the animals he had herded. Not a muscle moved on Aaron's face as he turned to Kelly, asking him if she was his personal maid. She replied in the affirmative. If this was really so, then let her go and clean the carriage in which he arrived, pointing her finger to the side, to the road where it stood. Kelly didn't know what to do with herself. She again didn't understand the order and began to rush back and forth, trying to understand what they really wanted from her in this situation. Aiden was furious. He ordered Aaron to wash the carriage and not his maid. How dare he shift the duties to a servant if he gave the order to him personally? Did Aaron dare to disrespect his orders? He was a descendant of the main branch of their family. He wore the coat of arms near his left heart. He was more important than all the others. But Aaron waved his hand innocently, and with a smile introduced himself sweetly that his name was Aaron Lionheart. He was very pleased to meet you. Emily returned the greeting with a greeting, introducing herself with her name. Her soft and kind smile could melt anyone's heart. But Aiden didn't calm down. Did Aaron really dare to ignore his orders? If that was really the case, then he could show no mercy. He looked to the side and his gaze fell on a wooden training blade. He instantly grabbed it and angrily said that he wanted a duel because Aaron insulted him. During his angry outburst, Aiden looked very funny and very stupid. Aaron was amused by such naivety of the boy. He threw out the word duel very carelessly. He advised Aiden not to use the word so rashly, for it had great consequences. And besides, he was not alone here. Aaron was tired of this boy and asked Aiden to leave him alone. But the impudent youth considered this cowardice and a desire to avoid a fight. Aaron gave his brother a cold look, but he seemed not to notice anything around him, and accused the youth of cowardice and fear if he wanted to avoid a duel so much. Then he should have bowed and started begging for forgiveness. But she wasn't there. He wasn't scared, and even more so he didn't want to apologize. And he didn't really want to take part in the duel. This loud young man was starting to make him nervous. Aiden was completely out of his mind. If Aaron was so eager to run away, then now was the time, and didn't his parents explain to him the meaning of the word honor? Suddenly the air was cut by a loud blow of something heavy hitting the ground. Aiden looked at Aaron. He took off his gloves, which fell to the ground with a crash filled with kilograms of sand. If he wanted a duel so much, then let Aiden throw down the gauntlet. This pathetic rich kid will pay for ruining Aaron's day. He continued to take off his training clothes. One by one, his gloves fell off, leaving deep craters in the ground. Then he threw off his steel chainmail, which left an even bigger furrow in the soil. Looking at Aaron, Aiden didn't even think that he had been training with such heavy bags all this time. It seemed to him that the young man just wanted to show off in front of his family. Many children couldn't even put on this training gear, and adults had difficulty putting it on. But he couldn't back down now, because his sister was looking at him and placing her hopes on him. And besides, he himself had thrown down the challenge. Since he had thrown down the gauntlet, he needed to defend his own honor. So Aiden took out a red handkerchief and prepared to throw it. He threw the handkerchief aside and challenged him to a duel. Aiden was terrified that he would have to fight such a strong man, however. There was no turning back. Aaron looked at his brother with cold determination in his eyes, accepted the challenge. All these pompous challenges were tiring him, but in this situation, it was a necessary measure. As soon as he spoke the acceptance of the challenge, the young man rushed at his opponent. Lunging forward with his spear, he hit his brother right in the solar plexus and he jumped back. Dear YouTube viewer, do you have a brother or sister? If so, did you fight as a child, and who of you was stronger? Share your story in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe and have a nice day. Aiden couldn't get up from the pain and humiliation that Aaron bestowed upon him, and he said that he emerged victorious from the fight. The duel was over. Emily instantly rushed to her brother's coughing body, inquiring about his state of health, but he looked very bad. She approached her brother, but he could barely contain some kind of urge. He tensed up, and in the end he threw up right in front of his sister. She accused Eren of being a coward. There was no honor in a duel. Her claim was based on the fact that Eren had rushed into battle with lightning speed. But this was not cowardice, according to the rules. A duel begins when the handkerchief touches the ground. It was his own fault that he had lost his vigilance. Emily agreed with him, however. Eren most likely trained in the use of mana, which gave him such an advantage in battle. But she is not there. He did not agree with her. Or children from the side branches are forbidden to master mana before the blood inheritance ceremony. Although Emily did not believe him, because without mana he would not be able to swing heavy weapons so briskly. Moreover, Eren's attack was so lightning fast that even if Aiden was fully prepared, he would not have been able to repel it, and even she could not keep up with him. Eren noted that her eyes were not for formal appearance. She actually knew how to use them and see. Emily didn't like this statement, and countered by pointing out that the guy had a loose tongue, although it didn't bother him because many people had told him so. Well, be that as it may, it could not be said that Aiden did nothing to emerge victorious in the duel after all. He was not so useless. As his spear almost reached Aiden's body, he instinctively lunged back in an attempt to reduce the damage, and considering he had no real combat experience, it was surprising. Although Eren said this with ease, he noted to himself that the boy had great potential, but he was too stupid and vain to be called a descendant of Vermouth. Finally, Aiden stood up. Having recovered from the constant nausea, he accused Eren of being a coward. The appearance of the aristocrat was pathetic. Eren noted with humor that Emily and Aiden really were twins, because they even said the same things. The pain in the boy's body prevented him from straightening up, and he stood hunched over, covered in his own nausea. The pain was still plaguing his body when Eren approached him, warning him that if he was considered a worthy descendant of the Lionheart family, he should admit his defeat with honor. Aiden looked away in shame, and Eren thought that perhaps he should have held back his strength a little, for doing something like that to a scion of the main branch was fraught with consequences. The doors to the training ground opened, and a middle-aged man in a business suit rushed in, calling Aiden his master. Eren noted to himself that the man did not have a lion crest on his chest and was most likely a simple knight, although the man's appearance looked threatening. Aiden addressed his servant in a whining voice, calling him Alfred, and threw himself sobbing into his chest, noting that he had lost a duel to a country bumpkin. The tearful young man began to explain that he had challenged Eren to a duel and lost. It had been an incredibly humiliating experience, something he had never experienced in his entire life. Alfred thought about the word duel. It was serious. He apologized for not introducing himself right away. Alfred was responsible for training Aiden. Eren introduced himself and noted that he was from the city of Gadel. Alfred had already heard about this city and wanted to hear confirmation of his thoughts. He asked that as far as he knew, Mr. Gerard's family was located there, and Eren confirmed that this man was his father. Arnold decided to find out what happened here. If his master was really talking about a duel, it was a serious statement. But Eren did not hide anything and confirmed that Aiden had challenged him to a duel, insulting his father in the process, which the young man could not forgive. But Aiden began to justify himself and say that Eren was lying. But he was not at all embarrassed by those like him now. He replied that Aiden accused his father of not teaching his son honor, and after that called him a coward. Such statements meant that the boy had insulted not only Eren himself, but also his father, and perhaps Arnold would consider these reasons sufficient to accept the duel. The servant reluctantly agreed with the young master and hurried to take his overlord back to the estate in order to put him in order. After all, the servants did not take their eyes off them. He began to lead the boy away, and he gave his duelist a last angry look, but Arnold was primarily troubled by his master's wounds. At parting, the servant hoped to meet Eren soon in order to clarify a few details and get to know him better. Emily said goodbye to the young man sweetly. He waved after them. In the near future, the only thing Eren dreamed of was enough food, training, and the subsequent duel awakened in him a terrible hunger, which he satisfied, sitting in front of a table filled with food. His meal was interrupted by Kelly. He did not expect her arrival, hoping so soon that he would finish his meal alone and be able to fully enjoy the food. But she would not disturb her master just like that. Her presence was due to an order. She conveyed that some of the masters that Eren had called would come tomorrow at noon. The other part would arrive this evening through the portal. They would be gathered sooner than Eren expected, indicating that the ritual was about to begin, and he needed to be prepared and look the part. The Lionhearts were descended from their ancestor Vermouth. Eren walked out of the palace and looked at the sky, remembering his distant ancestor. He was going to kick his descendants' asses, and hoped that the one in heaven wouldn't be too angry or upset with him about it. It's not that Eren himself wanted to be reborn as a descendant, but this choice was not made by him. If it were his will, he would not have entered into these political games. It was all because of that damn reincarnation that caused him to be born in this body and be a member of the Lionheart dynasty. Aiden appeared before his mother, who was holding a fan menacingly, which immediately caused horror in the boy. Judging by what she heard, her son had challenged a child from a side branch to a duel and lost. Madison, who was the second wife of the main house and Aiden's mother, Arnold appeared before her with his master and confirmed the rumors. Madison called her son to her. Her soft-hearted face did not promise any danger or fear, but Aiden knew very well what this mask hid. The son stepped forward towards his mother, but she folded her fan and jabbed it right at the spot where Aaron had struck before. Was her son really defeated with one blow? What a shame, Aiden complained of pain. Madison coldly ordered her son to stand still and turned her gaze to Arnold, addressing him. Whether he really had not mastered magic and was a member of a collateral branch of their family, the answer did not take long to come. As she feared, Arnold confirmed that Aaron was Gerard's son and had never practiced magic and therefore could not wield it. Madison wanted to hear more details. She turned to her daughter and asked her how her brother lost. She was interested in the details. Emily replied that right after the duel began, Aaron hit Aiden with a spear. He caught him by surprise. His brother tried to make a dash back, but did not have time. As Madison had assumed, this was how her son lost, and the duel was ended with just one blow from a member of the collateral branch. Aiden was very ashamed to hear all this. He raised his bashful gaze to his mother and would have liked to turn to her and explain, but he did not have time. Madison hit her son in the face. His mother always hit him fast and incredibly hard, so she scared him. Her son set her up. Madison challenged Aaron to a duel in front of all the servants and other scum, and still managed to lose to someone who didn't have magic. Her husband would be arriving very soon for the blood inheritance ceremony, and she couldn't imagine looking him in the face, and could her son imagine how she would be mocked, especially by her enemy? The boy took a few steps back in fear. Seeing his mother trembling with anger, he felt incredibly sorry that this had happened. Madison turned to Arnold, noting that if she had the chance, she would have finished him off right then and there, but unfortunately, he was her husband's acknowledged knight. She gave him the task of training her son so that he would never disgrace her again, and after delivering her tirade, she ordered the servant to take her son out of sight. Arnold put his arm around Aiden, trying to comfort the young gentleman. Now Madison needed to catch her breath after such energy expenditure. She sighed with relief. Her daughter Emily remained in the chambers with her. She turned to her, and the daughter was obediently ready to carry out any order of her mother. She clarified whether that child's name was really Aaron, and gave Emily the task of making friends with him and establishing connections. The young lady does not understand this. Of course she would obey, but why did she have to do that? Madison noted that he was strong enough to defeat her brother. Of course she could kill that boy, but in that case all the suspicions and facts would fall on her, and she would not be able to escape justice. She thought that if a split were to occur in the family, the guardians of family order would immediately descend upon them, and this could not be allowed to happen. That's why Emily had to befriend him. She would use it to get revenge on the boy in the future, but now she had to watch. Her daughter readily replied that she understood everything, that she was also curious to get to know him better, and that she promised that they would become good friends. Madison was pleased with her daughter. The next day, 3 boys from the side branches arrived at the palace. Their names were Wood, Gray, and Norman. It was morning, but Aaron did not stop his training. He ran around the palace. A maid suddenly called out to him, pulling her master out of the stream of thoughts. Kaylee noted that other members of the branches had arrived. Aaron replied that the other 2 were also expected to arrive soon, although they were expected to arrive at night, but surprisingly they arrived a little early. Besides them, the patriarch and his younger brother were soon to arrive at the estate, so Aaron had to meet them. The current patriarch of the Lionheart family, this figure was curious, and he wanted to get to know him better. But Callie fussed, noting that Aaron should first change his clothes before the meeting. But if he changed his clothes, he would definitely be late. So he decided to keep things simple and just meet him like this. The boy was dripping with sweat and his training shirt was rumpled. Soon, the entire Lionheart family, servants and guards, came out to greet the patriarch. Aaron noticed the patriarch's second wife, Madison, next to Aiden and Emily. She was standing behind one woman, which meant the one standing in front of their entire crowd was the first wife, Amanda, and next to her was her son. Her son and his brother Ron was the eldest of the main family and was the first claimant to the title. The sound of horses' hooves was heard, indicating the imminent approach of the patriarch, and 2 figures suddenly rode through the gate. The rider in front, a tall man with long white hair, was Byron. The boy following him was his younger brother Justin. It is worth saying that the patriarch of the Lionheart family has 2 brothers. The first is married and lives with his family. The second left his hometown with the patriarch, never getting married, and then returned with him 3 years later. Amanda stepped forward and replied that it would be great if her husband would let her know he was coming in advance. Byron replied that he didn't need to warn anyone in advance about his arrival at his own home. He was tired from the road, was covered in dust, and didn't want to report to anyone. The father's gaze fell on Ron. He noted that his son had grown a lot, and really hoped that in terms of skills, too, his father would check what he had managed to learn during his entire absence. The boy looked away in fear and replied that he tried to live up to his father's expectations so as not to disappoint him. Byron gave his son a cold look and moved to second wife Aiden, and Emily had grown a lot since he was last here. Emily especially missed her father. Then he greeted Christian. He was happy that he had a son, and he was sorry because he could not be present at such an important moment. But Christian sheepishly assured his friend that he was not angry at all, and that his brother should not worry about it. And finally it was the turn of the kids from the side branch. 4 boys lined up in a row, preparing to meet this menacing man. He told everyone with anticipation that he would like to enjoy a meal with everyone at the same table. He was now dreaming of delicious hot food. After the meal, it was necessary to move on to discussing the nuances of the ritual of blood inheritance his children and the children of collateral branches had been preparing for this day their entire lives. All the Lionheart children sat at one table. The atmosphere was not obvious. Some were very worried, others behaved naturally and confidently. Aaron was curious to look at his new relatives. He met Arthur and Cassidy for the first time, who looked like adults. He remembered that these two had arrived with the Patriarch through the portal and were from the most respected side branches. The only thing Aaron still didn't understand was what some man with blonde hair was doing at the table. Only the Patriarch and the children taking part in the ritual were supposed to be present at the table. In fact, they were all asking themselves this question, and Emily was the first to clarify this point by asking her father who this guest was. The Patriarch replied that he had planned to introduce his guest later, but apparently it had to be done now, and he himself was not against it. The man stood up and greeted everyone in a friendly manner. He was glad to meet Caleb, who had come from the Red Tower, which was located in the Kingdom of Arat. In an instant, the name Caleb cut through the air. All the children of the Patriarch were shocked to hear this name. The man in front of them was the master of the Red Magic Tower. This information shocked even Aaron, who choked on his coffee. And Caleb asked how he was feeling, however, apart from the dirty tablecloth. Everything was fine. Aaron assumed that since he was the master of the Red Tower, he was Lexi's student. Although, to be more precise, as a third-generation student, 300 years ago, Lexi became the youngest master of the Green Magic Tower in the entire history of the Kingdom of Arat. She not only helped ordinary magicians, but also took people from other towers as her students, and was not greedy for advice for the masters of other towers. Currently, the master of the Green Tower and the master of the Red Tower, Caleb, consider Lexi to be a wise and great mentor. Aaron couldn't imagine that he would run into someone else connected to his old companions so soon. The Patriarch kept his eyes on Aaron and greeted him, but he wanted to clarify one question that Arnold had conveyed to him. Whether his son had really insulted the honor of Aaron and his father. Byron's face instantly became more serious and calculating. He moved closer. At the same time, Aiden's face turned white and a cold bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. Aaron confirmed that this was indeed the case, but at the same time he did not hold a grudge for this insult. The reasons for the lack of resentment were curious to Byron. It was because of Aaron's victory over his son during the duel. But Aaron replied that this was not so. The outcome of the duel had no influence on his decision. If he had not been able to defend his own honor, the blame would have fallen on him. The Patriarch smiled contentedly and noted that the young man before him appeared much wiser than his own son, to his regret. Byron turned to his son, who was sitting on his father's right, and replied that he was very ashamed of his defeat, but even more ashamed of the fact that he had embarrassed himself. Aiden didn't know what to answer. He had exposed his father, who was disappointed in him, to attack, and this whole speech was in front of the whole family. The situation was further aggravated by the fact that the duel was purely Aiden's own initiative. But even after his defeat, he didn't have the courage to apologize to Aaron. Aiden was the son of the Lionheart family. His ancestor was Vermouth. If he was and considered himself a member of the family, then he had to have respect not only for himself, but also for those around him. Aiden looked at Aaron with shame, and not hiding the contempt in his voice, apologized to him for the insults he had caused. It was obvious that this young man could barely squeeze out an apology. There was absolutely no value in it, but the job was done. The Patriarch also noted that he was sorry, because he did not have the honor of meeting Aaron's father, Gerard, although he had heard a lot about him and would like to meet him in person. Aaron replied that it was obvious, for his family lived in a small provincial town that had no reputation. Byron wondered if Aaron's skills were due to his training with his father, or if he had instilled such skill with weapons in his son. The guy replied that Gerard taught him the basics, but overall his training was independent, and he tried to hone his fighting skills in private. Cassidy looked at him in surprise. The boy was training on his own and without a teacher. It was amazing. Arthur was no less surprised by the fact that the boy managed to defeat Aiden, who, on the contrary, was studying the art of combat. The person in front of them was curious. The patriarch noted that this time the succession ceremony will not take place as usual, and it will be very interesting to see how it all ends. Finally, servants entered the hall with a variety of food that bloomed and smelled. Byron replied that he was not sure whether those present would like the dish, but everyone was probably hungry. Everyone ate their food in silence, and eventually, as evening approached, the last plates were emptied. The servants took away the dirty dishes and left the room. As the patriarch had mentioned earlier, the reason he had decided to gather everyone at this table was because of the details of the blood inheritance ritual. After this, everyone present straightened up and prepared for further news. It was an event of incredible proportions. Byron continued his speech, in which he emphasized his shame for the fact that discrimination was so clearly highlighted in their family, especially in family ritual. The entire process was always tailored to the main branch. Children from the side branches were not allowed to train with weapons or practice magic before the ritual. Under such conditions, children of collateral families almost never had a chance against children from the main branch. Of course, this year his 3 own children will be participating in the ritual, but he decided to change the ritual. Byron believed it was only fair to watch over children who bore the lion heart, no matter what line they came from. After all, the purpose of the blood inheritance ritual was to identify a worthy heir to the Great Vermouth. Aaron smiled to himself, noting that Aiden's descendant was much kinder. That is why the patriarch considered it necessary to ask for help in conducting the ritual, in which Caleb will help him. The head of the Red Tower snapped his fingers, and in an instant the table changed its structure, and a blue magical structure appeared on it. The magician noted that this year the ritual will take place in a labyrinth created by him personally. All the Lionhearts will enter it through different entrances. The main goal is to defeat the boss that is located in the center of the labyrinth. Of course, on the way to the center of the labyrinth, children will encounter various traps and monsters that they must defeat. Although everything that will be inside is just an illusion, and the events that will unfold in the labyrinth will not be reality. However, Caleb noted that all of his illusions were of very high quality, and felt very realistic, so they should not be taken lightly. Aaron listened to the magician with curiosity. He liked that he used not only summoning and illusionary magic in order to make the whole atmosphere in the labyrinth more lively and natural. It was not for nothing that he was called a master. As a result, if one of the children defeats the boss, the test will end immediately, and at the end of the ritual, everyone will receive points depending on their achievements. Norman, one of the children sitting, asked what would happen to them if they couldn't get out of the maze. The confusing structure was eerie. The magician replied that if the children were so scared that they did not want to go into the labyrinth, they could simply wait at the entrance. But in that case, he would not be able to get good points. Aaron became curious at one point and asked the patriarch what would happen if one of them could defeat the boss. He replied that in that case, he would allow the children to take any item from the underground treasury of the Lionheart family, which contained a huge number of artifacts. The boy's eyes lit up. Such a proposal sounded incredibly great, and he was already in anticipation. Such a prospect was to his taste. After the meeting was over, Aaron returned to his chambers with satisfaction. It would not be difficult for him to win. Now the biggest problem was choosing an item from the treasury. But his sweet thoughts were interrupted by 2 offspring from the side branches. Arthur and Cassidy were standing in front and they looked unkind. Arthur was the first to speak. The big guy asked whether Aaron had really been able to defeat Aiden. He himself did not believe the rumors, and he wanted to hear the information firsthand. Aaron quickly said that this was indeed the case and moved on if that was all he wanted to continue doing his business. Arthur called out to the young man again, but he paid absolutely no attention to him and walked on, only throwing up his hands in defeat in front of his sister. But he wanted to practice before the ceremony, so he picked up a blade and began to pirouette on the training ground. He focused on training, practicing the future blows he would deliver to all the opponents he met on his way to the boss. But when he made another swing, when the dust settled, he noticed again those 2 children from the honorable collateral dynasty. Cassidy held 2 training spears in his hands, and wondered with irritation why they had come to him at such a time. Arthur strode forward menacingly. The big guy approached Aaron and stood in place, holding his hands. Aaron waited for the attack on himself in his palm, but he tore off his light white shirt with just one jerk, most likely so that it would not interfere with him in a future conflict. Arthur's body was pumped up and sinewy. He showed off his muscles in front of Aaron, gradually tensing and relaxing them, wanting to impress the young man. But he just stood there and thought that he was lucky once again with yet another imbecile that he had to fight. The big guy slapped his chest and offered Aaron to touch the rest of his muscles, but the guy refrained from doing so. The reason for this superiority in physical appearance was due to a secret muscle-building potion that his family had. This potion accelerated muscle growth depending on the intensity of training. While it did not cause the production of mana in the human body, it had no side effects. Arthur wondered if Aaron was surprised by this potion, and perhaps wanted it for himself, whether the big guy really decided to so openly foist the potion on him. The boy sent the potion to hell. Cassidy came up to them and replied that by drinking it, a person could grow a beard regardless of gender. She heard that the boy had used a spear in his duel with Aiden, so why was Aaron currently training with a sword? The boy replied that they used both a sword and a spear equally. Cassidy asked in surprise if he was really a good owner of different types of weapons. Arthur did not stop showing off his muscles behind Aaron's back. The girl threw him a spear. He caught it with a strong grip. He was still wearing the sand weights that he never took off during training. The girl noted that she specialized in spears and wanted to fight him, testing his physical prowess. She was in anticipation. But Aaron wasn't impressed or excited by the prospect, although it would be easier to deal with than the gorilla, who was still showing off his bare torso. But he was even more interested in checking how strong the people from high-ranking branches were. He smiled and prepared for battle. Taking a stance, he noticed Arthur standing to the side. Asking the thug why he was standing, Arthur replied that he would be judging both of them during their fight. Refereeing in such cases was a necessary matter, despite the fact that it was only sparring. But it had to be done fairly and with dignity. Aaron remembered that Arthur reminded him of Hank, another descendant and another blockhead. Perhaps he had the wrong ancestor. Arthur warned those present to begin on his command, but Cassidy's patience was running out. Everyone already understood this. Let him hurry. While waiting for the signal, she thought about his words in terms of possibly being good with a sword and spear. It was a real joke. She was going to teach the impudent fellow a lesson and show him that, in order to wield a spear, it was necessary to give the weapon all of oneself, all of one's time and strength. Arthur gave the signal and warned that the one who struck first would win. Cassidy jumped up faster than lightning and got her spear ready. But after taking a couple of steps, she stopped. Her heart was pounding wildly. She looked at Aaron. He stood motionless, a strange aura flowing around him. The boy was completely closed. He stood in a stance and waited for her pressure. It became clear to her that rushing into battle now would be suicide. But the young man did not understand why she stopped sparring. It had already begun, and she had not done anything. The girl could barely move, and her hands were shaking. But taking a deep breath, she rushed forward with a battle cry, raising her spear. The wooden spears thundered throughout the palace as they collided, Cassidy landing blow after blow, but Aaron expertly deflected them. She decided to increase her pressure and hit him with a flurry of attacks. The boy was impressed. Even if she couldn't use magic, her skills were quite good, and she was young. But still, no matter how hard she tried to impress or win him over, Cassidy was no match for him, and Aaron decided to piss her off a little. Having parried another blow, he sarcastically noted that it seemed she had missed once again. Her spear had not reached its target. She angrily ordered him to shut up. The young man was able to parry all her attacks without even dodging or moving from his place. He made her nervous, and she decided to teach him a lesson for his arrogance. The girl rushed forward with renewed vigor and decided to put all her power and speed into her blows. But even so, Aaron, descending from his place, parried each of her blows. She made a feint and jumped to the side, something he was unable to block. Being at a point behind the boy, her victory was inevitable. The girl rushed forward with all her possible speed, holding out her training spear. She was already a couple of dozen centimeters from the boy's body, but he only managed to look at her. The spear almost reached its target when Aaron dodged and kicked the spear to the ground, which crashed under the duelist's boot. Before she could do anything, she tried to pull out the spear, but she didn't have time. Blinking her eyes, she found Aaron's spear in front of her nose. Arthur rightly noted that it was the young man who won this fight. The victory was pure and honest. He himself ensured it. After getting dressed, the guy noted that they should work together, help each other, and move towards their goals together. Arthur interrupted Aaron's night's sleep. The thug woke him up just for such a thing. The young man was incredibly angry and irritated by such an act. But it turned out that the pumped-up Hamadryas was not embarrassed by anything. He came to his chamber for an answer, and would not leave without it. Aaron countered that he should have heard about the rules of the ritual. They all had to enter through different entrances, and he didn't understand how Arthur was going to act together. Arthur explained that although they would start from different points, they would eventually gather in one place, in the center of the labyrinth, where the boss would be waiting for them. The twins from the main branch must also be on the team, otherwise it will be useless to fight against the boss. They alone cannot win. Our hero asked Arthur if he understood correctly that he wanted to join forces to defeat the boss, and he answered in the affirmative. Aaron casually mentioned that he didn't think he'd need their help for that, and thought about how annoying it all was. Cassidy said dismissively that Aaron was so pompous, but she had to admit that he was quite strong, and with his help they would certainly have defeated the boss. Aaron was surprised and asked Cassidy why they needed to defeat this boss, and she decided to come closer to him. The girl explained that both the main and the side branches participate in the ritual, but in the entire history of the family, There has never been a case where the side branch has emerged victorious. But this time they have a great chance if Arthur, Cassidy, and Aaron, who defeated Aiden, get together. And it is hardly worth missing such a moment. Cassidy asked Aaron in surprise if he didn't want to defeat the main branch, and she and her brother looked straight at the boy. At this time, Madison stood by the window and thought about Caleb, the master of the Red Magic Tower, who had arrived to perform the ritual. Maybe she would like to take Ron, her eldest son, as an apprentice. From an early age, Ron preferred magical books to physical activity, and thanks to his interest in magic, he was able to study its rich variety. As an apprentice at the Wizarding Tower, he will have no choice but to leave his family, and meanwhile, Aiden and Emily will grow up faster and faster, meaning that Ron will have no way to inherit the title of patriarch. The second wife was thinking about the problem, which was hidden only in the ritual, and it was absolutely necessary to deal with it. Madison thought bitterly that her children had always been considered only the offspring of a concubine, and it was only thanks to her steadfastness that they were able to gain a foothold in this family. But to think that her son lost to a brat from the provinces who defeated him without using any magic or real weapons. She would prefer that this child named Aaron go through the maze first, and there are very good reasons for that. If this country bumpkin were strong enough to defeat all his rivals, it would surely eclipse Aiden's shame. Madison introduced the tousled-haired boy with a victorious smile and slammed her fan shut with hatred. 4 days later, the blood inheritance ritual began, with all contenders for the title of patriarch gathered at the entrance to the labyrinth. Caleb, who met them there, brought her hands together, and magical balls began to appear in them, which she sent through the air first to Aiden and Emily, who took them into their hands with delight and surprise, and then everyone else received the balls. Caleb said that first the weapon had to be created, and she suggested that those gathered try to form the light while simultaneously imagining the desired weapon in their heads. Norman, Wood, and Gray, the descendants of the collateral branches, took their balls in dismay and tried to do something with them, but nothing worked. Emily was the first to create a sword, light and sharp. It fit comfortably in her palm, and she swung it deftly and described an arc. And then she touched the tip of her weapon and asked Caleb what to do if the sword breaks. But she only laughed, saying that the weapon, like the labyrinth, was created exclusively with the help of magic, so it cannot be damaged while inside. The girl asked if it was possible to summon some animal instead of a blade, but the master replied that it was possible to create a doll or even a golem, but, alas, it would not be possible to summon something living.
All the guys were surprised. They couldn't understand why it was impossible to create something living, and they started looking at each other.
Caleb explained that this type of magic was taboo. The gift of life was a beautiful magic that they, the living beings, wielded. Arthur was the second to succeed in creating his own weapon. It was a powerful sword that could crush all living things around, and he joyfully swung it. The young man explained that he had created this sword in the likeness of the one he had in his home. But unlike the old wooden weapon, this one was real. And then one after another, weapons appeared in the hands of Cassidy and Aiden. The girl managed to create a pike, and the young man created a blade, and admired it with delight. The sword appeared in the hands of Ron, and then the three brothers Norman, Wood, and Gray, and they began to desperately swing the weapon, trying to get used to its weight, and Aaron received a shield and a sword. Emily thought for a moment, and then decided to ask the patriarch what the boys would do if they met in the labyrinth, and everyone froze in anticipation of an answer. The girl also asked if they were allowed to fight each other, and the patriarch replied that since this test was part of the blood inheritance ritual, there were practically no restrictions. But he noted that cooperation and common sense are very important, because after all, they are representatives of the same family. Aaron frowned in disdain and thought to himself that this bunch of idiots could hardly be called a family. And then I saw that the master of the Red Magic Tower was holding some kind of crystal in his hands. And I thought, why the hell did she create this thing? And that it was just creepy. Caleb addressed everyone present and said that since everyone was finished creating the weapon, everyone should put the crystal around their neck. Each of the claimants to the family patriarch's inheritance received a crystal from the master of the Red Magic Tower, which looked like a necklace. Caleb explained that the necklace would be linked to the boys' consciousness, and if they experienced too much stress during the test, the necklace would immediately react. The master said that if she received a signal from the crystal, she would consider it a dangerous situation and would intervene personally. Aaron thought that this thing was probably supposed to prevent all sorts of accidents that could happen in the labyrinth. From Caleb, the boys also heard that if they began to doubt that they could complete the test, they could place their finger on the crystal and shout help, and this way they would be able to safely leave the labyrinth. At this point, the master finished her instructions and invited all the participants of the competition to go into the cave. She explained that the boys would enter the labyrinth from one portal, but the moment they stepped across to the other side, they would be scattered throughout the labyrinth. And the boys headed towards the portal. Aaron walked in front. Emily kept up with him. Arthur slowly moved behind them, putting a huge sword on his shoulder, and then followed Cassidy, Ron, Aiden, and the three brothers. Emily wished Aaron luck. He thanked her and wished her luck in return, and then stepped into the blue shimmering haze of the portal and found himself in a dark corridor, the end of which was lost in the darkness. Aaron remembered all his former comrades in arms, and thought that in his past life he had wandered through labyrinths quite often. He tried to catch the flow of energy, but felt that it was completely blocked, and all attempts to catch it were in vain. The young man looked around and thought that because of the walls, the space here was quite narrow, and long weapons would not be suitable here. He was glad that he had chosen the right sword and shield. This standard set was suitable for almost any situation. But Aaron doubted that there would be any problems with clearing the labyrinth, because it was prepared for children. At this time, the labyrinth was filled with some round, translucent, greenish monsters, and Wood tried in vain to hit them with his sword. Soon, defeated by the monsters, lying on the floor, the boy was already calling for help and frantically pressing on the crystal. The same fate befell his brothers, and just an hour after the test, Norman, Wood, and Gray surrendered. The patriarch of the family looked at them with sadness, and turning his back to them said dryly that they could rest. And then Byron and Caleb settled into chairs and began to watch the participants progress through the labyrinths with the help of magic spheres. The patriarch watched the young descendants of Gerald with great curiosity, because one of them must inherit his title. Arthur came into his field of vision, just approaching the short green goblins. He was soon surrounded by these monsters and desperately swung his weapon, chopping at their limbs. Byron noted that Arthur's movements seemed a little stiff, but overall he was doing well and had no particular difficulty in dealing with the monsters. Then the patriarch looked into the sphere, in which Cassidy could be seen, who was striking green transparent slugs with her pike. Cassidy realized that these slugs were difficult to defeat with cold weapons, and that she needed to find a moment and escape. The patriarch noted that Cassidy has well-developed agility and intuition, and she prioritizes moving through the labyrinth over fighting monsters. Finding himself in the labyrinth, Aiden remembered that his mother had gotten him and his sister maps of the labyrinths, which should help in the ritual. The young descendant of the herald on the main line thought that from these maps he and Emily had already learned several strategies for moving through the labyrinth and bypassing traps. As if to prove that he would succeed, Aiden took a small stone and threw it into the depths of the corridor. And immediately, sensing movement, hundreds of arrows pierced one of the walls, and the boy walked on unhindered. Byron shared his opinion with Caleb that Aiden was too cautious, but thanks to this he successfully bypassed all the traps, and this is not bad. Emily found herself alone with a green goblin armed with two swords and carefully moved towards him. He attacked her, but Emily was faster, and her sword easily pierced the monster's spiked head. But then she hit a dead end and thought she might have to go back to the last fork. The patriarch noted that Emily has a fairly flexible mindset, but she still lacks experience. Ron also encountered the goblin, tears streaming down his cheeks from fear, but he was delighted. The eldest son was amazed that this monster was created by magic, and it was simply amazing. And then he swung his weapon a few times, and the green goblin, struck by the sword, disappeared into thin air. The master of the red magic tower, observing Ron in the sphere, noticed that the boy seemed to be very interested in her magic. The patriarch nodded in agreement and said that from early childhood, Ron had been crazy about her and had once been taught by a professor in the capital. But it had come to nothing. Caleb was surprised. She couldn't understand why the boy didn't develop such outstanding abilities. Byron explained that Ron had accepted the harsh reality that his mother had influenced his decision to become the next patriarch of the family, and that the title was incompatible with his passion for magic. The master thoughtfully said that now everything was clear to her. Although magic gives many advantages, the path to studying it is very thorny, and the patriarch replied that he supports the boy's interest. And if there is still a piece of his former passion left in him, he will not be able to refuse the prospect of becoming a student in the magic tower. Caleb, continuing to watch Ron, said that she couldn't give Byron a precise answer, but she would think about it. And then, she decisively said that she could take him under her wing out of respect for her long-standing acquaintance with the patriarch. But if it turned out that he was not suitable for the role of her student, she would not be able to do anything about it. Byron smiled and said that of course he wouldn't force her to do anything, he just wanted Ron to devote himself to what he really liked. Besides, Ron respects Lexi the Wise even more than his own ancestor, the Great Herald. Caleb noticed that she was the same way, and when reading the notes of the adventures of the warrior Harold the Great, she was much more interested in delving into the story of Lady Lexi, because every time their group got into hopeless situations, Lady Lexi found ingenious solutions. The patriarch listened to her with a smile and said that he had also read these notes as a child. But, to tell the truth, his favorite hero of the story was neither the Great Herald nor Lexi the Wise. The master of the Red Magic Tower smiled back and wondered who this hero was. Byron said dreamily that his favorite hero, but then he saw something. Interrupted his speech and told Caleb to look into the sphere too. There was Aaron, who had just met the green troll on his way and was already preparing for battle. The monster rushed at the boy with a roar, but he confidently wielded his sword and defended himself with a shield. Seeing how quickly Aaron moved and acted, Caleb asked the patriarch in amazement who this child was, while Byron looked at the sphere with equal amazement. Aaron landed in midair, his eyes blazing, his hair disheveled, and he looked menacing and invincible. Byron and Caleb watched in shock as the boy, having defeated the troll, leisurely walked further into the labyrinth. The patriarch told the master that Aaron was simply amazing. He was only 13. Byron doubted that the youth had fought a troll before, but he not only did not lose his head, but was even able to confidently and cleanly defeat such a strong monster. Caleb noted that trolls were not something you wanted to fight, and if possible, most people would use a trap against them, and this one was larger than usual, making it so easy to kill. Byron said that the boy was still very young, but the master had to agree that he already showed exceptional talent. The master of the Red Magic Tower said uncertainly that the patriarch knew very well what they called such children. They were geniuses.
At this time, Arthur also encountered the troll, and the monster's huge fist crushed any defense the young man tried to build.
Arthur stood swaying in front of the huge troll, struggling to hold his huge sword, 2 arrows piercing his back. And then he rushed at the monster, and the battle began, Arthur's weapon chopping the troll's flesh like cabbage. Having struck his enemy, Arthur screamed, his eyes burning and his face covered in blood, but he was happy with the victory. And then the monster's carcass disappeared into thin air, and the young man thought that there was not a single living spot left of his body, which he was so proud of. The trolls were damn strong. During his passage through the labyrinth, he fell into several traps, and then survived a fight with a troll. And considering the injuries the young man received, he seriously doubted that the other contenders remained intact. And, after walking a little more, he collapsed on his back. At this time, Aiden also met a troll in the labyrinth. The troll had not yet noticed him, but the boy turned pale, tightly clutching the sword in one hand and the stone in the other. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the troll in front of him, and he couldn't understand where such a strong monster came from. The boy frowned and turned even paler. He was not sure that he could cope with such a powerful opponent. So Aiden decided to play a trick and threw the stone to the side. The troll looked back at the sound, and the boy went around him and ran away. The monster turned its head in search of prey, and Aiden ran along the long corridor, and he found it funny that this monster fell for his trick. And then he came across his sister, who looked at him with wide eyes of surprise, and Aiden called her by name. Emily said that they started from different entry points, but still met here, which means that the center of the maze is already quite close. Aiden said that his sister was right and suggested that she just follow him so as not to lose her way, and she happily agreed. On the way, the boy thought with displeasure that this country bumpkin, Aaron, had disgraced him in front of his sister. Now he will have to use the ritual to restore his reputation, and this is not easy. The girl noticed that her brother had become quiet and called out to him. He responded, and said that if she wanted to know anything, she should just ask him. Emily, walking behind him, said that since the entire labyrinth was an illusion, then probably any monsters could be here. The boy nodded affirmatively that this was the case, and asked why she was asking about such obvious things, and she asked in response whether there could be ghosts here. Aiden snorted, finding it funny that his sister, so brave, could be afraid of some ghosts. He looked back and told Emily that she didn't have to worry. He could take out any opponent in one hit. He didn't have time to say anything else, because a terrible bloody face appeared before his eyes. The boy screamed in horror, his hair stood on end, and his eyes were ready to pop out of their sockets. But it wasn't just him screaming. Cassidy, whose face had scared him so much, was also screaming in fear, and only Emily was smiling, looking at them. Aiden put forward a trembling finger and stuttered as he asked the girl how she dared to scare him like that. She, with her face covered in blood, indignantly replied that it was he who had scared her, and that there was no need to scream so loudly. The boy asked Cassidy why she had so much blood on her and if she wanted to scare him and then attack him, but she replied that it was because she had gotten trapped and hit her head. But the girl thought to herself with disappointment that her ambush had failed and she had to pack up her fishing rods. And before the brother and sister could come to their senses, she turned her back on them and hurried away. But Emily noticed this and said that Cassidy was running away. Aiden was angry. He gripped his sword tightly and thought, "Oh shit!" Because of this girl, he embarrassed himself in front of Emily again. The anger in his eyes grew more and more. He was not ready to forgive, and suggested to his sister to arrange a chase for the fugitive. Cassidy ran down the hallway, followed by Aiden and Emily, their running echoing throughout the maze. The fugitive definitely couldn't handle two, and she ran with all her might, trying to figure out where the hell that musclehead was now. And suddenly the floor under her feet began to collapse, because she had fallen into another trap. But the girl managed to slip past this dangerous place at the very last moment, stepping on the reliable floor tiles. Behind her, a huge hole was left into which part of the floor had collapsed, and her pursuers were cut off from Cassidy. Breathing heavily, Aiden jumped up to the obstacle and shouted that the floor had collapsed, and the distance to the other side was too great, so they needed to find another way. Emily tried to stop him, but the boy thought that he could no longer lose face in front of her. Of course, it would have been better to save more mana for the boss fight, but there was no other choice. He used his mana and, enveloped in a blue glow, jumped to the other side of the obstacle. The jump was huge, and the boy easily covered the entire distance with the help of magic. Then Aiden turned and shouted to his sister to jump faster and he would catch her. Emily also had to use mana. She jumped and landed safely next to her brother on the other side of the pit. This was what he expected from his sister, so he smiled at Emily and she smiled at him. Aiden extended his sword forward and suggested that the girl continue pursuing Cassidy, who was running away from them, and she easily agreed. Aiden and Emily's pursuit of Cassidy continued for some time, until they finally reached the center of the maze. And then they screamed because the monster in front of them was just gigantic and it was the boss. Then Aaron, who was leaning against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, called out to them from behind, and he asked how it was that the three of them had come running here. Aiden looked around in confusion and asked in a broken voice what Aaron was doing there, and he replied that he was waiting. The country bumpkin looked at them with a grin and said he was wondering who would get here first. The boys gathered around him. They were surprised by his answer, and asked again if they had heard correctly that he wanted to know who would come first. Emily noted that this question made no sense, because Aaron himself came first, and he confirmed that everything was so. Since he had reached the maze before everyone else and had decided to wait, Cassidy thought that meant Aaron had decided to accept her offer with Arthur. Scratching his temple with his index finger, the guy remembers something like that, but he is only waiting to give them a chance to test their strength. It wouldn't be hard for him to defeat such a pathetic monster anyway, but it wouldn't be fair to them considering how much effort they put into training. The feigned concern makes Aiden angry. He clenches his hands into fists and frowns. The huge monster sits motionless and looks at the floor. The presence of the children doesn't bother him at all. The boss doesn't seem to attack unless they provoke him, so he's just waiting. Aaron suggests fighting him in order of arrival. Naturally, he won't interfere. First Cassidy, then Aiden and Emily. This proposal stuns the girl apparently. She does not expect to win with her own strength. Aaron notices this. He sees that she is tense, but if he doubts himself, he can simply refuse. No one wants to admit that they don't believe in themselves, so Cassidy screams that she's fine and his assumptions are complete bullshit. Tying a scarf over her broken head to keep the blood from running into her eyes, she takes her spear and begins to advance on the boss. When asked why Aaron doesn't fight the monster himself, he replies that he will wait until the boys realize their weakness. After such an answer, Aiden says that he will not have such an opportunity, because he definitely has enough strength to defeat the monster. If he really succeeds, Aaron will treat him with the deepest respect. Having imagined such humiliation of a man who he so wants to take revenge on, Aiden grins excitedly and asks him not to forget his promise. In front of them is the Minotaur, a monster that appears in almost all stories related to labyrinths. This monster is bigger than Aiden imagined. Even the troll doesn't seem so huge against its background. However, this is just size. Compared to a troll or an ogre, a Minotaur does not look so frightening. Taking all these factors into account, Aiden assessed the situation and compared it with his forces. They should be enough to kill the boss. Feeling movement near him, the Minotaur opened his eyes and looked at Cassidy. She was clearly not going to have an easy time with him. The moment the boss stood up, Cassidy saw his real size, not understanding how she was supposed to kill such a monster. Even though there is no plan of action, the girl is determined to win and cannot just give up. Pointing her spear at the monster, Cassidy is about to attack, but a huge hand almost slams down from above, and she is thrown back by the shockwave. The first attempt was unsuccessful, but you can't give up. After doing a somersault and getting up again, the girl runs towards the Minotaur again. This time she thrusts the spear into him, but the blade does not penetrate the monster's skin. It seems to be repelled. The girl is horrified. She couldn't think that everything would happen like this. His skin is too strong and the spear cannot pierce it. Unnoticed, the thug's hand sneaks up from behind while Cassidy is distracted by the incident with her spear. The monster squeezes her into a fist and lifts her up, his furious eyes looking at the baby. Like a chicken, she presses her head to her shoulders. It seems to her that now the end will come for her. Then the monster throws the girl, and she, having flown several meters along the ground, falls powerlessly not far from the boys. This seemed strange to Emily, so she asks Aaron why the Minotaur just threw her away. Because it was just an illusion. At the moment she was captured, the fight was already considered over. So it's Aiden's turn, so he gets up from the floor, readying his weapon. In a hint to Aaron, Aiden says he will show them the difference between the main and side branches. Aaron only grins at these words. What was said means nothing to him. He is confident in himself. This arrogant look drives Aiden crazy. Eren thinks that he won't be able to handle some pathetic cow. Having gathered all his strength, the guy begins to form mana around himself. The blue glow is visible to the eyes of others. Afterwards, he pulls the mana onto the blade of his ball, and when he succeeds, he shows it to others with a dignified smile. Cassidy immediately recognizes the aura of the sword. Now this blade is capable of cutting through anything. For such a skill, you need to practice mana management for at least 10 years. Just think that the main branch has already advanced so far from the side branch. The difference is immediately visible. Eren also appreciated the skill. It was amazing that at such a young age he was already able to use the sword's aura. Even though Aiden can't maintain the sword's aura for long, it should be enough time to kill the boss. Before he could even begin, all his mana disappeared, and in bewilderment, Aiden shook his sword in different directions. I recall the words of the Patriarch that the purpose of the blood inheritance ritual is to identify a worthy heir to the Great Herald. Therefore, it does not matter whether it is a descendant of the main or a side branch. This labyrinth was made entirely out of Caleb's magic. It seems he made sure that mana could not be used in the very center. If the use of the sword aura is prohibited, the chances of success for the main and side branches become approximately equal. Aiden hasn't yet figured out why the aura isn't reacting, even though he still has enough mana. This amuses Eren. He says that if a guy doubts his abilities, just come back. No need to cripple himself because of idiotic stubbornness. The barbs continue to irritate Aiden. Eren thinks that without my aura, he won't have enough strength to defeat the monster. Ignoring the Minotaur's roar, the boy runs towards him to attack. The monster tries to do the same thing as with Cassidy, but Aiden dodges the hand and cuts through it.
By periodically attacking, Aiden manages to inflict injuries on the Minotaur, but they are very few.
You can't take him down with simple cuts, so you need to make a good dash and hit his leg. Having successfully avoided the Minotaur's attempts to grab him with his hands, Aiden finally makes his way to the hooves. It wasn't the end. The boy was sent flying back as the Minotaur blocked his blow with his knee. Now the monster is able to repeat the previous attack and grabs Aiden like a toy.
Swinging, he throws the boy, and he flies through the air with a scream of horror throughout the entire maze. But in the end, he does a somersault and lands in a standing position.
The first comment Aiden gets from Eren is an arrogant comment about how he also lost. Now it's Emily's turn and the guy turns to her, warning her about it.
Crossing her fingers, she refuses. Emily does not want to fight the monster, because in this labyrinth, you cannot use the sword's aura.
But she is wiser than her brother, because she skillfully assessed her strengths and did not try to prove anything. Taking the shield, Eren pulls it over his hand and adjusts it so that it fits securely and does not slip off.
Also taking the sword, he, like all the previous ones, goes to the Minotaur and receives a question in his back, whether he will be able to defeat him.
His answer is serious. Eren does not think that he will lose, which surprises those present. The look evaluates the situation. The guy, heading towards the goal, thinks about how it would be best to defeat him. The Minotaur swung his fist, trying to crush the guy, but he skillfully dodged.
His fist hitting the ground is a good way to get into the Minotaur, and Eren uses it, causing the monster to try to throw the guy off his hand.
It was already too late. The guy climbed up to the shoulder, and then, with one jump, found himself on the giant's head between the horns. Clearly lacking a decent mind, the Minotaur punches the spot where Eren had already fled and hits himself in the forehead with all his might.
The monster is furious at his own actions and begins to howl throughout the labyrinth. Eren is going to take advantage of the moment.
Without hesitation, the guy begins to attack the Minotaur with incredible speed. It is impossible to react to it. Cassidy notices that Eren is hitting one spot. He is concentrating all his attacks on the carotid artery. Covering one side of himself with his shield and making a sharp swing, Eren points the tip at the creature. With the tip, he pierced the place where he had previously concentrated his blows, and a stream of blood gushed in his direction. The job was done. The giant fell to the floor, and Eren, jumping down and landing next to him, waved his sword to shake off the drops of blood. This fight was incredible. Eren asks Aiden if he saw it done right, but the guy is speechless. Eren grins smugly and boasts that he killed the Minotaur, throwing his sword over his shoulder. Aiden can only shout at him not to get cocky, because if he had the sword's aura, this boss would never have defeated him. He did have a chance to succeed, but he would never have won as easily as Eren did. The feeling that came over him was not like fear, but rather an endless excitement. He clutched his chest and blushed, a feeling Aiden had never experienced before. The sword and shield in Eren's hands, as well as the pendant around his neck, begin to turn into gold particles and disappear. The same thing happens with the rest of the guys. This means that the blood inheritance ritual is over. The Patriarch and Caleb rise from their seats. The observation is over. It's time to meet the guys. It was shocking that this child from the side branch had never even practiced magic. But the Minotaur didn't stand a chance in front of him. Caleb thinks. The Patriarch accurately noticed what was happening and drew the right conclusions. The Minotaur is very difficult to defeat alone, which is why the challenge is more focused on teamwork. This way, the kids could work together and try out different tactics to defeat the monster. The boss fight in the center of the labyrinth was originally supposed to go exactly like this.
But this child also managed to bypass all the traps without any difficulty. It makes you worry about what this child is like.
The smile never leaves the patriarch's face. He is very happy with what is happening, and with how Eren handled the ritual.
Immediately after arriving at the main branch's estate, Eren devoted all his free time to rigorous training. The patriarch sent his people to Gaydal to gather information. There he is known for his tenacity.
A child with incredible physical attributes and a character to match his body. They were very lucky to discover a real diamond during the ritual. Clutching his head in deep thought, Caleb asks if the patriarch is upset. It may sound unpleasant, but he is far more talented than the patriarch's own children, Caleb concludes. Considering that there was already such a huge gap between them, it was scary to imagine how far he could advance once he started mastering mana. And the patriarch thinks that this is great, because thanks to his power, the glory of the Lionhearts will shine even brighter.
What if this talented guy decides to become a patriarch? Caleb asks the current patriarch.
It is quite natural to pass the title to the strongest candidate. Since the patriarch's children cannot compete, then nothing can be done about it. If they are so weak that they cannot defend the right that was given to them at birth, then they are not worthy of becoming the head of the Lionheart family. Still, Caleb believes that this is not a topic he dares to poke his nose into. With a snap of Caleb's finger, everything around him disappears and turns into bright particles that fly away in the wind. But Caleb, being an old friend of the patriarch, wants to advise him that he should adopt this child. This is not what the patriarch expected to hear. He's surprised and asks again about adoption. The news that a child from a side branch has entered the main family may cause a strong resonance among the other influential branches, and some may begin to plot against them. After thinking about the advice, the patriarch expresses gratitude, thinking that it is an interesting idea. Having noticed something, the patriarch believes that it is worth congratulating the candidates first. They noticed the guys who arrived at the beginning of the ritual. Eren was leading the company. All the boys lined up in a row opposite the patriarch and Caleb, and you could tell from each child what state he was in. Laud was unable to even reach the center of the labyrinth, although this could be attributed to his fascination with the monsters and magic he studied inside. But given that he was supposed to perform at his best in this ritual, the patriarch is disappointed that he allowed his curiosity to get in the way of achieving his main goal. Aiden and Emily made good progress in the labyrinth, easily coped with monsters and traps. They were unable to defeat the Minotaur due to their age, but both have great potential. Having assessed all the participants, the patriarch stops and praises the guys, who all did an excellent job. He had been watching them from the very beginning. It was not an easy task, but the guys did a great job. Still, the patriarch turns to Eren intending to say something, and he responds in response. Of the 9 candidates in this ritual, Eren showed the best result. In response to the praise, the young man bows and expresses gratitude to the patriarch. His methods of fighting monsters, as well as avoiding traps, everything was perfect. Even in a head-on fight with a troll, he did not receive a single scratch. It amazed Arthur that Eren had not received any wounds in the battle with that giant with such a thin body. For Arthur, it's a pity. If only he was given a muscle-building potion, his body would be stronger than it is now. In all honesty, Caleb thought he had created a fairly complex maze, but it seemed he had greatly underestimated them. Although they are young, one must not forget that they are the descendants of the great herald himself, and it is a pleasure to watch such brilliant rising talents. Now, the guys can rest. The patriarch would like to hold a banquet now, but he did not expect the ritual to end so quickly, because they did not have time to prepare everything in advance. The patriarch asks Caleb to accompany the boys on their way back so that they can gain strength today and meet at the main house tomorrow. The guys started to leave, but the patriarch said that Eren would go with him and not with everyone else. When Emily asks whether Eren will go to the treasury now, the patriarch replies that he sees no point in delaying. And besides, they are both looking forward to this moment. Emily had asked her father to go there with her so often before, but he never agreed. The depressed girl, realizing that she will never see the treasure, watches her father leave with Eren. Eren says he's being overrated when the patriarch points out that the boy is quite skilled with several weapons. To navigate the labyrinth, Eren chose a sword and shield, and in the duel with Aiden and Cassidy, he wielded a spear. The patriarch even knows about the duel with Cassidy, okay? He knows about Aiden, well, that's quite expected from the patriarch. The weapon that has symbolized the Lionheart family since ancient times is the sword. Their ancestor, the Great Herald, was a master of many types of weapons, for which he was called the God of War. But he was not the only one who excelled in the multifaceted training. His companion, Sir Nathan, was the second greatest expert in weapons. Eren decides to mention that in one children's book, Nathan is portrayed as a rather stupid warrior. This makes the patriarch laugh. He also read it when he was a young man. If this hero had not figured in the story, the book would have been terribly boring. In truth, Sir Nathan impressed the patriarch much more than Gerald. This statement leaves Aaron stunned because the patriarch did not know that he was saying this to Nathan himself and asks why he thinks so. Compared to their ancestor, Nathan seemed much more human, although this was omitted in the books. Nathan never managed to surpass Harold. But this did not break him. On the contrary, he gave his all to achieve his desired goal. And at the last moment, without thinking about anything, he sacrificed his life for the sake of his comrade. Knowing how it all happened in reality, Aaron thinks that it is difficult to discern such an instructive content in that absurd story. Despite this, Nathan himself is damn pleased to hear this, and Aaron says that he likes Sir Nathan. The servants, without being given an order, obediently open the doors of the treasury before the patriarch walking with Aaron. As he goes down, Byron says that Aaron is the first to enter the treasury without being a patriarch. This news makes me ask Aaron, just in case, if he can come in here at all. Of course, Byron personally promised that the winner would be able to choose any item, and the Council of Elders also approved this decision. The Council of Elders are the old dogs of the Lionheart family, including the previous head of the family. Aaron knows that it contains both main and side branches. Aaron asked the man what exactly was kept in the treasury, to which Mr. Byron replied that the treasury contained all the heritage accumulated over hundreds of years, and also that it contained many items that once belonged to the Great Herald. Aaron was genuinely surprised and asked if that same sacred sword was really here. Byron was pleased with the boy's interest and replied that despite the presence of the sword in the treasury, it was impossible to take it away, because the sacred sword is identical and symbolizes the heart of their family, and that it cannot belong to one person. Aaron was upset by this arrangement, because he had planned to choose him as a reward. Byron also added that this was not the only reason why the sword should remain in the treasury, because since the death of Sir Gerald, the sword no longer recognized any person. Aaron was surprised and asked the teacher again how this could be, to which he replied that the boy would understand everything himself when he tried to take it into his own hands. In the meantime, they had already reached the huge door of the sanctuary, to enter which a complex mechanism in the form of a golden lion's head awaited them, in the open mouth of which lay the secret of the entrance for this. Byron bit his thumb and extended his hand over the mouth of the figure. As soon as a drop of blood hit its surface, the beast's metal eyes lit up and the sound of a mechanism being triggered was heard. The door of the treasury opened, and Byron and Aaron found themselves confronted with a dazzling light and sparkling cleanliness emanating from its premises. The patriarch invited the boy to come in, but Aaron asked him if he was going to come in with him. Byron smiled and replied that he would wait for him outside, as in his presence the boy would be too cautious and would not be able to choose the right item. Aaron just bowed to him shyly and thanked him for his courtesy. As soon as Aaron entered the sanctuary, leaving the patriarch behind, he smiled enthusiastically, and the first thing he did was direct his gaze straight at the sacred sword located in the very center of the treasury. The sword appeared before him illuminated by a bright, fiery, blazing glow, and around it, in a circle, were stretched out in gold, refined, precisely smelted, luxurious patterns. At that very moment, Aaron resolutely crossed his hands, confidently intending to get the long-awaited artifact. The sacred sword has existed since the ancient myths of the Ura's empire, this very blade given to them by the master. For a long time the sword was sealed in the Great Temple, but one day it recognized the Great Herald as its owner, and only him. It was this blade that pierced the heart of the Demon King 300 years ago. The sword was mainly used as a torch, because its fiery glow allows one to illuminate even the darkest and most gloomy spaces. In anticipation, Aaron sank down at the foot of the sword and victoriously grasped its hilt with his palms. He tried with all his might to pull the sacred sword out of the metal center, but despite all his efforts and attempts, he failed. Aaron thought that even if he had successfully attempted to get the sword, they still wouldn't have allowed him to keep it, which meant he should look for something else that would be no less suitable. Carefully walking through the next rows of the treasury and examining its contents, he suddenly noticed the refined, skillfully designed figure of the Aspal Devourer blade. The Devourer blade is also capable of absorbing the mana of its victim, as well as cutting the strongest streams of magic in two. But the Herald was able to control it well only because, among other things, he was a very gifted magician. And right now, this artifact would be too much for Aaron to handle. The boy was not upset and thought that despite this, there were many important, more familiar things in the sanctuary. Like, for example, the Dragon Spear of Karbaz, which takes some time to heat up, but its effect is as powerful as the dragon's breath. Also among such valuable weapons in the treasury, Aaron discovered the storm sword Vainad, blessed by the King of the Wind Spirits himself, like Pernoy's Thunderbow, which can send lightning bolts of incredible power. The boy also noticed Zabel's Blade of No Return, a magical sword that could disintegrate into a bunch of pieces, turning into something like a whip, and Gaidon's Shield, which has the ability to send all damage taken into the void. Looking over all the artifacts, Aaron decided that no matter which weapon he chose, none of the options would disappoint him. But still, He was disappointed. Because he expected a more extensive choice, Aaron found that the shrine did not even have a demonic spear or a moonlight sword. He immediately realized that all valuable artifacts had been removed from the premises on purpose. Afterwards, he thought seriously about the final choice, thinking about the sword Vainad, which seemed to be the most suitable option for him at the moment, because if he took it in his hands, he would be able to summon the wind spirit.
And if you accumulate enough mana, you can even summon the king of wind spirits himself.
Aaron thought that despite all its advantages, spirit magic was difficult to master, and without outstanding talent, even an experienced mage would not be able to control a low-level spirit. But with this sword, this problem was eliminated. Aaron immediately thought that he would hardly be able to visit the treasury again, and decided to look around a little more. He walked through the rows of the sanctuary and found jewels and accessories tightly hidden behind strong glass, each one sitting on a soft padded surface for safety. After Aaron turned around and couldn't believe his eyes, he immediately approached the artifact, and a second later the necklace was swinging before his eyes, the very one that had been with him his entire past life.
The necklace was a gift from Aaron's parents, who were eaten by monsters.
And even after the long-awaited revenge, it was with him until his very last breath.
Turning the jewel in his hands, Aaron could not find the reason why the necklace ended up in the treasury. Could it be that Mr. Gerald had taken his body with him back then?
He agreed with this idea since it was unlikely that Gerald would have left the necklace in the castle. This is probably because of the deal made between the Herald and the Demon King, as thanks to this deal, they were able to restore peace to the world.
All members of the group, Gerald, Hank, Neuron, Lexi, and St. Deborah, all of them in the past jointly swore to kill all demons.
However, what kind of agreement was this? Aaron was furious. How was it even possible to leave his parents' gift here? He was angry at Harold. How could he do this? What was he thinking about? Having calmed down a little, Aaron admitted his own guilt in this because of his death, they might not have had enough strength to defeat the remaining demons.
He decided not to blame his old friends, as there must be a good reason why they gave up.
Returning to reality, Aaron analyzed all the artifacts in the treasury. However, the boy could not leave his necklace here, because it meant a lot to him. Having made his choice, Aaron left the sanctuary, at the entrance of which Byron was waiting for him. However, seeing the boy, the man was surprised and asked if, out of all the worthy options, his choice fell on some necklace. Aaron explained that he simply liked the little thing, after which he thanked the patriarch. However, Byron asked him again, explaining that the treasury contained a whole bunch of much more useful and valuable things, to which Aaron replied that he would hardly have been able to cope with them. Byron realized that he would not be able to convince the student and asked him to look at the necklace. Taking the jewel in his hands, Byron assessed the rough old crystal and reflected on the fact that it did not even show the hand of a great master. It's just a cheap necklace. How could it possibly end up in the treasury? The man then held the artifact over the open mouth of the metal lion, and both discovered that upon contact with it, the beast's eyes lit up with a red glow. Byron informed the boy that this meant that the necklace was not listed in the inventory of the treasury items. That the necklace was not one of the Lionheart's treasures, and should not be there. Aaron replied that nevertheless, he had found it in her. Byron began to explain to him that such a thing as this necklace had no significant value, and that in exchange for it one could get at best a simple sword, after which he asked Aaron again whether he really wanted to take it. Aaron immediately exclaimed enthusiastically that despite all this, he was still happy with his choice and really wanted to take the necklace. Having accepted his decision, Byron said that in any case he had no power to influence his decision. However, in that case, they should contact Sir Caleb and ask him to identify the item, since its origin is unknown and it may contain great magic. Aaron asked the patriarch if he could get the necklace back after the recognition. Byron smiled and promised him that the necklace would return to his hands in any case. Afterwards, Byron continued and said that he did not expect this turn of events, and that technically the necklace is not part of the Lionheart treasure. In this case, Byron allowed the boy to choose another artifact. Aaron was genuinely surprised and, just in case, asked the patriarch again whether this was really possible. Byron shook his head in agreement and reminded them that their original condition of the promise was to choose one treasure from the treasury. Aaron bowed low to the man and thanked him for this, and with the next step he was already running back to the sanctuary. He rushed along the ranks with delight, remembering the Great Herald and still not believing in everything that was happening. Then Aaron switched his thoughts and decided not to be distracted by anything. Immediately, the hilt of the secret storm sword Vinayad appeared in his hands. Aaron bared the blade and looked at its glow and steel with delight. He was pleased with his choice and its possibility. Already in the house, a disgruntled Cassidy stood in front of Aaron, scolding him for not choosing a spear since he was good at it. Aaron also responded to her with displeasure that it was his own choice and that it only concerned him, and also explained that he was no less good at wielding a sword. Arthur stood next to Cassidy and in turn muttered that the sword looked quite light, after which the guy began to sing a ballad about how Given Aaron's immense strength, he thought something like a hammer or an axe would suit him much better, to which Aaron repeated that it was only his choice. Arthur immediately appeared before him in an imposing pose, showing his enormously powerful back and muscles, and offered to visit their large family, offering to provide him with a large number of potions, to which Aaron calmly replied that he was still not interested. In turn, Cassidy pulled Arthur away from Aaron and shut him up, advising Aaron to stop talking to him, after which she invited Aaron to bear the blade of his cherished sword. Aaron thought for a second, but still fulfilled the girl's request. And a second later, the light steel of the sword appeared before everyone's eyes. Cassidy only asked what it was, to which Aaron proudly replied that it was the storm sword of Vineed, after which he conveyed to the couple the words of the patriarch, who told him that the blessing of the Wind Spirit King was embedded in this sword and that, probably having accumulated enough mana, he would be able to summon even him. Cassidy still didn't calm down and stood her ground, saying that despite all the qualities of the sword, it was still worth choosing the spear. Aaron simply turned his back to them, looking at his trophy, and calmly answered the girl that there were also quite a few spears in the treasury, to which Cassidy exclaimed and asked the guy if he really saw that very spear. She immediately jumped up and spoke enthusiastically about Carbaz's dragon spear, noting all its charms, that each of its attacks was like the breath of a dragon. Aaron turned to her for just a second and said indifferently that he had no idea what that spear looked like. Cassidy didn't let up and continued listing the greatest spears, such as the demonic spear of Runtos. With admiring eyes, she brazenly proved all its qualities, that it was considered the most powerful weapon of the Great Herald. Arthur also chimed in, saying that he had also heard about this spear more than once. He also stated that this very spear once belonged to the demonic king of cruelty. At this, Cassidy nudged him in the side and angrily asked him to shut up and not insert his knowledge. Aaron thought a little about the guy's words about the king of cruelty. 300 years ago, there were 5 demon kings, the first of which was the first-rank demon king of destruction. The second rank was the demon king of confinement, and the third rank was the demon king of fury. The 4th place was occupied by the 4th-rank demon king of cruelty. The 5th place and rank were awarded to the demon king of slaughter. Despite Cassidy's request, Arthur told the girl that she was mistaken in her words, and corrected her by saying that Sir Gerald's strongest weapon was considered to be the crushing hammer of Zigalar. The most powerful weapon that belonged to Gerald, according to Arthur, was the crushing hammer Zigalard, which was originally wielded by the demonic king of slaughter. The guys argue. Cassidy counters that the king of hardness was much stronger than the king of slaughter, but weapons do not determine the strength of demons. Come to think of it, Aaron didn't find the hammer in the treasury while he was looking for a weapon. Gerald's varied arsenal included both a demonic spear and a hammer. Perhaps due to their overly sinister aura, it was decided to seal them in another place. Now the guys don't argue their words, but just continue to shout at each other that a spear or a hammer is stronger. The behavior was stupid, shaking his head. Aaron ruffled his hair. After all, they were children. Both of these artifacts are incredibly formidable weapons. It is impossible to say with certainty which one is stronger. But if Aaron were asked, as the reborn Nathan, about the greatest Gerald weapon he had ever wielded, he could answer without hesitation. This is the Moonlight Blade, a magical sword-shaped fragment that even the strongest of demons feared. Both the King of Slaughter and the King of Cruelty were brought down by moonlight. This is Aaron's first real sword in his new life, as he was previously not allowed to practice with weapons. The blue glow from the blade attracts the attention of Arthur and Cassidy, who notice Arthur in a stance. When he performs the moves with a real sword instead of a wooden spear, everything looks completely different. The guys are frozen with delight. From the outside, it looks very beautiful. Perhaps they envy his sword. Moonlight fills the Patriarch's office as he sits at his desk, with Cassidy standing across from him. The magician holds in his hand the necklace Aaron chose from the treasury, and concludes that it shows no signs of magic. This makes one wonder whether an ordinary necklace was really in the treasury. Despite all the incomprehensibility of the situation, the Patriarch cannot lie, they really did find him there. Caleb asks if the child was trying to play a prank on him, but the Patriarch sees no point. If the Patriarch had not allowed him to choose another subject, Aaron might have been left with nothing. That's right, the risk of such a joke is too great after the guy might regret such an act. Caleb holds out his hand and asks for the necklace so he can look at it again. The magician can say with certainty that no spell has been cast on him, but since the situation is quite ambiguous, he will try to dig deeper. The Patriarch asks him how the magician intends to do this, and what other abilities he has. There is a spell that can read the memory of mana. It was created by Lexi the Wise herself, their great mentor. Mana flows throughout the world, and some items can absorb it. Caleb will try to look into the mana memory contained in this necklace. There is no point in not trusting the magician, so the Patriarch agrees to the proposal. Once attuned, Caleb concentrates mana into his palms, where the pendant is now located, and closes his eyes to see. Can't see enough information. He thinks he's definitely over 100 years old. He sees the city center, the streets, the people, It was bought in one of the shops located there. That's all Caleb can tell. It seems the magic coming from the treasure items has dulled the necklace's mana. Since it is more than a century old, the Patriarch doubts that anyone living today will be able to identify this thing. After this, Caleb wonders what the Patriarch will do with this thing now. Since there are no spells cast on it, the Patriarch will simply hand it over to Aaron, since he was willing to sacrifice even the artifacts from the treasury for this necklace. This makes Caleb dare to assume that Aaron is very much to the Patriarch's liking. He stood up and looked out the window to see Aaron waving his sword in the yard. He had no reason to dislike him. Moreover, after thinking it over carefully, the Patriarch had a proposal for him. Immediately guessing, Caleb begins that by the offer he means that very advice. Smiling meaningfully, the Patriarch wants to accept Aaron Lionheart into the main line. He wants to accept this skilled boy as his own son into his family. The guy, raising his hand up and smiling pleasantly, says hello. He seems like a good person. Kelly, standing next to Aaron, immediately recognizes the gentleman and greets him immediately. The younger brother of the current Patriarch, a weirdo who preferred to go on campaigns with his older brother rather than get married. Bowing, Aaron introduces himself to the guy, but the guy says that he has already heard about him. Pressing him to his shoulder, the boy from the side branch tells him about what he heard, who was able to outsmart everyone at the recently held ritual. Aaron finds this gesture unpleasant and pushes the hand away. Apparently, Justin is here to see him off. And Aaron is right. The Patriarch wanted to send a knight for him, but Justin decided to come here personally. Without hiding his sympathy, Justin admits that he wanted to take a look at Aaron. It seemed strange, but he had been told a lot about Aaron, but alas, he had not had the opportunity to observe the ritual personally. According to tradition, only the Patriarch of the family has the right to observe the progress of the test. It is believed that Mr. Caleb was given permission because he was responsible for the organization. But don't think that Justin holds a grudge against his brother. This is just a statement of fact. Still, Caleb sounds like he's up to no good. Aaron reassures him and asks him not to worry. He's not. This is good news. Justin hopes that Byron's reaction will be the same as the boys. His behavior reveals a freedom-loving character, as well as frivolity, exactly to the extent that one can judge by his appearance. Perhaps this is precisely why he is not yet married. The palace looks luxurious. High ceilings with gilding, huge chandeliers. Everything looks expensive. Aaron wonders why the Patriarch is calling him to see him. Probably to congratulate him on his victory. But he already congratulated him. Isn't Justin himself interested in why he needed him? It's not that he doesn't have his guesses. It's just not the kind of thing he should be sticking his nose into. However, Justin hopes that he and Aaron will be able to cross paths as often as possible. Without hiding his feelings, Aaron looks the guy in the eyes and replies that it is mutual. After a pleasant conversation, Aaron knocks on the Patriarch's office door and introduces himself. The response is an invitation to come in, so Justin opens the door for the guy. Before entering, Justin winks at the guy, which makes him wonder why he is surrounded by morons. Entering inside, it is clear that the Patriarch has been waiting for his arrival and is greeting him, standing near his desk. He apologizes for calling Aaron so unexpectedly and asks him to sit down for a conversation. They sat down over a cup of tea, the Patriarch placing Aaron's necklace on the table in front of him. Everything points to the fact that this is a very ordinary necklace, since the Patriarch asked Caleb to check it. The boy seemed to know that the master of the magic tower would not find anything in him. Even though Caleb used the mana memory, they were unable to find anything important. When Aaron hears about the mana memory spell, he recognizes it without hesitation. This is Lexa's magic. Over time, Aaron almost forgot about it, but before his eyes there are pictures of how she herself showed it to him. Becoming more serious, the guy asks the Patriarch what memories he managed to see. Most likely this necklace was bought in one of the capital's back streets, about 100 years ago. It can't be. Aaron is sure he wore it more than 300 years ago. It belonged to him for a whole decade. There can be no mistake. But it is unlikely that Caleb would lie to the Patriarch. Perhaps he was simply mistaken. The necklace needs to be checked for a spell that could fool even the master of the magic tower. But who could have cast it? Deep in thought, and although Aaron doesn't know the reason, there is a but. Aaron has to keep it for himself, so he asks about it, acting like an excited child. Since the Patriarch promised, it means that now the necklace belongs to Aaron, and no one will stop him from appropriating it. Joyfully, the guy grabs it and puts it on himself. The necklace feels familiar. After clearing his throat, the Patriarch admits that he called him not only to give him the necklace. It may sound harsh, but the proposal is not bad at all. In fact, it will even benefit his future. Aaron seems to have figured out where the conversation is heading, so he interrupts him mid-sentence. Then he reveals that Emily is very kind and beautiful, but he has no desire to marry. Despite the way he treated Aiden, she continued to act friendly. Now it all fits together, which means it was all set up to arrange a marriage of convenience. Byron Lionheart seemed like a good person to Aaron, and he never expected anything like this from him. The Patriarch also interrupts Aaron's reasoning that he is too young for marriage, that he needs to get his father's approval, and so on. It seems that there was a misunderstanding with Aaron and Emily because the patriarch did not intend to marry them. This made the guy all embarrassed he thought too much and made up too much. It was the worst possible assumption because he imagined his wedding with a 13-year-old girl. Apparently, this childish body is affecting the mind of the long-grown-up Nathan. Without delaying his proposal, and unable to find the appropriate words, the patriarch clearly declares that he wants to adopt Aaron. This news is no less shocking to the boy. He could not have imagined this at all. The idea of joining the main family doesn't sound so bad. It will have its advantages. There is silence at the table. Aaron admits that adoption is quite unexpected. Laughing, the patriarch suggests that the idea of marriage is also difficult to predict, and Aaron apologizes for that.
If desired, the patriarch can even accept Aaron's biological father, Brad, into the main branch.
The proposal that the patriarch made to him required a lot of thought. At the very least, it meant that he would have two fathers. But Byron hastened to assure the youth that he should not complicate things so much. All he wanted was to accept the boy into the main branch. Now he's the father of 3 children, and he has no desire to take away from Brad his only son, his most precious asset. Byron extended his hand to the boy, replying that even though they had never met before, he promised that he would respect him as much as his own brothers. Aaron thought about this proposal. He couldn't just agree to it right now. But judging by the pressure of the head of the family, they needed an answer now. He wanted to avoid the worst and asked if he would now refuse the adoption, that is, Byron's heartfelt offer. Whether he would give up his respect for Brad, that is, Aaron's father, was something that I would very much like to avoid, but it was worth clarifying. But the patriarch, with a smile on his face, assured the boy that, naturally, no. This would not in any way affect his love and respect for his father. The man stood up from the table so suddenly that Aaron's eyes widened in surprise. He had been expecting new proposals or some other pressure. But fortunately, everything was much more prosaic, although Byron was embarrassed to voice this in front of the boy and admit it. But he was not a very infantile person. Which means that if Aaron refuses this offer, then although he will be very annoyed, nevertheless nothing more. The patriarch will in any case respect the choice of the young man, for he wishes him all the best, as well as a bright future. But Aaron wisely noted that he could not make such an important decision on his own, and first of all he needed to ask his father's opinion. If it is the guy's will, then the patriarch will agree with him, in which case all the nuances will be discussed after the banquet. But for now, he will send a carriage to Gaydal for Brad. But the guy was not an idiot. Something that was discussed today confused him. The patriarch said that his entry into the main branch could have a positive effect on the future. And Aaron was interested in what exactly he meant by this proposal after all. It was a serious statement. But Byron began to explain that if he grew up in the main family, the boy would have many advantages. To begin with, it is worth noting that the Lionhearts of the main line had a large number of distinguished knights in their service, and he might have had the opportunity to learn a lot from them. The boy was instantly excited by this proposal, and he hastened to say that if he were to train in this place, he would like to learn from the strongest. Therefore, in the event of becoming the adopted son of the patriarch, could he study with him? Such a proposal took Byron by surprise, but the boy couldn't help himself. He was terribly curious to know how strong the Lionheart patriarch was. The man smiled and replied that naturally he would not be against teaching the boy personally, but if he wanted to take lessons from the strongest, then another person was suitable for this role. And he was equally impatient to hear who exactly he was talking about, and he opened his mouth in surprise, waiting for an answer to his question. The patriarch's answer surprised Aaron a little. Byron replied that it was Justin, of course. In the past, Byron was stronger than him, but today Justin has already managed to surpass him. The boy found it hard to believe that the simple-minded young man he had met in the corridor was the strongest of the Lionhearts. Byron walked thoughtfully to the window and asked whether Aaron had been taught magic or any magical art by his father. But the boy hastened to answer that no. As he had already said, he had no desire to master mana. He needed to know that he could begin to practice unconsciously. However, the patriarch did not miss the fact that Aaron had not stopped training since his arrival at the palace. It was worth noting that the crystals found inside high-ranking monsters were mana stones of various shapes and sizes. To master magic, it was necessary to obtain a mana stone in order to begin practicing the magical arts. But, nevertheless, there were nuances the more effective the mana stone, the more difficult it was to obtain, and a strong and wise mentor was needed to help in mastering magic. Byron thought sadly that Brad's family would have a hard time providing for both of those items. He did not want in any way for such potential that was contained in the boy to be wasted or not realized at all. The conditions were too poor for its realization. If he says all this out loud, he might inadvertently create hostility in Aaron towards his own family, in which case Brad, his father, might even become disgusting to him. Therefore, the patriarch decided to wisely remain silent. He sat back down at the table and said that he had expressed all the thoughts he wanted. If the guy did not object, he would like to return to this topic in the future. The boy, with fire in his eyes, replied that of course he would be only too happy to talk about it again and spend time with Byron Lionheart. After some time, when the number of desserts had diminished and there was no tea left in the mugs, Aaron stood up politely and, having apologized, wanted to take his leave. But the patriarch warned that he could send for someone to escort the boy back. He offered him to stay and wait, but Aaron replied that everything was fine. The guest house was not very far from this place, and for the young man it would be only a short walk. Walking back down the hallway, Aaron caught a whiff of perfume, a very sweet floral scent. Feminine tones were immediately apparent, and he had a bad feeling. He followed the scent and realized that there was someone hiding around the next corner, and that someone was most likely a woman. The man did not move, and was most likely waiting for Aaron to pass by, in which case he decided to play along with this figure and went forward. Madison came out from around the corner. The woman measured the boy with a cold glance for a second, and instantly put her kind, simple-minded mask back on her face. The second wife was genuinely surprised by Aaron's presence, as if she hadn't been standing around the corner waiting for him before. The cunning fox wanted something from him. Her theatricality unnerved the boy. She acted as if they had just bumped into each other by accident. Although she had been standing there for a long time, her smell had already spread throughout the entire corridor. But nevertheless, it was impossible to fall flat on his face and forget about manners nevertheless. It was necessary to show that he had an upbringing. Jack stood up and bowed to the lady, greeting her by introducing himself with his formal name and mentioning the city he came from. Madison began to talk to him. She was informed that Aaron had an audience with the patriarch, and apparently they talked for quite a long time. She did not expect to meet him here. Aaron wanted to end this meeting quickly and asked if Madison wanted to tell him something. He didn't like this person. The woman measured him with a bloodthirsty and cruel look. This impudent boy was getting on her nerves, and at this moment he no longer knew his limits. However, this fact was not surprising, because Aaron was a country bumpkin who managed to prevail over the children of the main branch. In addition to this, he also emerged victorious from the blood inheritance ritual. She understood that it wouldn't take long for the boy to become stronger, and now, while there was an opportunity, she needed to secure his friendship. It would also be very good if she could tie him up with Emily through marriage, which is basically why she told her daughter to get closer to the young man. Madison tried to clarify with Aaron what he and the patriarch had been talking about for so long, and what they had discussed, in case she could find out something. But the boy replied that he could not reveal the details of a private conversation with Byron. It was strictly their personal business. Madison smiled innocently, replying that of course she understood and that the boy shouldn't think she was trying to interrogate him. She had come to tell him something. Aaron braced himself for the worst, but Madison let it slip that she was annoyed by her son's rude behavior and was late in apologizing because of a ritual that did not give her the opportunity to apologize. But the boy kindly replied that she didn't need to apologize. The incident with this duel was over, and he and Aiden had agreed on everything. The woman simply replied that she was glad to hear this and noted that Aaron appeared to be very mature for his young age. When they meet, she will definitely make a remark to her son, and hopes that in the future they will both get along and be close friends. Aaron smiled. It was a given, and they would definitely get along in the future. After all the Lionhearts were one family. Madison felt like a whiplash when she heard these words. Even though they were true, she felt disgusted to hear them from the impudent boy. But nevertheless, her appearance and not a single muscle on her face twitched. Aaron wanted to leave this woman as soon as possible, and asked if he could take his leave. Madison replied that she didn't want to keep him any longer and apologized for the time spent and wished the boy strength. As Jack left, he felt her piercing cold gaze on him. The matriarch Madison, the woman, was initially opposed to him because of her low origin. It would be best for him to minimize his meetings with this old hypocrite as much as possible. This could not end well. The old fox had something in mind. Madison watched the boy go, as usual, covering half her face with a fan. It would be more difficult with him than she thought, but she would weave a web around him. 2 days after talking with the patriarch, Brad arrived at the Aaron main branch estate. He missed his father incredibly. Justin volunteered to meet Brad when he arrived. 2 figures stood near the carriage, but Brad's face emitted a slight worry. The father still couldn't believe that his son was able to win the blood inheritance ritual. This thought just wouldn't leave his head. He was incredibly proud of him. It was his boy who was able to defeat the patriarch's children. Tears came to Brad's eyes. He was filled with incredible pride for his son. Aaron showed great talent from a young age, but he couldn't help bring it out on his own. He wasn't an experienced swordsman or rich enough to hire one. The father was incredibly worried that his son would encounter a monstrous reality during the test. The difference between the main and side branches could not be overcome by talent alone. But that's how it seemed to Brad. In reality, it turned out to be completely different. His son was able to defeat the children of the patriarch from the main branch, and pride in his son did not leave him from the moment he found out about it. He stood and pondered all this when he was called out to. He turned his head and saw his son in front of him, with the patriarch himself standing behind him at his side. The father instantly rushed towards his son, raising clouds of dust, and grabbed the boy in a bear hug, hugging him with all his might. He kept saying his son's name. He wanted to tell him so much. The man was incredibly proud of his boy. Tears were rolling down in a stream. Eren replied that when he left Gaidal, he told his father to expect good news. Did he not believe his words? And Eren keeps his word. The father stepped back a little and noted that the guy really said something like that without shame. He admitted it to himself, and apologized to his son for not believing in him right away. Byron watched all this action. The man stood motionless, not wanting to interrupt this sentimental moment. The time to introduce himself. Byron returned the compliments and introduced himself, and apologized for such a sudden and belated invitation to the estate. He offered his hand to Brad, who hastened to assure the gentleman that it was a real honor for him to be present in such a place. As much as Byron didn't want to ruin the reunion between father and son, he nevertheless invited Brad to an intimate conversation. This dialogue did not require delay. The man immediately agreed naturally. Not obeying the patriarch was a sign of bad manners, and they would still have enough time with their son to spend time together. He walked after the patriarch, looking at his son for the last time before leaving. When he came into the office, the patriarch told Brad everything he had said to Eren. At first he did not believe about the adoption, but Byron confirmed that his claim to the son was serious and his intentions objective. If he had Eren's kind of son, then Brad would also be treated with due respect, and there were a number of other advantages. Of course, seeing his father's vague reaction, the patriarch hastened to say that he understood how sudden this proposal was for his father. Brett was thinking about his words when he suddenly jumped up from the table and bowed in advance, apologizing if he seemed rude for his further words. He was sincerely glad that the patriarch had valued his son so highly, but being his father, he could not help but worry about his boy's future. Byron asked what kind of unrest he was talking about, but Brad was well aware of all the political intrigues within the family. Of course, he had no doubt that the patriarch had exceptionally good intentions, but Brad was worried that the rest of the family might not be so kind to the boy. The patriarch had 3 children, and if Eren were adopted, he would certainly become an outcast, and that was only in the best possible case. Of course, Byron understood what Brad was trying to tell him, but the patriarch himself had similar thoughts. But there were some nuances. Of course, he didn't want to put Eren's future in shackles and frames, but the Lionheart family was very strict and tough about blood purity, and, naturally, everyone would not leave the fact that a scion of a collateral branch would be accepted into the main family so easily. Even if the boy were to join the main line, he would not be able to inherit the title of patriarch. But if he did not allow greed to consume his mind, he would most likely be able to realize his incredible potential within the family. Despite the potential dangers, when Eren joins a family, he will have the opportunity to bond with other children. And as a result, having such friends, even more family members will guarantee him a bright and easy future. Of course, the patriarch's arguments were serious, and Brad agreed with their validity, but it was necessary to think everything through carefully. He apologized for not being able to give an answer right now, but he needed to discuss the proposal alone with his son. Eren was on the training ground as usual, honing his blade skills with constant swings that were hard to follow. Brad walked to his son depressed and upset. Internally, he understood what decision needed to be made for their common good. The son noticed his father, and also that judging by his face, the news had really hit him. He didn't want to make his father sad, but Brad looked incredibly depressed. Coming closer, the boy asked what was wrong with his father's expression after all. It was necessary for his father himself to begin to say what was bothering him most. The father approached him, and he noticed that in the boy's scabbard was the storm sword Vaynad, the weapon his son had chosen as a reward. Even if Brad sold all of the family's property, there wouldn't be enough money to buy something so valuable. All the facts depressed the man even more. But he gathered all his courage into a fist, and turning his gaze away from his son, said that the patriarch wanted to adopt Eren. Well, naturally, this news did not surprise the young man because he and Byron had recently talked about it. The father replied that he was not at all against his son becoming a child of the main branch, and that this would give him more chances for a great future. But nevertheless, the father's heart understood that, having chosen this path, the boy would have to overcome a huge number of obstacles, and life would treat him cruelly. Although the son was not embarrassed by this, of course, he agreed with his father's words. But besides this, his father knew his son very well. Eren would not allow anyone to stand in his way. Such determination amazed the father, and again tears appeared in his eyes. He was amazed by the will of his son and incredibly proud that he had such a boy. He walked up to his son with determination, took him by the shoulders, and looking into his eyes, reminded him that he got his name from Brad and his late mother, and Aaron must never forget that. Well, of course, Aaron will never forget this. Even after adoption, his only real father will remain Brad Lionheart. The father's soft heart could not contain this sentimentality, and he again hugged his son with all his might, sobbing on his shoulders. The guy thought to himself that this would still happen, although it would not be easy, but he would get the maximum benefit for himself from adoption. Aaron has no desire to become the head of the family, but apparently, everyone around him is probably convinced of the opposite, and will treat him accordingly. Naturally, the first people to keep an eye on him and watch his every move will be his wives, Amanda and Madison. The boy saw his father off, and he walked back mentally, imagining and developing 2 ways to deal with the general hostility. The first being to simply ignore it. The boy took out his blade again and began to continue practicing his strikes. Not fencing after all, he couldn't give up training. Of course, the second option was less diplomatic, and implied the destruction and domination of anyone who would show negativity towards him. The patriarch invited the families of all the children who had taken part in the blood inheritance ritual to the celebrations in honor of the triumph of the collateral branch, and no reason to reproach the patriarch. Brad felt uneasy being surrounded by so many noble families and persons, but he heard someone call his name. 2 male figures approached him, more Lionhearts. One of them remarked that Brad had raised an incredible son, and there was even talk that he would soon be able to join the main branch of the family. Another said that they had something that even the patriarch didn't have. A muscle-building potion. They were all lucky to meet here. And why shouldn't the comrades from the side branches get to know each other better? Aaron watched these old men, hoping that the arrogant old men would not notice him. Even with the naked eye, it was possible to see Arthur's father among them. Aiden stood at the end of the room, his head down in the shadow of his mother. He was uncomfortable being here, but Madison ordered him to keep his head up. Now, after Aiden's fiasco, everyone will compare his successes with Aaron's. It will be impossible to fall flat on his face in the future. When people look at them, his defeat in the duel with Aaron will come to mind. The fact that the children of the main branch were unable to win the ritual for the first time in history will become a laughing stock. The son was ashamed to listen to all this. Madison looked cruelly at her son and said that he could not simply put up with this, let him feel this humiliation. But there was no need to despair. Let everyone around laugh at him. He would still remain the son of the main branch. His mother's speech like this spoiled Aiden's already terrible mood, and he already regretted several times that he had been present here. But Madison leaned over him, taking her son by the shoulders. He felt uneasy from these touches. The mother said that Aaron would not be able to become a patriarch, but even in this case he should not relax. Her son has many shortcomings, so he needs to try even harder and get the title. And in the end, he will have to do everything to make friends with this upstart. He will have to do everything correctly. Aiden asked if it was because they were now brothers. Madison agreed, noting that they needed to try to strengthen the brotherly bond so that he would become his ally in the future. He agreed with his mother, but he couldn't even imagine how he would have to get together with Aaron, but he didn't dare voice it. He had no idea yet how this could be accomplished. Their relationship was strained and tough. Suddenly, Emily approached Aaron with a cake in her hands, clarifying that they would now be brothers and sisters. The girl did not stop chewing the cake. Aaron coldly agreed with her and walked on. Emily could barely keep up with his fast pace. Now Aaron would call her big sister. But Aaron didn't like the prospect because Emily was only a few months older, and the girl replied that her brother only called Emily younger because she was born 5 seconds later. But this was different. Nevertheless, the girl did not calm down. She wanted Aaron to call her older just once. There was nothing complicated about it. She circled over him, persuading him as best she could. He had never imagined it to call a 13-year-old girl an older sister. They will all die, then this material world will sound, after all. He is an unusual boy, and this snot tried to increase her importance for him. Caleb stood in the middle of the Patriarch's office and replied that he could not unconditionally accept Ron as his student. The Red Tower of Mages specialized in summoning magic. First, the boy would have to pass a test in the Kingdom of Orat. Ron clarified what would happen after he passed the test. Such a prospect frightened the firstborn of the Lionhearts, but he would do everything that was required of him. Caleb noted that if he passed the test, that would be great, but in his kingdom, the Lionheart name carried almost no weight, and if the boy did not show talent, the head of the tower would not be able to accept him as an apprentice. Ron was a little upset and despondent at the prospect, but nevertheless he quietly agreed, understanding what was required of him. Caleb will not abandon Ron since the magician is an old friend of Mr. Byron. His son will have many opportunities. At the very least, Caleb will protect Ron from discrimination and other criticism, trying to shield the boy from general hatred or hostility. He will also help Ron choose the right conditions for his type of magic. In general, he will do everything he can to help him become one of his students. Ron looked at the wizard with inspiration. His eyes lit up with curiosity and hoped that he would finally leave this cruel place. He will be happy in any case, even if he fails to become the Red Tower's leader's disciple, or if he gets a chance to forget about the oppressive atmosphere of his family. The boy looked at his father in hope perhaps he would give him some guidance or approval of his actions. Well, the patriarch put the boy in his place. He didn't have to wait for his approval. Joining and passing the test was solely Ron's choice. Amanda approached her son threateningly. The woman was going to influence her son's decision as best she could. She said that this case was a chance given by the patriarch. It had to be accepted with gratitude, for the boy would be able to practice magic, which he had loved all his life. The woman placed her hands on her son's shoulders and approached him menacingly, her gaze colder than ice. Ron was her son, and a potential heir to the title of patriarch. There was no need to forget that when he was training. But before the team could finish speaking, Byron harshly stopped them. The man was unhappy with his wife's behavior. The woman said softly that she just wanted to inspire their son to new beginnings. Thinking to herself that her adult rival Madison would be overjoyed if her son went to Erat, she didn't want to give her a reason to mock her. Unfortunately, she could no longer influence this. What happened next was entirely in the hands of her husband and son, on whom she did not count much. Ron never had the talents that all Lionhearts had. He was naive and weak-willed, and it would be better if he established connections with other wizards, increasing his power in the city. He will need to secure the necessary support in the future in order to strengthen his position in the family and the world. Amanda said that he was the legitimate son of the Lionheart family. He couldn't forget that. Noble blood flowed in his veins. The son looked down in fear and agreed with his mother. He had no other choice. Amanda was mortally frightening him. The next day after the banquet, Caleb and Ron set off for the kingdom of Arat, accompanied by servants, the patriarch and the first wife, who they watched as they left. All the families from the side branches went to their homes. After the ritual, there were urgent matters to attend to, and the estate became empty. Aaron and Brad settled into the spare quarters, the boy's father enjoying the luxury of mansions that he did not have. Aaron walked thoughtfully through the palace lobby today. For the first time since his reincarnation, he would practice his magic. There were only two ways to develop magic: breathing and physical training. Breathing was the process of collecting mana and the environment through inhalation and exhalation. Physical conditioning was the act of gathering mana throughout the entire body to strengthen it. Both processes were difficult, but breathing was a more effective training method. In his past life, he was used to developing mana through physical training, but following the advice of Monica and Gerald, he began to pay more attention to breathing. The Lionhearts developed mana only through breathing, a useful practice for him. Perhaps he will learn something new. Walking into the forest, Justin was already waiting for him at one of the trees. The man stood leaning on a branch and waited for the young man. The guy noted that Aaron had finally honored him with his presence, so without any further ado, it was time to get down to business. Of course, mana was floating around people, but there were sources of mana in the area where it was most concentrated. In the depths of the forest, in the Patriarch's domain, there was such a source, access to which was only available to the most trusted and closest relatives. The source did not appear by itself. It was created by the Herald 300 years ago. Artificially creating a mana source was almost impossible. His friend was a real talent. Justin noticed the thoughtful look on his future student's face and asked if he was nervous, flashing a smile at the boy. But in reality, Aaron was in real anticipation. He smiled from ear to ear, preparing for the upcoming training that would make him stronger. Justin replied that it would not be easy for him. He would, of course, help Aaron. But since it would be his first time, he would have to work very hard. At a younger age, it was easier to feel mana. Aiden and Emily started their training at 6. It took them 4 to feel mana, Aaron about 2 weeks. The children of the side branches begin training around Aaron's age, and it takes them about a month just to get a feel for mana. But Justin was betting that Aaron would need less time since they were in the source of mana, and he would help him as much as he could. Aaron asked how many days it should take. Justin suggested that about 10 would be enough, although he wasn't sure. Aaron must have replied that he understood everything to himself, thinking that Justin could have shoved those 10 days deeper into his loins. He wasn't going to spend that much time on a completely ordinary skill. Let his teacher prepare for a shock. Aaron will cope with this action in less than 10 minutes. After all, he still has knowledge from his past life. The couple approached a small house in the depths of the Patriarch's forest. He was looking forward to the upcoming training sessions. All the upstarts needed to be put in their place. They entered the small, nondescript building from the outside, and Justin opened the door, indicating that their path lay further on. There was a secret passage in the floor through which he and Aaron entered. The artificial mana source was right ahead. They found themselves in a large, round, empty room with several circles with hieroglyphs on the floor. Justin asked Aaron to sit in the center of the circle. He walked to the middle of the hieroglyphs and began to listen. Justin explained that the mana absorption technique, which was passed down from generation to generation, was the legacy of their ancestor, the Great Herald. The children of the side branches were forbidden to use this technique, so they resorted to the Scarlet Flame ritual, which is much inferior to the original. Justin decided to demonstrate the power of the original technique that had been kept in the Lionheart family for generations. It was a ritual of white flame. Aaron felt the enormous power emanating from Justin. He was engulfed in azure flame. Aaron never had the chance to personally experience the white flame ritual from his past life, but he clearly remembered its unique form. Aaron remembered his friend Harold. His mana layer was very high density surrounding his body, which materialized in the form of white flames, sometimes reminiscent of a lion's mane. He had never known what it was capable of in his past life, and he wanted to experience it as soon as possible. Justin leaned over the meditating Aaron and noted that since he wouldn't be able to feel the mana right away, he needed to concentrate on his breathing. But Justin didn't have time to say his sentence when he was interrupted by Aaron's voice. The boy already felt the mana. The guy didn't believe him, most likely it seemed to him. In his thoughts, he thought that maybe he was so concentrated that his feelings began to play tricks on the boy. Needing to show him the difference between the real and false sense of mana, Justin concentrated a small clot of mana. He pointed it towards Aaron, and the bluish glow circled around the meditating Aaron. The guy controlled the clot in order to move it in different directions. Aaron was silent, and Justin said that the boy couldn't feel it yet, but he was interrupted again by Aaron's cry. The boy pointed his finger at the current location of the clot. Noting that he could feel it, the boy's eyes were closed. Justin decided to reinforce his statement and began to move the clot of mana around the guy, but he accurately and every time determined where he was. In the end, Aaron got tired of playing with mana and asked how much longer they would be messing around with it. They still had a lot of things to do. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed to him that even 10 days was too optimistic a result. But the boy's rate of mastering magic was inexplicable. Someone chuckled to themselves, but they had to move on. Justin leaned over Aaron, preparing himself and thinking about the next task. Once young Lionheart felt the mana, he could move on. From that moment on, he was not allowed to speak a single word and focus on everything that was happening inside his body. The guy agreed, and again concentrated on his internal state most likely. He would surprise his teacher more than once. Justin sat down opposite him and Aaron placed his hands on his palms. The guy asked the boy to breathe slowly. He concentrated and began to do everything Justin told him to do. He could already feel the mana flowing and how it was penetrating his body. Justin said to imagine how with each breath Aaron takes in streams of mana as they rush into his body. You need to try to direct the mana in the right direction. As a result, the mother had to move into the heart, which was the core of any body. It would already direct the mana where it was needed. Once again, the boy did a great job. Justin noted out loud that he was doing a great job. Aaron was extremely focused. His appearance indicated that he had reached the ideal state of inner body feeling. A bluish glow enveloped his body. This exceeded all of Justin's possible expectations. The boy was an extraordinary talent. He was capable of manipulating mana within himself. All that was left was to wait for his body to accept it. Aaron kept focusing on the state, thinking about the situation he found himself in. What was happening to him now was pure madness based on his past life. Of course he knew how to focus and absorb mana. But while in this body, his senses and mana breath were at their peak, and you easily understood everything that was required of them. And he felt how with every breath there was more and more mana in his body. It cost him nothing to concentrate it where he needed it. However, it was worth remembering that such a childish young body had a limited limit, so it was worth stopping for now. The boy felt his core glowing with its energy. He had concentrated enough mana inside his heart. The boy opened his eyes and looked sternly at Justin. He still had a lot of strength left for further training. Justin looked at the boy's body and couldn't believe his eyes. The size of Aaron's core was astounding. Usually people started with small cores and practiced mana control diligently to grow it to the size the boy had now. He was impressed by this and called Aaron a real monster, offering him his hand to help him stand up since his legs were most likely numb. The guy stood up and asked if that statement was a compliment, to which Justin replied that it most likely was. But it was time for them to go back, and they moved back, climbing the same dark stairs inside the hut. The sun was at its zenith, and Justin continued his lecture. He began to explain that no matter how much a person developed, with the help of the flame, he would only have access to one core inside the body. However, once a certain threshold was crossed, the core split into several parts. When this happened, it was possible to more productively increase the mana in one's body. The interaction of several cores increased the strength of its owner several times. The Lionhearts called these cores stars. The progenitor of the White Flame was Harold the Great, who owned 10 stars at once. In the entire history of the Lionheart family, no one has ever been able to achieve such a number. Justin himself and the Patriarch had 6 stars each. Aiden, Emily, and Ron each created 1 star. After all, they were talented enough for the Lionhearts. But Justin wasn't sure that Ron would be able to split his core within the next year, although Emily and Aiden certainly could. Since Aiden and Emily started training Manus at the age of 6, it will most likely take them 8 years to go from 1 star to 2. Aaron asked what predictions awaited him. After all, it was necessary to take into account the fact that Aaron's abilities were amazing. Justin replied that the boy would be the fastest of all the Lionhearts, provided that he did not avoid training. The boy promised his teacher that he would do everything in his power to realize his potential, thinking to himself that not only had he been reborn into a body that was superior in quality to his past, but he had also inherited the Herald's mana training method. He would not allow the potential of his current body to rot. The 10 stars were still in the boy's mind. Although he was not sure if he could reach the same level, he needed to learn all the details while he was training with the White Flame. If something was in his way, he would simply rearrange it to suit himself. The boy silently thanked the Herald. Because he passed on the ritual of the White Flame to his descendants, Aaron would be able to achieve much higher results. After some time, they reached the estate grounds and found themselves in front of the entrance. Justin was pleased with the result. He would report to his brother about everything that had happened today. Most likely Aaron was tired and needed to go gain strength before the next training session. The boy thanked his teacher for his concern and was already looking forward to the next day. Aaron watched his teacher leave, thinking that now was not the time to rest. His fatigue would disappear as if by magic after a short sleep. Since he had now begun to train his mana, he had a lot of work ahead of him. He was eager to test what else his new body was capable of. But he was brought out of his thoughts by Kelly's scream, the maid running to her master. She was glad to see her master safe and sound, and also surprised that he had returned so soon. Aaron asked his maid to go to his room and bring the blade. He wanted to check something. After Callie brings Vinayad, Aaron undresses him and wonders if what he has planned will work. Concentrating her mana on the blade, Kaylee strikes a strong gust of wind, and the fragile body flies away from the rising storm with a squeal. A mysterious voice recognizes Aaron as the reincarnated Nathan. Now the wind is raging around the guy, and he himself is in the center of what is happening. Aaron also recognizes his interlocutor. He remembers this voice thanks to Nathan's memories. Now the guy is talking to the king of wind spirits himself, named Petrol. In addition to the whistling of the storm, a voice can be heard asking Nathan if he has been reincarnated. Aaron's hair flew up. Aaron doesn't understand how he recognized Nathan. It must be explained that the spirit would never forget his soul, Gerald's companion Nathan. Even after so many years, even in a new body, the soul remains the same. It had been many years since anyone had called upon the Storm Sword, and he wondered if it might be one of the Gerald's descendants. But then the spirit sensed his soul. It was time to ask Stormcloak the question that was bothering Aaron, why the Herald hadn't killed all the Demon Kings. Stormfly watched over them. Even after Nathan's death, he continued to fight side by side with them, so let him speak now. In the battle with the Demon of Imprisonment, Herald sheathed his blade. Stormcloak assures that he does not know what was on Herald's mind. All the hostility in his soul was reflected on Aaron's face after hearing the news. They despised the demons, and his comrade dared to sheathe his sword in front of them. That last battle was fierce, but the same cannot be said about its outcome. By the end of the battle, everyone was defeated. Only the Herald and the Demon of Imprisonment could stand on their feet. The Herald lowered his sword. He did not kill the Demon King of Imprisonment, and did not head towards the castle of the King of Destruction. Listening to all this, Aaron stands motionless. But from rage, the storm around him seemed to have settled in his soul. His teeth are clenched, his grin is showing, and his eyes are sparkling with the desire to destroy everything around him. He's had enough of this nonsense. Aaron had heard earlier that Gerald had made a deal with the King of Imprisonment, and right now he wants to know what that deal was. Unfortunately, Petrel knows nothing about the terms of that deal and cannot speak about it. This makes the guy start shouting insults at what this windblower even knows. The only ones who knew the details were those who had participated in that battle. And by the time the Herald sheathed his sword, Stormcloak could no longer hear anything. Now Aaron will have to go and ask the Herald's corpse itself, since according to Stormcloak, everyone who was there was dead. His incessant cries are interrupted by the languid voice of Stormfur, who warns that there is almost no time left. With his current mana supply, Aaron technically can't summon him. He opened the gate himself when he sensed his soul, but now it's time for him to close it. When Aaron yells at him to answer him now, Stormfur says that it will be better next time, when the boy is strong enough. There was no more strength left to scream. Blood started to flow from his nose, and the guy himself clearly felt ill. As soon as the wind disappears, Aaron falls to the ground unconscious, and Callie, who was watching what was happening, is already worried. It is unknown how long Aaron has been unconscious. He was moved to the bed, so now the guy is gaining strength. Suddenly the guy opens his eyes. Consciousness returned too abruptly, and a sharp pain covered his head. His hands are shaking from weakness. This feeling is already known. He spent all his mana, and this makes sense, considering its meager supply. Spirits have the ability to remember various living beings by their souls. This is how Stormy Petrel found Aaron. He recognized him as Nathan's soul. All this time, in the corner of his mind, the thought was spinning that he was not the reincarnation of Nathan at all, but only an entity that had inherited his memories. But now he is absolutely sure that he was able to be reborn. He is still the same Nathan who lived 300 years ago. The door opens slightly and Kelly looks in, noticing that the gentleman has come to his senses. As befits a servant, she's interested in his well-being. But for Kelly, this is not only a duty, but also a human concern. Aaron says he's fine and asks how long he slept. Approaching his bedside, she replied that about midday, the others must have become very agitated. The Patriarch and Master Justin are in the next building right now. Kelly will let them know that Aaron is awake. After some time, the Patriarch and his brother appeared in Kelly's place, standing over Aaron's bed, wanting to clarify the subtleties of the situation. Kelly had already told the Patriarch everything. As soon as Aaron pulled the sword out of its sheath, a raging wind engulfed him. Everything was said with a face full of surprise. They understood that he had managed to summon the spirit. Given the size of the storm, there must have been quite a few witnesses. Aaron can't reveal the whole truth, but at least it's worth giving away a small part of it. So the guy honestly admits that the king of wind spirits appeared to him. Justin is amazed by this. He also says that Storm first said that he wanted to see who was calling to him, since it had been a long time since the last time, and makes an innocent face. Justin seemed to become even more frightened by this news. No one since the time of the Great Herald had managed to summon the King of Spirits. Confirming this, Aaron adds that the King of Spirits himself said the same thing and his strength is not yet enough. He said that he was looking forward to the day when they could meet again, and immediately return to the spirit world. The Patriarch's good-natured laughter is heard, and he says that Aaron is truly an incredible child. Justin also told the Patriarch about what happened in the mana source. Aaron sensed the mana in an instant and even managed to create a core using the white flame ritual. This fact alone is incredibly amazing, to think that he managed to attract the attention of the Wind Spirit King himself. The Patriarch says that after a short rest, Justin will again help Aaron with training. He had intended to leave this place after the blood inheritance ritual was completed, but now he was sure that watching Aaron grow would be more important. While Aaron appreciates it very much, he would not like to take up too much of the Patriarch and Sir Justin's time. Justin waves his finger in the negative and asks them not to think about their help. In that way, he is very lucky to be mentoring Aaron. Of course, Justin will be teaching Aiden and Emily at the same time, and the Patriarch will help with this too. Thinking about his brother's words, the old man began to wonder how great this would all be. It would be good if this could help the twins become more motivated. At this time, Emily talks about Aaron and how he has already discovered the first star. She told this to Aiden, and in response, he said nothing other than that he knew about it. With a brutal acceptance of reality, Emily concludes that it took them forever. Aiden asks not to exaggerate. Even for the main branch, 1 month is an outstanding result. But his expression says quite the opposite. He is depressed by such success. Emily, on the other hand, is intrigued, because Aaron has an undeniably outstanding result, reaching 1 star on the very first day. Then the boy, waving his sword, takes off from his place and rushes forward. His sister does the same. Apparently they are training in the form of a duel. She swings her blade. The guy barely manages to block her attack and puts his sword under it. Aaron was still lying in bed, supposedly resting, but in reality waiting for the moment when the Patriarch and his brother left. Getting out of bed, the boy can't wait to start training, and he takes his sword in his hands again. Having exposed the blade, a blue spirit appears next to him, looking more like a fairy. A low-level spirit, Sylphid. Aaron believes that with his current mana reserves, this is all he can do. Understanding this, the guy still tries to ask if her king told her anything. In response, there was only silence given the intelligence of low-level spirits. It was unlikely that a dialogue would be possible with her. With a terrible expression on his face, he asks to convey that if the Spirit King lied, he will personally finish him off. Still, despite the low intelligence rating, the fairy frowned at such words as if she was offended. Most likely this is true, because after that, she flies away and disappears away from the guy. Nathan is the only one who died in the castle of the imprisoned king. Everyone else was reborn in the demon realm. And now the only ones who know about the Herald's deal with the demon king are most likely killed. Still, after thinking carefully, Aaron decided that he would need to look into Helmud. Not only in Helmud, but also in Arot, a city founded by Nathan's friend Lexi. He also needs to get to Eurus, which was founded by the Blessed Deborah. Further on to Luhar. In all these lands, he has a chance to track down his old companions. However, it won't be possible to go right now. It's simply impossible to go such a long way with a child's body. But one day that day will come, and Aaron is determined to get there. Time flew by very quickly. The body grew, as did Aaron himself. Now he's 17 years old. Admiring himself in the mirror, he himself understands that he has the right physique, because he trained literally every day until he lost his strength. Thanks to the white flame ritual, Aaron has already reached the 3rd star, an amazing result. But this is not enough. For now, he is weaker than the strongest descendants of Gerald, Justin, and the Patriarch. To fully realize the potential of this beautiful body, he must learn the things he ignored in his past life. In the courtyard, Eren makes a statement that he plans to go to Eret to learn magic. It sounds like nonsense to Aiden, who looks at him with a questioning expression on his face. This morning, Eren trained as usual using the White Flame ritual. The brother immediately begins to understand what Eren is leading to and cannot believe it. The guesses were never voiced out loud, but Eren smugly glanced at Aiden, confirming them. Having created mana around himself, the boy demonstrates that 3 stars of white flame are burning in his chest. With a trembling hand, Aiden points to what he sees. It makes no sense to him. Eren began training his mana 7 years after Aiden, but managed to form a 3rd star while he was busy with the 2nd. But for Eren, it is possible, of course. In his opinion, he is a genius. Such pride irritates Aiden. He wants to kill his brother right on the spot, but he shouldn't be so malicious. Aiden, with an irritated face, tells Eren that it is he who beats him half to death every morning. Eren, standing in front of him, counters this statement by saying that Aiden himself wanted them to train together in the mornings. The boy is embarrassed and turns away in frustration, trying not to look his sparring opponent in the eye when he says that he's not forcing him to do this. Aiden asks Eren with anger in his voice why he suddenly wanted to learn magic. Doesn't he remember what happened to Ron? Immediately after the blood inheritance ritual, he headed to the kingdom of Eret, following Sir Roberian, but he was unable to prove himself worthy of being the Tower Master's apprentice. For the next 4 years, he was no better than a servant in the wizard's tower. Ron failed to achieve anything, despite his connections and opportunities. Eren threateningly cuts off Aiden's monologue, telling him that he's been a bit talkative, and the frightened guy asks if he's said anything unnecessary. Aiden tells his brother that he should have stayed in the main estate instead of getting cocky and trying to become a mage. Turning nervously away so that his brother wouldn't see his face, he says that if Eren goes to Eret, their sister Emily will be very upset. Eren casually asks if he means the girl who doesn't talk to him and trains alone. Throwing down his training sword, he leaves with a light heart, saying after him that he doesn't believe Aiden's words. The amazed boy asks where he is going. Eren openly admits that he is going to meet the Patriarch, because he plans to tell him that he has reached the 3rd star and also ask for approval. He walks confidently towards the Patriarch, not doubting his own strength. Aiden, standing behind him, is clearly not delighted with what is happening. Aiden also dropped his sword, and is angry that Eren suddenly wants to learn magic. Sitting in his office, Patriarch Byron is taken aback by Eren's statement and asks him again if he really wants this. The guy confidently answers that yes, he wants to go to Arad in order to learn magic in the circle of its users. In the entire history of their family, no one had ever reached the 3rd star at such a young age. If he continued to try, he would be able to open the 4th star before he came of age. Eren says that in the morning, after opening the 3rd star, he realized that his current training was not enough. It was too insignificant. He wants to learn everything he can, even though he doesn't know if he has a predisposition for magic, but if he starts learning now, he will be able to look at the concept of mana from a different angle. After all, the very fact of learning something new is an invaluable experience, and Eren is confident that it will bear fruit. He bows deeply to Byron and politely asks his permission, addressing him by his formal title. After thinking for a while, Byron looks at him and asks the boy to raise his head, and he obeys his request. Byron says he cannot ruin such a strong desire to learn. Even as a patriarch, he claims to understand it. However, Byron makes the boy promise that he will never practice dark magic under any circumstances. In the Kingdom of Eret, there is a dark tower of magicians where they learn terrible witchcraft. Unlike in the past, there are no longer any nasty rumors about them, and people do not see them as a big threat. But they, the proud Lionhearts, are the descendants of Vermouth the Great, one of the greatest heroes of history. That is why dark magic is strictly forbidden for their dynasty, explains Patriarch Byron to Eren. Eren thinks about demon kings, demons, dark magicians. He is well aware of their monstrous deeds. Coming out of his thoughts, he turns to the Patriarch Byron and asks him not to worry about this. He confidently states that he unequivocally despises dark magic, thereby giving the floor to the Patriarch Byron. Eren moves forward. The walls are covered with a pattern of gold. The floor is made of white marble. He hears someone knocking on the side door asking to talk to him, but Eren says that if he wants to talk, he should go out into the hallway. Emily explains that she smells after training. She asks if he is really leaving for Arad. Eren asks if Aiden told her about this. Emily confirms his assumption, and also says that she was told about Eren reaching the 3rd star. She asks why Eren is leaving. He replies that he wants to learn magic. Emily says that he already has spiritual magic, even if he lacks family magic. It is not necessary to move. They can hire a capital professor of magic. And if he leaves, she says, Eren risks allowing her and Aiden to catch up to him in strength. Eren admits that if they had caught up with him in strength, as she said, it would have been much more fun. He also mentions with a smile that he and Emily haven't sparred in person for a long time. Upset, Emily asks her brother if he will stay if she becomes his sparring partner. Eren warns that he will leave anyway. Emily offendedly calls him a fool. She asks how long he will be gone. Aaron replies that he will know better when he arrives. However, it will most likely take several years. Emily is outraged by the too long term. There is nothing good in leaving her native lands. Emily asks her brother if he thought about his father before leaving. Aaron assures that his father will be fine without him. He has already completely gotten used to life here. And thanks to regular hunting, he even managed to lose weight. Emily states that their uncle will be very upset. Aaron responds evasively to such a statement. She mentions her brother. Earlier when he came in, he seemed down, Emily notes. Aaron is amused by this, but alas, he still has to go to Arad to learn magic. Finally, he wishes his sister good luck in her future training, which greatly upsets Emily. After Aaron leaves, Emily secretly peeks out from behind the door at her brother's figure as he walks away into the distance. She, standing and holding onto the massive door, shouts after him in surprise, asking if he is really going to leave. In response, he just waves his hand without even turning around. Emily, out of sadness, cannot hold back her tears and, out of emotion, again calls him a fool. She admits to herself with annoyance that she too doesn't want Aaron to go so far from home. Aaron, in full uniform, stands in front of his father, who is sitting in a chair in a large and spacious hall. His father kindly asks him not to get into trouble upon arrival in Arat, and not to shirk his studies. In response, Aaron humorously asks his father not to stop taking care of himself, just because he is not around. Rising heavily from his chair, a mature man, his father Brad, laughs at his son's joke. He is pleasantly surprised to realize that his son Aaron has become much taller than him at such a young age. He looks him in the eye with pride and asks his son to take care of himself in foreign lands. All members of the Lionheart family stand in the clearing in front of the portal to see Aaron off. Patriarch Byron wonders if Aaron really doesn't need guards on the road for safety. In response, the guy assures without a doubt that he will be able to stand up for himself if necessary and asks not to worry. Byron muses that it was only to be expected. At such a young age, he had already reached the 3rd star. Ron and Aaron are like heaven and earth. Everyone except Aiden and Emily look at Aaron getting ready to leave with enthusiasm and even joy. Emily stands behind her brother, embarrassed by her emotions, and Aiden just looks quite worried. Aaron asks his father to stop crying. He was holding up well until now. So why did he break down right before he left? The guy asks. He tells his father that even his tears won't make him stay, so why not say goodbye to his son with a smile on his lips? Gathering his strength, but still with tears in his eyes, his father lifts his head and smiles at his son through his tears. Aaron turns around and heads straight for the portal, ready to hit the road. In the end, he only tells his family that they will see each other again, trying to cheer up those upset by his departure. The capital of the Kingdom of Magicians, Arat, the Pentagon, a large and bright city, a citadel of technology. 5 magical towers form a pentagon, and in the very center there is a beautiful castle. Sitting in the carriage, the guy thinks that in his past life he had already been here, but the capital had changed a lot. A floating station. Only in the Kingdom of Arat can you find a teleportation gate located in the sky, in order to keep the station in the air. Many different types of magic are used. Thus, this symbolizes the perfection of Arat's knowledge and her demand throughout the world. Isn't this wonderful? Asks the girl sitting opposite Aaron. This beautiful view is one of the cultural treasures of their kingdom, explains the Pentagon City Guide. There are a total of 15 floating stations in the capital, and all of them were created by Sanamudra. This information amazes the listening guy. He asks if these flying chariots are her invention, looking at the carriage in which they soared through the sky. The girl guide enthusiastically confirms his suspicions and adds that there is no need to worry. Although these technologies are several hundred years old, they are regularly checked and are in excellent condition, so the risk of an accident is practically zero. The guide had already started telling about the route around the capital, but at that moment, her monologue was interrupted by a guy. Putting his hand forward in a gesture, he first wants to look into Lexi the Wise's estate. Aaron confesses to the girl guide. The girl notes that this is a great choice. Being in the Pentagon, he must definitely see 3 things: the estate of Lexi the Wise, the magic towers, and the night view of the city. At this moment, they fly over the city, over a busy street where ordinary people go about their business and live their lives. 300 years ago, immediately after returning from the demonic lands, Lady Lexi became the youngest tower master in the history of the kingdom. A statue was erected in her honor. It is located in the park of the Green Magic Tower. Lexi the Wise almost always remained in her estate. 200 years ago, she suddenly left, leaving only a message saying that she needed rest. Aaron asks the girl's guide if it is known where she ended up going. Not the slightest idea, the girl admits. A huge number of Lexi's students and other magicians tried to find her traces, but all in vain. No one was able to find out where Lexi the Wise went and when she would return. What's even more annoying is that the day she left fell on her own birthday. It's just her guess, but she thinks she went to the demon world of Helmud. This surprises Aaron greatly, and he asks the guide girl why she had to do this. 200 years, exactly a century, has passed since the day she had to leave her comrade Nathan and return home from the demonic lands. Ms. Lexi couldn't stop thinking about her dead friend.
Her heart was thirsty for revenge. That's why she decided to leave, the girl says. Sir Nathan is said to have been in love with Mistress Lexi, and he confessed this in the last seconds of his life. In a rage, Aaron clutches the paper in his hand and rudely asks what kind of nonsense the girl guide is talking about, calling her a horny nerd. The frightened girl breaks out of her daydream and enthusiasm and asks him again what he meant. Having regained control over himself, Aaron, frightened by himself, tries to justify his sharp anger. The girl notes that apparently he doesn't like the idea of affection between the two heroes, in response to which the guy answers evasively. She reports that there are other theories regarding Miss Lexi's sudden disappearance. Everyone knows that Lexi the Wise hated demons, and the Dark Magic Tower as well. Aaron is not interested in his story. Austin said that there is another theory, hiding the information that Mrs. Lexi hated demons and the Dark Magic Tower, and until the very end opposed its existence. Austin also told the guy about some people's assumptions about this. It turns out that some were saying that the cruel magicians who insisted on building that tower were to blame for the girl's death. To this, Aaron confidently replied that such scum could never kill her. Austin agreed with him and said that this theory had previously been subject to much criticism. Aaron fell silent and lost in his thoughts. He thought about how the dark mages weren't strong enough to lay a finger on Lexi. But as for the Demon King, he couldn't know. At that time, Helmut communicated with the Kingdom of Arot through the Dark Tower. This means that Lexi's existence was a big hindrance to them. Aaron realized that this must be the only reason they decided to get rid of her. Meanwhile, the coachman had already delivered the boys to the designated place, and they left the carriage in a calm frame of mind. Austin looked at the guy with a smile on his face, while Aaron, looking at the estate, wondered if Lexi was really dead. In the square in front of the estate, Aaron saw a crowd of people gathered, many of whom desperately begged for help with the exam and acceptance into the Tower of Magicians. Aaron quietly muttered to Austin that there was a lot of activity around, to which Austin explained to the boy that all these people were students preparing to enter the magic towers. Austin also explained the reason for their plea for help, as their financial situation did not allow them to stay here on a permanent basis, after which he warned Aaron that just entering the estate required tens of thousands. Aaron only asked the reason for such high prices, to which Austin replied that the reason for this was the huge flow of people willing to pay for everything. Austin also told the guy about a myth that if you pray in front of the portrait of Mrs. Lexi in the main hall, you will be able to pass the exam for admission to the Magic Tower. Aaron did not attach any importance to this. In the meantime, they had already approached the entrance, where they were met by a security guard. Austin handed him his pass, and he began to carefully check it. Seeing the Lionheart family crest on the pass, the guard immediately hesitated and began to stutter in confusion. A second later, the door to the room opened, and the guys were invited to enter with all honors and respect. Austin warned Aaron that he would stay outside and wait for him, and wished him a pleasant viewing in time. Finally freed from the guy's annoying accompaniment, Aaron waited for the door to close behind him and quickly changed his mood. With a confident grin on his face, he stood in front of the landing and wanted to see how this very girl, Lexi, lived. Walking along the long corridors of the estate, Aaron thought about how huge it really was in its size, and also remembered the words of the scoundrels about the girl sitting in it for hundreds of years. He remembered an episode from his past in which a girl asked him about his plans for the future. Then Nathan looked at her with a puzzled expression, as he did not understand the reason for such an unexpected question. He asked Lexi about this, to which she replied that the guy was already wasting the best years of his life fighting for others, and stated that later he would still have to take on his own happiness. After thinking about it briefly, Nathan replied that he had never really thought about it. The girl just smirked and gestured towards the sleeping, snoring Hank, after which she said that this fat man declared that he wanted to become king in the future. Nathan laughed at this and declared that desire alone was not enough to ascend the throne. Unexpectedly, Lexi became embarrassed and blushed, revealing that despite everything, this was his desire, because no one forbade them to dream. The guy was puzzled by the girl's change in mood and, with his mouth open in surprise, asked if she was drunk. And right after his question, Nathan remembered that he had once said these very same words, for which he was now very ashamed, because now they seemed complete nonsense to him. Lexi immediately yelled at him and stated that she was actually trying to be serious, to which Nathan calmed down and asked about her plans for the future. At that very moment, the girl became embarrassed and modestly replied that she actually wanted to live a normal life, get married, and have a child. Aaron looked at her portrait on the wall, replaying in his head the words of the girl he had last met in the distant past. From the portrait, such a calm, shy Lexi looked at him with lifeless eyes. Her light turquoise eyes gave off a gentle glow, and her lips were raised in a shy smile. Looking at her indifferently through the portrait, Aaron wordlessly conveyed to the girl that she should meet a good man, get engaged, and calmly spend the rest of her life with him. Just as the guy tried to touch Lexi through her portrait, a servant suddenly appeared next to him and said that touching things was prohibited. Aaron turned sharply to face him and pierced him with a look full of hatred. Aaron also quickly walked away from the servant, thinking that he had not come here to look at the portraits, and that the estate also had a huge library that occupied an entire floor. Already in the library, he was sorting through the books on magic that were stored in piles on the shelves, thinking that Lexi had probably left behind some kind of clue. Immediately, the servant appeared behind him again and reminded Aaron of the prohibition. Aaron was annoyed because now he wouldn't be able to get any information and would only be able to look at the titles on the covers. A second later, the guy remembered the moment from the treasury, when he again saw his necklace with rewritten memories on the backing. Taking the crystal in his hands, which immediately sparkled with a red glow, Aaron recalled all the secrets and mysteries of the necklace. Aaron realized that his rebirth was not a simple coincidence, and if Lexi was somehow involved in this, she definitely should have left some kind of clue behind. Finding himself in front of the girl's portrait again, Aaron went through in his head all the places in the estate that he had managed to go around, but he couldn't find anything. He put his hand on his head, trying to think of something, but no good idea came to his mind. After a few minutes, Aaron finally decided that he would continue doing what he had planned, because if Lexi wanted to tell him something, she would definitely leave at least one slight hint. Taking a quick glance at the servant who was passing by him, Aaron could think of nothing better than to yell at the girl through the portrait, that if she didn't like his behavior, she should find him in person. He was silent for the next few minutes, and then turned and walked away, hoping that she was still alive. Austin was already meeting Aaron in a wonderful mood at the exit from the estate. He waited for the guy for quite a long time, because it was already dark outside. With one movement of his hand, Aaron threw him a gold coin as an additional payment for such a long wait, and Austin, in turn, lit up with joy and thanked the guy. Afterwards, he asked Aaron where he planned to go next, and also suggested that this city is popular among tourists. There are many amazing restaurants here, to which Aaron suggested going straight to the magic tower. After a while, the boys were sitting silently in a four-wheeled cart, hovering above the dark clouds and illuminated by 3 lanterns attached to the seats. The bright moon was half hidden, hiding in the dark blue sky. Aaron was the first to break the silence, asking Austin one question. Seeing that he was willing to listen to him, Aaron confessed to the guy that, in fact, Lord Lionheart was his older brother, after which he asked if Austin knew him. Austin was slightly puzzled by this question and, stuttering a little, answered Aaron that the name of Lord Lionheart was known to absolutely all the young magicians in the Pentagon. Aaron continued and explained that due to some coincidence, he himself ended up in debt to the Red Tower, and his older brother spent 4 years in the kingdom of Arat. He asked Austin if he could tell him the rumors that surrounded him, but upon hearing the request, Austin trembled and only pursed his lips. Aaron explained to him that he had never had the chance to talk to the Lord since his adoption, and that was why it was so important for him to learn about him so as not to screw up when they met. After this, he promised that no matter what, he would not be angry, and would under no circumstances tell anyone about this conversation, to which he swore on the Lionheart name. Aaron looked at Austin intently and assured him that all he had to do was tell him about the rumors. Austin, who had completely fallen apart and was looking down at the floor, afraid to look at the guy, only replied that he didn't know as much as he expected to hear from him. He admitted that there was talk in the city about Lord Lionheart's frequent adventures outside the tower at night, to which Aaron asked the guy what exactly he meant by adventures. Remembering that Lod was only 2 years older than him, which would make him 19 years old, Aaron told Austin that at his age, it was only natural to pamper himself. Austin quickly stopped Aaron and explained that his brother's adventures were not quite ordinary fun, after which he tried to say the reason but stuttered again. Aaron encouraged him a little and asked him to continue, trying to help him with the wording. Austin immediately dared to finish what he had started, and with a smile admitted that this very fun was demonic creatures called succubi. Having heard this, Aaron also smiled, supporting the guy's mood. However, a second later he became enraged and shouted statements against his brother's actions. Clenching his fists with all his might, Aaron yelled at Austin, saying how these creatures even came to be in this city, since they weren't somewhere in Helmud, where there were plenty of succubi. Austin just put his hands in front of him and asked the guy to calm down, after which he explained in a panic that despite the fact that they were not in Helmud, the Dark Tower of the Magicians was located very close. He also explained that not only dark magicians live in the tower, but also some types of demons. Aaron just covered his face with his hand, mentally cursing Lod, and a few seconds later asked Austin if Lod had had fun with the succubi from the Dark Tower. Austin replied that it was not for amusement, but for pleasure, and tried to explain that such a place exists in every city, and reported that even in Arat an abandoned alley had formed, now used for wicked purposes. He told Aaron that this alley was famous for its black market, but there were also several establishments that provided succubus services, and if rumors were to be believed, the gentleman often used them. Aaron immediately asked the servant about the location of this alley, to which Austin replied that the place was called Bolero, but the entrance to it was not open every day. Aaron thought irritably that he himself hadn't planned to meet the Lord in the first place. He just wanted to focus on his own concerns, keeping a distance between them. However now, knowing that this bastard, the one called the eldest son of the Lionhearts, the descendant of the Herald, was having fun with succubi, Aaron was ready to break his plans. Suddenly, Austin broke the momentary silence and reminded the guy to keep their conversation a secret, to which Aaron quickly replied that he shouldn't worry, because he personally swore to it. However, in his thoughts, Aaron was already dealing with his brother, but he still understood that what he had heard was just unproven rumors. After which he decided that until he personally found solid evidence, he should refrain from this idea. Aaron then turned his thoughts to Bolero Alley, going over in his head all the words Austin had said about its location. Some time passed before the boys arrived at the Red Tower. It was already deep night outside, and the street was illuminated only by lanterns and light from the windows of houses and the tower. At the entrance, they were met by a girl. Her hair was long, bright lavender. Her sweet face was complemented by large amber eyes, and she was dressed in a burgundy scarlet cape, and on her head sat a large cone-shaped hat. Taking off her hat, the girl introduced herself as Monica, after which she explained that she was a magician from the Red Tower. Afterwards, she smiled a radiant smile and said that the master was waiting for them on the top floor, and also admitted that he had planned to meet them in person, but some difficulties had arisen. Suddenly, a roar came from the upper floor, and a powerful explosion occurred. The girl became scared and immediately felt awkward, since the meeting did not turn out as she expected. Aaron calmly raised his head towards this window and asked what happened there. As he looked at it, Monica began to explain with embarrassment that the Red Tower often specialized in summoning magic, and among all types of magic, summoning had the highest failure rate. Suddenly, small creatures with tails, reminiscent of devils, flew out of the broken window with a loud squeal. Following them, 2 human hands reached out and grabbed the flying monsters at once, causing them to let out a deafening squeal and gradually begin to incinerate. After the creatures completely disappeared, a man with long blonde hair fluttering in the wind flew out of the window. He was covered in a maroon cloak like Monica's. The man slowly hovered in the air and gradually dispelled his spell. Suddenly, with a displeased expression, he turned towards the window and shouted at the people in the room that they were real idiots. He scolded them for calling these very devils called shadow beasts from the Labashak circle. Afterwards, the man became furious and also scolded the students for this because they can't even imagine what could have happened if they had let these creatures go, since the shadow beasts don't have a drop of intelligence. A group of 3 students sat on the floor with their eyes downcast and only mumbled in turn that they were very sorry. The man completely lost his patience and immediately demanded that they quickly gather their belongings and get out of the tower in a flash. Suddenly, he looked down and discovered that the guests who had arrived were silently watching everything that was happening at the entrance. At that very moment, the magician descended towards them and stood facing Aaron, who was respectfully waiting for him. Caleb lands and greets Aaron with a bright smile, noting that he has grown a lot since their last meeting. He admits that he barely recognized the changed Aaron, who replies that Caleb, on the contrary, has not changed much. The man agrees with him, explaining his unchanged appearance of the rejuvenation magic he uses. In his own thoughts, the guy comes to the conclusion that in fact the man is different from the Caleb he met 5 years ago, thanks to mana training. He sees it perfectly. He's very strong, but he's not even close to Lexi, but it's still a more than decent tower level. Caleb admits that Byron has already informed him of his interest in studying magic. Aaron confirms his knowledge. The man says that magic is a fascinating art. Although it is difficult to master, he is sure that Aaron will cope with it perfectly. Suddenly, the blonde man's attention is drawn to something on the side, and he immediately turns his sideways gaze to the source of the sound. The massive door on the left creaks. One of its heavy doors is slightly open. Caleb uses magic to remotely open the doors wide open, and the man standing and eavesdropping behind them is very frightened by this and lets out a scream. The man behind the door turns out to be Ron Lionheart, a thin and extremely nervous man with a skinny build and a sullen face. When Aaron sees him, his expression suddenly changes to one of extreme contempt, and he feels hatred towards him for his connections with the succubi. The blonde man turns to Ron and asks him why he doesn't greet his brother Aaron. Ron begins to blush and sweat with anxiety, shifting awkwardly from foot to foot as he tries to think of an answer. Without waiting for his answer, Aaron, with a fierce face, says that he's glad to meet them and expresses the hope that they will not interfere with each other. The thin man, overcome with fear, hesitantly agrees with his brother's statement. Annoyed by the boy's behavior, Caleb tells him to go back and sit down to read since he has nothing better to do. The awkward Ron obediently follows the blonde's order, leaving the room and closing the massive door behind him. A sullen Caleb and an equally sullen Aaron watch him leave in silence, waiting for the final slam of the door closing. The blonde expresses regret that he had to witness such a sight immediately after arriving. Aaron assures that everything is fine. Caleb mentions a letter from Mr. Byron, who said that Aaron does not want to study personally with the blonde man. Aaron replies that he did not want to burden the Tower Master once again. Moreover, if he took lessons from Caleb, people would start to speak unflatteringly about the Lionheart family. That's why Aaron decided to learn magic on his own. The guy with glowing eyes proudly and firmly declares. Caleb agrees with him and suggests a plan of action where the man will not burden Aaron with expectations and will not interfere with the learning process. If he needs anything, he can contact Monica at any time. Aaron thanks him for that. While the boy is in Arut, he can live in their tower, although it is not as luxurious as the Lionheart estate, but quite suitable for living. Aaron then immediately asks Caleb for permission to visit the library of their tower. The action of the story moves forward 1 month to the Red Tower of the Magicians of Arut. Aaron visited the spacious and bright library of the tower every day without fail. It contained a huge number of books on magic. Aaron would come there early in the morning to read as many of these books on magic as he could and return to his room late at night. But this does not mean that he devoted time exclusively to magic. In the few hours it took to go to the library, he trained his mana. And just before going to bed, he diligently trained his body with physical exercise and fencing exercises. Because of this, he often did not get enough sleep, but thanks to his strong genes, he was able to get rid of fatigue in just a few hours. Aaron reflects on the fact that he has read absolutely every book in the local library and thinks that perhaps it is time. 300 years ago, Lexi created a flawless method of manipulating magic. At first, it was her personal method, but after becoming the master of the Green Tower, many magicians throughout the capital began to adopt her knowledge. Circle. By gathering mana in your body and then spinning it into a wheel, you can create a magic circle. When the amount of mana begins to exceed the capacity of the circle, it begins to increase in size. Even after 3 centuries, most mages still use magic circles. The only ones who do not use this method are the masters of spiritual magic and dark magic, who rely on completely different methods of mana manipulation. With these thoughts in mind, Aaron walks rhythmically down the hallway and approaches the door, opening one of them. Monica is standing in the room, dressed as usual in a burgundy dress and a hat of the same color. She meets the guy who entered the room. The guy standing at the door and looking at Monica asks her if they should start as usual with a circle. Monica agrees that there are other formulas, but the mana circle is still considered an effective method. The guy expresses a desire to change it a little. Monica shares her opinion that this is hardly a good idea and asks him to tell her how he plans to do this. The guy explains that he wants to do this by mixing the magic circle with the Lionheart method. Monica is not particularly happy with this idea. Controlling me in martial arts and using magic are 2 completely different things. Without the proper technique, it is impossible to master magic. In addition, if the mana explodes, he could be seriously injured or, in the worst case, die, Monica warns the guy. In response to the girl's arguments, he simply boldly declares that this is why he wants to try it. He hopes that it will work. For this, he read every book in the library of this Tower of Magicians. In her mind, Monica notes that 17 is a difficult age for a guy. He won't understand until he sees it with his own eyes. She agrees with the guy and gives him permission to try since he wants it so much. She points her hand forward, and with a staff with a red stone on the end, creates a magic circle that blinds with its brightness. Monica warns that at the slightest hint of failure, she will immediately intervene, taking a fighting stance. If Aaron was injured, not only would she be held responsible, but the Tower Master himself would be put in a difficult position. Aaron says he understands everything, and in that case he's going to begin his experiment by using mana. Monica watches tensely as the boy bursts into blue flames, ready to come to the rescue at any second. Aaron's flame grows stronger, and the circle around him moves faster. In the distance, Monica stands ready with her staff outstretched. The white flame ritual and the magic circle are completely different methods, but their essence is very similar. During the ritual, mana is controlled through the formation of stars, Aaron explains in his thoughts. In a magic circle, circles are responsible for this. If you add stars to a circle, it can significantly increase the amount of mana absorbed and stored. He would literally be able to control mana however he wanted. It would be a shame if he made a mistake due to his inability to control that power. Monica, standing nearby and watching this, is extremely surprised by Aaron's ritual. She is particularly amazed by the perfect control of such a huge amount of mana. It should have already dissipated, but this does not happen. Aaron, completely focused on his actions, sweats slightly from the strain and creates a magic ball in his right hand. A ball of fire-colored color begins to swirl right in his hand, creating a bright light inside itself and illuminating everything around. From a fireball to a magic projectile, he managed to embody magic that required a deep understanding of the very essence of magic. Not only did he do it the first time, but he also removed the flaw in the form of the speed of reproduction. Aaron himself mentally calls the result of his efforts not bad for a first time, still holding the magic projectile on the tip of his finger.
Turning to Monica, he asks her to summon some monster. He would like to test this spell in battle. Slightly hesitantly, the girl nevertheless agrees to summon a monster for him and asks if a golem would do.
Holding her staff forward, she casts a spell, and a golem materializes in front of her in the blue light of magic.
She explains that it is a golem created from cabrium. It is not able to defend itself, but its durable body itself is the strongest defense.
Satisfied with this, Aaron points his finger with the projectile forward, towards the monster, preparing to strike.
He directs the full force of the blow at him. A strong stream of blue magic creates an airflow around itself. Monica and Caleb stand over the stricken monster, watching the hole in its chest from Aaron's projectile. The blonde man asks if the guy used the white flame ritual to create the magic circle. Monica confirms his thoughts. She did not find any flaws in the purity of Sonich or in its density. Ignoring the type of magic, the power of his attack spell exceeded that of a third circle mage. The monstrous talent to use martial arts to create a magic circle is not just impressive. It would be more correct to say that Caleb is terrified. At the moment, Aaron has 3 white flame stars. If you think about it, can you say that 3 stars are equal to the third circle of magic?
Out of nervousness, the man sits down on a chair nearby. Monica reports that in the morning, Aaron said that he had plans and went somewhere.
Caleb leans his elbows on the table, rubbing his chin, and addresses Monica by name. He asks if he should write a letter of recommendation to Ecrion for a young but successful magician.
Shocked by such a proposal, Monica replies that the Royal Library of Acrion is only accessible to high-ranking magicians, aristocrats, and members of the royal family.
The man sighs and admits that Aaron is skilled enough and telekinetically picks up the pen to write. It took the guy only a month to study the entire introductory course of magic, after which he immediately recreated the magic circle in practice.
And with this, he pierced through such a strong monster as a golem. Yes, Caleb decides. He will definitely write a letter. The brightest talent has the right to be treated properly. He begins to write with a pen on paper, and Monica warns the blonde that other magicians may start asking questions because of this. The man replies that this will only mean that they are mired in their own worthlessness and envy.
He asks Monica, who is standing next to him, what Aaron's plans are. It's unlikely that he knows the city well. Monica tells Caleb that Aaron said he wanted to meet a friend in town. The worried man asks again, turning his head towards the girl and distracted from the letter.
In Merlin Square, the streets are busy, people scurrying back and forth about their business, most of them in robes and magic hats. The square is dominated by a statue of Lexi the Wise, holding a book in one hand and a magic staff in the other.
Aaron watches the statue from below. Every time she achieves something great, she grinned like that, the guy recalls.
Out of the corner of his eye, he notices a tall, strong, middle-aged man approaching him.
A bearded man with the same hair color as Aaron happily asks if it is really him.
Aaron is extremely frightened and stunned by the meeting with this man. He recognizes him. His face freezes. He introduces himself as Lionheart, and Aaron is amazed that he looks 30 at 18.
The man notes that Aaron has grown noticeably, but is still small in comparison to him. But Aaron replies that he is simply overgrown. They shake hands firmly, the man wearing only a shirt and Aaron in full uniform. The man says one handshake was enough to tell how hard the guy had been training for the past 4 years.
Still, it's not enough, the man says casually to Aaron.
He shows him a vial of liquid, explaining that it is a muscle-building potion. He grabbed one for him. The man does not accept Aaron's refusal because thanks to his family's potion, Mr. Brad managed to lose weight and gain muscle mass. But the guy only asked to stop pushing the swill through his family, and in particular, his father. Moving from side topics to business, the guy asks why the man suddenly wanted to meet. He doubts he came all this way just to recommend his potion.
A burly bearded man, folding his arms and bowing his head, asks the boy if he knew about Bolero Alley.
Aaron succinctly throws out that he knows little, while in his own thoughts he remembers that this is the place where the abomination named Ron lives. With a serious face, the man says that he has heard rumors that a giant testicle will be put up for auction in this alley. Struck by the sudden seriousness of his interlocutor and the meaning of his words that contradicts this absurdity, Aaron only freezes and asks again. The inspired bearded man repeats that the testicle will be on display. Aaron, shocked, asks why he needed it. Aaron is told that eggs are highly prized among magicians and will be useful in making his own potion, which he plans to hire in Arat. The man invites the young aristocrat to come with him. He has brought with him quite a large sum, but he is afraid that it may not be enough. Skeptical, Aaron is displeased and suspects that the man wants money from him for the auction. Hearing this, the bearded man suddenly kneels down in front of the guy right in the middle of the street on the city cobblestones. He bows his head and begs Aaron, who frightened agrees and asks him to behave normally. He is already attracting too much attention to himself. The man is about to get up and with a stoic expression on his face thanks the guy and swears on his name that he will repay him properly. He was also told that in addition to the egg, There would be many other interesting lots at the auction, hinting at a large financial sum. He's surprised that Aaron isn't interested, but considering he owns a vinid, it's unlikely he'd be tempted by a rare weapon. Aaron, turning and walking away, remarks that he is more interested in the infamous street itself than in the event that will take place there. He remembers Ron and their meeting in the tower. It was clear from his appearance that the succubus withdrawal was turning him inside out. His tired and exhausted appearance spoke for itself. On the upcoming full moon, the horny Ron, addicted to succubi, must definitely go to Bolero Alley. Aaron, upon returning to the tower, immediately walks with an even step towards Caleb, who immediately called him. It was just in time for him, because young Lionheart just wanted to ask him a couple of questions about Ron. Caleb happily welcomes the guy into his office and asks him to sit down comfortably for a conversation. The men sit opposite each other at a large round table with a patterned painting resembling stars on chairs with curved legs. Aaron starts the conversation first, looking his interlocutor in the eyes and asking what the blonde magician wanted to talk about. In response, Caleb uses telekinetic magic to lure a piece of paper on which he had previously written a letter of recommendation for the boy to the royal library. He asks to look at this letter first. A sheet of paper flies straight into the guy's hands, waiting for him to read the contents. After running through a couple of lines, he realizes what kind of document it is and goes into shock. His mouth even opens and he freezes. The Royal Library of Acreon, even 300 years ago, that place was incredibly popular because it housed the pride of Arat, the essence of mana. No matter how great the number of books in the Magic Towers, they cannot compare to the writings that the Royal Library contains, Aaron thinks enthusiastically. However, he comes to the decision that even sometimes, he should be modest, which is why he asks Caleb for forgiveness, and says that at the moment he has not yet reached that level. Caleb, folding his hands and resting them on the table, answers that he does not agree with him. It seems to him that now is the best time. Aaron hasn't delved into magic very deeply yet, so his abilities are probably limitless. Even if he doesn't manage to delve into the contents of Acreon's books, the mere fact of studying so much knowledge will greatly expand your capabilities in magic. And one day this knowledge, Caleb explains, looking the boy in the eyes, will transform the young magician into something completely incredible. Acreon contains writings dating back to the mythical era, and also contains the works of great philosophers who were considered geniuses of their time. Then perhaps this library also contains Mrs. Lexi's notes, Aaron suggests, and asks the man about it. Caleb enthusiastically explains that, of course, although the red and green towers also contain her records. 3 original works, called The Magical Craft, in which she recorded her knowledge of magic and magical essence until the moment of her disappearance, are kept in the Acreon library. These works were considered the greatest work in the entire history of their kingdom, and not a single copy could be found anywhere in the world. Only the first volume was published to the masses, but even that would be enough to ensure that he would never need to read another book on magic again. Caleb says that after he read the first volume, all the magic he had studied for many years seemed like child's play. While this letter didn't guarantee him entry into the Acreon library, he wanted to know what Aaron himself thought about it, and whether he would mind if Caleb sent a letter of recommendation. In his own thoughts, Aaron calls the blonde a cunning old man and claims that of course he doesn't mind, not understanding why such stupid questions are asked at all. Out loud, he only says that he would be glad of this, but he is afraid of bringing unnecessary worries onto the magician, with an extremely worried face that does not correspond to his true thoughts. The blonde laughs with a good-natured smile and asks not to worry about this, because for him it's a mere trifle. Aaron reflects that Caleb is determined to send the letter. He wonders what will happen if he gives a negative answer, because it is not for nothing that he is the head of the Magic Tower. He decides that this is an opportune moment to ask his question, addressing him by name. He informs him that he would like to ask a question regarding his brother. He found out about it the same day he arrived in the capital. He was told that instead of concentrating on his studies, Ron spent most of his time having fun with succubi. After mentioning this, Caleb's face contorts in confusion at the situation, seeming to search for the right words. His reaction does not go unnoticed by Aaron. He understands that most likely the man knows something about this. A tense man expresses his uncertainty about how best to express himself, turning his head to the side in awkwardness. He confirms that this is true. He warned Ron several times, but he was unable to monitor all of his actions. He tells how in the past many people died because succubi sucked all the life energy out of them. However, he continues, after the end of the war, when the behavior of the demon kings and their servants changed. This also affected the succubi. They, as before, suck the soul out of a person but do not kill. The night witch Queen Helmuta forbids them to do this. Aaron calmly says that this does not justify his brother's actions, and Caleb agrees with him. A very tense Caleb thoughtfully asks Aaron to treat his relative with some understanding. A puzzled Aaron asks to explain what the man means, his whole face expressing confusion from his interlocutor's words.
Ron left his family 4 years ago with great hopes and expectations placed on him, the blonde magician tells Aaron. But unfortunately, the lack of talent did not allow him to achieve the desired level of mastery of magic. He had been through many failures. The teachers of the tower and himself had done everything in their power to teach Ron, but it had not borne any fruit. His high status brought with it enormous psychological pressure, and as time went on, it only grew, and he thought it would be useful for him to get at least a little distraction. Caleb claims that he warned Ron beforehand not to get too carried away, but when Ron went on a rampage, his mind apparently changed. In his mind, Aaron admits that he can't say he doesn't understand him at all. He knows the pressure well, having lived in the main estate for 4 years himself. Sassy Amanda and cunning Madison, always competing with each other and competing with the skills of their children. Aiden and Emily, from childhood, possessed not only a passion but also a talent that surpassed Ron's interest in magic. Among them all, Ron was always under psychological pressure, lacking talent and the weakest. The reason he hasn't left the tower yet is because even under the current conditions, he feels better here than in his own family. He understands that his situation is not easy, but running to the succubi at every opportunity is already too much, Aaron concludes mentally, clenching his fists from tension. Times may have changed, but demons are still the same bastards, and they will never be able to peacefully coexist with humans. Aaron comes to the decision that he will need to personally find out what happened to Ron, the path of his fall from grace in more detail. At night, on Bolero Avenue, 2 men in raincoats, a tall blonde and a shorter brunette, walk along a street lit by red lanterns. The blonde man, who turns out to be a bearded man who had met Aaron before, asks why his companion is wearing this disguise. Aaron, adjusting his hood, explains what they should do to be seen in such places, being children of a noble family. Rumors will immediately spread about them. The blonde takes this in and agrees with what was said, standing in his usual pose with his arms outstretched. Something makes a short sound in the brunette's ear. Aaron brings the device closer to his ear. On the other end of the line, someone asks if they are there. The guy asks how he knew. The interlocutor turns out to be Austin. He says that the device only works within Bolero. He will let them know as soon as he sees Ron. He asks Austin if he can find Ron, and if so, he also uses a disguise. The blonde man reports that Mr. Ron never uses transformation magic, and he also wears the same cloak, so finding it won't be difficult. Hearing this, Aaron becomes very angry. Wondering if he really enjoys spreading nasty rumors about himself. If he were Aaron's son, he would castrate Ron. A bearded man in the guise of a tall blonde man asks Aaron about his words about having his own business here. Aaron only briefly says that he will deal with these matters himself later, turning off the device that looks like a phone. First, they will visit the auction. Aaron indicates the way, confidently walking forward and hiding the device in the inside pocket of his coat. There are several auctions held on Bolero Avenue, but they all follow the same set of rules with bids being placed anonymously. Each participant, not counting companions, occupies a separate room, thereby maintaining his identity incognito. An employee in a mask explains about 3 buttons in the room at the disposal of clients. If they want to place a bet, they need to press the blue button. To increase the bet, use the yellow one. If they need help, the red one. The employee wishes the duo a pleasant time, leaving them alone in a dimly lit room on the sofa. The blonde admits that he did not expect Aaron to want to participate in the auction, but he only replies that he needed to pass the time. And besides, it was interesting to see how the auction goes. An image appears in front of them in the form of a huge magical spot with a man in a suit and mask similar to the employee who served the guys earlier. The masked man bows slightly to greet the guests and thanks them for joining them on this beautiful night of the full moon. He announces that their auction is for items of particular value in the magical world, and they carefully collect only the best of them, with a particular passion for choosing materials from Helmut. The auction begins. Another tall man in a mask brings the first item onto the stage. It is a Balarek's horn, the man announces. Bids start at 10 million seal. Next in line are many other magical artifacts, the Pernician fruit, which looks like a blue, juicy apple. Next comes the root of the mandrake, a magical plant, and also the bud of the Yozpak flower, a plant with purple leaves. A tired Aaron expresses doubt that the giant egg the man spoke of earlier will be put up for auction. However, the man is sure. He heard that he will definitely be put up for auction this evening. On the screen, the presenter moves on to a lot of unknown metal, which has been moving from one auction house to another for a long time. He expresses hope that today, among their guests, there will be someone who will appreciate and purchase this lot. Aaron only has a fleeting thought that the reason they are taking so long to list this item is because they just can't get rid of it. This metal was discovered in the Khazard Hills area of Helmuda, and in the moonlight, it exhibits a truly beautiful glow. But the man admits, apart from this, there is nothing valuable in it. It cannot be processed, and it is also not capable of accumulating mana. The presenter announced in a loud voice that the price of this lot was 1 million sel, and placed his hand on the box with this mysterious piece of metal. As Aaron listened to the information from the presenter's mouth,
His eyes grew wider and wider, wondering if this was really what he knew.
He immediately pressed the blue button. Arthur was very surprised and called out to him, trying to understand why he needed this strange metal. The host immediately responded to Aaron's signal and asked what his bet was, his facial expression completely invisible under the mask. Aaron replied that it was 1,000,000 sell, and thought that he never imagined that he would find such a piece of metal in such a place. Because it wasn't just a piece of metal, but a moonlight blade that possessed a crushing power that turned into a sword. It was a blade that Aaron had hoped would go down in history as a force and a magician and a human being. At the thought of this, Aaron became sweaty. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek, and his eyes became wider and wider. He was very excited. The young man imagined how he would open this box with a blade of moonlight lying on a velvet cushion and shining with a cold shine. The presenter, dressed in a robe with a hood pulled over his head and a mask that completely hid his appearance, brought the box to Aaron and congratulated him on his purchase. Arthur watched what was happening in bewilderment. The big guy, standing behind the young man who opened the box and admired the purchased metal, quietly coughed and asked why Aaron needed this useless thing. Aaron pulled a piece of metal out of the box, examined it closely, and came to the conclusion that it was indeed it, a fragment of the moonlight blade. In their past life, they found the blade in the same place, in the Khazard Hills area, in the heart of the underground dungeon. And it is possible that the Herald, when leaving Helmud, returned the blade to its original place, sealing it there. The moonlight blade was so dangerous to use that it recognized only the Herald as its master, and every swing was accompanied by terrible destruction. Perhaps it was not enough for the Herald to put his seal on it, and so he crumbled it into small pieces. Aaron had hoped that this fragment of the sword contained at least the slightest bit of power, but it seemed to contain nothing. No matter how much he looked at the piece of metal, it no longer emitted the ominous energy it had 300 years ago. Aaron couldn't believe it. He continued to look at the piece of the moonlight sword, but he was convinced that it was completely empty. At this moment, a voice came from the radio. The guide Austin reported that Ron had arrived at the place, and it was possible to begin what they had planned. Aaron pulled his hood over his head and told Arthur that he had to go, and Arthur was surprised that the young man was not going to watch the auction until the end. Our hero confirmed that he would not watch anything anymore, but he would leave the big guy a card so that he could use it to bet on his favorite egg. Once outside, he contacted Austin and asked where he should go, and Austin explained that he needed to keep to the north side of Bolero Alley. There is a shop there called Rafflesia, so he needs to go there, and soon the young man found himself at a sign decorated with horns. He studied the ugly and, as he knew, foul-smelling flower for a long time, and then the horned guards called out to him and asked if he was a customer. Aaron recognized them as demons and thought that this was the first time since reincarnation that he encountered these scum. In his past life, he would have finished them off without blinking an eye, but now he smiled at them and said that he would like access. One of the guards replied that the entrance fee was 2,000,000 sell, which included the duration of the session and any sleep of his choice, and asked if these conditions were suitable for the young man. Aaron paid them the required amount and walked inside the establishment, and the demons behind him bowed respectfully to him and wished him a pleasant time. Entering the hall, he saw many tables with visitors, between which pretty, horned waitresses scurried. Our hero sat down at the table and began to carefully examine everyone who was there, trying to find Ron. And at that time, a curvy girl decorated with horns approached the table. He asked the waitress where he could indulge in his daydreams, and the girl froze in front of him, holding a tray of drinks in her hands. It was probably not customary to ask about this right away, but the waitress smiled knowingly and suggested out loud that he was probably in a hurry. The girl said that her client was simply charming, asked if it was his first time there, and said that they had a basement room for dreams. But first she suggested trying this drink, saying that a few mugs would help him loosen up. Aaron waved the bottle aside and said that he didn't need alcohol and that he just needed to be shown the way. The waitress chuckled and suggested that he was probably embarrassed to say that, in which case she would show him to the right room. And they walked down the dark basement corridor. The young man said that he was a little scared. It was the first time he did something like this, and the girl, smiling, assured him that there was nothing to worry about. She would just take a drop of his energy, and the next day he would feel only a slight weakness. Aaron looked around and took in everything around him, he thought. This is what the basement floor is like, and it's time for him to wrap it up. He touched the waitress on the shoulder and said he just wanted to take a nap and offered to charge her for the drink. No change. The girl turned around and said with surprise that it would be as the client said, but she thought that the young man's behavior was very strange. Aaron asked the waitress to show her the exit, and she said that if he followed that road, he would end up at the nearest restaurant. Soon the young man came out of the dark corridor through some door, and on the way out, the horned manager asked him if he liked the dream, and he demanded that they bring him the best dishes they have, and not to forget to add more meat. Aaron sat down at the table, His food was brought to him, and he dug into the turkey leg with gusto, not forgetting to look around.
He soon noticed two horned employees leading Ron through the door of the hall. He was barely able to stand on his feet and looked exhausted.
Our hero was simply beside himself with rage. This fucked up Ron didn't even try to somehow preserve the honor of the family.
Aaron watched Ron and thought with anger that he was just a bastard. And how dare the eldest son of the Lionheart family not only have fun with succubi, but also rely on demons. The young man got up from the table and, trying not to attract special attention to himself, quietly followed the trio. It was already dark outside, but the red lanterns illuminated the area, and Aaron had no trouble keeping an eye on Ron and the demons.
The young man sullenly asked himself where they could be heading, but he had no clear answer, and this angered him even more. Covered with his cloak, he secretly watched them and saw how the demons led Ron to some mysterious door. The eldest heir of the family could barely stand on his feet, and the demons literally dragged him inside, after which Aaron, no longer hiding, approached this door and tried to go through there.
But then three strange men blocked his path, and the one in the middle, the most muscular one, called out to him.
The jock, his eyes wide and wild, told Aaron that this wasn't his store and that he had to get out of there.
The young man demanded to know what this place was, but the ducklings did not move and continued to block his path.
And then the one in the middle grabbed him by the throat and asked if this puppy thought he was being joked with and to get lost.
But Aaron replied that he actually didn't mind laughing and grabbed his opponent's hand, who was clearly surprised.
And then the jock got hit in the chin and flew back several meters, losing teeth and bleeding. The other two men became indignant, shouted that he was a crazy bastard, grabbed their weapons and told him to prepare for death. The jock was already lying unconscious on the floor, and his two companions, one with a sword, the other with a knife, decided to attack Aaron. On the right, a blonde muscleman was slowly approaching Aaron, who had already prepared his sword for battle. Behind him, a thin brunette moved silently, waving a large knife. But they didn't have time to do anything, because our hero repelled their attack with one movement of his sword, so much so that they fell to the floor.
Then Aaron walked up to the blonde muscleman lying on his back and stepped on his head with his boot. And then he asked them, the finished bastards, if they were now ready to answer his question, and was surprised when he saw that they were all passed out. He tried to shake them awake, but they didn't move. Then he tried to push them with his feet, but that didn't help either. Then he decided that he didn't care. He would figure it out himself, after which he rose to his feet and went deeper into the corridor. Soon he opened the door into some semi-dark room in which it was difficult to see anything. However, there was a distinct smell, and Aaron wondered if that idiot Ron was really into drugs. It was clear that the older brother needed to rest, but not in the same way, and the young man was about to turn around and leave the room when he suddenly heard a voice asking who he was.
Aaron turned around and saw a monster that looked like a cat and was dressed in a suit. Next to him stood a demon and a gloomy jock, and the monster asked the young man how he got in here and why the security didn't stop him.
Our hero laughed when he saw a bunch of stoners, a human, a demon, and a beastman. Racial tolerance in all its glory.
The beastman shouted to his escorts to get rid of the uninvited guest and grabbed his own sword. Aaron used mana and 3 beams of light reached his opponents who dared to attack him. The defeated beastman, lying on the floor, could only cough when the young man approached him and asked where Ron was.
However, Aaron changed his mind and said that the beastman could continue to keep his dick in his mouth, and he would find it himself. And then he pulled his blade out of its sheath and straightened up. Raising it up, his opponents looked at him in horror. The sword, like 1,000 lightning bolts, illuminated everything around, and the beastman, the demon, and the man tried in vain to hide from this light. Aaron put his sword to the beastman's chest and said that he had searched the entire 1st and 2nd floors. Ron was nowhere to be found, but he remained silent. There was only the 3rd floor left, and the young man confidently pointed his finger to where he thought Ron could be found.
He left his defeated opponents lying on the floor of the 2nd floor and went to the 3rd.
Our hero was very surprised when he got up and saw only one room, but he confidently said that Ron was definitely here. Then it dawned on him, and he took out a fragment of the moonlight sword from his bosom, in case this fragment would work now. He threw the piece of metal forward and rushed after it, and the shard actually began to work, gathering mana around itself. Taking it back into his hands, Aaron respectfully said that the trinket was very useful, and even though it was only a fragment of the moonlight blade, even it was capable of absorbing mana. Suddenly, a hooded man appeared in front of him, holding a staff with a white skull shining on top, and Aaron asked him that this was dark magic. And the man thought that this spell was supposed to finish off the young man, but he was clearly using some kind of defense mechanism, and what the hell was that? Aaron clearly remembered the Patriarch's words about not getting involved with dark magic and strictly ordered him not to do so. But Byron's own son, a descendant of Gerald, the young man grimaced at the thought of his dissolute relative. The protagonist looked into the eyes of the man standing in front of him and offered him to run. He would not pursue him.
Glaring darkly at him, he told the fucking clay mixer to just get out of his sight, and 3 mana stars flared up on the boy's chest. Aaron stood before the hooded man, the boy's cloak fluttering and the glow of mana spreading around him. White flashes of power surrounded him as if he were in the middle of a blinding fire. The hooded man thought that the white tongues of flame framing his body resembled a lion's mane. He looked back at the 2 demons that had appeared behind him, hunted, and thought. Aaron didn't let him finish his thought. Turning to the demons, he said that they were the same 2 demonic pieces of shit that accompanied Ron. The young man prepared to attack. He took his sword out of its sheath and looked menacingly at his opponents, inviting them to attack. They rose into the air. Huge claws grew on the demons' hands, and their horns seemed to double in size. Aaron didn't hesitate to use his sword and swung it, scattering everything into splinters and pieces of stone. He struck the chest of the first demon that jumped at him, and it grunted with furious anger. Another swing, and the monster's hand, with long claws cut off by the sword, flew to the floor, bleeding. The monster tried to grab his stump of an arm, but he couldn't, and he roared in pain. Fearless, Aaron clenched one hand into a fist and tightened his grip on his sword with the other, his face burning with rage. Then he grabbed the demon by the face, trying to crush his eyes, and soon he was defeated. The man with the staff watched this battle, his face turned white, and he stammered out Aaron's name. The boy's hair became light again, the disguise disappeared, and the man with the staff said that he now recognized him. Aaron told the stinking scum to get out of here, his gaze merciless and his face looking fierce. Our hero, sword in hand, walked towards the hooded man who, stuttering, tried to pronounce his name, and asked for an opportunity to explain everything. The man was frightened by the fact that the young man did not listen to him, but simply suggested that he die. He cast some kind of spell that caused red fire to glow in the empty eye sockets of the skull, and said that he would kill Aaron. Through the red flashes of fire that seemed to engulf the entire room, the dark eyes of the young man were visible, and then the man dealt him a magical blow, trying to kill him. Aaron raised his sword and easily dispelled the spell, his eyes burning with a thirst for vengeance. His opponent was stunned. He thought it was impossible that he had managed to block such a powerful blow so easily. And the young man was at his side in an instant and told him not to move. Otherwise, he would cut his throat. And then the hooded man led him into a room where Ron lay on a dais, surrounded by candles, with the skull of some kind of animal hanging over his head. And at his feet was a cup, inside of which was a blue pulsating mass with large veins. Aaron remembered that it was a cup that demons use for rituals, but it was unclear what was inside the cup. The hooded man, sweating and stumbling, said that the cup contained the heart of a unicorn. And the young man remembered that due to their powerful mana and divine power, unicorns were called water deities. Their hearts are considered a much more valuable ingredient for sacrifice than human ones. Our hero was surprised and asked the hooded man if he was trying to make a deal with the Demon King, but he replied that he would not dare. It was needed by the Baron of Helmid, Lord Ulfr. Aaron asked him again, and he explained that he was a subordinate of Duchess Jabella Noir. The young man remembered that very horned night witch, and thought that this demonic creature must be more than 300 years old. Now lawlessness and destruction reign in Helmuda, and Jabella herself, although significantly inferior to the Demon King, is nevertheless a night witch, which means she is strong enough to have the title of Duchess of Hell. It turns out that Ron was going to sign an agreement with some incubus, one of Jabella Noir's servants, and in a drunken stupor, he also used a unicorn's heart for a sacrificial ritual. The hooded man fell to his knees, hit his forehead on the floor, and began to wail that it was not his fault. He was only following Mr. Ron's orders. He howled that even the money that was used to buy the unicorn's heart was allocated by Mr. Ron, and he could not refuse him, that is, disobey the order. Aaron chuckled and said that of course he couldn't refuse. He must have been overjoyed, since the eldest son of the Lionheart family had paid him to initiate the contract with his master. If successful, that bastard Ulfr would have gifted the hooded man with more power than he could have ever dreamed of. But on top of that, he probably also managed to make a deal with that rotten Jabella. Aaron pointed his finger at the man and said that it was all his greed that was to blame, and if he didn't want to die, he should shut his filthy mouth and stop blaming others for his sins. The hooded man, drenched in sweat, pressed himself to the floor and went speechless with horror. His whole body was shaking. But then our hero came closer to Ron, who was lying in a semi-conscious state with his eyes slightly closed. Aaron yelled furiously at Ron to get up, "You little bastard!" And Ron tried to shield himself with his hands. And then he saw who was standing in front of him, and in horror he called Aaron by name. He was completely depressed. Our hero asked his brother menacingly if he had come to his senses. His eyes were burning and his tone was devastating. Ron muttered, "Brother," holding his cheek and looking at Aaron in horror. His hair was tangled and his eyes were wandering. The older brother asked our hero what he was doing there, and he replied that he was following him. The Lionheart family's adopted son explained that he was told that Ron was going through a difficult time, so he really tries to understand him. Aaron realized that these little joys that Ron had discovered for himself helped him take his mind off this shitty situation. Our hero grabbed his older brother's head and said that he should stay away from dark magic. The young man was outraged that Ron, one of the direct descendants of the Lionheart family, the heir to the main branch, dared to make a contract with a demon, and an incubus at that. Ron began to stutter and make excuses, saying that he was simply powerless, that it was very difficult for him. Aaron slapped him in the face and indignantly asked what he meant by powerless, and that he was a weak-willed piece of shit. He asked his brother if he hadn't thought about the consequences he would have to face after making such a contract, since his soul would be taken over by a demon. If he told Ron to kill, he would kill. If he told him to die, he would die like a cowardly dog. And if he became a dark wizard, he would disgrace the whole family. The boy angrily asked Ron what he would do if the demon ordered him to take the lives of his parents or siblings, or to loot the Lionheart family treasury. The elder brother, stuttering, tried to justify himself, said that he was promised that they would not oblige him to carry out all orders, and he gave his word that he would not overstep his own moral principles. Aaron laughed terribly and asked Ron, the gullible worm, if he would have sealed a promise with the incubus on his little fingers later, and who demons were to him, dragons or elves, since a promise for demons was just an empty phrase. Ron may not follow every order the demons give him as long as he's willing to risk his life. But Aaron is not sure that a worm like Ron is capable of such a thing, and he could not pull himself together, and therefore escaped from reality into the world of prostitutes and drugs. The elder brother sat hunched over in front of him, unable to say a word in response to such grave accusations. Ron hysterically accused Aaron of not understanding what he was saying and not having the information about Ron's difficult past to blame him so much for anything. Aaron looked at the guy with a grin. Most likely he was trying to hint that he shouldn't stick his nose where he wasn't wanted. But if Ron was hiding something, then let him tell him. He had nothing to lose. Ron explained that Aaron had no idea what it was like for him 4 years ago. As soon as he was adopted, the patriarch focused his attention on his new son and gave him all the support. His tone was as if Ron himself was being deprived of all this, all the attention and all the opportunities. The guy was starting to get on his nerves. He couldn't blame him for anything. Ron received the same support as Aaron, and he also had the ritual of the White Flame and the opportunity to become a student of the master of the magical tower of the Kingdom of Arat. Ron couldn't say anything to that, because the reason Aaron was better than him wasn't because the patriarch loved him more, but because Ron wasn't his equal in strength to begin with. The hysterical boy accused Aaron of having innate talent, but the swordsman was not embarrassed. It was about more than just talent, for it was a small part of becoming the best. If we remember Aiden and Emily, they still diligently honed their skills, day after day, sparing no effort or time, while Ron only played around with succubi, as well as alcohol and drugs, having long since given up and lost his willpower. Did he really think that dark magic could help him become the next patriarch of the Lionheart family? That was sheer madness. But the guy never wanted to be the patriarch of this family. He didn't love it with all his heart, and the thought of it made Ron shudder. Ron's plan was to become a dark wizard and go to Helmet, and in this place, which he believed was free from prejudice, he could be appreciated. Aaron was irritated by this statement, and he threw another punch, his fist landing right on his brother's nose. He spared no effort. Ron was thrown a long way into the wall, the blow knocking the wind out of him. Aaron didn't want to spare his brother. Ron came unstuck from the wall and fell to the floor. Blood was pouring out of him in a stream. It was incredibly painful. It seemed like Aaron had broken his nose. But the Lionheart family's hopes were not going to stop there. He asked Ron to repeat what he had said, his blood boiling at such heresy. The descendant of Gerald the Great wanted to gain fame and recognition from some pathetic demons of Helmet. It's good that their ancestor did not hear this. Ron was much more interested in winning the favor and respect of the demons than he was in winning the respect of his own family. And of course the demons weren't going to respect him. It seemed that his brother didn't understand something. There was nothing valuable about him except belonging to their family. He was talentless and weak-willed. These words went like a knife through Ron's heart, who looked at his tormentor with trembling and fear. Hearing the truth was always very painful. It was unfair because he had received everything that others could not even dream of. All the opportunities, everything that could only be received was his, and now he was on his knees before the demons. He no longer intends to listen to his tears and snot. Let him personally talk to the head of the Red Tower, Caleb. The guards who came took away one of the demon worshippers who were connected to Ron. Aaron really wanted to end this man's life. He really wanted to kill him, but that would have been the wrong decision. After some time, the head of the Red Tower arrived at this real drug den, and he and Aaron stood opposite Ron. The teacher looked at his student with pity, and could not find words to describe his disappointment. Ron was about to make excuses, and began with a trembling voice. Fear finally drove him crazy. He did not want to admit that he had done something forbidden or unpleasant. He did nothing. He had not joined the ranks of the Dark Wizards and had not done anything for which he could be scolded or punished. Ron's figure looked incredibly pathetic. But there was one thing Ron didn't tell you, that he tried to join them, and the only thing that stopped him was Aaron, who arrived on time. Ron's behavior had defiled the good names of all the Lionhearts, and even more. The boy was not at all aware of his actions and how they would affect the whole family. For besides this, he had insulted his father, Lord Byron, who had entrusted his future to Caleb, as well as the mages of the Red Magic Tower who had taught him, and the mentor himself, who had wanted to help him. Ron was about to justify his actions again by saying that he really didn't want all this on purpose and wanted something else. It just happened by accident. But the vile excuses outweighed the patience, and the head of the Red Tower warned that if he continued to come up with excuses, Caleb would use force. He finally became furious and ordered Ron to shut up if he really wanted to apologize. He should have done it in front of the Patriarch and his mother. This prospect made Ron tremble enormously. He understood what awaited him and was terrified of this meeting, of meeting the Patriarch face to face after what he had done. There was no longer any need for them to be here, so Caleb called Ron and they went back. The next conversation was to take place soon, but this time in the presence of the main Lionhearts. That same day, after midnight, the magician invited Byron and Amanda to Aro, where they and Aaron sat at the table waiting for another guest. The Patriarch's face was very serious. Amanda's face showed great sadness and apathy. Suddenly, the door swung open, and finally the fifth member entered. A figure in black robes and the same black glasses entered the door in the middle of the night. Damon, the master of the Dark Magic Tower, appeared. This man held the position of the Dark Tower's chief master for decades, and was considered one of the 3 legendary Dark Wizards who signed a contract with the Demon King of Imprisonment. Black glasses hid his blood-red eyes. Amanda couldn't stand it and asked who gave him the right to come here. He was not a welcome guest. But the Patriarch asked her to remain calm and cool-headed. The master of the Dark Magic Tower had nothing to do with the event that happened to their son. The first wife seethed and slammed the table, accusing Caleb of being the one who said that Damon had introduced Ron to dark magic and was the head of the Red Tower, now taking back his words and expecting her to believe it. Damon decided to speak up for the first time in this entire conversation, explaining that not all of Eret's dark magic was trained within the walls of the tower. Behind the incident with Ron was a wizard named Gewit. Damon knew a little about this figure. He was a cunning and very devious man who would do anything to achieve his goals. Also, Gewit was a member of the Mages Guild, not the Dark Tower, so they were to blame rather than the tower. But Amanda was not going to calm down and wanted to continue the argument, but Byron stopped her, waving his hand to order her to calm down and sit down. He reasoned that since the Dark Magic Tower was not related to what happened, then why did its master decide to visit them during this incident? Damon replied that he would like to take responsibility for himself, but no one present understood what the head of the Dark Tower meant by this word. Several centuries ago, if a person was suspected of involvement in black magic, he could be accused of a crime and executed. But after the Herald made a contract with the Demon King, people were given freedom. In modern times, belonging to black magic and signing contracts with demons were not considered any kind of crime or illegal actions. So Damon would respect the wishes of the Lionheart family members. The Patriarch was not going to tolerate it anymore, and ordered him not to cross the boundaries. It all sounded like he was degrading himself in order to increase the Lionheart's recognition. Damon did not deny it, and answered directly that the Patriarch had guessed correctly. But he did not want to start another war, and therefore decided to take the blame on himself, saving the family from stupid consequences. Regarding drugs, Damon will make sure that the law enforcement agencies of Arat take up this matter. They will not give a break to the distributors of such intoxicating substances. All succubi will face severe punishment. No one will be spared. After such an incident, everyone who had anything to do with it will be punished. But Amanda was still confused by one thing. What kind of responsibility exactly the master of the Dark Tower was talking about in his tirade? He replied that he would brutally torture and then kill the one who made a deal with Gewit, who almost enslaved Ron. The next moment, the Dark Mage raised his hand and summoned demonic flames. He was going to do something else at this meeting. Damon wanted to convey the words of the Demon King of Imprisonment to everyone present, so he began a small summoning ritual. Demon King of Imprisonment! These words echoed in Aaron's mind. This Dark Master dared to defile this place with such a creature! Suddenly, figures and symbols began to emerge from the flames. Damon explained that the demon was upset that the beloved Gerald family had become the object of censure. Therefore, they decided to execute Ulfr Hoyne. He will face a very painful and agonizing death. The servants of the Dark Tower will take care of this. Aaron was furious that the master of the Dark Magic Tower dared to speak tactlessly and completely disrespectfully about the Gerald family. But the spell was broken, and the message was delivered, and Damon apologized once again, and also explained that although he could not appease the Patriarch's anger, but nevertheless he had the right to count on support from the Dark Tower and the Demonic King of Imprisonment. They would help if necessary.
Byron could not answer this and preferred to silently look at the master, who stood up from his chair and decided to take his leave, wishing that their future meeting would take place in a more pleasant atmosphere. Aaron kept his eyes on him, and Damon could feel the boy's gaze boring into the back of his head as he turned to face him one last time. Looking at the young Lionheart, it was written on his face that he was planning something, while Aaron himself did not hide the angry contempt in his gaze. Finally, the master left the room, and the patriarch was able to breathe a little. He apologized to Aaron, but he should have left Amanda and Byron alone. Of course, the young man agreed and hurried to leave the room. Apparently, what would be said next was not intended for his ears. There were 3 people sitting at the table in the hall. Caleb, Byron, and Amanda. All of their faces were tense and silently sad. Damon's very presence in this place was defiling the spirit and making them nervous. But he needed to pull himself together. The patriarch blamed himself for the incident. He should have paid more attention to his son and raised him to be a less worthless person. But the head of the Red Tower replied that it was entirely his fault, for he had been too demanding of Ron, and perhaps he should have moderated his zeal. The patriarch decided that he would take his son back to the Lionheart estate and watch over him. Amanda was amazed by the patriarch's decision. Her plans did not include her son's presence on the estate. She tried to persuade her husband. Perhaps his decision was not so necessary, because Ron still did not become a dark wizard, of course. He wanted to, and nevertheless. She suggested that he would not make the same mistake twice, and would learn from it, working on himself for the rest of his life to atone for his guilt. But the patriarch interrupted her speech and replied that in the entire history of the Lionheart family, none of the descendants of the main branch had ever turned to dark magic. His decision was unquestionable and unbreakable. The fact that Ron was the heir to the title of patriarch did not give him the right to desecrate the family name with impunity, and he would not allow him to remain in Erot.
Amanda started screaming. Her son's life would turn into a living hell at the Lionheart estate. The woman was no longer afraid of offending her husband.
All this time, throughout these years, Aiden and Emily remained in the dark about the progress and success of the other members of the main family. Ron has no place in the Lionheart residence and must stay in Erot. His wife accused the patriarch of not lifting a finger for his son, but Madison's children and she herself bathed in Byron's glory and love. The patriarch looked at her sadly. Could his wife really have thought that way? Now Amanda's thoughts became clear to him. He explained that he never singled out any of the children. There was no favoritism in him. He was not one of those who would run to fulfill the whims of someone who wanted to. Ron wanted to devote himself to magic, and the patriarch fulfilled his wish by sending him to Erot. Amanda would have slammed the table angrily again if her husband really cared and her son had any meaning to him. He would do everything in his power to ensure that Caleb took Ron as his apprentice. If he avoided classes, then it was necessary to introduce someone to him so that he would monitor Ron's progress and not let him go astray. Every word his wife said was a real shame for all the Lionhearts, and the patriarch asked her to shut up. He could no longer bear the fact that she had disgraced him and his entire family. Byron covered his face with his hands in sadness, fearing that such dark times had come for his family. But the woman did not calm down. She did not understand what the patriarch had to do with it, because she would have to bear the stigma of shame. As soon as Ron returned to the estate, it would be Amanda who would become the scapegoat. If Byron was so insistent on his son's return, then Amanda would take him to her family's estate. She will not allow him to cross the threshold of the Lionheart estate again in his mansion. He will study magic where he will not be criticized. Amanda was simply unbearable in her heat, and if she so desired Ron to be with her and go to her family's estate. And provided that he agrees with his mother's decision, then let her do what she deems necessary. Aaron, leaving, heard screams coming from behind the door, but he had his own things to do and was not going to eavesdrop on the conversation. As he walked back, he heard someone calling out to him. A figure standing in the shadows, its black robes blending into the shadows. Damon came out into the light, asking for a small audience with young Lionheart, and he wanted to talk about several things. Due to the unfortunate incident and the situation that had developed, the two of them were never able to have a proper conversation. But Aaron answered harshly that he had nothing to discuss with the servant of demons and their servant. He did not hide his hostility in his speech. Damon was no idiot, and noted that, apparently, Aaron didn't particularly like his persona. The servant's face remained with the same sly grin. But Aaron assured his interlocutor that he was not the only one he did not like. The young master disliked all dark magicians. This information slightly saddened the Dark Master. 300 years had already passed, and the relations between the Lionhearts and the Dark Magicians remained strained. It upset him, and it was awkward to emphasize that Damon himself had not brought any evil Aaron, although he had the right to hate dark magic. But he should not dislike Damon himself. The Dark Master offered to take action, extending his hand to the boy as a friendly gesture and trust between them. But Aaron's figure didn't move.
Not a single muscle on his tense, serious face twitched. His hand remained in place. Damon quickly removed his hand and noted that he had already heard about the young man. Several years ago, he had made a real splash at the ceremony. Moreover, Aaron had recently shown excellent results in both magical arts and combat skills, and even received a letter of recommendation to Acreon. Of course, as the master of the Dark Tower, Damon shouldn't have said this, but he could offer something useful to young Lionheart. Aaron asked irritably what exactly the sly fox meant all proposals from dark magicians were always dangerous. Damon explained that a recommendation from the Red Tower alone was not enough to enter Acreon, as other masters and mages would refuse Aaron, saying that he was not qualified. That is why Damon, as the master of the Dark Magic Tower, could write a letter of recommendation for Aaron in order to strengthen his confidence in his accurate admission to Acreon. But something was wrong here. The guy was confused by such extremes, for this was an unusual proposal from the Dark Master. He replied that he admired the talent of the youth, and besides, he was in a strained and tense relationship with the head of the Red Tower. Damon himself did not feel hostility towards Caleb, but he hated Damon for his dark affiliation. Therefore, if he supports his colleague's student, he may begin to treat Damon better and more warmly. And Aaron will also have a chance to make a good impression on the Lionheart family. Aaron wisely replied that if Damon wrote the letter, he would accept it, however. Damon would not become Aaron's friend. But the Dark Magician replied that the guy's more benevolent opinion of him would be quite enough for him. He didn't ask for more.
Finally, their conversation came to an end, and Damon decided to move on with the rest of his business. That was all he wanted to say.
As he left, Aaron asked the master if he really had nothing to do with what happened to Ron. For a moment the figure froze, and Damon replied that he was incredibly proud to be called a dark magician, learning the dark arts and all the subtleties of demonology. But for him, the very fact of the existence of incompetent magicians, who insulted dark magic with their very presence, was offensive if Lionheart himself had been her follower. Damon would not have accepted him with such pitiful knowledge. After answering this with a steely and cold tone, Damon decided to take his leave, hoping that his answer satisfied Aaron. The youth remembered the appearance of his brother at their last meeting. He did not look like a normal person and was a real disgrace to the Lionheart family. The sight of his brother angered Aaron, and he turned sharply and walked away from the Dark Master, angrily mentioning his brother. Aaron sat in front of a plate containing a unicorn heart, the substance pulsating and emitting a blue glow. The boy remembered the words of his adoptive father, who gave him the heart because the young man put an end to Ron's shame and therefore deserved a reward. The unicorn heart was an important ingredient in many potions, and it could also be used for other purposes. But the most beneficial thing would be to absorb all the mana that was contained in the heart. Aaron reached out his hand and took the heart. He felt that the heart contained a lot of mana. Despite it belonging to a monster, there was almost no impurity in it. The youth grabbed the heart tighter and began to absorb the mana, feeling it pulsate within him, filling him with energy and life. If he keeps up this pace, he'll soon have 4 stars before he's even 2 decades old. He anticipated how such information would cause a real furor among all the Lionhearts, because in the entire history of the family, no one had managed to reach 4 stars before coming of age. The Patriarch and Jonathan each had 6 stars. People with that number were considered incredibly formidable and the strongest in the world. Therefore, Aaron himself will do everything possible to reach 5 stars. He will strive for this in order to become the strongest. His friend Gerald put all his efforts into creating and improving various techniques and artifacts, and Aaron was going to do the same. He would put all his energy into perfecting the white flame ritual that the Herald had created. By doing this, he will forever remain in the memory and history of not only the Lionheart family, but the entire world. Aaron and Brennan met the next day. Brennan said the giant testicles cost him 30 million. All this made Aaron nervous. He listened to Brennan with irritation, but he didn't have much of a choice. The man was rushing Aaron. If he didn't make the payment before midnight, the eggs would be sold to the next bidder. Aaron didn't understand the man's attachment to them. While at the Pentagon State Bank, Aaron and Brennan stood in front of a bank employee. Young Lionheart handed the employee a black card with the lion's coat of arms on it, and he was speechless. Black cards were legendary and almost never encountered. The employee immediately became kinder and asked in a sweet tone if Aaron would like to open an account in their bank. It would take very little time, but the guy coldly cut off this offer. When the job was done, he and Brennan went back. They still had things to do. Aaron had already helped him out, now it was necessary to finish the job. The man explained that they would be delivered to the place of residence only after payment was confirmed. It was impossible to miss such a rare moment as to look at the giant testicles in person. Aaron came from this horror. Brennan asked him to go so far for the sake of some eggs. Probably the man went crazy. However, the guy quickly changed his mind and agreed with the man. It was necessary to try. Such words pleased Brennan, and he noted that he was wrong about the guy. He knew that he would not refuse if he wanted, then Brennan could share their extract with him. But Aaron explained that he was not going to eat them. As they walked down the stairs, Brennan was still explaining something to Aaron, but he wasn't listening. He didn't care about the testicles. He just wanted to watch Brennan use the Scarlet Flame ritual. This was necessary in order to see the difference with the White Flame ritual live. He might need this information in the future. They were walking past a crowd of people. The stairs were right above a busy corridor, when something caught the guy's eye. He couldn't believe his eyes and instantly jumped off the ladder, which was quite high above the floor, and rushed down. Brennan didn't understand Aaron's zeal, but he didn't listen to anyone or anything and ran headlong. The guy pushed everyone in his path, disturbing passersby and irritating them, but he didn't care. He couldn't be mistaken. He saw hair of an unnatural purple hue, which required a colossal amount of mana to maintain. Finally, he was able to break through the crowd of people and found himself in a more deserted place, looking at the girl's back. He couldn't mistake that hair and that purple robe for anything else, although he didn't know what to say. In front of him was a figure from the past, with whom a large number of pleasant memories were associated. It was quite possible that she would not be able to recognize him, and he did not know what to tell her so that she would believe him. Over the past 300 years, Lexi has not changed at all, but Aaron himself looks completely different. Naturally, he is still the same Nathan, but only after being reborn into the body of Aaron, the descendant of the Herald. Upon hearing this, he will ask him to stop talking nonsense and most likely will beat him. She most likely remained the same grumbler who couldn't choose her words and said whatever was on her mind. The guy approached his old girlfriend and tried to grab her hand, but the hand went through their bodies. The first thing he thought was that there was a ghost in front of him and he was going crazy, but Aaron immediately removed these thoughts from his head. In front of him was a magical hologram of his old girlfriend, and hope and joy instantly left him. He remained standing in front of her, not wanting to move from his place, while the hologram also didn't go anywhere. Lexi's hologram looked at him, measuring him. Her emerald eyes were the same as he remembered them from all those years ago. If this was a magical hologram, then it was a very high-quality one. Just one look at it made the guy blush. Her lips parted and she spoke a few words silently, looking straight into the boy's eyes. As soon as the words were spoken, her hologram instantly dissolved into thin air, leaving the man alone. Aaron kept looking at his dissolving friend. He understood what she meant by her words. She found him. Having regained his hope, he realized that this was not just a mind game. His girlfriend was most likely alive and looking for him. He smiled, noting that the young man himself had also found her and was walking back to Brennan, who must have been waiting for him. But the chaos of thoughts did not leave his head. Aaron stood on the balcony and thought about what happened to him today. It turned out that Lexi was alive and looking for him, but it was unclear how she understood that it was him. Perhaps she recognized his soul in the same way as Petrol did. Or perhaps she noticed a pendant that she remembered Aaron wearing in a past life. Perhaps that gave her an idea. It was necessary to reason logically since she sent a hologram to him. It meant that she herself did not have the opportunity to come in person. As a result, her body could not move. Most likely, something happened to her that prevented her from moving herself. It was possible that someone had cast a spell on her, and there was even a chance that it was the Demon King of Imprisonment. Now Aaron understood what was wrong. Lexi found him, which meant she needed his help. She wouldn't do anything just like that. Right now, he will look for her, and will not stop until he finds her. Since his friend was alive, he will do everything he can. Finally, Brennan found him. The man was confused as to where the guy had rushed off to so suddenly. But Aaron coldly replied that it was none of his business with them. There were still things to do, and he called the man to him so that they could continue on their way. After some time, Aaron explained that he wanted Brennan to demonstrate the Scarlet Flame ritual. True, the man did not understand why he was so interested in him, because Aaron had been studying the ritual of the White Flame until he left the estate, but he explained that he was simply curious. Although it was incomprehensible to the man, he did not refuse demonstrating the ritual was a simple matter. Brennan tensed all his muscles and tore the top of the clothes he was wearing. It seemed to be a habit of the entire branch. Aaron wondered with interest if it was really necessary to rip the clothes to get the desired effect. The man explained that of course not, but that it would be easier for him to get into the mood. Aaron dropped the matter. Let Brennan do what he thought was right. The man tensed and called out to the flames, focusing his breathing, and a moment later fire poured out of his mouth. Following this, the flames covered his entire body. His gaze acquired a serious tone. The man was completely engulfed in fire. His eyes also exuded flames. The effects of the ritual spread to the nearest meters. The flames formed a circle around Brennan. Aaron clarified whether the splitting of the core occurs when using the Scarlet Flame. The man explained that the members of the main line originally left the core whole, but his ancestors tried hard and managed to divide the core into 5 stars. Brennan himself knows of only a few collateral families that have achieved similar results through secondary methods passed down from generation to generation. As the young man could see, Brennan's training had not been in vain.
And he already had 2 stars, the boy thought to himself, that despite the fact that Brennan belonged to one of the most important branches of the family tree, his ancestors had only managed to achieve 5 stars. He was disappointed. This was all they could achieve after 300 years of perfecting their skills. If we draw a parallel with the White Flame ritual, it was only available to members of the main branch, while the Scarlet Flame was owned by all other families. This was one of the reasons why there would always be a huge gap of envy between them that would be difficult to mend. But Aaron found one thing very strange. Gerald could not be called a greedy person. He always had an open heart. Aaron originally wanted to learn the Scarlet Flame ritual, but no one could have imagined that he would be so useless and weak. Aaron satisfied his curiosity and walked away, saying goodbye to Brennan, much to his surprise. Surely Aaron wasn't interested in the giant testicles, but the guy explained that he didn't need them at all. He didn't come for them. Sometime later, while in the basement of the Red Tower, Aaron was in his personal research room. It says here that Lexi's last notes were in Acreon. He needed to study them. He realized that her books on witchcraft must contain some clues that would help him find his friend. Caleb and the Master of the Dark Magic Tower agreed to write for his letter of recommendation, so there should not be any problems with access. The Royal Library opened its doors to a small circle of people. The guy thought to himself that Lexi had been waiting for him for about 300 years, and she needed to wait a little longer. He was already on his way. A light touch of the blade would cause the mana to be destroyed and instantly dispersed. But just one fragment is not enough to split high-class magic. But since he had a real artifact, there shouldn't be any problems with that. He needed to get the hang of some minor spells, so it was worth a try. Aaron took out his blade and summoned the White Flame. The guy was in full combat readiness, activating all his stars and preparing for the magical onslaught. If he can withstand the power of the shard, then his connection with mana will be so strong that it surpasses the power of the White Flame ritual. This prospect was very much to the liking of the young gentleman, and he prepared to carry out his plan. Monica was sitting in the room, reading a treatise, when one of the magical servants approached her. She asked again if everything he said really happened in the research room. The guy confirmed that explosions and subsequent vibrations had been heard from there for several days. This couldn't help but worry Monica, and she decided to check it out personally in any case. Her plans included passing on the order from the Master of the Red Tower. After some time, she arrived at the place and was standing in front of the door to the research room. She reminded that this was Aaron's room. The mage knocked lightly, but again heard the explosions that the servant had spoken of. Monica rushed forward, afraid that something bad had happened to Aaron and he needed help. When she entered the room, she found the guy half naked. He was breathing heavily and sweat was pouring down with him, beautifully framing the young man's muscles. Monica looked at him in fascination, but quickly lowered her eyes in shame, wondering what the gentleman was doing in this place. Aaron explained that he was increasing his mana and doing magical training. She was confused by the magical training that Aaron was doing, especially since he was doing it without a magic circle. Her gaze fell on a turquoise shard in the middle of the room. She didn't understand what it was. The walls and floor, covered with cracks and fractures, also caught her eye, but there was not a scratch on the shard itself. Aaron decided to demonstrate his training visually. He extended his hand and concentrated mana into it. A second later, a fiery projectile surrounded by scarlet flames flew out of the palm of the hand at monstrous speed. The shell crashed into the wall with a huge roar, creating more debris craters on it. Monica watched the spell in fascination. He acted faster and skillfully used the core as a magic circle. To her great surprise, he was able to strengthen the connection with mana, and she just saw the combination of a fireball and a magic projectile. The girl asked how often he practiced combat magic techniques. The guy explained that he paid most attention to practicing the mana itself, and judging by what she saw, he was quite successful. Aaron was pleased with the success. At first the magic would dissipate before the surge of power could occur, but now he could control the mana, collect its clots of energy, and create an explosion. Monica was beside herself with admiration for him. She came here because she was told that a roar was heard from Aaron's room, and she came because she was afraid of injuries from hard training. The guy clarified that she came only because she was worried about him, but the girl also conveyed messages from the Tower Master, who wanted to see Lionheart. Aaron realized that his training was over. He picked up his jacket from the floor and asked if he should go up to the top floor, but Monica said no. The Master was waiting for him in the Royal Library of Acreon. Aaron was surprised by such a statement. It was unusual. The Pentagon was the capital of Arat, in the center of which, at the intersection of the 5 towers that formed a pentagonal figure, was the Palace of Abram. And due to the fact that it was located in the middle of a huge lake, it was only possible to get to it by ship. No floating pentagon carts or spells could transport people to the gates of the palace. All this was a consequence of the demonic seal placed on the lake and the palace itself by Lexi personally as a sign of friendship with the royal family of Aroda, and its power has not faded after hundreds of years. Aaron once again admired the skill of his longtime friend.
He couldn't believe that such a spell still worked.
Since the day he came to Erat, Aaron began to understand a little about magic, but it still seemed impossible to him that someone could cast such a colossal seal. Monica accompanied him to the library and asked if he wanted to visit Abram.
Well, Aaron refused. The boy just looked and his eyes were pleased with the beauty of the city, but his desire to get there was not enough. Monica agreed with his statement. The gates of Abram are open only to the highest nobility and masters of the magic tower. However, masters are forbidden from using magic inside the palace, with the exception of members of the royal family and palace mages who have taken an oath of allegiance. This meant that the masters of the magic tower did not swear allegiance to the royal family, Aaron assumed. But Monica explained that this is not entirely true. They serve faithfully and truly, but have the right not to carry out unreasonable orders. The magic towers and Erat follow an agreement on mutual cooperation. Moreover, it is not the palace that maintains close relations with the magic towers, but the parliament. The palace only has a magic alliance. As a result, the tower masters worked only with the parliament. But despite this, there was never any talk of any hostility between the magicians. Peace and quiet always reigned all around.
After some time, they found themselves opposite Acreon, the palace amazed with its size and indescribable beauty. Monica explained that 3 people spoke out against Aaron being allowed into Acreon. They were the master of the blue and green towers, as well as the master of the mage guild. So Aaron needed to get their permission to get into Acreon. Monica had completed her duties by bringing Aaron to the palace gates. Her work was done and she was about to leave. Before leaving, she fervently wished Aaron not to be nervous and that good luck would not leave the guy. She is confident that he will succeed. Aaron himself also maintained a firm determination to get to Acreon no matter what. Aaron found himself in the middle of the hall, surrounded by masters and heads of magical arts. He bowed and introduced himself. In the hall was the captain of the palace magicians, Edmund, a rather full-bodied man, a man of proud morals. Also a little further away from him was the master of the red magic tower, who was well known to Aaron Caleb. Then, after him, on the pedestal sat the master of the green magic tower, Douglas, an old man and a powerful figure. In the middle of this entire hall sat the master of the blue magic tower, Hubert, a stern man who looked at Aaron with an unfriendly gaze. Eliza, the master of the white magic tower, sat with a bored look and absent-mindedly glanced at Aaron. Next sat the dark master of the magic tower, Damon, already so familiar to Aaron. Following him, finishing the dome, sat the master of the magician's guild, Edgar, looking angrily at the guy. Finally, the voice asked Aaron to raise his head so that he could look at everyone present proudly and directly. Towering above them all was Walter, who had been the heir to the throne of Erat for several years. Aaron Lionheart's name had been on everyone's lips, and he had long dreamed of meeting him personally. Walter was first in line to inherit, a genius who had reached 5 stars before coming of age. Hubert noted that he had also heard about the boy's successes, and the masters of the dark and red towers were showing great persistence in protecting the young man. He knew about Aaron's talents and achievements, but were swordsmanship and magic compatible with each other? Hubert noted that Aaron was only 17 years old, and he was able to get a letter of recommendation to Acreon. The boy had just embarked on the path of studying magic. There was definitely something wrong here. The master of the red magic tower was an old friend of the patriarch, and the master of the dark tower was trying to get closer to the Lionheart family, in the hopes of covering up his shame. Perinu understood the doubts of everyone present, and he asked directly what he needed to do to gain access to Acreon. Caleb asked him to demonstrate his abilities so that His Highness and the other mages could make a decision. Hubert noted that it would be wonderful if Aaron showed his dissertation and talked about the research he had done, but most likely he had not prepared anything like that. If the mages present were so eager to see Aaron demonstrate his skills, he would not hold back. Let them look at his strength, and let him try to say something against his entry, he began. Aaron focused the energy inside himself, and the boy's body was instantly engulfed in scarlet flames, preparing for the spells. The captain of the palace magicians noted that the youth did not separate the core and the magic circle, and instead connected several cores to form a single circle. The master of the magic guild was curious. Aaron had only been training mana for 4 years, but had already achieved great results in the study of magic. Douglas, the master of the green magic tower, was adamant. What Aaron demonstrated was not enough. There was a difference between understanding magic and skillfully managing mana. Aaron continued his magical tricks. He raised his hand and formed a magical vortex. At the same time, a fireball materialized under the whirlwind. The guy transformed one magic into another. Combining the streams of scarlet flame into a fireball, he began to form a structure around his hand. Finally, the blade of magic was formed. The blade was azure in color, formed right on the youth's hand. Edmund was speechless. The boy didn't need to pronounce the spells. He simply made a smooth transition between them.
Without making a sound, to reach such a level, the deepest understanding of magic was required. Douglas asked Aaron to use the sword's aura and magic at the same time to see what would happen to the circle. The old man's face was hard and cold, and he looked at Aaron with a piercing gaze, or perhaps Lionheart was unable to do that. But he only smiled, imagining how the old man's grin instantly fell from his pompous face. Aaron pulled out the blade and everyone instantly held their breath. The youth put mana into the sword, forming a spell. The guy stood with both a magic blade in one hand and a blade that had a spell in the other, while his magic circle was intact. He used the core for this, Aaron confidently maintaining the aura and the spell. Caleb asked if Douglas was satisfied with the result, but the old man looked thoughtful, thinking over his answer. After what we saw, it was necessary to discuss everything that happened here together, and there was a lot to discuss. Caleb agreed with the master of the Green Tower and asked Aaron to leave everyone alone for a moment. The youth dissolved his spells and sheathed the blade. Walking back, he was satisfied with what he had shown. The youth walked back, surrounded by the gaze of everyone present. He turned the handle and walked out of the hall. As soon as the door slammed shut, Hubert turned to the master of the Red Magic Tower. He asked if Caleb had really not given the youth any instructions, but he replied that he had already said so many times. Aaron didn't have a teacher. He just read all the Red Tower's notes on the theory of magic and practiced them himself. But the master of the Blue Tower was not satisfied with the answer. It was not enough to study only theory to achieve such a high level of skill. The heir to the throne noted that, whatever the case, Aaron was from the Lionheart family. He came from the Kiel Empire and was a descendant of the Great Herald. Every inhabitant of the continent knows how strong the Lionheart bloodline is. The prince himself immediately realized that Aaron was a genius, the likes of which the world had never seen before. He was a real miracle, something that had not happened for 300 years. Eliza noted that the magic that the young master demonstrated, although it was a first-level circle, was essentially superior to it in strength, and everyone felt it. The purity and precision of the spell's execution were excellent, but what struck her most was the unity with mana she needed to study it, but most likely even a fourth-level dispelling circle would not break this child's magic. Edgar, the head of the guild, noted that the youth was still too young for this, although the experiments were worth conducting. He noted that the guy was indeed incredibly gifted and talented, but given his young age, there was no need for them to rush into experiments. According to the high authority of Acreon, it would be wise to entrust Aaron's training to the master of the Red Magic Tower, until the question of his acceptance into Acreon is not in doubt, and after that he will be given a pass to the Royal Library. In Edmund's view, this situation had to be perceived as an investment in the future for the common good. A 17-year-old prodigy from the Lionheart family, he was young, but despite his lack of skills, he had limitless potential. Of course, everyone was on good terms with this family. The Lionhearts were peace-loving and rich, considering dignity and honor. But that doesn't mean the masters couldn't do Mr. Aaron a favor personally by investing in him. Douglas reasoned that no matter how capable the young master was, he was still an adopted son, and as a result, he would never become a patriarch. Damon agreed with the statement of the master of the Green Tower. One of the twins, a boy named Aiden, would become the patriarch. Of course, Ron remains the formally legitimate heir, but given his recent mistakes and the incident, he will never win the fight for the title of patriarch. Either way, Aaron's tenacity within the Lionheart family should not be underestimated. Edmund agreed the time would come and he would build his own family, get married and have children. All the Lionhearts left the family residence one way or another. And when this happens, the Magi will invite him to Arot. In a few years, he will gain enough experience. And if he does not forget the favor that was done for him, he will become a reliable ally for everyone. Everyone remembered that 4 years ago, when Aaron performed at the blood inheritance ceremony, he was several times stronger than everyone else. Damon noted that since the Lionheart family recognized his potential, it was no easy task to gain the family's recognition. With Arot's support and his family's favor, Aaron could definitely become the next Great Herald. Douglas took this statement with a grin, considering that there was too much praise for the guy. What Damon just said was his personal saying, or who did you help him? Damon decided to clarify this point, what exactly the head of the Green Tower was hinting at. Who could help him? The Green Tower Master answered point blank that those were most likely the words of the Demon King of Imprisonment with whom he had made a contract. He was simply curious as to whether he had any influence on the Dark Tower Master's statement. Damon explained that the Demon King of the prison was currently busy with Helmet's affairs. Besides, if the Master of the Dark Tower spoke on his behalf, he would behave differently, acting much more decisively and using force. The Master of the Blue Tower asked Damon to clarify what exactly he meant. The aura around the Dark Tower Master thickened and became tense, and darkness spread throughout the entire room. But Damon was quick to ease the tension and apologize if his words sounded too harsh. He only wanted to say that he had a special commitment to the will of the demonic king of imprisonment.
Eliza slapped the table and stood up, needing to get back to the main topic of discussion at their meeting. Of course, at this rate, the masters would not be able to come to a mutual agreement, so she suggested a vote. Aaron was probably already bored waiting for the verdict. The Crown Prince noted that it was a good decision and asked if he could speak first. Of course, Walter was in favor of accepting Aaron Lionheart into Acreon. The voting began, and everyone began to speak their decision one by one, while Aaron studied the inscriptions on the walls of the palace. The Royal Library of Acreon not only contained magical writings of varying value, but also the writings of legendary magicians who left their mark on the history of magic on each of the floors. All the walls were soaked with history. They said that the library was more like a museum. There were 15 stories in Acreon, of which Lexi's writing was supposed to be from the 12th to the 15th floor. Suddenly someone addressed him, calling him a boy. The voice belonged to a girl, and Aaron quickly turned his head in the direction of the sound. Eliza was walking towards him, smiling sweetly and waving her hand. It was hard to tell right away that she was a master. She was the leader of the White Magic Tower and was the best summoner of this era, the person who first made a contract with the two spirit kings. She is considered a great mage, even for the magic that has nothing to do with spirits or summoning. Aaron asked out loud if the mages had finished their discussion. Eliza explained that everything was over. If they had to come to a unanimous decision, it would have taken several days or weeks. So the Magi decided to simply vote, saving everyone's time and energy. As a result of the vote, 5 people agreed to allow Aaron to enter Acreon, 2 more were against it, and only one of those present was neutral. The guy thought with relief that the first step had been taken. The majority agreed. In that case, could he go to the upper floors? Eliza, of course, said that he was now allowed. But didn't the guy want to know who agreed and who didn't? Aaron replied that he didn't care. His majority was for his presence in Acreon. Eliza wasn't too worried about Aaron's answer, so she decided to tell him herself. She was on the neutral side. Although she naturally wasn't against Aaron entering Acreon, she just didn't want to get involved in a pointless argument and voiced her opinion. The rest of the magicians left the room, their faces angry and irritated, their decisions based on a vote, but they still continued to argue. The master of the Blue Magic Tower looked at Aaron with irritation and reproach. He was clearly dissatisfied with something. But he immediately hurried to look away from the guy. Eliza asked if he noticed how the owner of the Blue Tower shook his head. Nevertheless, he agreed. Perhaps it was a surprise, because Hubert was very unhappy when the guy entered the room. He was initially against it, but after what he saw, he changed his mind. But still, wasn't Aaron interested in who was against it? He repeated again that it didn't matter in the slightest. But Eliza didn't seem to hear him. She replied that it was the owner of the Green Magic Tower and the head of the guild. Eliza asked if the guy was really 17 years old, judging by his reaction. He was much older. She was too meager. Didn't he get annoyed by this attitude? It seemed to her that he would angrily stamp his feet and hands in style. How dare they refuse a member of his family? But he again replied that he didn't care. Anyway, since the decision had already been announced, he still had things to do, so he decided to leave. Eliza was shocked by his reaction. Eliza notices that Aaron has a storm sword on his hip, which is blessed by the Wind Spirit King. After these words, the guy touches his sword. He confirms her assumption. Eliza started this conversation because she always wanted to make a contract with such a powerful spirit, but he did not respond, no matter how many times she called him. And she tried very hard. She even had to ask the kings of the spirits of thunder and earth. But they replied that the Wind Spirit King would never make a contract with a human. Since talking to the spirits didn't help, Eliza sent a letter to the Lionheart headquarters. But it seems they never lend their family heirlooms to outsiders. No matter how touching her story is, Aaron will not give up the sword technically. The thing does not belong to him. He only wears it with the permission of the patriarch. The girl stands her ground, saying that she won't tell anyone. He just needs to get out his magic thing and trust her. It won't take long anyway, no more than a day. And if Aaron wants, he can keep an eye on everything. The Wind Spirit King is a real asshole. He hasn't shown up even once in the last 4 years. With the current amount of mana, Aaron won't be able to summon him. But if it's the owner of the White Magic Tower, then there is a chance. The only summoner who has made a contract with 2 Spirit Kings at once. If Eliza uses Vened as a guide, the old man can respond. However, now it is not so profitable to agree to her proposal. Eliza is completely in his hands, so he will squeeze more out of her. Aaron, shaking his head from side to side while searching, asks where he can get a pass, and as expected, Eliza offers to help him. Holding his Acreon pass in his hands, Aaron notes that it is simply a ticket with his name on it. Ancient familiars live here. All of them once served the great magicians who left their mark on the history of Acreon. The King of Mages, who founded Aaron, and the Battle Mage, who is called the Father of Battle Magic, left their familiars. And not only them, the familiar of the Great Lexi is also here, in Acreon. It all sounds interesting, but Aaron isn't thrilled, causing Eliza to say that the reaction is boring for someone who likes Lexi. Hadn't Aaron been looking for her the first day he arrived in Erot?
He was on a tour of her mansion, and that time he met Arthur in Merdane Square. Her secret is that the guy has become very popular, so it won't be difficult to find out so much. In the midst of their conversation, with a kind manner, Eliza asks again when he's going to give her Wenid, but his answer is never. Pointing to a hole next to the door, the girl says that if you insert a pass there, the elevator will open. Since Aaron is going to the 12th floor, she assumes that he really likes Lexi, but the guy denies this. Already in the elevator, he asks if Eliza is going to wait for him down here. She doesn't have much free time, although she would like to go with him, but then he might feel ashamed. The shock of being confronted with the truth for the first time is great. It is a spell that leaves a very strong first impression. With a smirk and a haughty look, Eliza offers to take his diapers with him. Aaron's face barely changed from understanding, but he couldn't help but ask the question. Now Eliza's look is mocking. She said this because the baby might wet his pants. While the girl wishes Aaron to have fun there, the enraged guy aggressively presses the button to close the doors. There is no one in the cabin. Aaron, leaning against the wall, rides in silence and absolute solitude. Now he is on the right floor and the doors open on their own. Someone is already meeting him. Taking off her hat, a sweet little girl greets the young gentleman in Lexi's hall. Her eyes light up, seeing him for the first time, and she addresses him as Mr. Aaron Lionheart. Aaron is speechless at the sight of the girl, points his finger at her, and due to the insane resemblance, calls her Lexi. Pulling her hat back on, she reassures that the familiar in charge of Lexi's hall. The guy immediately remembers Eliza's words that Lexi's familiar is also here, and everything becomes clear. Since she just called him Aaron Lionheart, the guy wants to know how she knows his name. The answer is simple. Aaron himself just registered it on the first floor to get a pass. Not only she, but also other familiars here are connected to the Acreon magic system. They always know about everything that happens within the walls of the library. When Aaron asks what he should call her, the little girl replies that Madame Lexi named her Mary. You don't even have to think to realize that Mary is an abbreviation of her last name, Merdane. That's right. It's a cool and honorable name that no one else will bother to get. So Lexi created a familiar exactly as she gave it her last name. Out of ignorance, Aaron has to ask if all familiars look like humans, but they don't. On other floors, they don't look like Mary. Its creator was the wise Lexi, the faithful companion of the great herald himself. It is special. The personality of Madame Lexi formed its basis. At the blood inheritance ritual, Caleb said that living beings cannot be created, so Aaron asks about it. But the familiar says without embarrassment that she is not alive. So everything is correct. This is because she does not have a soul, unlike other various creatures. Her body is made of Madame Lexi's magic, and her consciousness is located where she is currently pointing her finger. A huge, shining blue core covered in stripes with some kind of inscription stands on the floor. This thing looks strange, so you have to wince and ask what it is. Leaning back so far that her hat flies off her head, Mary shouts that it's a good question. Immediately noticing the absence of her headdress, Mary turns to it and puts it back on. The glowing, incomprehensible ball in the center is Madame Lexi's life's work, entitled The Witch's Scriptures. Aaron recognized them immediately. The magical scriptures are divided into 3 parts: higher, middle, and lower. So it turns out that Lexi was able to finish them before she left. But still, poking at the thing in confusion, the guy asks why these are scriptures, but it turns out that this is just a misconception, to think that all scriptures should look like writing. Mary is not surprised that Aaron called all this nonsense, of course. He wouldn't understand. His limited brain simply won't be enough to comprehend all of this, because even the masters of the magic towers couldn't understand Madame Lexi's magic. The familiar's expression is tense, and it reminds Aaron very much of something. Full of pride, with a smile that was more like a smirk, even an arrogant attitude towards her life's work, Mary perfectly adopted Lexi's personality. However, now she has changed, and the familiar is based on the personality of the young Madame Lexi. She became more refined and elegant, no longer distracted by her emotions, focusing only on the research and development of magic. Aaron has an image of an active and very emotional Lexi in his head, which Mary's description doesn't even believe. What does Mary mean when she says that her consciousness is in the witch's writings? Mary's consciousness is made up of spells found in the scriptures, and the purpose of her existence is to protect and control the witch's scriptures, something she has been responsible for 200 years. Having remained silent to this story about his fate, Aaron begins to walk forward, leaving Mary behind. His path leads him to the witch's writings. Aaron approaches them with confidence. I immediately recall Caleb's words that, after reading them, his consciousness turned upside down. This is definitely superior to ordinary magic. Having finally made up his mind, Aaron asks the little girl if she knows where Madame Lexi went and why. Of course not. Her departure was very unexpected and unnoticed. Her students, servants, and even Mary know nothing. Even when King Aroda, the masters of the magic towers of that time, the master of the magic guild, and countless magicians asked, she answered the same thing. They questioned her about Madame Lexi's whereabouts, and Mary told them she didn't know, but they refused to believe her.
These idiots broke into the witch's writings to look through her memory, but their skills were not enough, so every few decades they come again to find information. They are looking through Mary's memory not only to find out about Lexi's location, and although many mages respected Lexi, there is a but. No one could cope with the material for countless experiments, or rather Mary, before their eyes. Aaron had previously heard that only the highest witch scripture was available in Acreon, so he asks if the others are here. Only the original witch scripture is found here, because Madame Lexi extracted the middle and lower scriptures from the original. Leaving here only the original and the highest scripture, she went on, and no one saw her again. Suddenly, Mary tells the blonde that he is a real fan of Madame Lexi. But everyone admires her, isn't that right? That's true, but he comes from a family of swordsmen. Usually Lionhearts admire only the Great Herald. His descendants are clearly not ordinary guys. According to Mary's knowledge, Madame Lexi never met the Lionheart family, including Mr. Gerald, after returning to Arryn. Lionheart's records say that Gerald changed greatly after returning from Helmwood, and did not even see his comrades. The rest of them, Lexi, Deborah, and Hank, only met again because of Gerald's funeral, in a sad atmosphere. Although Gerald was unsociable, the fact that he had not met anyone since his return, as well as what was happening with the Lionheart family, was very strange. Suddenly, Aaron decided to ask if Madame Lexi ever talked about her companions. Having sunk a little into her memories, Mary remembers that she called Hank a moron. She also spoke about Deborah, or rather, said that she was like a snake in the grass. I couldn't help but ask what Madame Lexi had said about Nathan. In response, Mary begins to list various insults, which casts doubt on the words that Madame Lexi was elegant and refined. Even a person like that might have a few skeletons in the closet, and whenever Madame Lexi spoke of companions, she always looked like she was about to burst into tears. Especially when talking about Nathan, she suffered terribly, trying to restrain herself. Aaron's next question is about what Madame Lexi said about the Great Herald. Nothing at all about Gerald. Madame neither praised him, nor called him names, nor judged him. She just remained silent. A beautiful portrait of Madame Lexi in a gilded frame hangs on the wall, with Aaron and Mary standing in front of it. Looking at him, Aaron remembers the portrait hanging in the mansion. It reminds him of him. For some reason, Mary's voice becomes dissatisfied, saying that the smile on the portrait is fake. Madame Lexi never smiled like that. Not once when Mary talked to her to adopt the character, casually asked about it. Why does she hang her portrait with her smile everywhere, if in reality she is always sad? If people see him for generations, it is better to leave behind a smile than a face full of sadness. Mary cannot leave Acreon and has never left it, so she has not seen it in person, but she knows that there is an identical portrait hanging in Madame Lexi's mansion. In this portrait, the artist painted her smile without permission, so Madame Lexi did not like it very much. Folding her arms across her chest in pain for her creator, Mary decided that it was better this way than not seeing the smile at all. Aaron felt like patting her head in sympathy, as a sign of consolation, but she slapped his hand away. The tone immediately changed. Mary asked not to cross the line and received an apology for this. Even though she is shorter than him, she has lived for 200 years and does not want to be treated like a child. Lexi's hall contains not only the witch's writings, but also the magical equipment she used. Pointing at a weapon, Mary explains that this staff was her favorite. It was a wooden staff that still had a couple of leaves and a red stone in the core. Aaron was instantly overcome with surprise. He recognized the acacia and involuntarily said the name out loud. A small hand covers a mocking smile. Mary knew that he would instantly recognize the weapon. They say that the fairy tree grows only in the Great Samara Forest, the homeland of the elves. Acacia is the most powerful magical tool in the world, made from the roots of a 1,000-year-old tree growing in the center of the forest. Elves believe that the tree contains the spirits of their ancestors and maintains peace. It turns out that those mighty elves cut off one of the roots of this tree to make this staff and give it to Madame Lexi. Lexi is not an elf, not even a half-elf. She's a normal human, but even so, she was closely connected to the elves. She didn't know who her parents were. She was abandoned in the great forest of Samara, a jungle in the southern region of the continent. An elf passing by heard Lexi's cries and took her with her, and that's how she ended up in their kingdom. The other elves didn't like Lexi very much, but when they learned about her incredible talent, they accepted her and taught her magic. Madame Lexi was the first owner of a staff made from the roots of this tree, and that's not all. That red stone embedded in the center of the staff is unusual, Mary was about to tell, but Aaron answered himself. Dragonheart. There are only 2 magical staves in the world that were created using it. The first is Madame Lexi's acacia, and the second, Aaron pronounces with cold-blooded horror, is Bloody Mary. The man who currently has a Bloody Mary is one of the 3 dark mages who made a contract with the Demon King of Imprisonment. This man's name is Count Miles Codret of Helmwood, and his powers are no less significant than the Master of the Dark Tower. 300 years ago, the owner of the Bloody Mary was a lich named Bolard, who was a subordinate of the Demon King of Imprisonment. Aaron clutched his chest from the pain in his heart.
He was the one who beat him, or rather Nathan. Fighting the Demon Kings of Imprisonment was much more difficult than fighting the other Demon Kings. Gerald fought alongside his comrades, Nathan especially thirsting for blood. The demons there were strong enough to be compared to the Demon Kings. 3 of them were particularly strong, such as the dagger, with a blade that looked like blood was running down it. The other 2 are the shield and the staff of imprisonment, which looks much worse than Lexi's acacia. When Nathan overcame the shield of imprisonment, he received a serious wound after the battle with Ballard. There was a huge hole in his chest. Unable to contain himself, Aaron asks Mary for permission to pick it up. Of course she allows it, but he won't be able to use the power of this staff anyway. Acacia only recognizes Lexi as its owner. When she left, many mages tried to take possession of her, but no one was able to get her recognition. Aaron was already reaching for the staff. These words did not stop him at all. It was still worth trying. Recreating a white flame around himself, he attempts to control the weapon while a pleased Mary watches. But the acacia doesn't even try to accept the mana he pours into it, which means Aaron will never become its master. Even though he thought that the acacia would recognize him, because he saw Lexi's image, it would have been better if she had left him the staff instead of the useless pendant. Mary notes that he seems to like Lexi a lot, but he wouldn't say so. His eyes always sparkled when Aaron talked about her, and he was very attentive when looking at his things. The excuse for not telling the truth was that Aaron just liked old stories. Mary had a great idea. If this is true, then he will like one book. The little girl quickly turned around and ran off somewhere she knows the library and every shelf on which apparently that book is located. Having picked it up, Mary does not wait, and returning back, hands it to the guy. Aaron looked at it with disdain, immediately recognizing it only by the cover. The Adventures of the Great Warrior Gerald. This is a famous picture book. Madame Lexi did not like to talk about what happened in Helmud. That is why she became the first to tell the world the legend of the Great Herald. Aaron grits his teeth and asks for it to be taken away from him, while he still has control over himself. Mary doesn't understand this. He likes Sir Nathan, whom he respects and reveres more than anyone else. But in this book he was made useless, with nothing but wind in his head. This book is an original, so it should be different from the versions published today. It was first published 300 years ago, in Arat, although it is not known who the author was. Since it is different from the one Aaron read earlier, he asks to give it to him so he can take a look. All he finds there is the humiliation of Nathan and the superiority of the Herald, for it was said that the reckless could not even touch the great in battle. Nathan may have been humiliated, but he definitely touched him in the fight. Once Gerald even dropped a drop of blood, Deborah definitely wrote all of this. Mary decided to intrigue him, because if he liked Nathan, then most likely he would like this too. Turning around, she began to walk away from Aaron and, pointing with her finger, asked him to follow her. Now they stand in front of the 4 warriors. They seem real, although it is obvious that they were created with the help of magic. It's hard to believe his eyes. Aaron involuntarily reaches out to them. This is the first time he sees his comrades, even if they are not real, but very similar. These images were taken from Madame Lexi's memory. They should not be confused with portraits, because these images are real. The handsome white-haired man standing in the middle is the Great Herald, and the beautiful girl who smiles like a stingray is Saint Deborah. The formidable one, who is kind of a troll but kind of a human, is Hank the Fearless. And this bandit in whose eyes you can read the desire to fight, Nathan is reckless. According to the story of fate, Nathan was almost forgotten by history. Only in Lexi's hall his image can be seen. Aaron does not hold back and calls him handsome, but Mary thinks that this is about Gerald. When the guy explains that he is not talking about old man Gerald, but about Nathan, Mary thinks that he has already gone crazy. Sure, that old Herald is good, but Nathan, he has the aura of a wild animal. Realizing what was said, Aaron turns away and hides his face with his hand, asking to forget it. Now the two stand silently at the table, Aaron leafing through the pages while Mary sits next to him. Madame Lexi's traces remained on floors 12 through 14, but what then was on the last of them? The top floor contains the research records and memories of Madame Lexi's plans since the founding of Acreon, but Aaron won't be able to understand them at the moment. There are also books with research. They are difficult to understand, but since they have explanations, they are easier than research notes. Even so, wouldn't it be wiser to choose them rather than the more popular witch writings? Mary is sure that no, it is difficult to put into words. You just need to think about it yourself. After that, he proceeded to the familiar's proposal. Aaron went to the witch's writings. Witch's scripture is a method of optimizing mana and circles, thereby increasing its magical power. Simplifying the technique for the sake of efficiency by eliminating the need to cast spells. Materialization of magic that uses the division of consciousness. Only in this way it can unknowingly penetrate the body and be stored in it, and can manifest in different ways depending on the situation. The most amazing thing is the perfect control of the circle. In their days, most of the magicians use them, and the method in the witch's writings is unusual. It takes the maximum mana to get the greatest power.
His head is spinning from so much information, Aaron apologizes, because he didn't understand anything. Naturally, if such a blockhead had understood after the first explanation, the witch's writings would not have been called the greatest book of magic in history. The logical question after this is how to read this extraordinary little book. You need to close your eyes and stretch out your hand, enter your mana into the scriptures, and then he will be able to read them. The boy stretches his hand exactly as little Mary demonstrated earlier, starting to form his mana and pour it into the letters. But in his opinion, nothing happened at all. Later, it became clear that Aaron was wrong, and his expression changed to surprise. There was only emptiness around and nothing more. And the guy himself was standing on something soft, as if he was parrying on water. It feels like a dream, but it's not quite that. It's still different. He can't move, as if Aaron has sleep paralysis, and he doesn't have any of the horrible hallucinations that you get in nightmares. There is only a feeling of complete powerlessness. The whole body is maximally relaxed. Something blue with a beautiful glow appears in space in front of the fallen guy. It looked like a sea, and that's what it was, a sea of mana that now enveloped Aaron. It is impossible to stay in it. It is in constant motion and eventually ends up under Aaron's feet, and he can only look down. Under his feet was a huge circle, thanks to which magicians can use power. More and more circles begin to appear in it, which are smaller in size than the main one, and at the sight of this, incredible emotions are felt. My hair stood on end from this. The circles became countless. They grew into each other. The body begins to gradually disappear, vanish into the same space in which it is located. Now Aaron is on the floor, getting up on all fours, having to look up at baby Mary. The first thing Aaron asks is if he did anything strange because he couldn't control his body. Well, apart from the fact that he, the blonde blockhead, fainted, it seems to be nothing. There's no need to worry. Many magicians would shit their pants after entering the witch's writings. But he, Aaron, simply fainted with foam at the mouth and woke up 2 hours later. For example, the owner of the White Magic Tower, Eliza El Haya, acted as Mary said. And the owner of the Magic Tower, Hubert Uzlan, both suffered this shameful fate. I remember Eliza's words before Aaron left in the elevator. She wished him not to shit his pants. This means that she was speaking from personal experience, and not just teasing him because of her nasty nature. Little Mary runs to Aaron to ask how he found the experience of entering the witch's writings. It was hard to understand this, and the guy still doesn't understand it. And although there is a feeling of understanding, he cannot comprehend the rest using his knowledge or guesses. It was interesting to watch the movement of the Kuga mana. Inside the huge circle, countless circles were created and divided. He would only be able to understand this when he reached 9 of them. As Aaron said, Madame Lexi only created the circle method. She had 9 stars, but Madame continued to research magic. So Madame Lexi had to overcome her own limitations. This is how the bottomless abyss appeared. A skill that only a great magician could master. And this is the stage of the circle of magic that only Madame Lexi could reach. Following the witch's writings, many of the magicians set a goal to reach the bottomless abyss. And it doesn't matter who tried half-heartedly and who gave their life to it, because no one was able to pass the barrier of the 9th circle. If you can use mana without losing a drop, and control all the mana inside this huge circle, then something happens. After this, his circle will split and start to rotate. This is the perfect mana control. Although it will be very difficult to create a bottomless abyss, magic will become very easy to use. Even its fireball is much stronger than the hellfire of the 9th circle. Techniques will become insanely simple. Madame Lexi, who created her, was absolutely unrivaled, although it is hard to believe, but she would definitely have enough power to kill the Demon Kings. After returning from Helmut, Lexi wasn't just having fun, she was stronger after that fight that Aaron remembers. Even Deborah and Hank were improving. No one was sitting in one place with their hands folded. And Harold. Everyone became stronger, but then why did they retreat and not continue the fight against the Demon Kings? Aaron's hand clenched into a fist in anger. He knew nothing, but he knew for sure that it was because of Gerald. When Aaron had finished all his business on the top floor, he went downstairs, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, Eliza and Caleb were standing in front of him. With a jaundiced look and her arms folded across her chest, Eliza notes that he finished rather quickly. First of all, the owner of the Red Tower asks what it is like to look at the magical writings of Acreon. Aaron thinks that with his current knowledge, it would take him years to understand just one book. Of course, even if he is smart beyond his years, there is a limit to everything, especially self-study. Everything that is here is centuries-old study of magic. That is why, in her opinion, he is obliged to give her Vinid, in exchange for which she will help him study the 10 magical books located here. After some thought, Aaron decided that the magic books weren't the most expensive thing here. With a smirk on his face, Aaron thinks that he could offer something better, like some useful item. Eliza's interested expression makes it clear that she has noticed his ability to negotiate. Then she asks his opinion about the staff. Aaron still doesn't have it. The staff will make it easier for him to control me, and will also help simplify his techniques. Caleb enters the conversation. saying that he also has many excellent staves, and he can lend you the one that catches your eye.
When asked why he was interfering in their trades at all, Caleb says that Eliza already has contracts with 2 Spirit Kings, and there is no point in being so greedy. In fact, Caleb is worried that she will actually make a deal with the Wind Spirit King and start wreaking havoc. As if, after all these years of friendship, he still doesn't know Eliza. She doesn't want to get involved with Arat's politics or anything equally annoying. Eliza said it herself, but who knows what to expect from her when she has a power she never had. Understanding where he is heading, Eliza swears by Mana that she will not change because of her new power, even if she makes the desired contract with the Wind Spirit King. Then okay, because the girl swore by her Mana, so he believes her. And besides, she decided to do it herself. Such carelessness irritates Eliza. She calls Caleb names, her hands trembling with anger. After thinking about it, Aaron decided that he didn't need the staff anyway, even if she just wanted to borrow it. The guy didn't say right away, but he could only put off Vinod for a couple of days, and even then, if he lent his artifact for a few years, otherwise he could forget about any contact with the King of the Wind Spirits. These conditions are too unfavorable for Eliza, which makes her call the guy an annoying little bastard. Finally, giving in, she turns away, not wanting to admit it, and agrees to a deal of a year for 1 day. She wants to make a contract with the Wind Spirit King so much that she is willing to lose the artifact for 7 years in exchange for wielding the sword for just a week. Aaron may not know because she is a Lionheart, but to her and the other summoners, the Wind Spirit King is the greatest Spirit King. He is considered so because only this King of Spirits fought side by side with the Great Herald. As she says this, Eliza heroically raises her fist up and makes a compassionate face. Caleb, wanting to offer an interesting thing from Eliza's possessions, starts to speak, but Eliza asks him to shut up quickly. The mistress of the White Magic Tower has a very valuable and incredible artifact, so the girl reaches out to cover his mouth. The man said enough to interest Aaron, so he was all ears. The girl screams hysterically without stopping, but Caleb manages to pronounce the main thing. It is something that calls the Cloak of Darkness. As far as the mage knows, she hasn't used it for 10 years, and she's angry because she sacrificed a lot to get this thing. It's better to lend it to someone who needs it, because there's no point in using it as decoration. To my surprise, the response was not a cry but silence, suppressing the tears that were about to flow. While the magicians were arguing, Aaron had a question about what kind of Cloak of Darkness this was. This is a cloak that contains the highest level of time and space magic. It's similar to the guidance shield that's gathering dust in the Lionheart's treasury. In short, it reflects attacks on the enemy. The girl objects that it's not that cool. He can't repel an attack until he reads the coordinates of the space and leaves a trace of his mana on the enemy. The cloak is also enchanted with advanced defensive magic, so the very fact of wearing it will protect you from the attacking magic of the 5th circle. The strength of its defense directly depends on the amount of mana the wearer has. The cloak also has subspace magic. If Aaron still uses different types of weapons, he will like it, because then he can store equipment in the cloak and use it when needed. Eliza was beside herself with rage. Caleb told all the functions of the artifact, which she didn't want to give up. After hearing all about the cloak, Aaron decided that it sounded great, causing a satisfied smile to spread across his face. Instead of a staff, he will take the Cloak of Darkness, of course. Not right now. He still needs to notify the Patriarch. Eliza turns away, offended, and says that she hasn't agreed yet, but that sounds like a lie. Aaron's head hurts from all the shock he's seen, and he's also hungry, so he invites Caleb to join him for a bite to eat. Agreeing without persuasion, Caleb says he knows a great place in the rich zone of the world. The food tastes great and looks even better. They begin a normal small talk. Aaron remembers that he has never seen Arod at night, and Caleb is already calling for a carriage. When Eliza realized that no one was listening to her anymore, she resigned herself to this fate. Suddenly, Aaron notices that Eliza has not gone anywhere, but continues to stand in a strange state. Since Aaron wants the Cloak of Darkness so badly, then fine. Eliza agrees to lend it to him. Aaron asks not to hurry. He's going to eat, and he also needs to persuade the Patriarch. Oh, these requests of poor magicians. The girl can't stand such impudence. Her face turns crooked from anger and thirst for the sword, and she screams terribly. This even scared the boys, and Aaron even compared her scream to a dying crow. Byron was not against the exchange. He only said that when Vinod was borrowed, the caretaker of Lionheart had to be present, and the transfer had to be made by Eliza. Aaron, Caleb, and Eliza stand on the porch, all waiting for the Lionheart family to exchange. Noticing the unknown clothing on the girl, Aaron asks if this is the Cloak of Darkness. Eliza bragged about how cool he was, but Aaron thought it would look cooler on him. This again makes her feel inappropriately angry, but she should be glad that they came to an agreement. Suddenly she asks who will be the caretaker, realizing that it is clearly not the Patriarch. The caretaker will be the Patriarch's younger brother, Justin, and a squad of guards. This is the first time the family has borrowed weapons, and also due to the problem with... But Eliza is not interested in listening any further. She interrupts Aaron because she already understood that the guards, the loyal dogs of the Lionhearts, will arrive. The guardians of the family laws, the Black Lions of the Lionhearts. They have many names. But as Eliza said, their role is not much different from dogs. They honor the laws of the family even more than gods. A year ago, Justin joined the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion. It was not surprising. If you have enough skills and are truly passionate about the family ideology, then there are not many paths. The Order of the Knights of the White Lion serves exclusively the main branch of the family, while the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion obeys everyone with the surname Lionheart, and they are ruled by the Senate, those who, regardless of branch, have left their names in the history of Lionheart. Even Byron, being a patriarch, does not reach the level of importance of those old men from the Senate. During the 4 years he spent in the family's main residence, Aaron never had the opportunity to see them. The Order of Knights is selected from the most loyal and excellent Lionhearts, and also the Senate, who personally commands them. Of course, I wonder how strong they are. Eliza and Aaron looked up at the clear sky, where a carriage could be seen up there in the blue canvas. The carriage looked not just any old thing, but perfectly suited the Lionheart family style. Frowning and with a hint of disgust, Eliza thinks that this is all just a show. Aaron found this strange. He thought he respected the Great Herald. Yes, she respects him, but she doesn't really like the family, the main family. Suppressing the side branches out of stupid fear cannot inspire admiration. She can't stand their vile Senate. Caleb looks up thoughtfully and tells Eliza that she shouldn't show them her feelings. If she really wanted to borrow the Weenid, she had to try to avoid anything that might anger them. Eliza asks contemptuously if she should openly fawn. She offers them a fair exchange. She cries in front of Aaron, and he indifferently asks her not to stain his cloak with snot and tears, since he still has to wear it. The flying carriage lands smoothly, the doors open. First, a woman's legs are visible, then a young woman gets out of the vehicle. The young girl turns out to be Emily, Aaron's sister, wearing a formal suit and her hair tied in a high ponytail. Aaron's face distorted into a grimace of shock when he saw her. He clearly didn't expect to see his younger sister here. Out of surprise, he points his finger at her and shouts at her, asking what she is doing here. She casually gets out of the carriage and tells that her mother's birthday is coming soon, so she came to buy her a present. Slightly embarrassed, blushing, and with difficulty admitting, she adds that she also wanted to find out how Aaron was doing. He is pleasantly surprised by such a confession, which makes Emily even more embarrassed. And then another figure appears behind her. Justin appears in the light and happily greets Aaron, giving his brother a military salute. A mature man places his hand on his shoulder, covered by an expensive, personalized jacket, and tells Justin that not much time has passed since their last meeting. With a stern face, he says that they will always have time to hug, so he suggests getting straight to the point. Aaron doesn't know who this old man is, but he mentally notes that just by looking at him, it's clear that he's strong. Analyzing his posture and build, Aaron comes to the conclusion that he is a mature, bearded man wearing white gloves, a spearman. A man with a blissful face and in a neat, tidy suit slowly emerges from the carriage after the trio. Aaron immediately realizes that this nasty guy is a mage, although his presence is quite expected, since it concerns Wanidi and the problem with Ron. A woman emerges from the carriage with a firm step, wearing a cloak over her suit and a menacing look. Analyzing her, Aaron thinks that she has neither a sword nor a spear. Most likely she is a hand-to-hand fighter, considering her form. She has the highest position here. The woman tells Caleb that about 20 years have passed. She heard that he became the master of the Red Magic Tower. Caleb, answering the tall woman, recalls that it seems that even then he told her that he would soon become the master of the Red Tower. With a calm face, the woman asks if this really happened, although she immediately indifferently says that she really doesn't care. She, noticing Aaron standing behind her, turns her attention to him and asks if he is the same Aaron Lionheart. He bows respectfully and answers positively. She introduces herself as Liliana Lionheart, his great-aunt, but forbids Aaron to call her that. The guy is stunned by surprise after a short silence. He asks again about the information he heard. He comes to the realization that the woman is his father, Brad's aunt. Thinking back to Caleb, he's not particularly surprised that she looks so young for her age. But why would someone of her status come all this way? The guy wonders. Caleb, being polite, notes that it is quite chilly outside and suggests moving the conversation inside. The entire large company of mages and Lionhearts sit down at a large banquet table made of noble dark wood, on chairs with high carved backs. Lillian Lionheart, the younger sister of the previous patriarch who did not marry and stayed in the residence of the main family after she joined the Order of the Black Lion Knights. She is currently the third commander of this knightly order. The bearded man is Joseph Lionheart, vice captain of the 3rd Legion, and comes from a branch family of the Lionhearts. Tristan Lionheart, a mage from the 3rd Legion, belongs to the magical branch of the family and is in charge of today's case. The storm sword of the Vinid of the main family, and the cloak of darkness of the mistress of the White Magic Tower, in the terms of the deal, For each day of their holding of the Vinid, Aaron receives a year of ownership of the Cloak of Darkness. Having explained the conditions, Tristan asks the blue-haired Eliza sitting next to him if they agree, and the woman rather indifferently answers in agreement. The man with the same blissful smile announces that he has prepared a contract for such a matter, and holding up a finger of his hand uses his magic. Eliza, having read the contents of the sign, asks what the condition means that in the event of the destruction of the vinyl, a corresponding payment is assigned. Lillian, who had been sitting by the window before, tells her that if she destroys the sword, she will have to pay with her life. The storm sword was a treasure they could not value, the woman explained. If Eliza wanted to borrow it, she would have to risk her life. Eliza is outraged and objects, believing that her life also has a meaning that cannot be valued in money. Lillian explains that this may be true in Erat, but not for the Lionhearts, and tired from the long journey and conversation, she takes out a cigar and is about to light it. Tristan tries to bring the discussion back to a peaceful course, suggesting that everyone calm down, and assuring that Eliza does not need to put her life on the line in this matter. With his hands folded under his chin, he addresses the blue-haired girl, expressing that he respects her as a fellow mage, and does not think that she would make a stupid mistake like breaking her sword during the conclusion of their contract. With a menacing smile, he goes on to say how he believes that won't happen, but if the vinyl does get destroyed, they'll discuss the issue differently. Eliza, who was obviously not happy with these conditions, asks when they will have the right of control. Lillian counters by suggesting that they not lend the weed if she doesn't like something. After all, they don't owe her anything. If it weren't for the patriarch, she wouldn't even get up from her seat. However, Eliza does not agree with the idea that Lillian came here just for her. She suggests that she clearly has other business here. Lillian openly admits that she was brought here by a more important problem, and at the same time, she takes out a huge pocket watch from the inside pocket of her jacket. She says that she came here to meet with Balzac Ludbet. She needs to discuss the issue of Ona with him, and also interrogate the dark magician in the prison of Arat. She opens a metal watch that appears to be silver-plated and looks at the time, still holding the cigar in her teeth. Caleb, turning anxiously to Lillian, says that the last time they spoke with Sir Byron about this trip, Lillian promised that they would follow the laws of Arat. But now everything sounds completely different. He asks her to explain everything that is happening. Although the Patriarch ordered them to follow the laws of Arat, the Senate thinks otherwise. This incident has tarnished the glorious name of the Lionheart family. The bastard from the Dark Magic Tower must pay. Aaron notices her pocket watch. He has never seen anyone carry such a heavy and uncomfortable watch. Eliza asks Lillian directly why she needs a wristwatch if she carries a pocket watch with her anyway, and why she holds a cigar in her teeth even though she doesn't smoke. Ignoring her question, the woman continues, telling that she has already received permission from the king and the Parliament of Arat, so it will be much easier to interrogate this pathetic worm, Lillian says. So why make life difficult for each other? Lillian asks Eliza. Aaron realizes in his mind that the permit was probably obtained with such a large sum of money that Parliament simply could not refuse such a proposal. This issue will cost the family a pretty penny. Lillian looks out the window thoughtfully and urges Eliza to make a decision about the Vinid as they have little time. Eliza thinks hard. It will take her about 3 hours to activate the Vinid and make a contract with the Wind Spirit King. In the worst case, she will get her cloak back in 2 months. After such deliberation, she confidently agrees to the terms and signs the Lionheart Treaty with her pen. Aaron will receive a magical cloak with voluminous fur, and Eliza cannot tear herself away from the acquired Weenid sword, lovingly hugging the artifact. Looking at Aaron dressed in a cloak, Lillian laconically praises the design of the magical attribute of clothing. She especially likes the fur around the collar. The black fur reminds her of a lion's mane she shares with Aaron. But the color doesn't suit, Lillian admits. In her opinion, white would be better here. Now he looks more like a knight of the Order of the Black Lion, the woman comments. In response to this, Aaron only remains silent, it seems, not expecting his great aunt to speak to him. Lillian also answers him with silence. They look at each other in some awkwardness, until Emily comes to Aaron and asks him to give the coat to his grandmother, since that is how she asked him. The guy objects to his sister. Lillian didn't say anything like that, but Emily says that she wasn't obliged to say anything. Joseph helps to remove the outerwear similar to Lillian's coat. Thereby, the woman non-verbally demands to give the coat to try on. Aaron, noticing this, nevertheless gives the coat to be tried on, handing the garment to his great aunt with one hand. Waving her cloak, she throws it over her shoulders, standing in one pose, then another, assessing the full potential of the magical attribute with fur. She continues to try on the coat in different positions, with the same cigar in her teeth. She doesn't seem to care much about the presence of others. She is completely absorbed in trying on the coat. Afterwards, she takes off her cloak, gives it back to Aaron, who already has his hands on the clothes, and comes to the conclusion that it would be better if there was a drawing of a lion on the chest and the lion heart symbol on the back. Eliza says that no one would have thought that she gave the cloak to her, but asks not to forget that she is only lending it and orders not to ruin the cloak. Vivian again completely ignores the mage's words, throwing her outerwear over her shoulders with Joseph's help and telling her that it's time, which irritates Eliza immensely. Aaron turns his head to his sister and calls her by name. She, overjoyed at being reunited after a long separation, tells those leaving that she will wait for Aaron. While walking around the city with her, he asks her to tell Aiden to get rid of the erotic films with half cats and half girls that he hides under his bed. Emily doesn't understand what Aaron is talking about. The guy shares his thoughts that he is afraid that if upon returning home, the maid's uniform will also include cat ears. This seems extremely disgusting to Emily. She shudders from this and she undertakes to pass this information on to her mother. But Aaron asks her to just give him a hint, saying that cat ears are not what their maids need. In response, Emily asks what kind of ears Aaron likes then. He's surprised how their conversation came to this. She notes that he pointed out that cat ears are not it, which means he likes some other ears. Aaron brushes it off by saying that he likes regular ears and then changes the conversation to the gift. On the way, Aaron asks why he even needs to go buy a gift for Emily and Aiden's mother. Since he doesn't even know her, Emily counters that she does, and asks him to just follow her. There's no point in him accompanying her if he's just going to hang around doing nothing, says Aaron, still pacing around in his cloak. The indignant girl turns sharply to her brother and calls him an asshole, indignant at the fact that he wants to leave her walking around alone, in a place where she has never been. Aaron calmly replies that Emily is no longer a little girl and can handle it herself. Walking further, the girl claims that no matter what the guy says, he will still go with her. He agrees that he has no choice, because he knows how easily Emily gets offended. Emily remembers that Aaron had a birthday and asks how it went, whether he threw a party with all the entails. Aaron admits that he didn't celebrate his birthday. He just read books in the library of the Red Magic Tower like on any other day. Emily doesn't let up and continues to question, and in response asks about gifts. Aaron tells how Sir Caleb and Monica wanted to give him a pair, but he simply asked them not to do anything, and not to give them. Emily clings to Monica's name and asks about her. Aaron explains that this is the magician of the Red Magic Tower. The girl asks if the owner of the name is a woman. In response, her brother teases her, asking how many men she knows with the name Monica. He assumes that Emily has come such a long way. Not only for the sake of a gift, he is interested in what the girl is really up to. Emily, blushing with pleasant surprise, notes how Aaron quickly understands the most useless things. She says that she wants to convince her to become Emily's mentor. After all, her brother is going to follow the path of the patriarch, and she does not want to become a patriarch. And it looks like her mother wants to organize a wedding for her, Emily tells her brother with displeasure, who takes this information with the same anxious face. But this is not what she wants, the girl admits. And she also does not want to hang around in the residence of the main family and become an ordinary lady. So she wants to join the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion, Aaron guesses after analyzing her entire monologue and actions, among other things. Emily confirms his guesses, shares her innermost thoughts, says that she understands that she is not up to par now, but really wants to study with Lady Lillian. Aaron sincerely notes that this is good, in response to which a surprised Emily with a blush on her cheeks asks what exactly the guy meant by that. Aaron explains that he meant her trying to do something, not just suck the family's money, ending by asking how Aiden is doing. Aiden often talks about his older brother, the girl says, just to find out how many stars he has already achieved during his stay here. 3, Aaron answers. Emily comments that this is the same number he had before leaving. Aiden also has 2 stars left. Aaron asks Emily if she knows anything about Ron. He only heard that he came home. Apparently, his mother is looking for a wizard to homeschool him, sharing news about Ron with Emily. Emily says it's funny. She's still going to teach him magic despite the horror he did while living in Aroth, since he won't be a patriarch anyway. Why not let him do what he wants? She muses out loud. Right after, the girl cheerfully grabbed Aaron by the hand and suggested finishing their boring heart-to-heart conversation, after which they should go get a bite to eat. She admitted to the guy that she was hungry and asked if he knew any good restaurants nearby. Aaron looked at her with indifference and replied that there were many such people around, but their visit would not be as good as at home. Emily just smiled and replied that she didn't care at all about the taste of the food. A second later, the couple walked further down the narrow street, and the girl added that when eating out, it's not just the taste that's important, but also the atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the trio finished dealing with the prisoner, who apparently died after long torture. Joseph wiped his bloody hands with a towel, and Lillian, standing by the wall, lit a cigar. Lillian was upset that the prisoner did not give up information despite the torture, and informed the others that it seemed he really did not know anything. Everyone laughed a little at the body. finding it funny that this low-ranking dark mage would decide to get involved with the main branch of the Lionheart family, after which Lillian noted that he either forgot what fear was, or was simply crazy. Suddenly, Damon walked past her with his swagger, telling her that the brat was simply desperate. He also explained that Gavid had started practicing dark magic decades ago, but had never achieved anything. And if he died without achieving anything, his soul would become the property of the demons, and he would not be able to be reborn. Damon revealed that this was the reason the boy went to extremes, because he thought that even if it put him in a difficult situation, he could get out of it dry using the power he would get from selling his soul. To this, the woman replied that she had heard that the Night Witch, Queen Noir Zabella, had nothing to do with it. Damon just smirked and asked her if she thought he was to blame for this. Lillian just looked at the guy with irritation, to which he admitted that in fact it seemed to him that the woman was now blaming him for what had happened. But why, since he had done everything for their productive cooperation, everything that would show the sincerity of his apologies? Lady Lillian glanced at him furtively and replied that she was not hiding it, and she really thought that he was behind all this and not that pathetic magician. Damon, adjusting his glasses, told her that he actually understood why she thought that way, and then asked what benefit he got from it. Afterwards, the guy stood up to his full height and, straightening his tie, explained that if he had been behind this incident, he would have covered his tracks so that not a single relative of hers would have found out anything. Damon also assured that he would have destroyed every little thing and every insignificant detail. Everyone turned to look at him at once, but he still addressed himself only to the lady, and confessed that, besides all this, he already had quite a lot of enemies. Damon also said that His Majesty, the Demon King of Imprisonment, blessed him with boundless trust and love, for which he is of course grateful, but there are also enough in Helmut who do not like the fact that they treat him so well. Damon seemed to be monologue, but he was addressing everyone in the room. He admitted that he actually believed that whoever hated him so fiercely must have done it on purpose to create misunderstandings between them. The woman only answered him that without evidence his words were empty excuses, to which Damon calmly replied that at the moment he had no evidence, but he also did not know how to prove his innocence. Suddenly he grinned sarcastically, and told the woman that she considered him guilty only because he was currently in a disadvantageous position. However, this also concerned their family. Lillian quickly shut the guy up, demanding that he watch his words, and then asked if he was ready to take responsibility and face the consequences of everything he said if something happened. Damon immediately smiled and spread his arms out to the sides, and then assured that he, as a devoted servant of the demonic king of imprisonment, loved the Lionhearts as much as His Majesty, which is why he apologized so sincerely and cooperated. And after a few seconds of silence, the guy said that he was still a human being, and therefore he couldn't do anything about the fact that he was upset by their accusations. Damon immediately stated that he, the master of the Dark Magic Tower and the servant of the demonic king of imprisonment, although he could come to terms with the fact that they did not intend to show him any respect, was not able to tolerate the incessant insults towards himself and His Majesty. Justin quickly became angry at this and reached for the sword that was hidden in his case. Lillian stopped him in time, saying that she did not want to cause trouble on foreign soil, but Damon assured them that if they allowed him, he could take care of everything so that no one would notice. The woman immediately took control of the situation and told the guy that if he wanted no one to notice anything, then first of all he had to keep his head on his shoulders. And she also asked to note that one of the Lionhearts clearly wants to please the prestige of the main branch. And although this is just a guess, they still couldn't find out absolutely anything. And that's why Lilith suspects Damon. Damon furiously remembered his words about how in that case he would have definitely covered his tracks. But he said out loud that he was wrong. He explained again that it wasn't his fault, because there was absolutely no point in him doing something like that. Justin still held his sword at the ready, and Lillian stood against the wall, crossing her arms on her waist, after which she said that she believed the guy. However, a second later she approached Damon and asked him about the incubus who had once tried to make a contract with the Lod, and explained that the sight was unpleasant. She said that she had seen many cruel and vile scenes in her time, and indifferently admitted that one of them was now before her. The guy didn't pay attention to the woman's mockery, and at the same moment used the charm to show gratitude. A second later, Damon was holding the incubus's head in his hand. He explained that the demonic king of imprisonment was capable of taking their souls, after which he offered to give this head to her. Lillian told him that there was no need for that, and instantly pushed his head into the wall, which immediately flew into pieces, and its remains splashed onto Damon's face in bloody spots. A few seconds later, the woman called out to everyone, telling them it was time to go back, but Justin decided to stay. At that moment, Lillian turned around to warn Damon that if he ever decided to get involved with Aaron Lionheart, he would be in trouble. Damon, wiping the blood from his face, replied that the only one who could control his actions was the demonic king of the prison. He immediately turned to Lillian, who was looking at him with a piercing, incinerating gaze. He also selfishly told her that she had no right to tell him what to do. After some time, the Lionheart family silently left the dungeon, when suddenly Lillian broke the silence and asked Justin what he thought about everything that had happened. The guy replied that he suspected Madame Madeline of everything, because she was the one who envied the position of the owner of the Dark Magic Tower. Justin also stated that the Demon King of Imprisonment had given permission to do whatever they wished to those who had made a contract with him, and that the king did nothing with the varieties between his subordinates. Afterwards, Justin asked Lillian if Madeline was involved in this. Did that mean Nahama was also behind it? To which the woman replied that Nahama herself was very suspicious, and most likely war would break out within a few years. Lillian said that they would most likely attack her at first, since Nahama had always had problems with him. She also suggested that the Keel Empire would have to mobilize all its resources due to Nahama's actions, and the Lionheart family was no exception, so their forces would be called upon no matter what. Justin asked her if she thought that this was what Madeline was counting on, but instead of answering, Lillian said that it was important to remember that all of this could be an ordinary incident without any conspiracy, as Gavid had said. She asked the guy about his assumptions about what would have happened if she had not ignored Damon's provocation earlier. Justin replied that in that case they would have to fight him and that everyone, including her, would die there. Smoking a cigar, Lillian smirked at the guy's words, to which he modestly replied that he was not suitable for battles with magicians. Lillian admitted that she was unsure then, and that was why she did not engage in battle with the King of Imprisonment's servant Damon. However, after this was said, the woman gave her word that the boat would be watched. After all, the Black Lion has already headed to the residence of Theonis, but they will not dare to kill him since he is a descendant of the main branch, but they will not allow the following mistakes. Lillian explained that all Ron was doing was living out the rest of his miserable life under surveillance, and that naturally all his rights would be revoked. Afterwards, she thought for a second and said that according to rumors, Theonis was looking for a magic teacher for him, but it was unlikely that anything useful would come of it, since if someone was behind all this, they would try to contact him again. Justin remembered how Laud had been very fond of magic as a child, experimenting with various spells so often. However, the guy sincerely did not understand how all this happened. After a few minutes, Justin resigned himself, and the three of them continued on their way in absolute silence. After some time, they met Aaron and Emily, as it was time to return. While the girl happily said goodbye to the guy, Justin stood behind her and smiled, after which they headed together to the carriage after the others. Aaron stood across from them with Austin, also happily saying goodbye to Emily. Before leaving, Lillian suddenly approached Aaron and asked him about his thoughts on joining the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion. Aaron was genuinely surprised and asked her why she suddenly asked about this, to which the woman told him about the vacancy of the assistant captain in the 2nd Division, after which she offered to recommend him for it right now if he wanted it. Aaron merely bowed and thanked Lillian for the offer, but admitted that he was forced to refuse her at the moment, after which he wished her a good journey. Lillian simply remained silent, and the next moment, she turned around and went into the carriage after the family, and only Emily continued to look at the guy with a smile. The Lionhearts set out, and as soon as the carriage disappeared into the sky, Aaron turned to Austin and asked him if the mistress of the White Tower had said anything to him. Austin replied with a smile and enthusiasm that she had not told him anything, and assured him that if there had been news, she would have immediately started bragging if the contract had been successful. But if there had been no news yet, it meant that some complications had arisen. Meanwhile, Eliza stood on top of the White Tower, angrily pointing her lightsaber at the black and gloomy sky, causing a gust of wind to rise in full force. The girl stood menacingly in a lonely pose as if she was waiting for something. As it turned out, Eliza was expecting a message from the spirit of the Wind King. She was angry that she had sent a message to the spirit world a long time ago, but never received an answer. Her strength was gradually running out, despite the fact that she did not use magic to maintain her body temperature. Instead, she did everything to raise her sensitivity to the limit, but the Stormlord still did not respond. Suddenly, Eliza screamed to the sky, calling with all her last strength to the king, asking him to conclude a contract with her. Suddenly, the sky burst into bright amber lightning, and from behind the dark clouds appeared the body of a huge bird, reminiscent of a phoenix. The king of the lightning spirits appeared to the girl, but Eliza shouted to him that she had not called him at all. So why did he respond to her call? To this, he merely conveyed to her the words of the master that the girl should cover her mouth, because she was really annoying him. At this, Eliza became furious. She quickly covered her open chest and screamed even louder than before. She was indignant that the king could still hear her, and she also furiously asked to conclude a contract with her. because she was the only one who was capable of this. She tried so hard to convince him of this that the Lightning Spirit King desperately asked the girl to finally calm down. Eliza completely lost her patience and lost her temper, shouting insults and other nasty things against the ruler. She frantically demanded that he finally come to her. The Lightning King had no choice but to send a stream of electric current into the girl. Eliza fell helplessly to the floor, unable to move anymore, and the bird shouted at her that she could not give the master what he wanted. He reported that the Lord of the Winds had turned his gaze north to the realm of demons, which no one had been able to conquer. He confessed that this was his secret desire, which he could not forget even after 300 years. Some time passed, and Eliza appeared before Aaron in a terrible state after being struck by lightning. Aaron was thinking, looking at this spectacle, how this crazy woman managed to become a granny in just 10 days, and without even signing a contract. Afterwards, he asked the girl if she had managed to make a contract with the Wind Spirit King. At that very moment, Eliza's face twisted with anger, and she responded to the guy with a couple of statements in his direction, to which Aaron jokingly called her an unclean demon, at the same time driving her away. Eliza also shouted nasty things at the ruler, when suddenly little Mary, sitting behind her at the table, slammed her book shut. Quickly jumping off the chair, she confidently headed towards Eliza. Mary approached her at a short distance, put her index finger to her mouth, and demanded that the girl stop yelling like that in the library, calling her a stooped old woman, to which Eliza screamed even louder. Aaron also lost patience and began to question the girl whether the ruler had really refused the offer, or whether she had lied at his request. To this, Eliza responded with a couple of insults directed at her, and explained that there was no point in lying to her. Afterwards, Aaron carefully brushed a speck of dust from his clothes and announced that at the end of the day they would have 10 years, but he, as a noble gentleman, could reduce her debt to 9 years if Eliza gave him her sword right now. The girl was embarrassed, thinking that in this case her debt would be reduced by 1 year. A second later, Eliza, although hesitantly, extended the sword into Aaron's hands. After handing over the sword, the girl walked away from the guy in tears and called her weapon by the cutest nicknames, after which she asked Aaron to be careful with it. After some time, Aaron was reading a book about the leader of the giants, who at one time reached enormous sizes, while Mary stood silently behind the guy. The book said that the leader lived for hundreds of years and was the strongest in the entire history of the giant race. The story told of a battle between 1,000 people and 100 giants. The small number of giants was explained by the fact that in the face of absolute power, no one would have the courage to fight back against such terrible creatures. In the face of absolute power, no one had the courage to fight back against the giants, the terrible creatures, and in the fight against them, the number of warriors did not matter. But this was only until the moment when the great herald appeared on the battlefield, inspiring all the soldiers with his presence. Knights came to him, thinking that they had some significance. They introduced themselves as the Order of Some Rose. They gave their names, which no one cared about, and they said that they would fight together with him. All of them together would not be able to ensure even a fraction of victory. Besides, Harold did not like to fight in groups. There was only one person he allowed to fight by his side and on whom he could always rely. Nathan was Gerald's best friend. He accompanied him on all campaigns and battles, covering Lionheart's back. The white-haired youth told Nathan to take care of the giant's left arm, but would he be able to handle it? The guy replied that he preferred the right hand, because the giant was right-handed, and it was more interesting that way. In that case, the herald would give up his right hand. It didn't matter much, because the giant would die anyway. Only the holy sword could end Kamash's life. Protected by the power of the Demon King, this holy sword recognized Harold as its master, which is why Harold was the only one who could kill Kamash. The severed head of Kamash was an extremely gruesome sight, but even so, the giants did not want to retreat, but the power of the Demon King, which interfered with the magic of people after his death, weakened. After Lexi entered the battlefield, Aaron was curious if it was she who wrote this book. The guy looked at the treatise that was in his hands, and did not quite recognize the handwriting of his old girlfriend. Mary was amazed by the guy's statement. Was he really a complete fool? Naturally, the treatise was not the original. The young man had never seen such flattering words towards anyone. It was obvious that Mary wanted to suck up. Aaron should know his friend, but the mage asked him to stop insulting his mistress, who in their right mind would add such praise to their own name while writing history. Even if it was Aaron, Mary would not forgive such insults. The youth decided to calm his ardor, because the witch looked very irritated. He decided to finish reading and put the scripture back in place, getting up from the table and going about his business. Mary followed him, asking where the young gentleman was going, but he was going to look again at the description of the witch. Mary, of course, liked this statement, but Aaron seemed very arrogant to her for a person with a low level of magic. The guy was not offended by these words. The more difficult the task, the better the topic, and the sweeter the process of solving it. Mary escorted her guest back to the exit. Something about this guy caught the sorceress's mind, and she looked forward to their next meeting. After the departure of the Knights of the Black Lion, Aaron spent most of his time inside Acreon for the next 10 days, now unable to recreate the abyss within himself. For this he needed the 9th circle. The bottomless abyss, if translated into simple language, was a great circle that contained many small circles, infinitely increasing in number. It could be rotated, destroyed, and recreated with just one thought. But Aaron doesn't use a standard magic circle. He just spins the white flame stars to create a circle that will replace the real one. What Aaron learned in his past life was a cheap mana training method used by weak warriors. He supplemented and improved it through countless battles, and Lexi adjusted it in the right direction. This is how Newton came up with his method of mana training, to grow a core and constantly explode the mana that the core is made of, and then spread the explosive mana throughout the body. Only with this was Newton able to cut off the leg and arm of Kamash, the leader and king of the giants, who inspired fear in all living beings. The Herald noted that Nathan was indeed a talented and skilled warrior who had great potential. He remembered how Lexi had taken the mana training method that Nathan had bought and had been horrified because it was absolutely disgusting in quality. But she couldn't understand how he trained with this garbage method, and not only didn't kill himself or become disabled, and he was also able to rise to such a high level. This was almost impossible, and it was not clear how he was able to do it. Aaron no longer lost consciousness when he looked at the bottomless abyss. At first, it was very unusual for him to do this, the endlessly recreating circles in the great circle that restrained them. Now he could see the movement of mana inside the abyss. He had done it. Aaron Lionheart would be able to recreate the bottomless abyss using the white flame method. Finally, 2 years later, Aaron turned 19 years old, having already achieved great mastery in both magic and fencing. Aaron was sitting and copying papers and scrolls when Mary, sitting opposite him, asked if he was hungry. Lunch was approaching soon, and she was worried about her friend, who was not sparing himself at all, and was working without rest. Aaron replied that he would indeed like to eat, but that he would lose all concentration on his work. Mary didn't understand why he was in such a hurry. Aaron was writing a dissertation. Usually magicians write it over a period of time. Wouldn't it be better to approach this gradually, so that fewer mistakes could be avoided and less of your energy could be used? But the guy replied that he was in no hurry at all, and besides, he was checking what he had written and hadn't noticed any mistakes yet, so Mary shouldn't worry. The sorceress said that mages spend decades writing a dissertation on their own research, but Aaron was no ordinary mage. That was the point. The girl approached the young man. The fact that he was already writing a dissertation was too much. He should stop and go into research for at least 10 years. Aaron found it funny to see Mary worrying about him. The girl looked very scared and funny in her desire to cover for him. These words brought a crimson blush to the girl's face, but she warned him that he should not cross the line of what was permissible. She had already lived for about 200 years. Since she wasn't happy with the name Little Mary, maybe she would like Little Grandma Mary better. At that moment, she wanted to kill the guy. But there was something else hidden behind all this. Most likely, Mary did not want Aaron to leave her. She became very attached to him. Mary looked away in embarrassment. Judging by her reaction, he was right, and she didn't answer him. Aaron has been going to this place regularly for 2 years now, but he was the only one who visited Mary regularly. This was due to the fact that other magicians had already seen the witch's writing once, and there was no need to visit her again. The magicians who saw the witch's writings with their own eyes were shocked and amazed. They all tried to analyze them, but in the end they failed. All they did next was start creating their own magic. Aaron is different. For 2 years he came to Acreon every single day and tried to understand the witch's writings. Is it true that he is going to leave Arot when he finishes his dissertation? Even if Aaron stays here, what will he do here later to avoid getting bored? In Mary's opinion, he can do anything. She doesn't know when the owner of the Red Magic Tower will retire, but she knows one thing for sure. If Aaron wants it, Mary is sure Caleb will gladly accept him as his successor. It is not in his plans to become the master of the Magic Tower, but Mary does not give up. Asking what about joining the army of the Court of Magicians, Captain Edmund Visador is very keen to hire him, but he always acts too friendly for Aaron's liking. But the captain is not the only one who wants to get him. Prince Aaron likes him no less. Mary thinks that if he works for the prince, he will be revered for decades. His attitude towards Aaron is certainly valuable, but again, this life is not for him at all. Why does Aaron want to go back to the Lionhearts if he can't become a patriarch anyway? It's a strange question, as if he should have some special reason to come home. What he had achieved over the years surprised even Mary. Within just 6 months of Aaron starting his dissertation, he was able to simplify the complex dissertations of others and improve his magic. Aaron's dissertation is written for himself. He is the only one who can use it. It is only for organizing his magic, nothing more. No one is going to reveal it to the academic association. No magician can use the White Flame Circle method. Regardless of the magician and his understanding,
This is physically impossible for other people. This is an unusual method. It replaces the circle with the stars of the white flame method. But this does not mean that its users from the main family can easily repeat its path. Following his dissertation, Caleb also tried to repeat it, but got stuck at the very first steps, trying to replace the white flame with his circle. The mana simply changed the direction of movement. Aaron reached 4 stars in the white flame method and successfully added the bottomless abyss to his circle. The guy created it. He only needed 4 stars to create the ring. By continuously exploding the mana inside, as Nathan did in his past life, the rotation of the flame ring prevents the mana from flowing outside the circle. This is the very same white flame circle method created by Aaron. Aaron planned to recreate it once he reached 5 stars. But after encountering the witch's writings, he changed his mind. I had to spend a lot of time on the 6th floor, in the Hall of Space, and on the 8th floor, in the Hall of Intense Heat. The Chamber of Intense Heat contained the magic research of the world's most powerful fire mages, and Aaron needed to learn spatial magic in order to properly use his Cloak of Darkness. Caleb took Aaron on as an apprentice, helping him revise and proofread his dissertation, and also helping him correct basic circle magic spells to work with his flame circle method. Aaron spent most of his time in Acreon, and the rest of his time studying magic with Caleb. The 2 years he spent in Aeroth were very harsh. I had to ask Mary if she was angry that he was leaving even though she didn't want him to. Does she have the right to stop him? He can leave if he wants to. She never had the desire to go anywhere, and even if she wanted to, she couldn't. So let her go. Aaron must leave her alone in this boring, quiet, and lonely place. Mary is not at all upset to say goodbye to him after these years they spent together. She is not a living person, and knows perfectly well that people always do what they want. She lived 200 years longer than he did, and was already used to saying goodbye to people. But there was a but. There is a request to speak to her before Aaron leaves, instead of leaving her without saying anything, as Madame Lexi did. Without question, Aaron agrees to this, and Mary's face, which had been upset, turned red. She has to call him harmful. She pours out her soul to him here, but Aaron remains calm. When asked why it is harmful, she shouts stupid arguments that because she decided so, why it is so, it is not important, it is just harmful. Suddenly, Mary starts screaming that she hates him. He is an ordinary boy, but he does not respect his elders at all, as if it is hard to listen to adults. Receiving silence in response, Mary drooped again, lowering her head to the floor. If Aaron stayed in Arrow because of Mary, she would be very confused. Her character is based on Madame Lexi's character when she was young, so her emotions and behavior are a bit childish. Sometimes Mary says childish things. She is stubborn and understands all this perfectly well. And although she feels stupid saying this because she knows Madame Lexi would not behave like this to Mary, she feels like she is insulting Madame with her behavior. After all that has been said, Mary feels embarrassed. Now it is her turn to listen. All that is heard is that Aaron feels that the real Lexi would have behaved exactly like Mary. The baby stands her ground. Aaron has never met her. This can't be. She wouldn't act like that. The guy is not going to give up his position either, so he replies that he is confident. Mary thinks he says this because of a picture book he read, but it was written purely based on someone's imagination. Before she could finish, Aaron interrupted her with the news that his dissertation would soon be completed. If he doesn't rush too much, he'll probably finish it by the end of the summer. Mary crossed her arms over her chest and pretended that she didn't care what she heard. She just asked, so what did it matter to her? Aaron put his hands on his hips and said that he would visit Mary before he left Arat, because there was something he had to tell her. Mary got angry and asked what he wanted to tell, and if Aaron was just going to make fun of her. The young man looked at her carefully and said that he would tell her when the time came. He saluted Mary with his hand, turned his back and left her, and Lexi's familiar, as usual, remained alone in the library. Then Aaron heard someone call his name, and looking around, saw the beaming captain of the palace magicians, Edmund. Seeing his happy face, the young man grimaced and thought that this was completely inappropriate, and it was obvious to anyone what he was going to talk about. The captain walked towards him and said that the unoccupied position in the troops of the court of the magicians, which he had told Aaron about, was still unoccupied, and if the master changed his mind, he could at any time, but the young man again refused. Edmund cleared his throat and casually asked how his dissertation was going, and if Aaron wanted, he could help him. He just had to take a look at it. The captain made the reservation that he knew that the boy's mentor Caleb had already corrected it, but the Red Magic Tower did not specialize in summoning magic. While Edmund himself is good not only in summoning magic, but also in combat magic, it is not for nothing that he bears the title of captain of the court of magicians. And Aaron replied that he understands this, but he does not even know what he is writing about. Edmund thought angrily that it was because Aaron had only shown it to the master of the Red Magic Tower and was continuing to keep everything a secret. But without showing his anger, he laughed and asked to look at the dissertation, because he teaches others no worse than the owners of the magic towers. The youth thanked him, but declined the generous offer, saying that if he accepted it now, it would be slightly insulting to Caleb.
The captain laughed again, saying that he understood what Aaron was worried about, but they could keep it a secret. But then the young man turned around and asked him to forgive him, but he had to leave. Aaron walked down the hallway, wrapped in his cloak, ready to burst with rage. He thought that things would get even worse if the captain found out that the boy had been able to form a bottomless abyss. Our hero was sure that this psycho Edmund could even crawl into bed, ignoring all the rules of decency. The white flame circle method is not much different from the white flame method. Even a great magician like Edmund would not be able to tell the difference. Being able to hide one's abilities from a high-ranking mage can be considered a great achievement. Aaron came to Caleb and said that, if you don't take into account what spells he can use, you can say that he has long since surpassed the 5th circle. But if we judge only by the facts, then the 4th circle is its limit, and this is beyond doubt. The bottomless abyss would not be able to withstand more advanced magic, but perhaps he simply lacks understanding. Caleb replied that he didn't think so. Simply put, she had reached her limit of containment, and that Aaron still hadn't perfectly recreated the bottomless abyss with his white flame circle method. He replaces his circle with a core, 4 stars of the white flame method, and 4 cores. But it would be more correct to say that the number of cores will be equal to the number of circles. Simply put, every time the white flame bottomless method advances, the white flame circle method also becomes stronger. But Caleb asked Aaron to be careful. Now the white flame circle method has no drawbacks, but the risk could accumulate every time the boy leveled up, as this was a method of magic that no one had heard of before, and Caleb had told him this more than once. And Aaron asked again if this applied to not using advanced magic. Unlike the normal magic circle method, the white flame circle method allows the youth to use high-level magic. He will be able to easily use magic up to and including the 5th circle, but let him not even think about touching the 6th circle. After all, it is unknown what danger lies behind the use of magic, which Aaron is initially unable to use, and he replied that he understands this. Caleb smiled at him, reminded him that he had said that he did not intend to return to the Lionhearts immediately after completing his dissertation, and asked where he planned to go. The young man replied that few people knew about the huge ice crabs of the kingdom of Luhar. He smiled, touched his chin with his finger, and dreamily noted that he had wanted to try them since childhood. In his mind's eye, he pictured the northern territories of this kingdom and thought that this was the nation that this monkey Hank had founded. Caleb was surprised to hear about the kingdom of Luhar, since it was so far away, and countered that there were plenty of ice crab restaurants in Arat. Aaron replied with a smile that the best place to try the dish was where it came from. He said that after he had eaten ice crabs in Luhar, he would head to Nahama because he had heard that cactus scorpions tasted good. 200 years ago, Saint Deborah, revered by the Holy Empire of Juras, went on a journey without telling the emperor her destination. The last place she was seen was in the middle of the desert of Nahama. Caleb noted that he hadn't known Aaron enjoyed culinary tourism, and suggested that since he liked crustaceans, they should eat lobster together for lunch that day. They went to a fancy establishment with a huge lobster on its sign, and the young man was very surprised, because he never thought that he might meet Prince Walter, the heir to the throne of Arat, here. The prince sat down at the table with them, apologized for interrupting their dinner, and immediately got down to business. He said that if Aaron remained in Arat, the position of captain of the troops of the court of the magicians would be his. He swears on his name. The young man objected, saying that it would be extremely difficult to do this now, and looked straight at the prince. He, looking at Aaron through his round glasses, replied that in 10 years he would become the king of Arat, and then everything would be very easy to do. Caleb looked at the prince with displeasure. He did not understand what he was guided by when making such proposals. And then he said that it was extremely dangerous to say such things in public places. After all, the current king was in perfect health. The prince hastened to explain, and said that they should not misunderstand him. He had already received a promise regarding the throne. His succession was guaranteed, and the people of Arat believed that he would be the next king. The troops of the court of the magicians obey the king, of course. Out of respect for the Senate, the prince will have to go through some processes. Aaron heard that in 10 years he would be quite qualified to do this, but he was not very inspired. So the young man politely replied that he was honored that the prince valued him so highly, but Walter had no idea how strong he was now. The prince said with a grin that it was because Aaron and the master of the Red Magic Tower were very good at hiding. And he is very interested in why, because there must be a very good reason for this. He understands that Aaron is unlikely to say anything, so the prince can only guess. Walter looked at the boy through his glasses and saw that his entire body was saturated with mana. And if you only counted his mana, he was at least in the 5th circle. And then the prince guessed about the witch's writings and asked Aaron that he had probably already solved the mystery of the bottomless abyss. Our hero asked if he was obliged to answer, and the prince replied that his question would already be considered an answer. Aaron said that lying to the prince would be a bad idea, although to be honest, he hadn't planned on it.
The young man refused the prince's offer, but said that it was not because he could not stand Arat, or that he did not like the position of captain of the troops of the court of magicians. He simply did not want to. The prince remarked to him that Aaron, with his abilities, could obtain a high position anywhere, but he believed that power alone would hardly be able to keep him in Arat. But he can offer knowledge, and he is sure that our hero will hardly be able to refuse it. As far as Aaron knows, Wise Lexi has created 3 editions of the witch's writings, one of which is in Acreon. The prince folded his hands, rested his chin on them, and said that the other 2 editions were kept in the treasury of the royal palace. The young man remembered that Mary had told him that there were 2 more editions of the witch's writings that Lexi had published. While Aaron remained silent, the master of the Red Magic Tower indignantly asked, since when they were kept by the members of the royal family. The prince replied that he should not be misunderstood, that what they had were only copies that Madame Lexi had given them as a token of friendship, and that even the members of the royal family did not know where Madame Lexi and the 2 original editions had disappeared to. Aaron asked excitedly if he understood correctly that the prince could show him the witch's writings, kept in the treasury of the royal palace. He replied that at the moment it was impossible. It was true that he had received the favor of his majesty, but the witch's writings were the greatest achievement in the history of magic. Even he could not do what he wanted if it concerned the witch's writings. But when the prince becomes king, he will be able to use his power to show them to Aaron, something the master of the Red Magic Tower could not do. Walter looked at our hero cheerfully and asked what he thought about his proposal. He didn't think it was bad. Aaron decided that there was nothing to think about here. Over the past 2 years, he had fully experienced how incredible the witch's writings were. The first volume stored in Acreon was already amazing in itself. He could imagine how powerful the others were. But that wasn't enough. There had to be traces left connected to Lexi that he hadn't seen yet. Perhaps the young man will be able to discover clues that even the kingdom of Arat could not find. Aaron said out loud to the prince that if he didn't think it was possible right now, he would look into Arat once Walter ascended the throne, and they could discuss the matter further. The prince laughed and asked if the young man wanted to leave himself the option of refusing, in which case he would send the letter as soon as his coronation was confirmed. The prince thanked him for his time and hurried away, while Aaron and the master stayed to finish their lunch. At this time, Mary, Lexi's familiar, was studying Aaron's dissertation. She found out that the core and the bottomless abyss were combined perfectly. There was an incompleteness that was there originally, but overall she could not add anything more. Even if it's not as good as Lexi's bottomless abyss, Aaron's white flame circle method is far superior to the current circle magic. She slammed the dissertation shut, exhaled, and said it was amazing, and our hero, sitting opposite, smiled. But then she noticed that, to tell the truth, although it was still far from ideal, he behaved as if everything was fine. And didn't he think that it was a little selfish, because the only one who used this method was himself? And for him, this method was already incredible. She asked Aaron if he would leave Arat when his dissertation was completed, and when he would leave in that case, and he replied the day after tomorrow. Mary said that, knowing his character, she thought that tomorrow he would not be here, and he gently replied that after all he was still a man, he needed at least a day to rest. Besides, the Red Magic Tower said that they would throw a farewell party for him. Familiar Lexi became sad and said how cool it was to be Aaron. He would go there, eat a lot of delicious food, and everyone would congratulate him. Aaron smiled and then asked Mary if she remembered that he wanted to tell her something before he left, and she answered in the affirmative. The young man began to pace back and forth in agitation, and then muttered that he needed to check something before he did it. And he asked that he could convey to someone else what he wanted to tell her, and that they could convey it to her. Mary was indignant and shouted that he was doing this because he was afraid. Did he really suspect that she would tell others about his dissertation or information concerning him? Aaron asked if there was any reason to be suspicious. She answered angrily that there was not, but did he know how much others, including the master of the Green Magic Tower, had harassed her while he was away? This would be impossible even if the witch's writings were completely dismantled and someone tried to look through them by force. All the information and conversations of the mages that were obtained during the research of this legacy of Lexi are stored in the farthest corner of the repository of the witch's writings. This is not because Aaron is special. This is a function for the purpose of maintaining the safety of the mages and mage families who enter Acreon. As long as someone does not completely destroy the witch's writings, the boy's information cannot be leaked. Our hero looked thoughtfully at the image of the 4 friends and said that he thought that what he was about to say would also remain a secret. Lexi replied heatedly that she had already told him that this was the case, and how many times did she have to repeat it? And then Aaron turned to Mary, smiled at her, and told her that he had reincarnated and that it was true.
She was taken aback and asked him what nonsense he had said. Her eyes widened in surprise. The young man irritably replied that he had already said that he had been reincarnated and that he still had memories of his past life. Mary still thought he was joking, and that it was so unfunny that it was impossible to even laugh. And then Aaron said that in his past life his name was Nathan, who in various books is called Reckless. At that moment he looked very much like Nathan. His eyes, smile, manner of speaking reminded him of the hero of 300 years ago. But Mary couldn't believe it at all. She stood in front of him with wide eyes and asked if he was serious now when he said such a thing. With a rather sarcastic expression on his face, Aaron asks Mary if it is really so hard to believe what he said. Mary thinks about it and says that it's really hard to believe, but if it's true, some things about him start to make sense. Aaron was able to comprehend the bottomless abyss. Although he studied magic for only 2 years, the girl analyzes the guy's past. He is also able to copy her with his exceptional senses and change her form to one that suits only him. But if he remembered his previous life and was a comrade of Vermouth the Great, he turned out to be Nathan the Reckless. Nathan the Reckless was a unique person in many ways, the girl recalls, continuing her monologue in front of Aaron. Lexi the Wise grew up in the Elven Forest, among the long-eared race, and learned magic from them. Hank the Fearless was the son of a great chieftain of the Bayar tribe, a renowned fighting tribe in the harsh northern lands. Deborah the All-Faithful was a candidate for the Holy Cardinalate of the Holy Empire of Juris, who spent their entire lives raising her. And the Great Herald, who was a slave, finishes, looking at the projection of the image of an ancient hero with platinum hair. Harold was one of the slaves that was taken away to make an offering to the demon race. He stole the demon sword to try and survive against all odds. And with the very first sword he swung, he cut down dozens of demons and dark magicians guarding them. While he was leading the slaves with whom he was captured and trying to escape from Helmud, he bravely destroyed hundreds of demonic monsters. Mary thought that this story was greatly exaggerated, as legends usually are, created to raise the spirit of the people. Anything is possible, Aaron replies. Although he doesn't know for sure, but it's most likely true. This guy's a monster. He comments on Harold's personality. Nathan the Rash was the most unique of all the heroes. He did not start out as improbably as Gerald, Mary says. He did not have a special background like the others. He simply took up the sword to survive after his village was attacked and destroyed by monsters that killed most of the people. He became a mercenary, filled with hatred for monsters and demon kings, in response to what they did to his home village. Despite having a very ordinary background, he was able to grow up and become strong enough to match the rest of the heroes in just a few years. If Aaron is Nathan reincarnated, then Mary understands why he has such an insane growth rate. Although the Nathan that appeared in the books had a nasty temperament, and when it came to his growth rate, he was second to none. Not quite, the guy clarifies. Aaron with a slight smile and slightly closing his eyes. He's still dressed in his cloak with voluminous fur. He tried to outdo Harold throughout their journey since he was hopeless at magic. He gave it up and began to concentrate on things he was familiar with, such as swords, spears, and even hand-to-hand combat in general, everything physical, everything to surpass the Herald, but he never defeated him, not even once. Mary is surprised by this information. From a natural point of view, Nathan was also a rather ridiculous monster genius. Aaron objects. Who cares if others say that he was a genius? All he wanted was to defeat that bastard Harold, at least once. But he couldn't do it, even though he tried until his death. Mary remembers Aaron talking about Nathan as a handsome guy. Now she understands why he said that. And she wonders how he could say that about his own face. He doesn't think it's something bad, because in his past life he was popular with women. In her mind, Mary reacts to this with slight disgust, then asks why Aaron is suddenly telling her about this. It makes no sense. If he expects something from her, then she is not able to help him find the mistress. He's not saying this to get information, Aaron replies with a mocking smile, hands on his hips in front of the projection of his past body. He sincerely admits that he already felt it when he met her for the first time. He has known her for 2 years. She is very similar to Lexi, both in face and character. The very confused girl, playing with her fingers, explains that it is because she was created based on Lexi the Wise's childhood. Aaron and Mary have a big difference in height, patting her head in a fatherly way, dressed in a green hat, noticing her strong blush and embarrassment. He asks if he has really crossed the line. Red Mary says that she forgives him only for the first time because he was Lexi the Wise's comrade. He asks Mary if Lexi thinks she's dead, turning away thoughtfully and seeming lost in memory. She reacts sharply to this, answering sharply in the negative. Aaron thinks so too. In his opinion, Lexi is not the type to die without leaving a will. That's why he's going to find Lexi, Aaron says decisively, looking at the projections of the old heroes. Which Lexi? Warrior Hank? Deborah the All-Faithful? He remembers all his close friends on the team with whom he fought and of which he was a part in a past life. Aaron is sure that they all still live somewhere in this world. The man shares his assumptions with Mary, remembering his old comrades. He will find them all, Aaron promises, clenching his fist in determination, ready to begin searching for the hero's old friends.
Shocked by the news that Aaron is going to bring Lexi back, the girl stands in shock in a long cloak and a magical hat. She is pleasantly surprised.
Teasing the girl, Aaron asks if she wants this. An amulet with a red crystal is visible on his neck. The girl answers positively. Aaron notes that then he should return her back even more. Lexi is just an old bitch, he says. She has neglected her spirit, familiar for 200 years.
Offended by his harsh words, Mary asks him not to talk about Lexi like that, otherwise she threatens to beat him. But the guy objects. He has every right to do so, because 300 years ago she said a lot of nasty things about him.
Addressing the boy by name, Mary asks if he can swear that he was Nathan the Reckless in a past life to the witch's writings. Aaron firmly replies that he can, but with obvious discomfort asks to stop mentioning the word reckless and just call him by his name. The little witch and the guy in the cloak stand looking at each other. Behind Mary's back is a huge spherical dome, inside which a blue sphere glows. His name is Aaron Lionheart. In a past life he was Nathan Denis. He raises his right hand and swears by his blood and the name Lionheart that he speaks the truth. The dome behind her begins to rotate around its axis. The girl levitates and her eyes begin to glow blue. She begins to use magic. After Mistress Lexi left, many magicians studied the witch's writings and her herself. But there's something they never learned, the girl says. The information is written in the most secret part of the witch's writings. Their conversation today will be saved there, Mary says, and no one in the whole world will be able to know about it. She warns that what she's about to say is unknown to anyone in Arot, folding her hands in front of her and closing her eyes. Shortly before Ms. Lexi goes missing, the girl begins to tell Aaron, who is listening attentively. Excited by the upcoming information, Aaron begins to rush her story out of impatience, sweating slightly from the tension. A week before her departure, Mary admits, she was with Lexi on this very floor of Acreon, the sphere behind her still shining brightly, illuminating the entire room. She suddenly fell to the floor, screaming in pain. When she asked Lexi what happened to her, she said that her spirit familiar died. Mary mentions Nathan's grave and thoughtfully holds her chin in her hand, looking sideways at Aaron standing next to her. Lexi said that someone had broken into the grave. She was very angry. Her face was distorted with rage, and her jaw was clenched to a creak. Aaron is quite surprised that he had a grave at all, much less that someone broke into it, much less that Lexi was angry about it. Yes, Mary replies, but that was the first time she had ever heard of it, and soon after Mistress Lexi disappeared, and she hid the conversation deep within the witch's writings. Since she hadn't told anyone about the grave before she disappeared, she didn't want to put her in an awkward position in case it was something she shouldn't have talked about. But since Aaron was Nathan in his past life, he definitely had to know about it, Mary admits. A tense Aaron ponders his own grave, rubbing his chin and seemingly recalling information about his death. He had never heard of the grave, he recalls, and always thought his body had disappeared because of Beliar's curse. Because the curse of the Lich, the guy says, applied by that same Beliar, destroys both the body and the soul completely. That's usually what happens, but his soul remained intact and was reborn, which means his body was preserved as well, Mary concludes. His reincarnation, Mary begins. Her words are interrupted by Aaron. He suggests that perhaps Lexi herself was involved in this. Late in the evening, Aaron walks down a street lit by lanterns, wondering if Lexi made a grave for him, and if that grave is hidden somewhere. Usually he chooses a memorial place for the deceased. Where is his hidden grave? The guy thinks. He doesn't think that this is the place where he died. Maybe this is his homeland, the guy suddenly realizes in the course of guesswork. His eyes widen and his steps slow down from such a discovery. Suddenly, Damon appears behind the guy walking along the cobblestones and calling out the name of the guy walking in front of him. Aaron, without turning around, says that he knew about Damon's close surveillance and deliberately ignored him along the way. Every time he sees him, his mood becomes disgusting. Damon jokes, "Does he really irritate him that much?" Aaron immediately responds with agreement with his words. But the man ignores this and says that he has heard something about Aaron. The day after tomorrow, he is leaving Arat to go to Luhar and Nahama. Putting his hand to his face, he expresses concern about this. The northern region of Luhara is very close to Helmud, he explains. The guy asks, slightly confused, what this affects, not quite understanding what Damon means. Lionheart's influence there is diametrically opposed to what it is here. Luhar used to ban demons and dark mages, Damon explains. But the royal family changed their minds 5 years ago. Helmud contains many different types of demons, and some of them do not obey its master, the Demon King of Imprisonment. First, the imprisoned king isn't the only Demon King in Helmud, Damon says, his red eyes visible behind his dark glasses. A tense Aaron asks if he means the demonic king of destruction is preparing for a new war. No, the man answers. The demonic king of destruction does not like violence. He also respects the demonic king of imprisonment. If the king of imprisonment does not start to act, then the demonic king of destruction will not either. The demon king of destruction, the strongest of the demon kings. Eren remembers him in his head. He saw him in real life only once in his past life. The guy remembers the past. The picture with his comrades pops up in his head. However, Eren is still not sure what exactly he saw that day. His whole body tensed up and a cold sweat ran down his face. On the wide plain, he recalls, he and his comrades saw only a moving light of a red hue. None of the team could even think about killing the demonic king of destruction. They only fell into a collective stupor of fear. If Deborah All-Faithful's prayer hadn't calmed them all down, they might have all gone crazy from the stress, Eren admits. Just because the demon king of imprisonment does nothing and the demon king of destruction is silent, Eren should not think that all the demons will also remain inactive. Demons are cruel. There are many of them who are irritated by this centuries-old peace, Damon says. Funny that he says it, but demons are not the kind to enjoy peace. Eren realized that they could do something to him despite the peace the demon kings maintain, but Damon just says that there are a lot of demons who would like to make some noise. This does not only apply to demons under the power of the demon king of imprisonment, demons serving the demon king of destruction can be expected to do anything to break the silence of their king. Also, there are demons with great power who want to become the new demon king since there are only 2 demon kings left. There are 3 empty seats left, and the demoness Duchess Selene is very keen to fill the position, Damon says. Why don't they just get together and vote? Eren wonders. Damon explains that demons can simply destroy the voting place if they don't get the results they want. Queen of the Night Witches, Noir Selena. Can Eren defeat someone of her level with his current skills? The guy wonders. He comes to the conclusion that no, there is no guarantee that he will win yet. Someday he will go to Luger, but not now. He thanks Damon for the warning. First he will visit Naham, and then he will visit Luhar. Eren decides. Hearing about Nahama, Damon thoughtfully adjusts his glasses and gives Eren another piece of advice to be careful in the desert. In response, Eren raises an eyebrow in question and wonders if the man in the suit is referring to Nahama's famous sandstorms. Because of Madeline Marvin, Damon corrects him, his red eyes flashing, adjusting his sunglasses to hide their color. She was a very powerful dark mage, even before she signed a contract with the Demon King of Imprisonment. The king gives him a lot of freedom of action, but Madeline Marvin is allowed much more. If he meets Madeline Marvin, Damon asks him to give her something, handing Eren a black envelope with a crimson seal that appears in his hand. Damon handed the envelope dedicated to Madeline into Eren's hands, after which he warned him that in any case, the girl would not cause the guy any harm. Upon receiving the envelope, Eren asked blankly if he could open it, to which Damon agreed. Immediately after, Eren carefully removed the bright red seal from the black envelope and began to open it. Having opened it, the guy was surprised to discover that the envelope was completely empty inside. He made sure to tell Damon about this, to which he replied that it was completely unimportant. Afterwards, Damon smirked and explained that the only thing that mattered was that he had a letter personally written by him. A second after he said this, Damon snapped his fingers, and as soon as the click was heard, the envelope was immediately sealed again. Damon also explained to the boy that he would not be able to help him with the unexpected dangers that might arise in Naham, but assured him that he could cope with Madeline's bad temper, and if Eren still wanted to go to the city, then he should take the letter with him. Eren listened to Damon and asked if there was any catch in his words. To this, Damon replied with a smile that if Eren suddenly stopped treating dark magicians with suspicion, it would be rather strange, after which he asked him to accept the envelope anyway, as a gesture of his goodwill. Eren didn't really listen to the guy and only asked him if he was homosexual. Damon was immediately taken aback by such a question directed at him, and asked Eren again what exactly he meant. Eren just casually turned his head away from him and explained that the guy was pretending to be nice to him too much, after which he said that he personally was not prejudiced against him. So the fact that the master of the Dark Tower was so kind to him made him feel uneasy. Damon adjusted his glasses once again and asked Eren to stop, and also admitted that perhaps it might actually look suspicious. He immediately smiled uncertainly and asked Eren to understand him correctly, because all he wanted was to build a good relationship with him. Damon admitted that he probably even wants to become friends with Eren like others do. He suddenly began to explain that he was far from the only one who was trying to be friends with someone, and then said that Eren was still so young and had great potential, to which the guy replied that if he insisted so much, then he would gratefully accept this letter. Eren immediately set the record straight, explaining to Damon that, while he was very grateful and should probably invite him to tomorrow's farewell ceremony, he would not do so. Afterwards, Eren distantly admitted that human relationships are a strange thing in themselves and asked Damon to do without any gay thoughts, after which he assured him that if he did come to the ceremony, then instead of feeling friendly, he would rip out his spine. Damon just calmly replied that he wouldn't come, so the guy shouldn't worry about it, to which Aaron, leaving, threw in thanks for his wisdom. Damon could only silently watch the guy's figure leave. The next day, the farewell ceremony was in full swing. The girls stood with fancy trays filled with delicious food, and Austin and Walter stood to the side and chatted productively, sipping champagne. Aaron stood silently at the door with a glass of champagne in his hand and watched all the guests, when suddenly Hubert appeared behind him with a displeased face, who asked the guy why he was invited to the event. Aaron turned to face him and respectfully stated that they were still practically strangers, to which the man threw up his hands and asked about the other owners of the magic towers, since the guy was also not familiar with them. Aaron smiled and asked Hubert if he really didn't understand why he never invited them. Hubert just smiled and gave the boy some advice. He explained that he shouldn't avoid the owner of the Green Tower and the captain of the Court of Magicians too much, because they behaved so badly, only because Aaron was very talented. The man immediately joked that it seemed he was not talented enough for the guy, and although he wanted to recruit him, he was not so shameless as to steal the apprentice of the owner of the Red Tower. Hubert admitted that Aaron's failure to invite Damon to the event was entirely expected, to which the guy responded that his master would hardly have liked that either. Aaron asked Hubert to tell him about the Master of the Dark Tower, as he heard that in the past he was in the Blue Magic Tower in the same group of students as the Master of the Blue Tower. The man only replied with a sigh that the time flow was absolutely unimportant because it had always been mysterious and incomprehensible. He told Aaron that over 10 years ago, Damon was supposed to be the next Master of the Blue Magic Tower, a magician who could be called exceptional. However, the boy suddenly left the Blue Tower and went to Helmut, explaining that he wanted to expand his own knowledge of magic. Hubert also admitted that he was weaker than Damon at the time, and was only able to become the master of the Blue Tower because he left. Afterwards, he told that 10 years later, Damon became a dark magician for reasons unknown to everyone, after which he moved to the Dark Magic Tower and became its owner, as he received enormous support from all the dark magicians. With a disappointed face, Hubert admitted that Damon could have become the most outstanding master of the Blue Magic Tower in its entire history, but it seemed that this was not enough for the guy. After which the man said that Damon was still a human, and that in the end it was impossible to surpass the Demon King. After his story, Hubert asked Aaron about his planned departure to Nahama. The man informed him that the desert was not a pleasant place, and although this was not the best advice, let the guy decide for himself what to do with it, but warned Aaron that if he still insisted on going to Nahama, he should hide the fact that he was from the Lionheart family. Aaron was not at all surprised by this because his teacher had told him the same thing. Hubert also spoke of their troubled times in which Nahama's assassins, operating in the shadows, came out of hiding. He admitted that he wasn't really sure if they would try to get involved with the Lionheart family of the Kiel Empire, but said it would be best not to attract too much attention. Aaron assured the man that he would keep what he said in mind. Some time later, Aaron was walking confidently through the desert alone, fully equipped. He looked at his black cape with a smile, thinking that it attracted quite a lot of attention in this hot desert. But fortunately, it was equipped with transformation magic, with magic that resonates with the feelings of its owner, taking care of both the external temperature and the body temperature. The cape also tries to make its owner comfortable even in such hot weather. Aaron also looked at the magic map that Austin had given him. The coordinates on it were tied to the place where he was standing. The map also told him where he was, which was very convenient for the desert. At this moment, Aaron was in the western part of Nahama, and if he went north from here, he would eventually see Turat. The guy thought about it. His first idea was to find his own grave and go to his hometown, which was located on the border of Tura. But now there was no need for this. Over the past 300 years, the Nahama Desert has been slowly expanding, and an unnatural sandstorm has slowly engulfed the surrounding lands. That is why his hometown became part of the desert. Turat is just a small country that had no choice but to give up the territory that became a desert due to disasters like the sandstorm, after which they crossed over to Nahama. Aaron wondered how humans could help this, since only idiots would not guess that the process of turning into part of the desert through a sandstorm was caused by sand mages. 300 years ago, the Demon Kings raised chaos, causing the demons to advance and the monsters to go mad. Nahama took advantage of this and tried to invade the Kiel Empire, however. They failed because the Great Herald went after them. Aaron remembered how in his past life he also hated this country. 300 years had passed since then, but his opinion remained unchanged. The guy still decided to find his grave and looked into the deserted distance. He remembered all his friends with whom he had been inseparable in the past. Lexi, a bright and cheerful girl who really loved to stick her nose into things she shouldn't have stuck her nose into. Deborah, who was perhaps the kindest and wisest friend Aaron had ever met. And Hank, a strong-built guy who loved to dream about the future, and also just an always cheerful young man.
All three of them were his main support and mainstay at one time, the most devoted friends, for whom the guy was ready to tear anyone apart. And Eren immediately promised himself that he would definitely find them all. On the guy's way, there will be killers waiting for him who will attack him. Eren will deal with them just as easily. As he did before, he will immediately give his enemies a head start with a grin on his face.
And at that very second, the murderers, with their entire mad crowd, will rush at him in rage.
In his search, the guy will also manage to discover the excavated grave of Nathan, in the crypt of which he will see traces of the massacre left behind by the girl Lexi. And, in the end, Eren will have to come face to face with his main, most powerful enemy, Madeline. She will wait for the guy when he runs out of strength. In the present time, Eren's movements were being observed through a telescope by the assassins of the Nahama Desert. Jauhar turned to his partner and noted that he saw Eren as a very unusual guy. He was impressed that the boy had made it to Namamu alone, and even without a camel, since usually to cross the desert, foreigners hire a guide and guards.
The partner approached the man and suggested that perhaps what they had seen was part of a ceremony.
He informed Jauhar that Eren had turned 19 and would not become an adult until next year. For even in their tribe, there is a coming-of-age ceremony in which they send the young men away upon reaching a certain age. Jauhar answered him that even if he was right and it was still part of the ceremony, then would the great Lionheart have dragged himself alone through the desert for the sake of a part of it? He, in response, again put his eye to the telescope and replied that he did not know that, and that in any case, their job was to follow orders, and the orders were to not let the boy set foot on the lands of the Kajani Desert. Jauhar thought about this, although he did not understand the reason for such an order. And he himself understood that he had no right to dispute the master's decision or ask questions. Afterwards, his partner smiled and told the man that he hoped that the Lionhearts were as impressive as others said. And given that Eren was moving through the unfamiliar desert quite briskly, those words were not a lie. The man also reported that the guy was moving along the sand so naturally it was difficult to be born here, when suddenly he discovered that he was running straight towards him. He immediately shouted to Jauhar about what he had seen, to which he was horrified. Jauhar immediately grabbed the device in his hands to make sure of this. He did not understand how the guy was able to detect them, because they deliberately kept a decent distance so that Eren would not realize that they were following him. He found that the effect of the White Lion's mane, which only the Lionheart White Flame technique could do, was moving along with the guy. Eren continued to approach the killers with the same confidence, with a rapid speed and readiness in his eyes. Jauhar pulled away from the peephole and finally realized that the guy was really heading towards them. But until the very end, he didn't understand how this was possible. Eren was now within sight, and Jauhar decided it was too late to retreat. A second later, the man thought that, in principle, this was for the best. In an instant, he gave the command to his gang to be ready for battle, as he himself began to take the machete out of its case. Jauhar said out loud that even though the boy thought they were just bandits, if they were stronger than him, they would definitely rob him, and perhaps Eren would give up his goal in Nahum. Immediately, the killers appeared in front of the guy one by one, completely prepared for the massacre. Their looks were cruel, and some even had 2 weapons in their hands. Eren looked at his enemies and mentally mocked their clumsy disguise, which revealed the fact that they were not assassins. And also, judging by their clothes, the killers looked like simple travelers. Only Jauhar stood out from the crowd, in whose hands Eren discovered the soul sword. The boy thought that if a man was able to create this sword, which was much stronger than an ordinary sword aura, it only meant that there was a skilled swordsman standing in front of him. Eren suddenly bared his teeth, because he hadn't felt such a feeling for a long time, since over the past 2 years he had wielded a pen more often than a sword. And although Eren really enjoyed studying magic, as he found it quite fun, he loved physical activity much more. Without wasting any more time, Eren armed himself with his lightsaber and charged. He immediately parried Jauhar's first attack, causing the man to fly back, but landed deftly on his feet. The rest of the bandits made their way through him with smooth movements and moved towards the guy. A minute later, Eren stood motionless in the circle that the killers had formed around him. Eren immediately armed himself with magic for protection, which Jauhar did not expect at all, because the guy cast a spell without reciting a spell. The moment the bandits tried to pounce on Eren at the same time, they were all struck by an electric shock, after which the entire heap fell unconscious onto the sand. Jauhar looked at all this chaos in surprise, left completely alone, when suddenly Eren turned to him. The guy asked him with disgust who they were and what they were trying to find here. Cold sweat ran down the man's face, and he hesitantly admitted to Lionheart that they were nothing more than common bandits. Eren smirked, knowing this all along, and then mockingly said that it looked like Nahama really did have some damn strong people. He looked critically at the ragamuffins lying on the sand, and then noted that if some pathetic bandits were capable of using the Sword of the Soul,
Aaron happily spread his arms out to the sides and asked Jauhar if he didn't think it was true that with such strength they could easily subjugate the entire continent.
Jauhar tries to lie that they are just a little special, but the guy asks without it and starts threatening.
However, he can remain silent if he wants to be a toy for a sadist. Aaron will find a way to get the necessary information out of him. The guy's slang surprises Jauhar. He looks young, but his speech is like that of a seasoned mercenary. And there's also this bloodlust in his eyes. He doesn't look like a spoiled brat at all. Before he could even figure anything out, Aaron disappeared in the blink of an eye, even though he was standing in front of the man. Noticing the movement, Jauhar reacts at the last moment to Aaron's attack from the other side. Aaron also has a soul sword. The man was not sure at the first encounter, but if his mana flow did not waver, then he has the same or even stronger. With a playful expression on his face, the boy lands at a distance from where Jauhar is standing. The dust rises. Aaron disappeared from sight with the help of a cloud of sand. Or maybe these are also magic projectiles, as before. Out of desperation, Jauhar is forced to activate the mana shield and take a fighting stance. But the attacks, like a bunch of lightning, crash from all sides. All you can do is stand there, covering your face. It's hard to resist. You can feel how the mana is weakening. Aaron just blew away Jauhar's shield. Such power with 1-star level magic projectiles seems impossible. Swinging his sword, the guy's about to catch up with Jauhar, but he manages to jump back. Just a little more and the blade with a blue glow would have touched the man's throat, but it was only able to cut off a hair of his beard. After such a maneuver, Aaron does not stay in place. He makes a huge jump back, increasing the distance between them, accompanying everything with a narcissistic smile. Now the man is in a stupor. He understands that he decided to spare him and did not just accidentally miss his throat. This then causes him to become furious, causing a loud cry to escape as Aaron dares to mock him. Gaining speed, Jauhar tries to attack, but ends up just swinging his sword through the air as Aaron dodges. That's better. After reincarnation, this is the first time Aaron fights someone who has a sword soul. Although ideally, I would like to see more bloodlust in his attacks to make the fight more interesting. During frequent attacks, Jauhar misses a blow. It's good that the cut is not deep. Having let out a scream, the man is not going to back down. He is irritated by how someone can be so disrespectful to him. But the guy takes off, and again they move away. The last swing of Jauhar is made in the air. The sword is hidden in its sheath, and it is not yet clear what prompted Aaron to take such an action. Jauhar didn't understand why the guy was putting away his sword. He hadn't lost yet, but Aaron knew about it. In fact, it's because Aaron doesn't need a sword to defeat him, and he slams his fist into his palm, supposedly needing them. This is the height of disrespect that can be shown. Jauhar has no choice but to attack. This attack won't work. Aaron approaches and hits him in the stomach so hard that Jauhar coughs up blood. Aaron grabbed the man by the collar, dipped his face into the sand, and repeated the question of who he was. Closing my eyes from the sand, I have to admit that the man says his name is Jauhar Shulov. This answer did not satisfy him. He didn't care about his name. Aaron needed to know why Jauhar came here and who ordered it. The man's head is in the sand again, since he decided to play the silent game. Aaron was not satisfied with the answers to his questions. Another person, the man's subordinate, interrupts their wonderful conversation and asks them to stop everything. Clutching his heart, he can barely speak, his voice disappearing from exhaustion. Their master Tari al-Madani. With a trembling body, Jauhar asks his adjutant not to say anything under torture. He himself did not utter a word. But now Aaron is not interested in the man. He presses him to the sand again, and now asks the adjutant who he is talking about. The adjutant gets nervous from this question, but continues to speak. Sir Tari al-Madani is the emir of Kajitan. The city is next to the western gate that Aaron passed through, meaning Jauhar is a subordinate of Lord Kajitan. The master orders them to pursue Eugene Lionheart, but Aaron interrupts him, ordering them to call him master. When asked why, no one knows what to answer. They were not told anything. They just had to prevent Aaron from getting to Kayani. Clenching his fists, as if gathering strength from fear, the adjutant asks to release his captain. There's no reason to keep it anyway, so Aaron throws it away. The Kajani Desert is ahead. What used to be Nathan's homeland is now there. This place, the Kajani Desert, is a newcomer, and it is its sandstorms that are taking over the territory of Turat. Could it be that this is the home of some sand mage no one would want to visit from the son of the famous Lionheart family? The most dangerous person in Nagama for him is Madeline Mervyn, who has made a contract with the demonic king of imprisonment. The Asura Desert, where the dungeon is located, is far from here, and it is also far from the last place where Deborah was seen, so he doesn't need to go there. Pointing his finger at the boys, Aaron says that they can now go back where they came from. Afterwards, Aaron made the same gesture with Jauhar and said that he would go with him. Aaron will get to Kajani at any cost, so Jauhar will deal with all the problems that arise. The man must have already understood what Aaron, his master, the emir of Kajitan, meant, so any question could be resolved by calling his name. I can't believe what Jauhar just heard. He has a butt, and he is trying to talk about it. If this arrangement is not satisfactory, Eren can return to the main Lionheart estate and tell how the Emir of Kajitan sent assassins to him in an attempt to steal the Lionheart treasure.
An option like a blow to the heart for Jauhar. They didn't even intend to do that. Throwing back his cloak, the sword of Vinid is revealed, which explains this version of events, since Eren has something valuable on him. Eren explains that it is the storm sword that the Lionheart's forefather, Gerald the Great, used throughout his life. It's worth believing that absolutely everyone wants him. So Eren's family will believe that the Emir of Kajitan arranged all this for him. Speech left the man, and fear filled his entire body. This is the most terrible outcome of events. If Eren really does this, their heads can be said goodbye to, and perhaps even the owner will not be able to resist. So, after weighing all the pros and cons, Jauhar resigned himself to the situation and will do as young Master Eren says. The bright sun roasts everything alive. Eren walks along the hot sand and Jauhar trudges behind him. Conscience gnaws at his soul. The man betrayed his master. His order was to prevent Lionheart from entering the Kayani Desert, and now he accompanies him as a guard. For him, nothing could be worse than a subordinate who violated his master's order. Having called out to Jauhar, Eren finally decides to ask what position he occupies. He is the captain of the 2nd Legion of Red Desert Warriors, the primary guard force of Tari al-Madani, the Emir of Kajitan. So he is high-ranking. Given his fighting skills, this is quite expected. Eren also asks if there are any mages in the desert. The man didn't expect this question, so he asks again. But the furious Eren, having already prepared the mana, asks him not to pretend to be an idiot. In Jauhar's opinion, this really couldn't be the case. Why would desert mages, who were exclusively loyal to the royal family, go to the Kajani Desert, which was so far from the capital? Approaching the man, he stood at attention, and Eren looked into his eyes skeptically. It was impossible to see anything clear in them. Looking questioningly, Eren really doesn't understand if he's stupid or just pretending. Originally, the Kajani Desert was the territory of Turat, but here's the problem. The forest suddenly turned into a desert, and it all happened after a sandstorm. Sultan Nahama said that the spread of the desert was a sign from above, and he placed his warriors in it. And this spread is still going on. If it were the Kiel Empire, such a thing would not even be possible to think about. That is why it is happening in Turat. But Jauhar stands his ground. Even if Eren is right, his master would never become part of something so unclean. For Eren, everything became clear. He does not stop smiling. Jauhar is too naive, and after all, he is from Kajani. He probably miraculously survived the sandstorm, and then was miraculously picked up by his owner, which is why he doesn't want to believe that his beautiful savior could be involved in this storm. Eren had nothing to say in response to this turn of events. Jauhar again froze in a stupor without words. Since it's hard to believe, Eren suggests turning it over in his head. He doesn't care about them anyway. Eren seems to know why their master wants to keep him away from Kajani. Things are going to be a real pain in the ass when young Lionheart invades the desert mage's habitat. Jauhar's face is very serious. I think he's starting to understand the situation. If everything is true as Eren says, and there are desert mages there, then Jauhar will stand up for the young master. Even if these mages are directly connected to the Sultan, they will have to show respect to the master of Jauhar, the Emir of Kajitan. But Eren doesn't respond to all his vows of loyalty. He just hopes that it is so. This bearded guy still follows Eren around and asks a bunch of questions, like why would a guy go into the desert if there's nothing there, to find a grave? The guy decided he knew about it and asked why Eren couldn't tell him about it earlier. There is a cemetery in Kajani. Jauhar could lead him to it, but the grave is not in the cemetery. She's somewhere else. The problem is that Eren himself doesn't know where to look for her yet. In front of them, in the middle of the hot desert, you can see water, a whole lake with palm trees which beckons you to it. Jauhar stands in a stupor. There is an oasis in front of him, but there is not a single one in Kajani, and he knows this for sure. But for Eren, this is nonsense, which makes Jauhar think that it is a mirage. Then it would mean that somewhere nearby there really is an oasis, and this is the magic of illusions. The man exclaims that magic is impossible here and so on. Eren asks to keep his denials to himself. His stupid questions and answers are already annoying. For desert travelers, oases are like gold. As soon as they see them, they immediately go straight to them. That is, to put it simply, it is an ambush for travelers, so that they do not wander where they should not. After offering to take a look, Eren starts walking without looking at his feet. In vain! Under his foot, a blade that had clearly been recently sharpened was emerging from the sand and showing off. Amid cries that it is dangerous, Jauhar rushes to save the young master, but he flies up. Looking down with a disdainful look, Eren asks a rhetorical question as if he doesn't see it. Behind the white-haired guy is a mid-rank wind spirit. His name is Gale. A sand explosion occurs under Eren's feet. He manages to fly away, but Jauhar is thrown back by the wind from the shockwave. The protagonist jumped back from the desert warrior in a second, who looked with his empty eyes at the hovering youth who had dodged his blade. Upon landing, Eren unleashed an airstrike on the warrior, knocking him to the ground and killing him forever.
But before the dust had time to settle, other soldiers emerged from the sands near their dead brother, most of their faces covered by white bandages, with blades at the ready.
The warriors surrounded Eren, but Jauhar ran up to him, ordering everyone to lay down their weapons. The man approached Eren and covered him with his hands. He introduced himself as Rahman Shkulfov, a warrior of Emir Khajitan, Jauhar, and noted that Eren was a valuable person and a guest of the master.
Therefore, everyone was ordered to serve the weapon. Otherwise, if the warriors refused to do so, it would be considered a challenge to the Emir of Khajitan.
But the warriors seemed unaffected by the words that Jauhar spoke. They only moved closer to the couple, their blades flashing menacingly in the desert sun.
Jauhar was amazed by the reaction of the people. The first thing he thought about was their deafness. They did not hear his order because they were obliged to obey. He again attempted to reason with those present, explaining that Eren was a guest of the Emir and the son of the Lionheart family of the Keel Empire.
But the guy advised his friend to stop shaking the air and use his brains more often, which, apparently, were only there for show.
Jauhar did not understand what exactly Eren was hinting at. These warriors were supposed to submit to his will, but they did not listen. The youth explained that the warriors had already attacked him, and as a result, they would not let them go alive. But since Lionheart was strong, they would try to poison him. But it will be difficult for them to do this, since first they need to defeat young Lionheart, and with this, they will have big problems. Well, at least he will warm up.
Jauhar had no intention of retreating or hiding. He took out his blade, thinking to himself that there were too many warriors, but he needed to protect the young master.
But looking at the guy, he was even more surprised. He was not worried about anything at all, and even more. Eren teased the warriors so that these cuties would come closer to him, or they wanted him to come to them himself. The boy got on their nerves, and the warriors rushed into battle, holding their blades at the ready. They knew no mercy.
Teresa talked to Nathan. She didn't understand why the war needed such a huge mountain of weapons if he still preferred other types of bladed weapons.
But Nathan replied that someday he would definitely use all these weapons. But that day had not yet come. The whole group walked along a path in the forest. Lexi advised Teresa to give up on Nathan. The guy, as usual, did not listen to anyone. But the nun did not calm down. Nathan was behaving incorrectly and badly. All this mountain of weapons that they were currently carrying with them was not carried by Nathan himself. Hank was dragging the cart with weapons with difficulty. Beads of sweat had long since appeared on his face. For what reason did he carry all the weapons that Nathan took with him? But the warrior explained that he had only won a game of rock, paper, scissors from him, but that it was not fair. Why in this game the stake was to carry Nathan's things? The young man was offended by Teresa's words. The nun portrayed him as a villain, forgetting that the cart contained not only his things, but also her favorite holy water and Hank's axe, the heaviest weapon they had. But the nun opened her eyes menacingly and with a murderous look, and noted that if the holy water were hers, she would carry it herself. But Nathan and Lexi were always asking her. The nun's words were cold, but Nathan didn't like it, for Lexi had promised to refrain from using holy water. And then they wouldn't need the cart if Lexi used summoning magic to store things. But the sorceress could not be so easily deceived, for it was Nathan who insisted that they carry their things themselves, for in the hour of need, as Nathan said, they would have to be taken out immediately if they were needed. The only one who did not participate in this verbal altercation was Gerald, who walked silently ahead of everyone Nathan offered him to pull the cart. But Lionheart replied that there were no weapons in the cart, and therefore there was no need for him to pull the cart. Nathan irritably noted that having magic under a spatial pocket was very convenient. Lexi perked up and suggested that he finally start studying it. She would teach him this magic. But of course it wasn't that simple. For that he would have to start begging her on his knees. And in that case, she could sacrifice her sleep to teach him, to which the guy showed her the middle finger in response. Eren smiled as he remembered those sweet times, the time and fun he had with his friends. If he had had a cloak like that in his past life, his friends would have definitely been more polite. Finally able to stretch his arms and reminisce about his old days as the hero Nathan, Eren produced a pair of spears that materialized from his cloak. The warriors had already jumped to the place where Eren stood, but he jumped up a second before the blow, holding a couple of spears at the ready. His movements were so fast that the desert warriors could not keep up with him. Eren hung in the air and threw his spear with all his might at one of the warriors. Another at that moment rushed into battle at Eren, but his blade only cut the air near the youth's stomach. Eren somersaulted and thrust his second spear into the desert warrior's spine. They were no match for him. Eren drove the warrior's body into the ground with his spear, and the next second another warrior came up behind him, intending to end his master's life. But he only managed to feed his blade not with blood but with air, when Eren spun around, raising the blade to strike. The sword cut off the daredevil's head, and at the same moment several soldiers rushed at him from different sides at the same time. Eren threw a whole barrage of daggers from his cloak. They all hit the target, punching a hole in the skulls of 4 warriors, but in the place of one, 2 more stood up, although not as fiercely. They were about to rush at the unarmed Eren when he again pulled out a pair of swords from his cloak, preparing to repel the attacks. The desert warriors launched several attacks at the same time into different parts of the guy's body, but none of them hit him. Eren simultaneously parried and attacked. His blade never stopped slashing and chopping. He combined blows with the blade and the axe that he materialized from his cloak, and another warrior ended up with an axe on his head. One of the brave men tried to approach Eren, hiding behind the corpse of his brother in arms, but Eren, with a burst of magic, instantly explained to the war that this was a bad idea. An endless stream of warriors attacked the youth, but they did not have time to oppose him, when every second one of them died from another swing of the young Lionheart. Jaukar could not believe his eyes. The youth was pushing back the warriors, and he himself had nowhere to enter this fight, and he only stood and watched the blows of his master. Eren got tired of playing games and materialized a whole bunch of bladed weapons from his cloak, and they flew in all directions. A second later, a crowd of desert warriors lay around Eren, their blood irrigating the hot sands. Jauhar noted that he had not even used his family's treasure, except for a little magic. Having finished and finally brought himself out of his stupor, Jauhar asked if it was necessary to kill them all, as valuable information could be obtained from one of them. Eren replied that killers put loyalty and mission above their own lives. They would not scream or beg for mercy if their dignity or other body parts were cut off. Besides, he didn't have the skills to torture murderers in pairs. It wasn't on his list of abilities. There was simply no need to use this knowledge in life. Anyway, they were already a little late. Eren asked Jauhar if he was planning to go back. The boy explained that he took it because of the owner, but the desert warriors did not care about him, so Jauhar was no longer needed by young Lionheart. It wasn't that easy for the man to go back. Did he really want to personally find out what was down there? He was probably bursting with curiosity, Eren assumed. But Jauhar could not answer this. Eren once again emphasized that he would be of no use or benefit to the young man. Jauhar only answered unarmedly that he would not interfere with him. In fact, young Lionheart didn't care. Let the man do what he wanted, but in that case he wouldn't call for help if something happened. The next moment, Eren felt vibrations in the sands and the concentration of mana in the corpses. He instantly jumped from his place and levitated in place. The corpses of the murderers were used as sacrifices. It was summoning magic. All the bodies that Eren had killed a few minutes ago dissolved and were absorbed by the sand. The sand vibrated and flowed from the colossal amount of mana it had absorbed. Eren was already anticipating a future encounter with another demonic spawn. In the middle of all this madness, a sand vortex formed, swallowing everything around it. Of course, Eren was safe in the air, but Jauhar was right next to the vortex. The sands had already begun to swallow him up, pulling him into their depths in a panic. He asked Eren to quickly run away from here. His feet were already under the sand. In an instant, a huge sand tornado formed in place of the funnel. Jauhar had never seen anything like it. It didn't look like an ordinary sandstorm. Such a big sandstorm couldn't appear out of nowhere. In an instant, a guess struck the sand dweller's mind. It was magic. As a result, the sandstorm that engulfed Kajani was indeed caused by the Sand Mage, as Eren had said earlier. Jauhar recalled a scene from his childhood when he fell to his knees in front of the rubble of his village, torn apart by similar sandstorms. It turns out that the storm that engulfed the village he lived in was also caused by magic, and not another weather disaster. He gritted his teeth harder and, blade at the ready, rushed straight into the center of the sand tornado, shouting a battle cry. He cut through the stream, but it was too late. Cutting through such a big storm with his skills was an impossible task. He was too late. His legs were already swallowed by the desert. With each passing second, he was getting stuck more and more. The sand dweller's mind was seized with horror and panic. Eren approached the sand stream, but with the help of the wind, he could not escape the sandstorm, although he could hold on tightly to the place. However, he could try to escape with the help of a flash, but he abandoned this idea. There was something else in this stream. Inside the whirlwind, under the sand, as if there was someone, Eren's hearing was attracted by a scream. Jauhar tried to rise from the absorbing sand abyss, but to no avail. Eren already regretted not sending him back, and with his wind pulled him out of the sand, he did not yet have time to understand what saved him. Eren ordered him to run if he wanted to survive, but Jauhar looked at Eren's feet and only managed to say his name. A huge creature opened its mouth at the feet of young Lionheart. The sandworm was about to devour the youth's body. He had little opportunity to dodge. The worm slammed its colossal toothy mouth shut along with the body of the young master. Jauhar looked at all this with horror. The young master sacrificed himself to save him. Jauhar watched the huge figure of the sandworm, which swayed from side to side, but But he was not going to just watch the worm go away unpunished like a true warrior. He would repay the debt with blood. Jalkar raised his blade and ran straight towards the worm, intending to cut the sand monster and save Lord Aaron. The boy was inside the worm, the leathery and mucus folds of its cavity stinking disgustingly. Aaron was rapidly approaching downwards. Sandworms ate everything in sight, after which they converted the food into energy. They had no excretory system, which meant it was impossible to escape from the stomach. In that case, it was necessary to cut a way out through the worm's body and get to the surface as quickly as possible. Aaron called upon the white flame technique and used a circle of fire, concentrating mana onto his blade. A moment later, Aaron managed to cut his way out with the blade, the worm's inside scattering in a green stream in all directions. Aaron looked at the place where the worm was already running away from him, leaving a green trail of its blood. This gave rise to thoughts. Apparently, the summoning magic only created a sandstorm. The worm was not summoned. It simply lived here and crawled towards the sound. As a result, Aaron was currently right in the monster's nest, which is why once he got out, he was not swallowed by the sand and he could breathe freely. When mages want to focus on their research without showing anything to others, they create a dungeon for themselves. Magicians living in the deserts call sandworms dungeon makers. The holes they dug were perfect for dungeons. He remembered the words of his friend Lexi. She explained that sandworms break through the desert and create labyrinths in it. It takes them little time, according to general estimates up to 10 days, of course, only if he is not touched, and then he will create a full-fledged dungeon in the sandy depths. Once the job is done, all that is needed is to get rid of the worm itself and strengthen the dungeon structure with magic so that it does not collapse. Nathan asked his friend if she also wanted to create a dungeon in the desert, but why she needed it. His girlfriend angrily said that he had completely gone crazy, and of course she had no reason to hide in a deserted dungeon. Aaron pulled out a small map. Apparently there was a path in a dungeon here that could lead him to the motherland. There was nothing else to do, and she was gone. He went forward. A new adventure awaited him. It was not as boring as if he were walking on the surface. Johar was awakened by the voice of a man. A whole group of sand dwellers were looking at him, hiding their faces behind white bandages. His body was shackled by sand. His legs and arms were swallowed by sandy rock. He assumed that those same sand mages were in front of him. One of them, the one standing in front of everyone, remarked how funny it was to watch Jauhar, who, with a battle cry, rushed straight at the sandworm, thinking that he could kill it with his low skills. Well, anyway, it didn't matter anymore. They wanted to ask Jauhar a few questions, and it would be better for him to answer honestly. He clarified what questions the sand mages were going to ask the figure in front wanted to know about Aaron Lionheart. Namely, it was necessary to find out what this representative of the vaunted family was doing in the Kajani Desert. Foreigners were not welcome here. One of the masked men asks the prisoner Jauhar what exactly this spoiled master of the Lionheart family was doing in the Kajani Desert. And why does he, a warrior of the Emir of Kajitan, accompany his son through the desert as a tourist guide for a traveler? The prisoner only remains tensely silent in response, not intending to tell anything. The masked man suggests that the Emir of Kajitan, Tari al-Madani, is going to betray Nagama. After all, his duty is to not let anyone near this place, but watching his subordinate do exactly the opposite. Ignoring his offers, the prisoner merely asks what the masked man is doing here, deep underground. The oasis was an illusion, he recalls, and the sandstorm was created by magic. He asks how they were involved in this. The masked man, who had been talking to him before, squeezing his hand, arrogantly states that he still doesn't seem to have fully understood the situation. The prisoner feels incredible pain from his gesture. The man says that they are asking questions here, or he is trying to remain silent for the honor of his master. He asks, addressing Jauhar by his full name. He assures him that all this is useless. He will die anyway. So why doesn't he want to save himself from a long and painful death? After all, it's not for nothing that they are called magicians. There are many ways to kill him as painfully as possible. He asks his first question again. What is Aaron Lionheart doing in Kajani? He had a clear goal ever since he entered Nagama. The only thing they can come to is that the Emir of Kajani wants to betray Nagama. To betray means, Jauhar thinks, writhing in pain from torture, but keeping silent. Sartari al-Madani was involved in this, he thinks. Suddenly, he shouts furiously, calling the masked men petty for choosing such ways to invade other nations' territories. They are supposed to protect the royal family. But sitting here, he continues, were those sandstorms really designed to make the desert bigger? The masked man only claims that Yaukar Schulhoff is wrong. To create such a strong sandstorm, there are too few of them here. For such a thing it would take more than 100 well-trained mages. So what are they doing here? Asks Jauhar, sweat beading on his face from stress, trickling down to his beard. The man, instead of answering his question, evades, saying that he is not obliged to answer and clenches his fist tighter, making Jauhar writhe in pain even more. Already tired of his silence and irritated by his evasion of questions, the man angrily orders him to tell him why Aaron Lionheart came to the desert. Jauhar can barely speak from the pain. Stumbling, he asks why it is so important to them. Because young Master Aaron is already dead. They killed him. One of the guards standing behind asks a question into the air. Why do they need him at all? He is absolutely useless, he notes. The man interrogating Jauhar cuts off his question. 3 masked men gather in a small circle and begin to discuss. One of them recalls that Aaron was completely swallowed by a giant sandworm, something that cannot be survived. There is a hole in the worm, another retorts. A third asks if he means that Aaron was able to get out of the worm before he was digested and died. We can't let him wander around here, one of them says. There are assassins stationed all over the area. He will be caught soon, he is sure. Hearing this, Jauhar was filled with hope and was stunned. He did not expect that young Master Aaron was alive. One of the guards asks what will happen after they catch the kid. The second one answers that it is not worth arguing with Lionheart. He plans to erase his memories and throw him somewhere beyond Kajani. Or, the man sneers, maybe they should protect Aaron Lionheart. Then maybe they could get a reward for their kindness from one of the richest families on the continent. It's good that he's not here, one of the masked guards only just manages to say, when he immediately notices something out of the corner of his eye. All 3 turn to face the object of the invasion, which turns out to be Aaron himself, looking at the 3 of them with a stoic face. The men freeze in fear and wonder what he is doing here and how exactly he got past the assassins. Using magic, he tries to see where the other assassins are and sees that every single one of them was killed by Aaron. But they are all well enough oriented in the labyrinth to walk through it even with their eyes closed, the man thinks. Considering their stealth skills, even an excellent warrior will not be able to defeat them. The assassins here aren't that good, Aaron comments. Stealth is a simple skill, and they've apparently never heard of controlling me. The assassins he fought in his past life were the best in Nagama. Their stealth skills were hardly inferior to demons. They were so stubborn and determined that it was hard to even call them human. And here there are only weaklings, Aaron concludes. If this place is at all important to Nagame, the assassins here should be better. Could it be, the boy wonders, that the local sultan is doing nothing about Nagama, leaving him to his own devices? Seeing Aaron, Jauhar shouts at him, "Young master," irritating the guards. His face lights up with both joy from the fact that he is alive and tension from the presence of the guards. Aaron answers him. In his thoughts, he doesn't really understand what he's doing here. After all, he gave him a chance to escape. Coming closer to the guards, he turns to them and threateningly says that he has so many questions. This frightens the men, and they begin to quietly retreat back. One of the masked men sits up abruptly, casting magic and about to try and get Aaron out of the way. Tendrils of sand rise up around Aaron, trapping him in a sand prison. But he calmly takes a turquoise crystal from his inside pocket, launching it upward. There is a loud explosion, which greatly strains the masked men. Aaron covers his head from the explosion. His silhouette is visible in the column of rising smoke. The man tries to understand what just happened, perhaps dispersal, but it requires a lot of mana and to create a magic spell. And he just removed all the mana. There is no such dispelling spell even in Erot. Maybe this is some secret magic of the Lionheart family, the man suggests. He understands that it will be impossible to capture him alive. It is sad, but he will have to stain his hands with blood, the man says, getting into a fighting stance. Warming up his wrist, Aaron calmly, despite the escalating battle, allows the men to attack as a group in order to increase their chances of defeating him. For trash like them, he declares, he doesn't even feel like wasting time, while simultaneously casting a blue-colored magic sphere in his hand. He's coming, the 3 men realize, standing in a defensive stance with their hands out in front of them, preparing to attack with Aaron's magic. They begin to form magical hand seals with their hands, preparing to use them to cast a spell against Aaron Lionheart. They sent a huge column of sand towards the boy with hand seals, but Aaron only smirked arrogantly, not even trying to dodge the attack, standing straight and looking at the men with superiority. With a crystal larger than the one he used earlier, Aaron swings towards the men and their magical attack, aiming and throwing a sharp piece of ore. The crystal flies at high speed and hits one of the men right in the forehead between the eyebrows, entering the forehead by several centimeters, and he falls to the floor without moving. Aaron, using his power, shoots up into the air with an explosive blast of blue light, towering over the other 2 masked men. The masked men look up at them in fear, folding their hands into seals and preparing to repel the boy's attack. How predictable they are, Aaron fumes, revealing their plan to try to create copies of themselves to battle Aaron, who is clearly superior in strength. But the real danger is somewhere above, he thinks, and indeed metal spears are protruding from the ceiling, about to pierce their victim. Dodging the sharp spears and quickly drawing his lasso, Aaron cuts through all the metal protrusions of the ceiling trap. The men are horrified and don't understand how Aaron was able to predict this attack. Suddenly, the guy's lasso wraps around the neck of one of the men, cutting off his head. Aaron lands on the floor, looking at the remaining man frozen in horror. He asks what he is doing here. He cannot answer, only making sounds. They are too weak for the Sultan's soldiers. Aaron is sure. He thinks that they are doing something behind the back of this very Sultan. Falling on his back in fear, the man asks Aaron to stop and asks what he is doing. In response, the guy throws a throwing knife at the guard's shin. He screams in pain, looking at his injured leg. Aaron says that he has no desire to torture any trash, asks the man if he will talk or choose death. They are not here on the orders of the Sultan, the masked man admits, trembling with fear of death and pain in his leg from the knife, trying not to look into the eyes of Aaron standing over him. Aaron wonders who is commanding them then. Was it the Emir of Khajitan, that scumbag? Aaron calls him that way. Not hearing an answer, Aaron reaches out and swings a second throwing knife. The man says that no, it's not the Emir, he's helping them. But Aaron throws a second knife at the other leg in the thigh, and the man, wincing in pain, screams that it was Madeline Marvin. This place belongs to her, he says. This information surprises Aaron very much. It seems to get through to him. This is Madeline's dungeon, Aaron asks again. He orders to stop lying because it is in the Asura desert. She appears here from time to time, the man shares. From here to the Asura desert for the past 6 years. But why here? The guy asks himself, thoughtfully rubbing his chin with his sinewy but still thin hand and staring at the floor. The man in the mask remains fearfully silent. Aaron's expression changes. He asks if he is really more afraid of Madeline than him, offering to make his choice easier. Aaron, with a cold expression on his face, promises to kill the man quickly and painlessly, but Madeline loves to enjoy suffering. She's a true sadist. This labyrinth was created to speed up the expansion of the desert. The man tells the truth. There are many like it in the Kajani desert, but this one is more than 10 years old. 6 years ago, the dungeon expanded, revealing that the ground beneath it was unstable and had collapsed, and deep below was a giant gate. They tried to open them, the man says, but they wouldn't even budge, so they asked Madame Madeleine for help. Understandably, after listening to the man's story, Aaron speaks up, wearily closing his eyes and taking out another sharp knife from under his cloak, throwing a sharp knife straight into the man's forehead with lightning speed, which penetrates his head like soft butter, thereby killing him. Jauhar's sandy shackles disappear, releasing him after the death of the last of his guards. He slightly didn't expect it. No wonder the fighters were so weak, Aaron thinks. Both the sand mages and the assassins, they all worked for Madeline Marvin, so they spent 6 years getting rid of travelers who wandered the wrong way. A tense Jauhar reaches his hand from behind Aaron's back to his shoulder, addressing him as a young master, trying to pull him out of his thoughts. We need to get out of this place, since it really belongs to that same Madeline. Then this is the Dungeon of the Black Thorn, he says with horror. But they've already come this far, Aaron says in response with a grin, interrupting his thoughts and looking at Jauhar. He doesn't think it's here, the real dungeon in the Asura desert, so she probably won't come here, Aaron suggests, looking around the dungeon. Jauhar objects fearfully. She could come back at any moment, he claims, sweating from stress. What will change if he leaves, Aaron asks. Madeline will find him anyway. She will kill anyone who invades her territory and causes chaos there. They'll have to face her anyway, the guy concludes, waving his arms around in a theatrical manner. He would like to avoid conflict with Madeline, Aaron says in his mind, but he knows he has no choice behind him. Jauhar stands frozen with an ambiguous expression. Aaron, turning to him, asks why he froze. Jauhar says that the young master saved his life twice. If Madeline Marvin returns and tries to kill him, Jauhar will put his life on the line so that Aaron can escape. Aaron doubtfully asks if he can do it with his skills, suggesting that Jauhar just go home and not risk it. Jauhar says that he cannot just leave him like this, continuing to address him as young master. Aaron uses magic to move behind the man and hit him in the neck, stunning the stubborn Jauhar so that he does not put himself in danger. Jauhar falls unconscious, and Aaron is indignant, outraged that he should have left at the first request. But no, everyone has to play out this theater of sacrifice, which infuriates him. He places Jauhar's unconscious body with his back to the wall and walks slowly further into the dungeon to meet Madeline. It was 6 years ago that the dungeon expanded. Aaron recalls the story of the wounded mage in Madeline's mask, before he died from Aaron's knife. Aaron was 13 years old at the time, in the midst of his blood inheritance ritual, the boy recalls. He took the artifact of Newton from the Lionheart treasury as a reward for the ritual, returning to himself the pendant he wore in his past life as Newton. This labyrinth existed for 10 years, but its end collapsed 6 years ago. Maybe the magic sealing the tomb disappeared because he took this necklace, Aaron thinks. Aaron utters Madeline Marvin's name with fury, viciously calling the demoness an orc's bed. He comes to a large hole in the ground. Down there is his grave, Aaron realizes, looking at this gap in the dungeon. He steps into the hole, using magic to levitate and float down without being damaged, with blue air currents swirling around him. Seeing the door in front of him, He understands that this is the very gate that the Madeline magicians, killed by Aaron himself, spoke of. Aaron walked closer and stood on the iron doors, which turned out to be open. Apparently, this was the work of his girlfriend. Aaron decided to check what was down there. He had to go down one way or another. There was a huge free space under the door. Immediately, the eye was struck by the huge number of craters that covered all the walls, as well as cracks and potholes in the floor. It was clear that a battle had taken place here. The youth assumed that it was Lexi's doing. He was well acquainted with her mastery of magic. The youth walked further and noticed a light ahead, and a very unexpected picture appeared before his eyes, which he did not expect to see here. The past him was looking at him, not in the literal sense, but specifically the statue and the memorial on which it stood. Some words were carved on it. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. This statue was erected in his honor by his friends, although it's a shame that it was erected after his death. The memorial stone contained his former name and surname, as well as the words piece of shit, moron, idiot, and just trash. But at the same time, brave, wise, faithful, and a great hero, to his glory, who sacrificed himself for his friends and left us before he was supposed to. Aaron was touched by these notes. He covered his face with his hands, which was already wet from his own tears. His friends were cruel. The stone mentioned brave, wise, faithful, and great, so why were they silent when he was alive, and why did they write it on his grave? He couldn't have known about it. When a person dies, he loses touch with reality. But one way or another he saw a mention of himself. The guy's legs could no longer hold him up, and he decided to sit down on a stone. He had a lot to think about in this place. What he saw was worrying. Considering that the grave was almost destroyed, the battle was very difficult. Only the statue and the memorial stone survived. 200 years ago, Lexi sensed that her familiar had died, and then went to the tomb of Nathan of Arat, where she fought an unknown intruder. Lexi was certainly strong. She had always been strong. But after Nathan's death, she changed and became such that she could without a doubt be called the strongest witch in the world. But even so, Lexi could not win, for if she had been able to defeat the stranger, she would not have left the grave in such a state. Did this mean that she died here? Aaron quickly threw these thoughts out of his head. The illusion in Arat that he met was sent by Lexi personally. Most likely she was badly wounded in the battle, after which she had to hide in order to patch up her wounds, so Lionheart had a chance to meet her again. But maybe she couldn't leave. Who in this world could defeat her, theoretically? It could be a demon. But they were too weak, however. It could be a demon king. The only question was whether it was the demon king of imprisonment or the demon king of destruction, both of which could have had the power to capture and defeat Lexi. One way or another, just sitting on a rock won't help you find out everything. You should study everything and find Lexi as quickly as possible before it's too late. But if he looked back again, there were bound to be clues that could give Aaron an idea of what happened after his death. Aaron walked forward, apparently. The dungeon extended for many hundreds of meters ahead. Everything needed to be explored. Most likely all his friends, Lexi, Hank, Teresa, cried a lot while the statue was being installed. Friends shed a whole pit of tears. But he wasn't sure about Gerald. It was impossible to imagine that this cold-blooded youth was capable of tears or other displays of human emotion. When they all defeated the enemy strongly and celebrated the victory, Gerald most often looked at his wounded comrades and criticized himself. He scolded them for how they got hurt and blamed himself for being weak. He should have trained more and tried to become stronger to protect his friends. Nathan was always irritated by such speeches. After every victory he said the same thing. That day it happened again, and Teresa was unhappy with him. He pointed his finger at Harold and asked if he was God. He was the same man as all of them, and it was stupid to imagine that he could handle everything himself. If that were the case, then why did he need them all? But the nun asked him to stop acting like a half-wit. She looked reproachfully at Nathan, wanting to reason with him. But the guy wasn't so easy to fool. He himself heard Teresa click her tongue. As a result, she was of the same opinion about Gerald. But Teresa explained that it was Mr. Gerald, and besides, she knew that Nathan would again behave like a madman. The swordsman noted with irritation that both Teresa and Gerald were crazy. Aaron was again flooded with memories. They hadn't had any more conversations like that after that incident. He was nostalgic again and wiped away tears. His gaze caught on the doors among the rubble and other reminders of the monstrous battle. Doors were carved into the wall. Aaron stepped forward to see where they were leading. The door creaked open and let the young gentleman inside. Behind this door in a small room there was another door on which some knight in full armor was leaning. He was sitting, leaning on the door with his head hanging down. The boy asked who the stranger was and why he was guarding this door. A moment later the figure jerked and woke up. She stood up slowly and creakingly, her plate armor jingling, her head hidden by a helmet, so it was impossible to recognize who it was. At first Aaron assumed it was a demon, but if it were him, he would have felt a special sensation. There was no sense of life in the night at all. If that was the case, then there was a dead man in front of him.
Aaron asked out loud once again who the stranger was, no longer hiding the threat in his voice. The knight slowly said that he was Nathan the Reckless. The figure took the blade more firmly and stood in a stance. Aaron was furious at the stranger's words. He was going to knock out of the dead man all the arrogance that his creators had put into him. Whether the knight really believed he was Nathan, Aaron didn't want to disappoint him too much, but he was just a normal death knight who had been led to believe he was Nathan. Since they were at Nathan's grave, and therefore the body of this death knight was most likely his, Aaron's jaw creaked in rage. He took a fighting stance and ordered the knight to remove his helmet in order to confirm his suspicions. But he only glared at him with bloody eyes and stood still. The guy started shouting and once again ordered him to take off his helmet, concentrating magical energy in his body. In the end, he jumped back with a huge roar from his place, trying to strike directly at the knight. He will not allow his name and body to be so unceremoniously desecrated. He hovered in the air and materialized several blades from his cloak. I wonder what kind of creature placed him in this body. It was his body from a past life, which was mourned by his friends and for which a monument was made after his death. Aaron rushed at the knight, raising his blades to strike. He put most of his magical energy into them, intending to test the impressive armor for strength. The boy brought down a blow on the place where the knight stood, but he managed to dodge, and with his blade drew an arc on the place where the youth landed. Well, naturally the Death Knight's blows only cut the air. Aaron struck back at the dead man's torso, but he was protected by a mana shield. He jumped to the side and realized that the Death Knights were not using mana, but demonic power. His blow was reflected by the demonic shield. The knight did not wait for all the boy's conclusions, and pulled the blade forward in order to cut Aaron in two. He managed to cross his blades to absorb the blow. The blow was so powerful that the shockwave from the dead man's lunge threw Aaron back several meters. But he managed to stay on his feet and cushion the blow with his blades, and even a fool could see that this was no ordinary dead man. A blow from a normal undead creature wouldn't have been that strong. Aaron's hands were even shaking from the Death Knight's previous blow. He came to the conclusion that the knight was most likely created by Madeline, 6 years ago. When she opened the doors to the tomb, the sorceress turned Nathan's body into a Death Knight. But since there was no soul left in the body, she had to place another one there, desecrating Nathan's remains in the process. If this was true, and behind that armor was really Nathan's body, then the knight was incredibly powerful, created by a dark mage of Madeline's caliber. He will not be inferior in strength to the patriarch of the family or the captain of the knightly order of the Black Lion. As a result, he will have to sweat. But the guy didn't care how strong the enemy was in front of him. His body was desecrated, and he wasn't going to leave it like that. Even if the knight is many times stronger than Aaron, he will put all his strength into ending this outrage forever. The youth activated his magical power. He called upon the power of the white flame, and poured the lion's share of his magical mana reserves into his blades. The youth rushed forward through the dump, and they landed straight into the Death Knight, again without causing him any harm. In a split second, Aaron found himself behind the dead man. He pulled out another blade in order to weaken the demonic shield as much as possible. In order to destroy the figure forever, their fight had only just begun, and the youth understood the power of the figure perfectly well. But the knight's vision sensed Aaron trying to strike at him, and he parried it with a counter lunge. But Aaron had no intention of slowing down his attacks. He materialized a huge two-handed sword and brought it down on the knight with all his might. But he again managed to dodge the blow and jump to the side. Aaron focused the magical streams to direct them at the knight, and he grouped himself. Aaron struck him with all his might with a magical blow, holding his spear at the ready, but there was not a single scratch on him. The dead man spoke, impressed by the man's masterful use of various types of weapons, something that almost never happened. The youth replied that if the knight wanted to be like Nathan, he should change his tone to better resemble him. The figure approached the youth menacingly. The Death Knight noted that Aaron's skills were excellent, but it was not enough. He was still weak. The knight broke into a run, putting demonic energy into his blade to end the man's life. The time for their games was running out. But Aaron dodged the blow and used his spear to unleash a flurry of attacks, which the knight nevertheless successfully parried. In the end, the spear couldn't withstand it and broke into pieces. The guy didn't expect such an outcome, and the Death Knight's blade was already approaching his body, being a few centimeters away from him. The dead man was annoyed that their duel had ended so quickly. He had enjoyed the fight with Aaron, but surprisingly, the blow did not reach the body. The dead man was confused as to how Aaron was able to block his blows and what exactly he did. The dead man didn't feel any magic in that parry. Most likely he managed to somehow dodge and parry the blows of the Death Knight, who was supposed to be the last one. But the youth only smirked. He didn't just parry the blow, but as soon as their swords collided, he established a fusion of the sword's soul with his mana to deflect the blade. But such actions did not happen without serious consequences for his body. Even though he had chosen the timing perfectly, he was still not strong enough to constantly reflect the blows of the dead man. If so, then it was necessary to end the battle as quickly as possible in one fell swoop and put all of his remaining energy and mana into subsequent attacks. Eren concentrated the remaining mana from his stars with all his determination and strength, preparing for another dash. He rushed at the knight with the speed of sound and did not give him a breath under the hail of his attacks. It felt like his muscles and bones were being torn apart. Even his beautiful body could not withstand his true strength. But still, he will not leave here until he defeats the dead man in the past. He fought on the brink of death with an ordinary body, not for the first time. As long as his mind was clear and cold, he had every chance of winning. He just needed to figure out how to properly disarm and finally kill the knight. His blade, which he had materialized, also split into many pieces, just like the spear, and Eren took out the Lionheart treasure. The blade multiplied his blows many times over. A whole whirlwind of magical energy formed around him, and he once again rushed at the knight. His mana shield was almost destroyed. No matter how weak his defense was, he had to redirect all his mana elsewhere. It was necessary to concentrate all remaining forces into the blade in order to finally be able to break through the knight's defense, which for now could protect its owner. Eren formed a huge number of spheres around him, preparing to unleash a barrage of magical projectiles. He couldn't dodge it. Blue rays poured out from them, digging into the knight's armor. The guy shouted again so that the knight would show his face. The youth raised his blade to strike and managed to cut the helmet in half. It fell to the ground with a crash. However, only the front part, or rather its halves, fell. The dead man stood with his back to Eren, unable to move. He ordered him to turn around in order to get a better look at his face. The knight turned his head with one jerk, and Eren was looking at his previous face, the face of Nathan. But his eyes were scarlet, and his gaze itself was bloodthirsty. Eren assessed his past face, noting that he had been quite hot in the past. Despite the fact that hundreds of years had passed, his body still looked fresh. However, the soul of his body is completely different, and does not fit in with his beautiful appearance because the inside is incredibly ugly. The dead man was enraged by Eren's words. His whole body trembled, and he screamed, gripping his blade tighter, but not for another swing. A second later, the blade flew at the youth's head at great speed, but he managed to dodge this unexpected blow. Eren's eyes followed the blade flying past his head as the Death Knight approached his face with lightning speed, so fast that Eren didn't even notice. But this was not enough to catch the guy off guard. He parried the blow. The dead man did not use a weapon, instead striking with a gauntlet. Currently, Nathan was moving at a monstrous speed after throwing away his sword, most likely due to fighting with a weapon he wasn't used to, making him weaker. Things were bad. Death Knights could instantly heal almost all of their wounds, and to destroy it, the heart would need to be destroyed. But will Eren be able to? He parried all of his attacks with great difficulty, and after that, he spent a lot of strength to break through. All that was holding him back now was the white flame technique. But Eren threw these thoughts out of his head. Now he needed to gather his courage and stand firm, not allowing the dark mind to take over him. If something was impossible, then it had to be made possible. Eren always acted according to this expression. The dead man jumped at Eren from his place with great speed. He repelled all his attacks, his clawed paws trying to tear the entrails out of the swordsman. The guy resorted to magic again and summoned spheres that began to fire at the dead man. But this time he successfully dodged every shot. The dead man had demonic power on his legs and arms. He fought in a wild manner, and also used beast-like poses as if it was not a Death Knight who was fighting him, but a werewolf. In an instant, a guess struck the guy. The soul of a lycanthrope was implanted in his previous body. This explained everything. The beast did not stop attacking Lionheart. All his postures, fighting style, and speech patterns were determined by his habits during life. Having this information, one could do something. The knight's figure rushed forward again with renewed vigor, raising his clawed paw for another blow, which was difficult to parry. He had to act quickly. Eren didn't have time to dodge, and he instantly materialized a shard from his cloak, which he couldn't split with magic, and threw it straight into the dead man's hand. You need to completely get rid of the demonic power with the Moonlight Blade fragments. If you can weaken it a little, it will be the end of him. Eren took out another shard. He looked at the slightly slowed pose of the dead man, then froze in place, and Eren managed to squeeze the shard tighter. The duelists grappled with each other again, and this time Eren already had a piece of the Moonblade ready, which the lycanthrope managed to parry in his first attack. Unfortunately, this blow left the youth open, which the Death Knight immediately took advantage of, slashing Aren's side with his paw. But in his lunge, the dead man opened up, and Eren nailed the shard to the creature's body. The very presence of such a bright and powerful artifact on the dead man's body already caused him enormous bouts of pain. Naturally, he couldn't dodge, and the demonic power began to dissipate, accompanied by pain. If the guy wanted to hurt his opponent, he needed to act quickly. Gradually, with each passing second, his defense became weaker, and through the gap in the demonic shield, it was possible to strike.
Aaron swung his blade and struck straight into the gap in the shield, putting the last of his strength into the blow. The youth hoped that this blow would kill the insolent man.
As the blade pierced the flesh, Aaron used the power of all his orbs, and also dealt magical blows to the weakening knight. The fragment of the moonblade bounced off to the side. The knight's chest armor was cracked and crumbled. He was swaying from side to side, barely standing on his feet. Aaron asked what happened to the lycanthrope's chest, and did he really have the nerve to call himself Nathan after that? A strange picture opened up before the guy's eyes in the area that he had pierced. A red substance in the shape of a ball was peeking out at him, which had taken root throughout the dead man's entire body. He covered the opened area with his hands in a panic, irritably asking not to look at this picture. It was obvious that he himself did not like what he saw on his chest. The young man decided to irritate the lycanthrope a little more by asking what kind of marble he had in his chest. Was it really his heart? This made Lycan even more excited, and he again rushed into battle with a battle cry, preparing to kill the insolent man. He accelerated with all his might and flew into Aaron with his plate armor, hitting him in the chest with his body at monstrous speed. The impact was so strong that he and Aaron were thrown into the wall. Or rather, the dead man pinned Aaron to the wall with monstrous force, creating another crater. It was too much for Aaron's body. He coughed up blood, but did not stop mocking the dead man. He called him a pathetic non-entity and an ordinary death knight who was not even a man, but a lycanthrope. But he was not going to put up with what the impudent man was saying, and he demanded that he be called by his name. Such zeal for his name irritated the guy. But Aaron didn't care about the lycanthrope's requests. He just showed him the middle finger, combining it with a crooked grin on his bloody face. The Death Knight raised his clawed paws again and drove them into the swordsman's shoulders, creating more terrible wounds. The guy couldn't believe that his life would end like this, in the clutches of a monster in an unknown dungeon. But he gathered his courage again. It was too early for him to die.
It looks like he needs to try one more trick, but if it goes wrong, he won't be able to move for a while.
But one way or another, he would win. Only ashes and pieces would remain of the dead man, however. Not for sure, he did not know what else the Death Knight was capable of. But in any case, the recoil would be very strong. At the moment, he would not defeat the knight unless he resorted to this technique, or he would face certain death. He uses an ultimate ability from his past life, which he used very rarely, only in extreme situations. It was the ability of combustion that he used to defeat many enemies while on the verge of death and defeat. But Aaron's thoughts were interrupted by a scream, a painfully familiar voice. Jaukar was already running towards him. The desert warrior was rushing headlong to save his master. Aaron couldn't believe that he had come running here, because he had personally knocked him unconscious with a blow so that he would run away, and he still came here. Jauhar drew his saber, preparing to strike at the monster, ordering it to let its master go if he wanted to live. But the dead man only squeezed Aaron's shoulders tighter, lifted him above himself, and prepared to receive him. The little people amused the knight, but also got on his nerves with their fuss. He threw the youth like a rag doll into the wall, which shook from another monstrous blow, and the wall was decorated with another crater combined with the youth's blood. Jaukar was horrified by what had happened, and with a battle cry, he rushed straight at the lycanthrope in order to avenge his master. But his blade only broke into hundreds of pieces upon contact with the Death Knight's armor, and he grabbed the madman by the throat. Even in this state, Jauhar begged his master to flee from here as far as possible, while he held back the onslaught. Although it was said loudly, the Death Knight grabbed Jaukar and held him by the throat, lifting him high off the ground. And who else is holding him? Aaron grinned at the open picture. Jauhar was once again surprised by this man. He was driven into a corner, and he was on the verge of death and laughing at the same time. The dead man squeezed Jauhar's throat tighter and prepared to send him to meet his master. The knight was bored sitting in the dungeon. The dead man staged another debriefing, sending the desert warrior's body straight into his master, who landed right in the chest. The blow was quite strong, and blood from the wounded shoulders and side again gushed in a stream. Jaukar was worried about the condition of his master. He lifted him by the shoulders. Because Aaron could barely stand on his feet, it was necessary to buy him time so that he could escape. But Aaron was cool about this proposal, noting that there was no point in it. No one would let them go. They could part with their lives right now. The doors behind them didn't want to open, and between the saving exit and them stood a Death Knight, preparing for another attack on the mortals. He noted that the door would not open in any way. No one had the strength to open it. The lycanthrope spoke, constantly coughing up blood. But Aaron was only more excited by the dead man's offer, and he wanted even more to open that door and see what was there. In theory, he could use ignition, but first he needed to check what was behind that door. Logically, they were now at Nathan's grave, and he was Nathan if Lexi or any of his friends were counting on reincarnation. Naturally, doors that did not open could only open to their owner, that is, to him, the one for whom the grave was intended. He touched the door and pushed it hard, and it began to open with a bang, blinding everyone with golden sunlight.
The Death Knight stood there in shock. He and Jauhar fell right into these doors. It happened so unexpectedly that they did not have time to group themselves and fell like a stone into the opening. The dead man only extended his hand forward, but could not understand anything. Jauhar landed painfully on the ground and tried to understand where he was. But the young gentleman knocked out his ward again with one blow so that he would not interfere with him again. He did not want this naive fool to die here. Of course, I couldn't bring myself to call him useful, but nevertheless, he tried to help and risked his life, and it was better to stay here than to die further. Aaron walked forward and his attention was drawn to the bluish light. He couldn't believe that Harold left him in such a place. Once upon a time, 300 years ago in Helmet, near the castle of the demonic king of Carnage, after his murder, the squad went in search of demonic minions, and by chance they found a dungeon. In it, they found ancient relics that were countless years old. Or rather, they could not determine the exact age of the objects, but after examining the language on the walls, the sorceress said that the objects were from the era of myths. Inside the dungeon, in its very central part, the squad found a blade of moonlight, which parried with a bluish glow in the center of the hall. Nathan replied that while he was fighting the Demon King, all his weapons broke, and the encounter with the blade was just in time. If none of his friends are against him taking the blade for himself, it will serve him well in the future. But as soon as Nathan approached the blade, blood began to flow from his mouth, and the youth himself fell to his knees, and the sword was taken by Gerald, who could hold it in his hands without consequences. He appreciated his friend's deed, and the herald left a moonlight blade on his grave, expressing his condolences. The blade hovered just above the tombstone, not letting anyone get close to it, posthumously protecting its new owner. Moonlight Blade, that was the name of the blade that Nathan found. Of course, the name was not catchy, but nevertheless it was just right. After the herald took the blade for himself, he stopped using the sacred sword. This was explained by the fact that although the blade looked incredibly simple, it was much stronger than the sacred blade. Aaron looked at the blade again and noticed that there was a small crescent moon above it, directly above the blade, which was connected to the moon by a bluish light. The moon that illuminated the sword of Horselight was full when his friends saw it. But now he was looking at the crescent moon. As a result, the blade most likely had not yet been filled with power. Perhaps he could react to his fragment that Aaron used in the fight, and the guy reached into his pocket to check what would happen. But unfortunately, he remembered that he used the blade in battle against a dead man, and the fragment was lost on the field of their battle. And in the heat of battle, Aaron had no time for the fragment of the artifact. Well, unfortunately, he forgot to pick up the shard that he threw straight at the Death Knight. Now this action made the swordsman nervous. Aaron assumed that the herald left the moonblade because Nathan wanted it for himself. His friend was a real naive and sentimental person. What was the point of leaving the blade after he died? There was something else here. However, it was necessary to end the sentimentality and explore the surroundings. Precious time was wasted. The room he found himself in had nothing but a moonblade and one door. If he went out, he would face the Death Knight again. Well, the Death Knight waiting for him outside the door wasn't the only problem. Madeline was a bigger danger, and Aaron didn't know when this sorceress would intervene, so he needed to quickly kill the Death Knight and escape from here. Aaron walked towards the moonblade. It was just as usual, engulfed in azure light. The youth approached the blade. Although Aaron could not exactly guess why the herald left the sword to him, he allowed only one reason. The swordsman had to get it, and this time he would definitely be able to get the sword for himself. Now it was a different time and body. Of course, in his past life he couldn't even touch the blade. But this time he was reborn as the descendant of the herald. But Aaron had to do this, not only for himself but also for his friend, who left this sword to him. He stood in front of the ball and extended his hand, trying to grab the sword, as his hand began to feel resistance and glow. He had only just reached the glow, and it was already hard for him to breathe. And besides, the mana in his veins was beginning to boil, and it could rebel, and he would lose consciousness. But it was necessary to finish the job to the end, no matter what, and the swordsman called upon the power of the white flame, strengthening himself. This time he was putting up less of a fight than when they first found him. Perhaps he really had broken into pieces. Finally, Aaron managed to grab the hilt with great difficulty, from which sparks and lightning poured, the moonblade pulsating with energy and mana. Aaron was thrown back from where the blade was, but it wasn't all bad. The sword was in his hands, meaning he had managed to get his hands on the legendary weapon. Finally, he managed to take this blade. He completed his task, but he needed to remember one nuance. As he expected, to his great disappointment, the blade of this artifact was missing, or rather, it was split into pieces. The guy was holding just a hilt with a guard in his hands, but suddenly the crescent moon that was above his head broke into many pieces, emitting a net. All the pieces came closer to Aaron. The fragments began to gather together near the guard, forming a blade, or so it seemed to Aaron. Eventually, the moonlight took the form of a blade, although it was not a full blade. But nevertheless, he had a sword.
The resulting blade was not inferior in its properties to its previous original, and at the same time it most likely retained its properties.
The blade could dispel any magic and mana, but along with this, the blade absorbed his own mana, and also entered into resonance with the white flame technique.
Of course, he did absorb a huge amount of mana, but that wasn't really his problem, since Eren had plenty of it. The sword he held in his hands had its own character and will. It was wayward and quite powerful, despite the fact that it was split into many pieces. With such a weapon, he had no need to use flames. With such power, he could deal with the Death Knight easily, even without using fire. But before leaving, he needed to check the coffin. He was curious about who was lying there. Besides, he could find interesting things. As he expected, there was no body in the coffin. But still, his actions were not completely useless. He found the recording. There were a few sentences carved into the lid of the coffin. Perhaps one day we will meet in the world you aspire to. Eren would recognize his friend Lexi's handwriting anyway, and it was in front of her, as well as something else. A green leaf caught the young man's attention. Another clue. The dead man stood in front of the door through which the man and his ward had passed, his irritation still lingering.
No matter how hard he tried, he didn't have enough strength to break down this door. He couldn't even leave a few scratches on it, and even his mistress couldn't cope.
And the person he met was able to open the doors with ease. And now the lycanthrope could not get even with him, however. The owner was supposed to return soon. His breastplate and helmet were broken, and he also disobeyed his mistress's order by awakening his claws. The mistress would definitely be furious when she found out about this. Therefore, before this moment, it is necessary to prove his usefulness. But if he fails, he will be thrown out like the last puppy. Suddenly, to the dead man's surprise, the door opened and out came the white-haired youth, with confidence and energy visible on his face. Eren asked how long his body had to wait. It must have been terribly boring, but now he was here and he could continue his dance of blade and claw again. The dead man tried to understand how Eren was able to get into this place, which he had not been able to enter for a very, very long time, no matter what forces he had resorted to. But young Lionheart replied that he had simply entered, that he had done nothing special, that he had simply opened the door, which had obeyed his will. The lycanthrope was interested in what the young man had found, or seen. In this place he needed to extract as much information as possible. But the guy put his finger to his lips, whispering that it was a little secret that he shouldn't know. These words enraged the dead man again, and he rushed from his place straight at Eren, trying to tear his face with his claws. The guy put his hand under his belt and pulled out a moonlight blade that met with demonic magic. A small swing of the sword, and all the demonic magic dissolved in a second, as if it had never been summoned. The dead man was in shock from what happened. The Death Knight jumped to the side, trying to understand what had just happened to him. Now he had to act more carefully, so as not to expose his skin to the new tricks of this intruder. His demonic energy claws were evaporated, and he couldn't see how Eren managed to dispel them. Perhaps their fight would drag on for a longer period of time. At this time, the youth tried to regain his breath, trying with even greater difficulty to stay on his feet. He was not used to such a powerful artifact. He thought he had the right amount of control over his powers, but after just one swing, his breathing became ragged and his vision blurred as the blade absorbed mana in huge leaps. But he didn't regret anything. His power was worth it. Maybe today he wouldn't be able to kill the Death Knight, but he would definitely be able to deprive him of his demonic power. The lycanthrope had already caught his breath and was heading towards Eren with a menacing gait, this time without calling on demonic energy. Most likely he had already figured out how his new sword worked and decided to fight with his fists. Despite the lost advantage of surprise, everything was fine. Of course, this was not the wisest choice on the part of the dead man, for although Eren was weakened by the battle, he was by no means defenseless. The swordsman drew his other blade, a treasure of his family, and prepared to repel the barrage of attacks from his opponent. The dead man tried to surround Eren, constantly jumping around him, confusing him, but he was unsuccessful. Eren was watching his every step. As soon as the guy glanced at the dead man and took a step, he instantly recoiled, dividing the distance between them by several meters, and the young man didn't even swing. It was time to finish. He called upon the storm sword and commanded it to bring down a storm on the dead man. He would not be able to dodge the magic. In an instant, a tornado appeared from under the floor where the Death Knight stood, carrying its captive into the air. The whirlwind threw the knight up and slammed him into the ceiling, but Eren wasn't going to give the Death Knight a break and threw a hail of stones, enhanced with magic, at him. If it had not been in a more suitable form, the dead man would have been destroyed long ago, but fortunately for him, the youth was exhausted from the long fight. Eren slammed his foot and shattered the floor, then strengthened the shards of magic and sent them towards the lycanthrope. The stream of rocks at supersonic speeds crushed his armor like sugar cookies. It could not withstand Eren's attack. This enraged the Death Knight even more, and he screamed, calling on his true powers. He would now fight with full force. The figure was overcome by demonic energy, which was crawling out of all the cracks of the dead man.
and thick columns of demonic flame came out of his hands like tree trunks. It was true that it was unclear why he had held back earlier, leaving such power for later, but it would not help him. It was already too late. Eren had already dispersed some of the demonic energy and was a meter away from the knight. The horror on the latter's face was to Eren's taste. Now he dictated the rules of their fight. He gathered his strength again and summoned the moon shard he had lost here during the battle. It pierced the Death Knight's body, weakening him even more. As long as he had the moonlight sword in his hand, he could control the fragment as he wished, using it during his fight with the lycanthrope. He needed 1 second to kill his body once and for all. Releasing his soul, the battle was finally coming to an end. The Death Knight immediately attempted to shield himself from death with his Demon Claw technique. However, Eren had other plans for his attack. He quickly pierced the enemy's body with the blade of his sword, using the last of his own mana. As a result of this action, the knight fell to the ground with a crash. Having dealt with him, Eren fell exhausted to the floor and, losing his last patience, spat out the blood that came out of his mouth in a rapid stream. After recovering, he thought about how the sword had so quickly absorbed all of his mana, because he had tried to save it with all his might, but then decided that this was a better fork in the road than dying at the hands of such a bastard. Afterwards, Eren stood up with difficulty and unexpectedly discovered that the mana blade was missing from the hilt of his sword. The guy decided not to deal with this and, putting the handle behind his bosom, armed himself with his tried-and-true sword. A few minutes later, he walked heavily towards the Death Knight's body and discovered, through his pierced armor, the core that had been in his chest all this time, exposed to view. Eren suddenly felt that he had already gotten it. But if the enemy carcass was still lying on the floor, then this only meant that the core was not completely destroyed. Eren was immediately filled with anger towards Madeline, thinking about the fact that this girl allowed herself to climb into his coffin and appropriate his body for a Death Knight, which was an absolute insult to the deceased. He immediately decided to destroy the Death Knight, then take the Raman, and finally get out of this place. As soon as Eren tried to pierce the core with the blade of his sword, he froze unconsciously. His body suddenly stopped moving, as if it was bound by an alien, unknown force. Eren immediately realized the reason for this phenomenon, which meant the arrival of Madeline, who appeared at a very inopportune time. Indeed, the girl was cunningly standing behind the guy at a short distance, while Eren could do nothing and tried in vain to escape from her control. He immediately tried to free himself from her spell, but he couldn't move, and it was very difficult to speak. Accepting the situation, Eren suddenly smiled cheekily and suggested that Madeline continue the dialogue face to face. The girl only answered him in a suspiciously calm tone that she would first think about what she would decide to do with him. She slyly put her hand to her chin and said that she had plenty of ideas, but first she would like to show the most interesting one. Madeline muttered that she would first pull him to the surface and then throw him into the hot sand, and of course she won't kill him, after which the girl assured Eren that his head would be above the sand to preserve his ability to breathe. However, after that, she announced that his mouth and eyes would be open, as a result of which, after a long time spent there, his eyes would respond with hellish pain, and his tongue would turn into something dried out, reminiscent of sand. Madeline then declared that she was going to make him into a desert scarecrow before crushing his legs into a single thread. Madeline also said that a thin metal plate would be inserted into each of his fingers. Suddenly, Eren felt that his body began to move spontaneously on its own, without any action on his part. Madeline came closer to him and let her thin and graceful fingers rest on his shoulders, continuing by stretching metal plates from the very tips of his fingers along his entire arm to the very shoulders and fingers of his other hand, so that his arms would always be stretched out. The girl concluded that by that time the guy's eyes would already be completely destroyed, so he would not be able to see anything, although he would feel excruciating pain with his whole body. Eren made fun of her words and asked what about instant death from shock, to which Madeline replied that she would not let him die that easily. After which she explained that with the help of such a torture, invented by her, Eren would turn into a desert scarecrow for many years, until she got tired of it. To Eren's surprise, the girl suddenly asked if he knew who she was. The guy looked up with indifference and told the girl her full name. Madeline confirmed his words and added that she, Madeline Mervyn, was the master of the deserted dungeon, the Black Horn, and the embodiment of death. She immediately looked at her former dead subordinate and threw at Eren that, in addition to all of the above, he also broke her toy. Madeline said that even though the toy was useless, it still belonged to her as its sole owner, and that only she had the right to dispose of it. Eren just laughed and told the girl that her toy was too rough and that maybe she should give it a good bath. Madeline couldn't stand his taunt and quickly lashed out with her cane, causing Eren's body to fly back with a crash and blood to spurt from his mouth. After this, the sorceress swore that only she, as the true owner, could say such things. Eren just spat out blood once again, then clicked his tongue. He rose from his knees with difficulty, thinking that it would be right to try to get rid of Madeline now that her spell had stopped working on him. However, looking at the stately figure of the sorceress, the guy suddenly changed his mind, because Madeline has a much higher level, and even ignition will not help him in the fight against her.
Aaron suddenly remembered Damon, and although he really didn't want to ask him for help, there was no other choice now. The guy immediately stood up and asked Madeline about Damon, to which the girl's eyes lit up for a second.
She quickly changed her emotion and just emotionlessly asked Aaron why he even brought him up with it.
Aaron immediately took advantage of his last hope for salvation, and with a smirk on his face said that he also knew the magician, after which he pulled out of his pocket the treasured black envelope written by Damon for Madeline. In a second, the girl summoned the paper with a spell, and the sealed envelope appeared in her hands. Madeline looked at it carefully before reading it, after which she was convinced that the seal really belonged to Damon, but she also could not understand until the very end why he would write a letter for someone like Aaron. When she asked him if he knew what the envelope contained, Aaron smiled and replied that all he knew was that Damon had said the letter would save his life. The girl glanced at the guy and corrected his words, because the real essence was a little different. She told Aaron about their long-standing deal with Damon, in exchange for which she promised the warlock to one day fulfill any request he made. Madeline also said that this deal was very profitable for Damon, because not everyone could take something from her, but decades passed, but the guy still did not ask for anything. Suddenly, she set fire to the letter with mana and asked Aaron if he understood what she was talking about. Without waiting for his answer, the girl stated that since the letter was with him, Aaron himself could ask her to perform any service she could do instead of Damon. Aaron became disillusioned and thought deeply about his next steps. Madeline said that since the guy wanted to stay alive, he should ask for mercy, and then she would not kill him.
However, she's not going to let her go just like that either, because she needs to know why Aaron came and what he was doing here.
After a few minutes of thought, Aaron made a decision and, lowering his head, began to make his request. However, immediately after, the guy bared his teeth and raised his head, fixing his crazy eyes on the sorceress, after which, with a grin, he asked her to finally die. The girl just giggled at his outburst and repeated that she had initially told him that the request had to be feasible for her. Afterwards, she frowned sharply and said that now the guy only had two options, and if he didn't want to talk to her, then fine. She would respect his choice, after which she would immediately kill him. Then the girl smiled and continued that if the guy wanted to survive, she would allow him to do so, but in return, he would tell her all the information he knew. Aaron just widened his eyes in surprise, and the girl calmly advised him not to worry, after which she said that just because she couldn't kill him, she wasn't going to maim him or torture him. Instead, she had prepared many ways. And then Madeline grinned and confessed to Aaron that she was very interested in him, after which she asked how he got to this place, which even the Sultan did not know about, and only the local sand mages knew about it. She immediately asked if there was a traitor among the magicians who told Aaron about the place, but after Madeline admitted to herself that this could not be, Aaron was deep in his own thoughts, pondering his answer, because if he chose life, Madeline would still force him to confess everything. He immediately imagined a terrible picture in front of him, where the sorceress, using her dark magic, was sucking all the strength and answers out of him. The guy realized that he could not prevent this in any way. Suddenly, the girl interrupted his flow of thoughts and fantasies, reminding him of the time. She took 2 steps towards him and informed him that he should tell her right away if he suddenly needed her help in choosing the right answer. Aaron only thought about the idea of using the ignition to escape, but he was stopped by the fact that Madeline would use the paralysis spell again. Suddenly, the girl lost her patience and began counting to 3, because she did not intend to wait any longer. Aaron became angry and thought sharply about what would happen if he revealed his origins and involvement with the Lionheart family to her. The number shifted, and Madeline, with a nasty grin on her face, extended her ready hand towards him. Aaron just kept going over the numerous options in his head, such as just being honest with the girl, or telling her that he was able to open the door that even she couldn't, and then found the moonlight blade there. As soon as Madeline began to pronounce the last number, she heard a crack behind her, to which she turned around sharply and fearfully. Her gaze was suddenly met by a revived Death Knight in the body of poor Nathan, who stood unsteadily on his feet, leaning on them with his hands. Aaron became furious with anger at this sight, but Madeline, in turn, obediently knelt before the rebel. Lowering her head, the girl addressed him formally and quietly asked what brought him here. However, looking into Nathan's empty eyes, Aaron saw before him not the soul of a Death Knight, but the blessed demon king of imprisonment himself. Aaron looked at him wordlessly with genuine fear when suddenly the king addressed him by his full name. He admitted to the guy that he had actually been watching him through Damon's eyes the whole time, to which Aaron was completely shocked. Afterwards, the king asked the boy whether he had really come to pay tribute to his ancestor's friend. He then turned to the statue at the tombstone and declared that the sole owner of the grave was someone else, Nathan Dinas. The king of imprisonment also said that in life everyone called Nathan reckless, but he never was. And about the fact that among all the friends of the precious herald, Nathan was considered especially strong and talented, and even unique. He also told Aaron that Nathan was the herald's best friend. Aaron was immediately in complete shock because he didn't understand how he could tell him such nonsense in all seriousness. The boy was even more angry at the way the king spoke of Gerald, calling him precious. Suddenly, the Demon King broke the silence and announced that he knew the reason why Aaron hated him so much. After which he stated that, despite everything, he and Harold had at one time come to a voluntary agreement and built friendly relations. And of course he considers it stupid to impose on descendants what happened more than 300 years ago. But there is one thing. The king admitted that he respected the Lionhearts for their friendship with Gerald, but did not demand the same from Aaron. Aaron still stood motionless in his place, looking at the devil with an attentive but anxious expression until he was addressed. The king of imprisonment told the boy that over the past 300 years he had seen many Lionhearts, not counting Gerald, but admitted that of all of them, Aaron was the one who resembled a man. Suddenly Madeline raised her head and looked at Aaron in surprise, having just realized what his origin was. She quietly said his last name, after which, becoming more and more aware of the situation, she began to list all the features of the Lionhearts. The girl immediately turned to her patron, apologizing to him for the fact that she did not expect to see him in such a miserable place, and even more so in the body of a Death Knight as a vessel, and therefore was confused. She slowly looked up at him and quietly asked how she should take his visit. The king of imprisonment responded indifferently that he didn't care, to which Madeline asked if he had come there to protect the boy, at which point the man interrupted her sarcasm and stated that the boy was the descendant of his friend. Madeline became angry and told him through gritted teeth that for this very reason he was encroaching on her freedom, which he should respect. The Demon King only calmly repeated to her that the herald was dead, after which he told the girl that despite his death he continues to live in his family tree, and especially in Aaron Lionheart in whom he sees the young herald. After these words, the demonic king of imprisonment explained to the girl that he loved and respected her, but not as much as Gerald. Madeline sighed and sadly replied how he could love someone who had been lying in the grave for more than 300 years more than someone who was alive now. With great demonic force, the girl is pressed to the ground, but she continues to appeal to her king. Gritting her teeth, she is very unhappy with what is happening. Only his strength holds her back. With the Demon King of imprisonment still in Nathan's body, Madeline's freedom cannot outweigh her respect for him. At Nathan's grave, the king gave Madeline Mervyn permission to do whatever she wanted. But if she tries to harm the descendant of Gerald, he won't just let it go. At least not now. The words made Aaron tense up, wondering what the king of confinement meant by the phrase, at least now, in his speech. With a displeased face, Madeline calls Aaron an arrogant little rat and to be more respectful to the Demon King. More than 300 years have passed since the Herald's promise, which is quite a long time for humans, and during all these years, the Demon King has shown enough generosity and respect to the descendants of the Herald. Madeline's face, full of madness, looks with the greatest interest at the demonic king of imprisonment, without ceasing to address him. He accepted the fact that they didn't show him the same, but the Demon King wasn't going to tolerate people taking it for granted. The palm clenches into a fist with majesty. He, the Demon King of imprisonment, rules over countless demons and is the king of Helmud. Aaron's entire body is cramped and can't move even a millimeter. And yet the Demon King is simply speaking. With freedom comes responsibility. Freedom without it only leads to chaos. Now the king asks Aaron to convey a request to all the Lionhearts if they do not stop disrespecting him. Then he will start doing it too. The heart trembled, and all one could do was watch from fear. The warning was etched into Aaron. So why did the Demon King remain silent for 3 centuries and only speak now? Aaron's ancestor made a deal for freedom, but it is already coming to an end. The wheel stopped by the Herald will soon roll again. One day a new promise will have to be made. Who among the Lionhearts will be able to do this and stop this wheel again? Frowning, Aaron asks what the promise in this deal was. A sinister, inadequate smile spread across his face. The Demon King says, Aaron has no right to know such things. He is not the Herald. After that, with a mad, angry face, he calls Aaron a reckless lion cub, as if looking into Nathan's eyes. His existence, his soul, all this is only thanks to the Herald's promise, according to which Nathan will be born after 300 years. There was nothing to say to such news, only stupor, and nothing more. Aaron understood what was being talked about. The Demon King of imprisonment asks Madeline to return to her dungeon while he speaks with this child alone. She can't calm down. She says she wants to get paid for what Aaron did to his toy. There is no point in wishing for this. Much less asking for it, she will not receive any payment from Aaron. Her rage will not be stopped so easily! Madeline screams that Aaron killed her pet and easily opened the door that she had been trying to open. After listening, the demonic king of imprisonment begins to move in Nathan's body, since his subordinate speaks about the door. In an instant, thanks to the demonic power, all 3 heroes are transported close to the door. With one movement of the Demon King's hand, the door that was resistant to even such a skilled magician as Madeline turned into sand. So he showed off what was inside to reassure Madeline that it was just Nathan's grave. There was absolutely nothing special about it. Convinced, Madeline stopped screaming, only asking if the Demon King of Imprisonment likes this vessel. He doesn't care. His business here is finished, so the Demon King will return Nathan's body. This is the body of Gerald's own precious friend, so Madeline asks if he's sure about it. And the Demon King agrees that's true, but Nathan is not his friend, and he's not obligated to do anything for him. After this, Nathan's body weakens, and a moment later a soulless shell lies in front of Aaron and Madeline. Now Madeline doesn't have to kneel and bow her head, so she stands up and says he's very lucky. Whatever happens, she warns, it won't happen next time. Approaching the body in battered armor, Madeline gathered her remaining strength and began to walk away. She can't do anything to Aaron now, but someday she will definitely make him regret today. Waiting is the hardest time a person has. With a grin, she wants it to pass as soon as possible. This encounter enraged Aaron. He continued to destroy the grave, and then bent over from fatigue. I can just picture my own body smiling heartlessly and calling it a reckless lion cub. The memories continue to get the better of him. This phrase makes it clear that the demonic king of the prison knows about reincarnation. As if the Demon King's speech was stuck in his mind, the new news about the conditions of reincarnation was frightening. What did he mean? Did Harold make a deal with the Demon King of Imprisonment so that Nathan would reincarnate? It was impossible. If the Herald really wanted to do something for him, he would have killed the Demon King without thinking. Besides, the promise was a peace treaty and had nothing to do with Nathan's reincarnation. The words that Nathan was an enemy of the Demon King of Imprisonment clearly meant that he did not like him. Anger boils in his veins. Even though Aaron is alone, he turns to the king into the void, saying that he doesn't like him either. Madeline Mervyn took the Death Knight from Nathan's body. Aaron was unable to destroy it. The warning that the Herald's promise was coming to an end was literally attached to my thoughts. Leaning against the cold wall and crossing his arms, Aaron thinks about the end, the promise, the wheel, what all these riddles are about. Aaron won't make any promises. Why should he stop the wheel if it brings bad news? Then it's worth just breaking it to hell. If Nathan's reincarnation isn't the work of Lexi or Deborah, but of Gerald, then that changes everything. Aaron put his hand into his cloak looking for something there, not thinking that Gerald expected this from him. 200 years ago, when Gerald died, someone broke into this tomb. Lexi realized that something was wrong and came here. So she fought hard here alone with the invader and then disappeared. The leaf that Aaron found near Nathan's coffin is a leaf from the Tree of Peace. It allows you to move to the Elven Forest, no matter where you are. She took advantage of the moment of threat, but who could invade this grave and force Lexi to retreat? Aaron can most likely assume that this man is Gerald. If it was Harold who fought with Lexi here, then for what reason could the comrades start such a thing? Memories from his past life came flooding back, and Nathan winced, asking what was going on and what was wrong with them. From the very first meeting, Lexi began to complain, saying that he was a simple mercenary. Why take him with her? Deborah immediately switched to direct insults that Nathan looks like a complete brat, and that there are a lot of more confident warriors than this mongrel. Hank behaved as usual, remained an idiot. He heard that the warriors of the Kingdom by the Sea were very brave and wanted to fight them. But Gerald stood his ground and continued that he should be another companion. The remaining three stood behind him, but Gerald asked Nathan Dinas to be his comrade. A mischievous smile lit up the rest of the boys. Nathan didn't care about the request. He wouldn't listen to someone weaker than him. Then Gerald has a proposal. Will the guy become his comrade after he wins? The fight didn't last long. Nathan flew hard backwards onto the ground, losing the sword from his hands. Harold looks down with an absolutely calm gaze. He is stronger than Nathan. The guy didn't want to admit defeat, so he stood up and asked to shut up and try again. A lot of time passed. The sun began to set. The day turned into evening, and Nathan lay on the floor without strength. Clack hits the ground. The guy admits that he is much weaker than Gerald, so why should he invite him? Nathan would be his comrade if he won. That was the deal anyway, Harold reminds. It is not clear that if the Herald, a warrior of light, asks someone to become his companion, then a whole line will form. He needs Nathan's power to defeat the Demon Kings, so he is the last one. Extending his hand to the astonished man, he looks at him very nobly and asks him to go with him. Aaron continues to stand there, holding the piece of paper in his bloody cloak, thinking about Harold. If reincarnation was his plan, he could easily place this necklace in the Lionheart's treasury without any problems. No, it's too early to say anything. Lexi's illusion that Aaron saw in Arat and the inscription inside the coffin, written in her handwriting, are confused. The inscription was about a meeting in the world that Nathan dreamed of. There is a chance that it was not about heaven, but about his reincarnation. Then could Gerald have betrayed Lexi? But no one can know about it. And Aaron doesn't even want to think about it. There is only one way to find out the truth. You need to find Lexi. Aaron continues to twist the pedal in his hands. Aaron Lionheart sits with his head propped up.
Behind him is Jauhar, his emir of Kajitana, who thinks he is asking too much.
The emir of Kajitan has heard about Aaron from his subordinates, but how can the guy really think that he sent them for some petty theft? Regardless of his intentions, they hurt him, so Aaron keeps popping up waving his hand. The man is serious, his hands clasped in front of his chest. He feels the tension. His men acted to protect Aaron. He doesn't know if Aaron is aware of the latest events, but Nagama and Keel are currently on tense terms. Emperor Keel is wary of Nagama's help, and the Sultan generally holds a grudge against the Empire. Sand mages engaged in the expansion of the desert are hiding on its border. If Aaron stumbles upon them, he will meet a scorpion. The protection of the Master of Jauhar is, in essence, Nahama's homage to the Keel Empire. Besides, he wouldn't want to know what their intentions were, why they had to go to the Kajani Desert, where no one had lived for hundreds of years. Taking a cup of tea over which their interesting conversation took place, Aaron says that he came here for interrogation. Of course not. The Emir of Kajitan has no right to interrogate him, so he sent his subordinates after him so that they could protect him if something went wrong. If Jauhar Rahman Shulhoff had followed his orders carefully, things would have been different. Then this awkward conversation between the Emir of Kajitan and Aaron would not have happened at all. He understands why Aaron is so unhappy about what happened, but from what he heard, his subordinates kept a decent distance from the guy when Aaron himself decided to attack them. Decided to forget about the killers and sand mages. The Emir of Kajitan does not know that the grave of Nathan and Madeline Merwin is there. They say ignorance is bliss. Aaron decides to just back off and leave it at that. So he says there was a misunderstanding, but doesn't know how to explain the situation to his family. Nervously, the Emir of Kajitan begins to probe the meaning of his words, asking what he is getting at. Even if it was a misunderstanding, they still encroached on his safety. Even though the Emir of Kajitan explained everything to Aaron, he doesn't know how his family will take it. Realizing where this is all heading, the Emir tries to appeal to the guy Aaron also wouldn't want a bad outcome. Neither of them needs to start a political conflict between their countries, and Aaron certainly doesn't want to put his family in a difficult position. It makes more sense to ask what Aaron wants in order to peacefully end the conflict, which is what the Emir of Kajitan does. Taking a sip of tea from his cup, Aaron answers without thinking, he needs 500 million TSL. Aaron thinks it's a fair price to pay to repair a relationship damaged by misunderstanding. Rumor has it, and the Emir of Kajitan has heard that Aaron only recently turned 19, but his courage is clearly beyond his years. Resigned, the Emir replies that he can give Aaron the money if it will calm his anger. Now that that's out of the way, the Emir of Kajitan is very interested in one thing Aaron saw in the desert. What do you mean? There is only dust and sand, as the Emir said earlier. There is nothing else there. Everything that was in the tomb, the statue, the coffin, the memorial, all of it is now in Aaron's bottomless cloak. Even if they want to find and learn something, now there is absolutely nothing there. Even the Sultan doesn't know about Nathan's tomb. And as long as Madeline Mervyn keeps her mouth shut, no one will know what happened there. And Aaron will take Jauhar with him. He will have to pay for threatening his life. Payback for threatening his life. If Aaron wants it, he can order his execution right now. Hearing this, goosebumps ran down Jauhar's spine. He served him honestly, with all his heart. And the master so easily says goodbye to the life of his subordinate. But Aaron is not so ruthless as to take people's lives for such a thing. Jauhar will simply go with him to his family, where he will plow like a slave. This option suits Emir Kajitan, so he agrees to whatever the guest wishes. It's menacing outside. Nothing is clear, because there are a bunch of bloody soldiers lying on the ground who clearly did not want to die. Sacred Deborah bends over the corpses and tells Nathan that sometimes she's tormented by doubts. If God is omnipotent and omniscient, then why does he allow so much human blood to be shed? Unable to respond to this nonsense, Nathan only reminds Deborah that she is drunk. The nonsense continues. If he really is the light chasing the darkness, then why doesn't he do it? There is only one argument for all these words. They have the herald, their personal light. He starts talking about it, looking at Deborah praying that he doesn't know what it is about her God. But Nathan is absolutely sure that this damn herald is simply unbearably strong. God couldn't take care of this world personally, so he sent this dandy, a walking miracle. He fights, and therefore the Holy Sword recognized him as its owner. A blush appeared on Deborah's cheeks. She didn't expect to hear something like that from him. Out of anger, Nathan starts yelling as if he is saying this because he wants to, but her drunken tirades about nothing just piss him off. He holds out his hand and asks for the drink to be given here because who drinks alone anyway? Grabbing the bottle, Deborah corrects that it is not alcohol, but holy water, and should not be given to someone like Nathan, who lacks faith. From that day on, Neon is a true believer and asks to give his water here quickly. But false faith is worse than its absence. Aaron looks up somewhere. Jauhar behind him does the same. The memory of Deborah was not accidental. The Holy Land of Light, Hogani. Here stands the statue of Deborah. If Aaron goes by ship from the Holy Empire of Juris across the ocean, he will arrive here. 200 years ago,
Deborah sent a priest here before a pilgrimage to the other side of the world. Aaron now thinks of Nathan's death as his own, and Deborah has come to his grave to pay her respects. Lexi's departure and Deborah's pilgrimage, they do not coincide in time at all, because Lexi left several years before the beginning of Deborah's pilgrimage. Deborah couldn't have been at his grave. If she had been, she would have definitely done something with her condition. Could it be that Gerald was involved not only in Lexi's disappearance, but in Deborah's disappearance too? Aaron couldn't find anything in Hogani. The only clue that helps at all is a leaf from the Tree of Life left by Lexi. With a hint of excitement, Jauhar behind him calls out to his young master Aaron. Slightly worried, Jauhar asks that since they have been here for a week, has Aaron really changed his mind? Without even turning around, Aaron answers the stupid question in the negative. They do not travel, do not search for anything else, but go back to the Empire of Kel. The portal is already waiting. With his arms folded across his chest and his teeth clenched in anger, Aiden says that Aaron is finally coming home after 2 years. Their rivalry has not gone away. Aiden wants to know how strong Aaron has become. Madison knows her son well and notices that he doesn't seem happy about his brother's return. He honestly admits to his mother that he wants Aaron to return, but at the same time, he does not want it. If Aaron wants to become the new patriarch, then Aiden will not be able to oppose him. Until he backs down, Aaron cannot become a patriarch, Lady Madison says confidently. The guy asks with displeasure if it will be better for the Lionhearts. The strongest among all the Lionhearts should become the patriarch. The lady says that he is no longer a child. Now he must make his own decisions. To become a patriarch or give this position to Aaron, it is his choice. With a suspicious expression on his face, Aiden states that Lady Madison does not want this, looking away. Madison sadly notes that she must have raised him too strictly for him to have such thoughts. She doesn't want to become like Amanda. She doesn't want to ruin a child's life for her own gain, she admits. Aiden claims that he is not Ron. Madison agrees with him and asks him to make the right choice for himself. If the guy feels that his choice is right, then Madison undertakes to respect him. She says to her son with a smile. Aiden listens to her warily. Madison says that Aaron is his brother. Maybe they are not blood brothers, but they are still brothers. She advises to talk to him when he comes. The succession to the patriarch's place can wait until then. The guy agrees with her, and after a while, a grown-up Aaron in his cloak emerges from the portal. He would have met them at the house anyway. The fact that they all came to meet him here makes him feel uneasy. His father, with tears in his eyes and screaming, throws himself into his son's arms, holding him tightly to himself. Aaron greets him, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. It seems like he's been trying hard. His body has changed a lot, but he stopped taking care of his beard, he notes. Brad, wiping away a tear, admits that it's all thanks to Brennan. Brennan wonders if they really became so close that he started calling him by his first name, Aaron thinks. He tells his father with a displeased face that he asked him not to accept anything from these muscleheads. Seeing Lady Madison behind him, Aaron bows and apologizes for not noticing her right away, and the lady waves his hand. He actively turns his head, looking around and wondering where Patriarch Byron is. He wasn't at the portal with everyone else. He's at the Black Lion's castle because of the coming-of-age ritual, Lady Madison explains. Aaron himself knows about it. The blood inheritance ritual involves both indirect and primary lines, Aaron recalls. But only children from the main line participate in the ritual of growing up, he continues to recall. The last time, Ron was supposed to take part in it, but he was essentially banished, so the ritual was missed. But 3 of the children, Aaron, Aiden, and Emily, will be adults next year, says Lady Madison. So, she thinks, this time the ritual will be much more extravagant. She shares her thoughts. With an impassive face, Aaron asks her if the Patriarch himself wants this, if this was his wish. No, Lady Madison replies. It was a decision made by the Senate, she explains calmly to Aaron. Suddenly, from behind Aaron, Jauhar emerges from the portal in his traditional attire, having helped the guy in the desert. Surprised, Madison asks who it is. Aaron explains that it is his subordinate, Yokar Shkulhov. He could not remember how old he was. Jauhar tells him that he is 32. Aaron personally chose him. He is trustworthy. He did not teach him anything. Yokar will simply do some of his work, the guy warns. After finishing his story, Aaron addresses the maid, Kelly, who has been standing next to the Lionheart family members the entire time, by name. Kelly greets Aaron happily, folding her hands in front of her and looking at the newcomer with a kind smile. Aaron asks him to take Jauhar under his wing, let him clean the barn and the tournament hall, and let Kaylee give him something to do that she herself does not want to do. Kelly, who didn't expect this, asks again if he really wants this, since he is Aaron's subordinate. That is why he is obliged to do what he tells him, he explains, turning to Jauhar. Aaron entrusts him to study with Kaylee. Now she is his mistress. Looking at young Kaylee, Jauhar thinks that he will have to treat the girl, who looks 10 years younger than him, as his senior in rank. He immediately stops such thoughts, even if he has to do all the dirty work around the house. For the sake of the young master, he is ready to do anything. Someday he will need it no matter how. But for the sake of the young master, as a warrior and a debtor, He will do anything. Aiden, standing behind them, interrupts their conversation and calls out to his brother quite familiarly. Slightly arrogantly suggests they talk in private if Aaron has already finished with everything else. Aiden hurries ahead along the forest path from the portal. Aaron follows him at an even pace. Without turning to face him, Aiden asks his brother how he is. Aaron can only remain silent in amazement. Aiden awkwardly tries to continue the conversation, asking if Aaron is really 19, who asks him in bewilderment what he's talking about. Aaron mockingly asks if he wants to know the truth. In fact, they are not the same age. Aaron was reincarnated. Aiden, who took his brother's words as an unsuccessful joke, irritably asks him to stop talking nonsense. Aaron leans over slightly with laughter, knowing in his mind that naturally his brother won't believe him. After stopping laughing, the guy looks up at Aiden. He asks what's wrong. Is he too shocked? With the true power of his brother, he says. And for effect, he uses his mana to cause blue energy to ignite around him. Impressed, Aiden falls silent, then turns away and says that only 2 years have passed, but he feels as if 20 have passed. He thought he tried his best. Aiden begins his monologue with regret and annoyance. While Aaron was learning magic, he trained with the sword like a madman. He reached 3 stars in the white flame technique. And at this time, Aaron has already reached 4 stars, Aiden says to himself, clenching his jaw from tension. With furrowed brows, without turning to his brother standing behind him, he calls him by name in an even voice. With a furious face, but confident and firm, he turns to Aaron, declaring that he will become the patriarch. Aaron asks what kind of nonsense his brother is talking about. Does Aiden really want his brother to become the patriarch? Having met him face to face, Aiden had already made up his mind how he could be a patriarch when Aaron was so superior to him. Why not? Aaron asks. He can become one. He just has to wish, but Aiden angrily shouts at him that he won't be able to accept it. If he really wants Aaron to become the patriarch, then he offers to have a duel. If Aiden wins, then he will agree with whatever decision he makes. So if he wins, then what's the point of him making Aaron the patriarch, asks Aiden. If he wins, then it would be more logical for him to become the patriarch himself. With theatrical amazement, Aaron notes that his brother is smarter than he thought, which greatly angers Aiden. The patriarch will be Aiden, Aaron claims, a position that must be held by an ambitious man. But he doesn't need this extra hassle if he wants to somehow change Aaron's mind. Then let him do it with help. Taking a deep breath, Aiden suggests that instead of a real duel, they engage in sparring like brothers. It's too late to say this, of course, but no matter what he does, he won't be able to defeat Aaron, he says. Punching his brother in the shoulder in irritation, Aiden states that he already knows this. Aaron smirks at him.
Aiden, with a sword, tries to furiously attack his brother, who effortlessly fights off all his attacks. The servants of the estate watch them.
He already controls the soul and maintains it for so long, Aaron notes. Apparently he has learned to manage mana better. At this age, Aiden already has so much mana that he is unlikely to have a peer rival on the entire continent. Already quite sweaty and tired, Aiden thinks that this is strange. He couldn't have gotten so tired so quickly. He feels like he's swinging his sword in vain. Aaron's sword seems to deflect all his attacks, but at the same time directs his sword where he doesn't want it to go. Aiden swings his sword at his brother, but Aaron easily parries his blow. The boy spins around his brother while he stands still, fending off attacks. The men watching say it's pointless. If he had to fight with all his might, including the soul of the sword, one of the men says, could he defeat Aaron? Sir Alfred says he doesn't think so. Even 2 years ago he was very strong, and now he feels that Aaron has become one of the strongest. But Aiden has grown a lot too, he thinks. Aaron takes all his attacks without moving a single step from where he stands. Aaron suddenly makes a large horizontal swing with his sword, sending Aiden flying to the ground with the blow.
Aiden, landing, asks what that was, how Aaron was able to reflect his attacks, the guy asks.
Good old parry, Aaron explains, but Aiden shouts at him not to lie to him. This was clearly an unusual parry. It didn't push away the soul of his sword. It let it slide, displaced all his attacks, and made him use more mana than necessary. With his sword slung over his shoulder, Aaron confirms that Aiden's eyes are not deceiving him, asking him to tell him. These words attracted Aaron's attention especially. His face changed to a terribly sarcastic one. He mockingly asked if he seriously wanted to study with him. Squeezing the handle of his sword with irritation until he trembled, trying to calm down and not fall for his brother's provocations, Aaron agrees to train him. This surprises Aiden. Aaron says that if he becomes strong enough, he does not have to become a patriarch. There are too many prying eyes here, though, Aaron notes, turning to the crowd of onlookers watching them. Throwing down his training sword, the boy leaves the arena and calls his brother with him, away from prying eyes. Aiden won't become stronger than Aaron, but he will accept the role of patriarch if he becomes strong enough for it, the guy clarifies. Concerned and unsure, Aiden hesitantly agrees, but just as he's about to say, but he's interrupted by his brother. Aaron claims that even if the guy pushes it on him, he has no intention of becoming a patriarch. Aiden wonders how many times he's already suggested this. At least 3 times. What else can he do if he keeps refusing? After clearing his throat, he concludes that since Aaron apparently really doesn't want to,
then he probably has no choice.
He is strong, Aiden admits with a condescending look on his face. But Eren lacks the skills to become a patriarch. He hasn't even completed the successor course. He is not ready. There's no way he'll fit into high society considering he's spent half his life in. But before the guy can finish his monologue, Eren kicks him in the leg.
Rubbing his bruised leg, Aiden asks why. Eren explains that it's for acting like shit.
And when is Eren going to teach him the skills? The boy asks hopefully. Will it be now? He asks. He's a bit busy now and won't be able to train it. He'll just write it down and give it to Aiden. If he reads it and trains hard, then everything will work out.
He's not lying because he doesn't want to be a patriarch, Aiden suspects. Eren assures him that he's not lying, even though he doesn't want to be a patriarch.
The old and rugged mountains located in the south of Kul, Mount Uklas, a high and majestic mountain against a forest landscape.
Harold the Great of the Kale Empire renounced his title and went to the capital. But 300 years later, Mount Uklas is still in the possession of the Lionhearts. The Black Lion Castle is located right on the top of Mount Uklas, where Gerald lived the longest, and where his body rests. Around a wooden table with a pattern of golden spears around the roaring head of a red lion, sit people, some of them wearing hoods. Patriarch Byron, seated opposite a man whose face is in shadow, reads a document he holds in his hands under the warm light. He, raising his head to his interlocutor, looking straight at him, reports that Eren has returned to the main estate again. Just in time, the man in the shadows notes, "Only 2 months left until the end of the year," he tells Byron. With a gloomy face, Patriarch Byron asks the man if there is any point in bringing Eren here. "It was Byron himself who took an unprecedented step," the man says with a grin, resting his chin on his fist.
A child of the sideline in the main estate. Something that has never happened in the history of the Lionhearts, he says.
Byron has known him since childhood, but he still finds it unpleasant to be around him. The Patriarch thinks about the man.
The oldest man in the family and head of the Senate, nicknamed the White Lion of Immortality, Wilton Lionheart, sits opposite Byron.
Of course he proved that this child is Dosjin, but this situation is too extraordinary, Wilton explains.
It's not just about the Patriarch, says Lillian, sitting at the table, still holding a cigar in her teeth but not lighting it. But in Eren Lionheart, she says, Lillian met this kid in Arat. Why is it a problem that he's from a collateral family, she asks. The most important thing is his potential. Wilton argues with her. Lillian may have great insight, but she cannot represent the politics of the Black Lion. With a displeased face at Wilton's criticism, Lillian falls silent, turning her face away from her interlocutor. Wilton is obliged to personally verify all the rumors about him. The man is convinced during the coming-of-age ceremony. The Senate acknowledges that this child, Eren Lionheart, has, to say the least, impressive potential, despite being from a side branch. This is why the Senate allowed Patriarch Byron to accept him into the main branch, Wilton explains. However, in 2 months he will become an adult, and then they will begin the process of choosing the next Patriarch, Byron's heir. Villain heard that Eren visited Nagama. Byron confirms this information, placing the paper back on the table. And before that, he studied magic in Arat, as he was told. Eren also had great talent in magic, so much so that the Master of the Red Tower took him as a student. In addition to this, he even contacted the Crown Prince of Arat. They, the owners of the Lionheart family, a pride of lions, it is normal for a patriarch to raise his children the way he wants, but to allow a lion he raised to leave the pack at his own will is simply unacceptable. It was his decision. With tension in his face and voice, the Patriarch Byron says in an attempt to justify himself. Of course, Wilton agrees he intends to respect the child's choice and has no intention of restricting it, he says. Perhaps he is going to recommend him as the next Patriarch, Wilton suggests with a sly look in his eyes. Byron replies that if Eren himself wanted it, he would make it a possible option for the future. He won't want it, Lillian says with a loud slam of her rare pocket watch, attracting Byron's attention. That's what Emily said, she explains. Eren is resolutely refusing the position, according to the girl herself. With a frightening smile of satisfaction at this information, Wilton says that he will not try to convince Eren otherwise in this case. The action moves to the main estate. Eren asks again about the Black Lion's castle with surprise. Yes, Lady Madison replies. She thought the elders of the Senate would come here for the ceremony, she says. But instead, they were invited to the Black Lion's castle. Emily is already there, so it's time for Aiden and Eren to go there too. When exactly? Eren asks. As soon as possible, the lady answers, which surprises Aiden quite a bit. Then they shouldn't waste any time, Eren decides. He's sure everything they need will be there. He calls Aiden with him. They walk down the corridor of the estate. Aiden on the way turns to his brother about the book he gave him. He finished reading it. He doesn't even know what to say. This is just torture for the Corps. If he tries to repeat something like this, he will die from lack of mana. Well, that's what he did, Eren says.
In his mind, he remembers that it was Nathan's training method. He changed it a little so his brother could try it.
Eren tells Aiden to remember that he has to do this, even if he can't. He has to keep going despite the blood and tears. It's worth starting with at least this. If Aiden wants to seriously catch up with Eren, this is the bare minimum necessary to become a patriarch.
Frightened by his furiously decisive monologue, Aiden comes to his senses and calls his brother names, who only says how he loves insults. But still, Aiden counters, the Black Lion Castle will be the first time the coming-of-age ceremony has been held outside of here. He says he understands that because of Ron's brat and his antics, the Senate has become much more vigilant about them. Maybe they want to teach them a lesson, Aiden suggests, trying to understand the logic of the Senate elders' actions.
And what about him? Eren asks, turning to face his brother and looking at him with a puzzled look.
Since he is the future patriarch, maybe they want to congratulate him in advance. The thoughtful Aiden shares his guess. Perhaps he will even be allowed to go to the grave of the Great Herald, Aiden continues to guess. This is triggered by Eren. The Herald's grave is located somewhere on Mount Uklas, but its exact location is a closely guarded secret. Even Patriarch Byron doesn't know much about it. He can't believe that Gerald died a peaceful death. As it says in the books, he needs to make sure that his body is really in his grave. Perhaps they will give him the demonic spear Ruintos, or the crushing hammer Ziggalard. Aiden continues to fantasize. The weapon of the demonic king of cruelty, the demonic spear Ruintos, a powerful artifact. They are not kept in the treasury of the main residence, but in the castle of the Black Lion, the guy recalls in his thoughts. The current owner of the demonic spear is the head of the Senate, the oldest of the Lionhearts, Wilton Lionheart. And the hammer of the smashing Ziggalard, Wilton's grandson and captain of the First Legion of the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion, Laverne Lionheart. The head of the Senate is too old. It's high time for him to retire. Aiden thoughtfully shares his opinion with his brother. Maybe he's going to leave and give Aiden the demon spear as a will, he thinks. Eren just says he doesn't know. Eren stands in a room next to a large window, holding a huge sword in his hands, seemingly about to pull the blade out of its sheath. All the mana is absorbed in a second just by drawing this sword from its sheath, Eren notes with satisfaction. The fragment of the moonlight blade he received at the auction resonates with the sword and attaches to its hilt. Eren muses that the sword will probably return to normal once he gets all the fragments of the moonlight blade. Well, he's in no hurry, the boy concludes. First he needs to find the Herald's grave, he thinks, hiding the sword in his cloak. Just think, he's leaving the main residence a couple of days after arriving, he muses, looking out the window. But what should he do with the statue and the tombstone of Nathan in his cloak, Eren thinks with awkwardness on his face and in his thoughts. He wanted to install them here, convincing Byron, but now he will not meet him. Although he thinks with a sarcastic expression on his face and his hand near his face, he suddenly had a great idea. Looking down at his brother with a haughty expression, Eren asks if he's ready for a date, hinting at his overdressed appearance. Aiden responds by asking if Eren is going out, alluding to his brother's overly casual attire. He looks at the magical cloak of darkness that Eren is wearing, noting in his mind that he looks gorgeous. In addition, he heard that it had several spells for convenience, even a pocket space. Eren, noticing his brother's interested look, assures him that he will not give up the cloak, even if Aiden gets on all fours. The embarrassed Aiden shouts that he didn't want to. The portal in front of them activates, and a servant in a dark cloak nearby announces that the gates to the Black Lion's castle are open. Eren walks confidently into the portal, wearing a cloak and holding a sword, calling his brother, who is standing behind him, to follow him. They both enter the portal after moving. A stream of air blows on Eren's face. He is surprised by something. Aiden's face is filled with panic and fear, disoriented. He screams loudly and sweats from the stress of the situation. Eren smirks and repeats, "Oh my god," realizing what kind of situation has unfolded here, while remaining calm unlike his brother. Eren and Aiden continue to fall downwards, into the green foliage of the treetops of the nearby forest. In flight, turning his head to the right in search of an exit, Eren sees the Black Lion's castle in the distance. On top of the mountain, you can see the Black Lion's castle. They dropped Eren and Aiden so far from their destination. Although the guy thinks, it's even better this way. If Gerald's grave is somewhere here, then he will be able to look around on the way to the castle. Below, Aiden is flying, screaming in panic and flailing his arms and legs, trying to hold on and regain control. If sending them into the sky is the beginning of a coming-of-age ceremony, then Eren thinks there will be some kind of insurance down there, hoping that Aiden won't die. Eren plans to leave his brother here and concentrate on himself now. He puts his magic into action. From one of the towers of the Black Lion Castle, Wilton, Byron, and Reynard watch the boys and their actions. Seeing Eren's magic, Wilton asks if it is the power of the Spirit King. The man standing behind him says that it is flow magic. And he didn't look worried at all. He's clearly no slouch in magic, Wilton notes, looking at Eren. How good is he in other areas, he wonders. The magic of the flow is the initial one for the fourth circle. the man behind explains. He fell from quite a height, but he maintains a constant speed and also balances well, so he has at least a 5th lap. Addressing Patriarch Byron, Wilton asks if he knows what level Aaron has reached in the white flame technique. Before he went to Arot, he was at 3 stars. Last year, he received a letter that he had already reached the 4th star. With a laugh, Wilton repeats 4 stars at 19, and since a year had passed, he could be even better. Reynard states with shock that it is impossible to reach 5 stars before reaching adulthood. Just because he lacks talent doesn't mean everyone is the same. Lillian, standing at a distance, reproaches him. Addressing her as a sister, Reynard asks her not to look down on him. He has been a member of the Senate for many years. Lillian asks him not to look at her like that when he calls her sister. Someone might think he's an old pervert. It's all because she uses magic to make herself look younger when she's actually a decrepit old woman, the man says. Since she is a member of the Senate, she must look the part. She is already over 60 years old. But she continues to convince herself that she has not even reached 30. At his words, Lillian becomes enraged, biting off part of the cigar that had been resting in her mouth earlier. Her face distorts with anger, and Reynard, realizing what he said, guiltily covers his mouth with his own hand. They've landed, Wilton reports. Turning to Laverne, he says it's time for his move. Knight's Order of the Black Lion, Captain of the 1st Legion Laverne Lionheart, laconically answers in agreement. Byron thinks the children should be tested when they get to the castle, but Wilton objects, because then it wouldn't be a test at all, he says. The depressed Patriarch Byron agrees with Wilton's words and looks down tensely. It's not a blood inheritance ritual after all. What's the point if they'll be favored by their age and experience? The Patriarch remarked that if they were doing this, then he thought they could bring Ron here too. Joseph asked him if he had not yet recovered from the incident that had happened to his eldest son. He said that he understood him, that he was his son, but he needed to let Ron go. He was already living his happy and peaceful life in his mother's estate. Byron noted that in the main family, Ron is the eldest. Even if he cannot become the Patriarch, he has the right to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony. Joseph put his hand on the Patriarch's shoulder and told him that he understood that he was, of course, ashamed of his son. But it is worth recognizing that this child is already an adult and is able to take responsibility for his own actions, and whether he should participate in this ceremony. At this time, wild sounds were heard in the forest. Someone was growling menacingly. Groans and curses were heard. It was Aaron fighting with a 2-headed ogre. The creature bared its teeth and tried to attack our hero, but he swung his sword and it immediately lost its head. The young man noticed that this was already the second one, and 2-headed ogres usually considered the entire forest to be their territory. The two of them could not possibly get along in the same place. They must have been raised in captivity, and not only them, because this entire forest can be considered a real monster farm. Now their mana is not limited in any way, unlike the blood inheritance ritual, and they would never be dropped from the sky just to watch a battle with monsters. He was wandering thoughtfully through the forest, and suddenly something rustled in the bushes, and a smile appeared on Aaron's face. He knew it. A red monster crawled out from the lush greenery towards him, and the young man had a hard time dodging it in time. Aaron laughed and wondered out loud how long Emily had been hanging around here and what she was doing here anyway. She sat on the red dragon and controlled it. She was very surprised that Aaron knew that she was there and was even able to dodge it. The young man, still laughing, answered her that the wind had told him this, and Emily furiously shouted at him for what nonsense he was talking. Aaron continued that he realized that it would be too easy if there were only monsters here, and they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. He asked Emily if she thought it was too cruel to attack him instead of simply greeting him. Emily asked him if he had a headache. There was surprise in her eyes. She didn't think that nothing was wrong with him. The young man was also surprised why his head should hurt. He decided that there was some kind of catch here, and looked at Emily. She said that there was a barrier set up throughout the forest. It was clouding the mind, and pointed to her forehead. Aaron replied that when he first appeared here in the forest, his head just felt a little dizzy, and that was all. The young man grinned contentedly and said that he was a rather stubborn fellow and that you couldn't get him to do that so easily with these things. Emily replied that this barrier embodies true fears into reality in the form of illusions and suppresses the mind. Her brother screamed at the top of his voice because of some stupid illusions of ghosts. Our hero thought that he had experienced similar psychological attacks countless times in his past life, and besides, the barrier of this forest was not designed to destroy the mind. Emily, jumping off the dragon, continued that the original plan was to see how Aaron deals with his fears. The girl had no intention of ambushing him so early, and the boy silently watched her to see what she was going to do. Apparently Emily had no choice, and she grabbed her blade, pulling it out of the sheath hanging on her belt. Aaron thought that he hadn't expected to have to fight Emily like this, but now that it had happened, it didn't change anything. He said he wouldn't give in to her and pulled out his sword, his eyes flashing predatorily and a wide smile appearing on his face. Emily soared into the air like a bird, their blades clashing against each other, the trajectory of the swords becoming enveloped in blue flames. The girl moved quickly. Everything indicated that she had not wasted her time training, and she showed everything she had learned. But soon she found herself surrounded by 4 blue circles of mana, and her face showed extreme surprise. Aaron smiled, raised his finger, and pointed out to Emily that it wasn't that easy to dodge in the air, and she certainly didn't know that. At this time, an offended red monster roared from behind, left unattended, which the girl decided to use. Our hero reproachfully noted to Emily that she decided to use the wyvern to speed up, but it was unlikely to help her. The girl stubbornly continued to fight. She pointed her blade at Aaron and rushed at him furiously. They flew into the air, swinging their swords, but Emily noticed that her movements had become constrained. It was all very simple. Her right arm was pinned to her body with a whip, which Aaron used very skillfully. Aaron, smiling, shouted to her that she was caught. He held the whip tightly in his hand, not giving the girl a chance to free herself. Emily, trying to get out of the bonds, muttered that this was not all. She would still show the young man that it was too early for him to relax. And sure enough, the silhouette of a wyvern appeared behind him, opening its mouth, trying to swallow him, and only a good reaction saved Aaron from its teeth. Our hero swung his sword at the red monster, but then he heard the screams of the tied-up Emily, who was screaming at him not to kill Vivi. He was surprised, and lowering his sword, asked again who not to kill. Vi, the girl, capriciously answered that she told him that Aaron should not kill him. Aaron put his sword back in its sheath and noticed what a devil. She herself set up an ambush for him here, and now she says, "Don't kill anyone." The young man said that this time the walking scales were lucky, but the monster bared its teeth angrily, its fiery eyes flashing. Aaron didn't take out his sword again. He decided to deal with the monster without a weapon, and he succeeded. Soon the wyvern fell and hit the ground, unable to fight our hero, its spiked head lying powerless on the ground. Emily, having already untangled the ropes that bound her movements, muttered about Aaron being a bastard and prepared to attack again. She took out her sword and began to tune its aura. Soon it began to glow blue and she smiled contentedly. And then she rushed at Aaron, who turned to her but made no attempt to defend himself, only raising his hand forward. Emily was surprised that he blocked her sword's aura with his bare hands and thought he had simply gone crazy. The girl rushed even closer to him. The sword was almost next to his hand and he still seemed to do nothing. Only then, for some reason, he grabbed Emily by the wrist and twisted her hand behind her back. It hurt her, and she gasped. The sword fell from her hand and Aaron knocked her to the ground, and the girl demanded that he be at least a little softer. Our hero smirked and replied, continuing to hold her on the ground, that he would do so if she promised not to attack him again. Emily said that the battle was already over. She would never defeat him. It was not her place to test him. Aaron raised his hands, freeing the girl, and Emily, looking at him sullenly, began to rise. Standing opposite the young man with her legs half bent, Emily asked how our hero guessed that she would change the direction of the rapier. He smiled at her and, looking into her eyes, said that he decided to play for luck. She remarked to the young man that if she had not changed the angle, he would have lost his arm, and deservedly so. Aaron laughed, threw his hands up and said he was sure she wouldn't do that to his hand, and she turned away, muttering that he was a son of a bitch. And the son of a bitch continued that he was getting one surprise after another, and since Emily was here anyway, wouldn't she explain something to him? She put her rapier back in its sheath and said that he simply needed to go to the Black Lion Castle. Aaron said he already knew about it, but wanted to know how annoying the process would be for him. The girl said that there were 60 Black Lion Knights here, including captains.
All these knights tirelessly scour the entire mountain in search of Aaron and her brother Aiden.
The young man was surprised and asked if this was too much for a coming-of-age ceremony. After all, they were just ordinary teenagers. She replied that the head of the Senate values Aaron highly, which is why the ceremony is taking place the way he sees it. And her poor brother suffers like this only because of him, so our hero is to blame for his suffering. Aaron muttered thoughtfully that 60 men was a bit too many for an ambush on 2 people. The girl noticed that this mountain was quite large, and not everyone was sitting in ambush, but some of them were simply watching to make sure that she and her brother did not go where they shouldn't. He was impressed by what she said, and it occurred to him that perhaps they were guarding Vermouth's grave. Aaron asked if those going through the coming-of-age ritual were being watched to make sure they didn't go where they shouldn't. Then it's not clear where they shouldn't go. She thought and answered that, probably to some dangerous places. There are a lot of monsters on this mountain. Only ogres live here, but if you go deeper, you can meet dangerous demonic creatures that can easily kill ogres. Aaron asked why the demons were brought here, and the girl said that if she remembered correctly, they were raised to raise the level of the Black Lion Knights. The young man snapped that demons are not pets. They cannot be raised. This means that they roam freely through the forest. There should be a grave of Vermouth the Great on this mountain, and they allow these creatures to roam here. Emily was indignant. Why was he angry at her? She had nothing to do with it, and he answered, how could he not be angry? Because he is also part of the Lionheart family. The girl asked incredulously, since when had he become so loyal to the Lionhearts?
But she noticed that from what she heard, there were none near Vermouth's grave.
She had already been on several raids, but had never heard from anyone about this grave.
Aaron remembered Emily saying that the head of the Senate valued him especially, and he was going to look around the mountain, pretending to go to the castle.
But apparently that was a bad idea, and it looked like it was time for Plan B, where he would have to go to the Black Lion's castle. Emily had already mounted her red wyvern monster and was getting ready to fly away, but then Aaron called her. He asked her to let him ride her wyvern to the castle. He needed this monster much more now. Emily looked at him with disdain and replied that he was dreaming in vain. Nothing would fall off for him. She said that she would warn him before leaving, and he should leave here as quickly as possible because other knights would soon be here. Aaron asked incredulously if this was true, and seemed to be thinking about something, turning his head to the side. But suddenly he turned to Emily and pointed his palm at her, from which streams of power began to emanate. The streams of power from his palm swirled, becoming more and more powerful. Another moment, and Emily flew out of the saddle, and the next moment Aaron was already riding a scaly red wyvern. She roared, trying to throw off the rider, but he sat firmly in his saddle. He told the wyvern to fly as he commanded if she didn't want to get the crap beaten out of her again. The wyvern soared into the air currents created by its wings throwing its owner back. Emily was beside herself, calling in vain for Vivi to come back, and then telling that bastard Aaron that as soon as he turned around, he was dead. While flying on Vivi, the young man suddenly saw a huge number of riders flying on other wyverns. He noticed that Lillian was not among them, and he didn't know what the other captains looked like, although they didn't look particularly strong. Meanwhile, the knight captain told his subordinates that this was just a test, so they shouldn't be too persistent. Aaron thought that the Black Lion Order was very strong. Even in his past life, there was no stronger order. However, attacks without the intent to kill will not stop him, and let them see for themselves. He thought that this meant that they would be checking the knights of the Order of the Black Lion, and he smiled sarcastically. The knights were surprised that the young man was going to attack them himself, and the captain shouted for him to be seized.
The archers grabbed their arrows and the captain aimed a damaging spell towards Aaron.
3 streams of power struck the young man's cloak, but were unable to cause him any significant damage. The cloak repelled all attacks. The young man jumped off the wyvern's back and flew towards the captain, who tried in vain to repel his attack with his sword. Soon Aaron was already behind the captain's shoulder, who could not understand where he had gone. Looking back, the captain barely managed to repel the attack of the young man, who flew at him from the air with a blade. And then, jumping back onto the wyvern, Aaron saw a bearded man below, looking at them and laughing. The bearded man adjusted the aura of the spear and pointed to the youth to the others, and he, continuing to fight with the captain, tried to remember him. And soon he recognized him. It was Nathan Lionheart, the second in command of the 3rd Legion, whom he had met in Arat. The young man stood and watched as the deputy captain approached him with his spear. Nathan was accompanied by riders on wyverns. Nathan asked Aaron, who apparently met young Lady Emily first, and asked where she was. Aaron, holding his hand over the prepared spear in concentration and pouring power into it, replied that he was below. And then he attacked Nathan and began to fight him, and he was barely able to repel his attacks. The deputy captain admitted that he seemed to have lost the spear fight, but he was simply amazed by the young man's skill. But Aaron didn't answer him. He just soared into the air and flew away. There was no point in him entering the battle. The young man only needed to get to the Black Lion Castle. He flew forward, not noticing that a huge stone was flying at him from somewhere below. It came as a surprise to him. He could not understand what kind of stone it was and where it came from. And then a face appeared in front of him, looming over him and saying hello. Aaron, taken aback, clenched his fists and directed all his strength at him, and the man, tumbling in the air, flew to the side. And then the young man stood in a fighting stance and watched as the one who had just greeted him approached him. Emily had told him recently that there would be captains in ambush among the Black Lion Knights, so it is not surprising that she was among them, beautiful and dangerous. Captain of the 3rd Legion of the Order of the Black Lion, Lillian Lionheart, who asked him if she had been too rude. Aaron laughed and asked Lillian if she felt like she was being unrestrained in her love for him. She replied that he was simply coping much better than they expected. For example, Aiden was still struggling with his fears. But let him not attach any special importance to it. They just decided to pay a little more attention to him, and since Lillian is here, let everything end faster. She raised her gloved hand, which turned out to be a large stopwatch, opened the lid, and said 3 minutes. That's exactly how long he needs to hold out for Aaron to be taken to the Black Lion Castle. Aaron was surprised that she was seriously talking about 3 minutes because it was very little time. She noticed his surprise and said that the test would not require more, and asked if he thought he could not handle it, and if he thought it was too long, then it could be reduced to 1 minute. Aaron laughed. He knew she was so confident because he was just a kid, but that attitude. But what does it really matter to him? Because he's young and fresh, while it might be a problem for her at such an old age to jump for 3 whole minutes.
Lillian stared at the clock in her hand, wondering how many minutes she should allocate for the competition. Deputy Captain Nathan said that in theory 1 minute should be enough. Everything will be clear anyway. A minute later, Lillian stood in a stance and prepared for battle. And then she started fighting with Aaron. Flying into the air, she tried to reach the young man with her foot. And then, having missed a blow to the forehead, she again stood in a stance, accumulating more mana around herself. She jumped towards our hero again, but he again successfully repelled her attack. Lillian thought she was going to break his bone, but his reaction was much faster than she expected. It seemed it was time to take this young man more seriously than she had intended. The woman jumped forward again, this time intending to catch Aaron off guard. But again, nothing worked for her. He was ready and very easily managed to seize the initiative in the fight. Lillian tried to strike, but it hit the blade of the sword that Aaron had extended to defend himself from her. The young man thought that, frankly speaking, her skills impressed him. He was sure that 300 years ago she would have been just as famous. Judging by her intimidating aura alone, she is on par with Amelia Merwin. Although it is impossible to say for sure, Amelia attacked Aaron with the intent to kill. He thought that it was shameful. He wanted to fight her properly, without giving in, although now he could not defeat her, even using all his strength. They clashed again. Everything around them was ablaze with blue flames. Nothing and no one was visible except themselves. 3 minutes came to an end, and as a result, their fight was also over. Aaron managed to at least warm up. The fight with the woman was easy, although she had a completely different opinion on this matter. Lillian was unhappy with her fight. For 3 whole minutes of fighting with Aaron, she was unable to land a single serious blow on him. Her pride was destroyed. Despite the fact that she controlled her strength, she was unable to defeat this young man, although he was much younger than her and her skill was higher, or so she thought earlier. Lillian did not want to give up. She decided to cheat, reminding the swordsman that she had 1 more minute left. But the youth replied that she was very wrong. She did not have time. He was counting the seconds in his head during the fight. This statement infuriated the duelist while the guy was fighting her. He managed to count down the time of their fight. It was impossible to imagine a greater humiliation. Aaron replied that it wasn't much of a problem since Lillian was serving him, so he had every opportunity to do the math in his head. A sudden clap of hands drew Aaron's attention to the side. The man was incredibly surprised by the young Lionheart's skills. Behind him, Aaron noticed the demonic hammer. It had not lost its hideous demonic form, its living flesh still writhing on the end of the hammer. This hammer was called the Grinding Hammer, which once belonged to the demonic Slaughter King that he and his party had defeated in the past, so it was possible to guess what kind of man stood before him. In front of him was Laverne, captain of the 1st Legion of the Knights of the Black Lion, who also belonged to the Lionheart family. He said that it was impossible to believe that Aaron was only 19 years old. Of course, he had heard rumors that he was a true master and genius of his time, but he assumed that the rumors were exaggerated, but now he had seen his power with his own eyes. Aaron bowed to Laverne in gratitude. Giving him a curtsy after all, he respected this man a little. The man turned and noticed Lillian. Greeting her, he offered her to finish the test, for she had already seen for herself the strength of the young master. But she turned to the side and walked forward. She refused. It was necessary to finish all the formalities in order to complete everything correctly. The group walked into the castle. Laverne gave Aaron a kind and encouraging look, and then they followed the woman together. The girl accused Aaron of abandoning her. She showered him with a series of insults, angrily uttering each word that echoed throughout the forest. Aaron dared to leave her alone. The girl looked funny sitting on the wyvern, judging by the look of which she was already tired of the constant screams of her rider. The wyvern landed in front of Aaron, kicking up clouds of dust and grass. The youth replied that it wasn't as bad as she thought. Her wyvern was smart and came back for its owner. Aaron was glad she was here. He needed to get to the Black Lion's castle, so it would be a shortcut if she gave him a ride on her wyvern. The girl was taken aback by such a proposal. Her plans included arguing with Aaron, but she embarrassedly said that he really did want to fly with her on a wyvern. The youth calmly replied that he was not at all against it. Otherwise, he would not have made such an offer to the girl. The wyvern's face betrayed her displeasure at having to lead 2 whole people. The girl looked away, but the blush on her face betrayed her true desire. She was not at all against giving Aaron a ride on the beast. A moment later, a whole group of wyverns and their riders flew out in a stream toward the Black Lion's castle. Aaron sat behind the girl and enjoyed the view. She spoke to him to move closer. It often happened that the second riders fell from the wyvern, but Aaron spoke that he still would not die. The rider also angrily told Aaron not to hold onto the scales of her beast because it hurt him, but she said irritably that it was a very strange wyvern if it was causing her discomfort when touched. But the owner replied that her pet was a sensitive wyvern, and such practices could cause her discomfort, and she loved her pet. If the girl insisted so much, Aaron would listen to her, and he took the wyvern's mistress by the hips so that she would finally be satisfied with him.
He asked if he had done what she wanted from him, and the girl sheepishly said that yes, she was incredibly pleased with their closeness, although so insignificant. The wyvern moved away from the general flock and flew to the side. Aaron anxiously asked why the girl had performed this maneuver. She mentioned that she wanted to chat with Aaron a little more, and anyway, today was the perfect weather for such a practice. But the young man did not take her offer very kindly. He really wanted to get to the castle as soon as possible, eat and take a hot bath. But the girl replied that there would only be lectures from old people who would soon end their lives waiting for him there. They flew and talked, but everything came to an inevitable end, and Aaron finally arrived at the castle. Lillian escorted him to the main hall. The woman walked menacingly ahead, throwing a cloak over herself with a cigarette in her teeth. The Knightly Order of the Black Lion was short of people. This was a very common problem for them, which sometimes prevented them from effectively carrying out all the tasks required of them. For an order that protected the Lionheart family, a great family with a 300-year history, their order was too small and insignificant. The boy replied that there was nothing that could be done about it. Unlike the White Lion Order of the main estate, the Black Lion Order consisted only of members of the Lionheart family. But Lillian replied that it was because of all the dirty work and other dark assignments of their family. It was impossible for outsiders to participate in them. The Order of the Black Lion had specific tasks. The next second, the formidable woman offered Aaron to join the Order of the Black Lion in order to replenish their empty ranks with her person. But the young man replied that he had already refused such an offer 2 years ago, and that he did not see any significant advantages for himself in this prospect. But at that time, Lillian did not have a live video of the young master's skills, and today, things were different. The captain of the 2nd Legion still did not have an apprentice. Aaron wondered what the man had been doing for 2 years. Lillian replied that he had one of his own students, but his character was unbearable and no one could stand it. The young master's skills reminded her of Marlon's strength. Perhaps it was he who taught Aaron several techniques and tactics for conducting a duel. They would definitely find a common language. But Aaron had never seen him in person and couldn't answer anything about it. Well, if the young man had become his student, they would have definitely gotten along besides. Being part of the Order of the Black Lion is a great honor for family members. Aaron didn't seem too encouraged by the woman's words. Everything she said was good and sounded great, but he would prefer his personal honor. Lillian replied with some danger in her voice that the Senate was concerned about Aaron. The situation in the Desert Kingdom had been unsettled lately, and the youth had gone there without any warning. Did the woman really think that Aaron was plotting something evil behind his family's back with the desert people? Or was he wrong? Lillian calmly replied that the likelihood of this was very small, but nevertheless, it was not excluded in connection with recent events. One could not be sure of anyone with 100% certainty. No one could even imagine that Ron would turn to dark magic and embark on the path of warlocks and other demon worshippers, desecrating the honor of his family. Aaron was in a high position and received a lot of different offers, and he was talented, but his power was limited because of his bloodline. He was not born into the main family. But there was always a chance that someone would offer him the position of patriarch, offering their services. But Aaron found nothing pleasant in occupying such a position. In that case, thanks to his power, everyone will try to attract Aaron to their side. Most likely the Sultan promised him wealth and glory for his help, if she guessed correctly. Was Lillian really interrogating him at this moment? She didn't even try to hide it and answered directly that it was so, but nothing bothered her. In that case, Aaron shouldn't answer now. He would still have many opportunities to say everything that was required of him, and other people wanted. The couple stopped in front of the doors. The people in the room they were about to enter would probably ask him the same questions that Lillian wanted to ask him. She opened the doors, and Aaron was faced with a table of family members, older men giving the young man cool looks, but they were all very different from each other. In the middle of the large table sat the head of the Senate, Wilton, his arms crossed in front of him, and he looked at the young man with a grin. It was impossible to understand what was hidden behind his cunning face. Next to him sat the current Lionheart Patriarch Byron, whom Aaron knew very well, his gaze expressing no emotion. There were also other members of the Senate sitting at the table. He noticed Reynard. He specialized in magic and was part of the collateral bloodline. Finally, the whole procession was completed by 2 more figures, captain of the 1st Legion of the Knightly Order of the Black Lion Laverne, as well as captain of the 2nd Legion of the Knightly Order Marlin. Aaron stood a little at a distance and greeted all the elders of the Senate, introducing himself. The conversation promised to be long and difficult for the members of the Senate. Aaron looked at the members of the Senate with predatory and cold eyes, and noted that his presence here was most likely quite unexpected. Wilton narrowed his eyes and prepared to listen to the young gentleman. He asked to look at one interesting thing that he found on his expedition. Aaron used magic. A monument appeared in front of him in honor of the death of his previous body, which he found in the dungeon. Fortunately for him, the monument was safe and sound. The elders absolutely did not expect to see such a monument. Reynard clarified whose tombstone and statue it was. He had not seen or remembered this person. Wilton rose from the table and walked over to the monuments. He read the tombstone with interest and studied the stone. The old man could read these inscriptions. The tombstone belonged to Nathan. This name caused a whole surge of emotions among those present, especially the current patriarch. He knew this name very well. Byron couldn't believe his ears. The monument belonged to Nathan the Reckless, although it was not yet clear why Aaron had shown it to them. Wilton asked where Aaron had found this monument and how he had found it. The young man had to answer immediately and honestly. The head of the Senate could read lies with pinpoint accuracy. The young man replied that he had found it at Sir Nathan's grave. Aaron tensed up a little. It was felt that the conversation would gain momentum. Marlon couldn't believe his eyes. The young man had actually visited the grave of this figure. He had several questions. Aaron began to explain to the members of the Senate that, as they already knew, he had studied magic for 2 years in the magical city of Aroth, paying equal attention to theory. In the Lexi Hall of the Royal Library of Aroth, in the Witch's writings, he was able to learn all about Nathan's tomb, for he was able to decipher and understand its writings. The witch left behind a whole series of writings ready for study, but Aaron was the first who was able to study all of her writings and treatises and still draw similar conclusions, bringing results. Wilton could not understand how exactly Aaron managed to pull off all this, because no one could decipher the scriptures. Moreover, they were very rare, and few people in this life could find them. And yet, because Aaron was the first of the Lionheart family to look into the scriptures and understand all of this, Lexi hoped that someone in their family would find him. Nathan was an old friend of their common ancestor, the Great Herald. Unlike the others, he was unable to return from Helmud and sacrificed himself for his friends. Even though Aaron said all this with a straight face, it was embarrassing to talk such nonsense. And inside he was laughing incredibly hard. He explained that while wandering through the desert, he managed to find Nathan's grave. It was in poor condition. The only thing that remained was the statue and the tombstone that everyone present could now see. Everything else was in a state of ruin. There was also a death knight made from Sir Nathan's corpse. Aaron miraculously managed to defeat and destroy it, a victory that almost cost him his life. In addition, after their fight, he had to face the infamous dungeon mistress Marlin, a name that instantly caused general tension in the Senate present. One of the council members present could not stand it, and asked Aaron again if he had really survived the encounter with this real fiend of hell. But the youth replied with irritation that he had been able to survive the encounter with the Lady of Pain due to the appearance of the Demon King of Imprisonment, who had saved him from certain death. The patriarch also stood up from the table in the same emotional state. The demonic King of Imprisonment. These words struck the current patriarch like a knife to the heart. Reynard also had a hard time believing that the well-known tyrant Helmuda was personally in the dungeon. Could what they had heard really be true? But Aaron answered honestly that it was indeed so. He did not let Marlin kill him and told her to pass on a warning. That was exactly why Aaron came here. He said that freedom without responsibility is just self-deception. These words sounded very threatening, and with a dark, bloody subtext, everyone had to be prepared. It was a warning to them all. His favor and Helmud's silence would not last forever. It was gradually coming to an end. Wilton turned his gaze to the youth in shock. He had to convey the warning as it was. After all, he did not know what the Herald's promise implied, but this warning meant that peace was to be forgotten. The Demon King also said that he would not tolerate people who thought that his goodwill towards them was a given, and if they did not show respect, then he would stop showing it in return. Wilton returned to his seat with dread. The news he had just heard was making his legs weak, and he needed to sit down to think it over properly and take the necessary measures. The head of the Senate sat down at the table and formulated a speech. The shocking news required the presence of more Lionhearts, but now they needed to decide what to do next. No one present expected the young man to come with such shocking news. Their plans included asking Aaron what he was doing there, but his journey turned into a serious problem. Reynard replied that the Demon King of Imprisonment had voiced the mayor's conditions. If they did not encroach on his goodwill, then the peace would continue. Byron assumed that since the king had decided to warn them, he was sure that the so-called peace would soon come to an end, and they had to prepare for the worst. The Nagama have been invading Turat for centuries. If Helmud was behind these villainous raids, then one could be sure that this could be the plan of the demonic King of Imprisonment. Wilton looked at the patriarch with a grin. What was he proposing to do? Did he really want to personally visit the demonic King of Imprisonment and ask him about the meaning of the words? Naturally, Wilton already thought that one day the fragile peace would come to an end. The two strongest kings were still alive and well and were amassing their legions. Their subordinates, in the form of demons and dark magicians, have filled the entire continent and have already begun to poison the lives of ordinary people, accumulating additional subordinates for themselves. About 300 years ago, Harold the Great took only 4 friends with him, but he managed to defeat the demon kings of slaughter, cruelty, and fury. However, even he fell before the demon kings of imprisonment and destruction. There were no such heroes in their generation who of the current Lionhearts of their era was capable of doing such a thing. Wilton, or perhaps his grandson, perhaps the Patriarch will be able to defeat him. Byron replied that the coming war was not only threatening the Lionheart family, the demonic king of imprisonment was planning to cover and enslave the entire world with his power. And yet, since they were the descendants of the great Herald, they would have to fight in Helmut, and in the front ranks, taking all the brunt. Did the Patriarch really believe that the whole world, and they in particular, were ready for the upcoming war with 2 kings? It was real suicide. Reynard assumed that none of the Lionhearts questioned the goodwill of the Demon King of Imprisonment. Now only the Holy Empire and the allied forces of the demon fighters still held armies on the borders of Helmut. These people were haters of the Demon King. They would invade Helmut with their entire army as soon as they heard the warning. But Wilton wisely judged that the Holy Empire and the allied forces would not fight Helmut head-on. That would be a real massacre. As soon as the situation escalated, they would immediately withdraw their troops. A real debate broke out at the Senate Round Table, with all its members arguing among themselves about the sound decisions that needed to be made. Aaron was unnerved by their slowness, however. He didn't have to worry about declaring war on Helmut, of course. He didn't care much about that, since he was going to kill all the demon kings anyway. Aaron was brought out of his thoughts by Wilton, who asked the young man what he was going to do with Nathan's grave, whether he had any plans at the moment. Aaron already had an idea. He was going to put the statue where the Lionheart ancestors were buried. It would be the perfect place for it. Sir Nathan's grave had already been destroyed, and the youth asked Wilton to look at the inscriptions on the monument to make sure that it was a good idea. The head of the Senate read out loud that it said, "Piece of shit, moron, idiot, and just trash." But Aaron stopped him and asked him to look at the inscription below. It was written there that at the same time, "Brave, faithful, wise, and a great hero in honor of you who sacrificed yourself for us and left this world before it was due." Their ancestor sincerely mourned his friend, and it would be right if the statue and tombstone stood here, in the place of other ancestors of their family. Of course, Aaron didn't learn magic from Lexi personally, but there was still someone who knew her habits, traditions, and other personal things. But his personal tutor, Sir Caleb, had inherited her traditions and habits, in which case it was a very curious picture that the boy liked. Because of this path of inheritance of the sorceress's students, Aaron was confident that he could also be called Lexi's student, for he continued to carry the traditions of his mentor. Aaron could never have imagined that he would call himself her apprentice. In other words, he is Lady Lexi's apprentice and a descendant of their common ancestor, as well as the last person to pay homage to Sir Nathan. Aaron said this tirade with a specific purpose. That is why the young gentleman must take this statue with the tombstone to the grave of his ancestors. He hoped for the favor of the members of the Senate. Aaron's inspirational speech was meant to convince those present that he was the one who had to do it. Otherwise, he would have to come up with something else. But Wilton said that he understood the young master's wishes perfectly well. But nevertheless, there were small nuances that needed to be remembered. As the young man could know, the members of the Senate could not allow anyone to enter the grave of his ancestors. They could not easily allow such a thing. It was necessary to think carefully about it. But the Patriarch replied that the only correct solution would be to place Sir Nathan's grave next to the graves of his ancestors. He was in favor of Aaron's idea. Lillian allowed herself to also put in a few words. It was Aaron who brought the statue and the tombstone, and also visited Nathan's grave and cleansed it of the Death Knight. Therefore, it would be only fair if he were the one to deliver the statue and the tombstone to the ancestors. After what he had experienced, this would already be his true duty. Wilton sighed and agreed with the arguments of those present. They would have to open the way to the graves after all, although the head of the Senate did not like this decision very much. Aaron was triumphantly happy about his victory. If they really opened the way to the graves, then he wouldn't have to wander everywhere looking for the Herald's grave. Even though he won't be able to open his coffin when he gets there, he will always have time to remember the location and return when the time comes. Wilton replied that it would take time to open the trail, so Aaron needed to keep the statue and headstone for the time being until the necessary arrangements could be made. The youth certainly agreed with the leader, thinking to himself that this action was strange. Perhaps some special spell had been cast on the grave. Wilton asked Marlin to take Aaron to his quarters so that everything would go smoothly, and the others still had many things to discuss. The head of the Senate asked the Patriarch if he could delay his reunification with his sons a little. They had many topics to discuss, but there was no time. The captain escorted Aaron to his quarters, their journey absolutely silent, and Marlin's face remained impassive, inspiring fear. Aaron assessed this man. This was the captain of the 2nd Legion. He heard that he was quite a personality. His character was so unbearable that all his students ran away. The man spoke to the boy in a bass voice that they needed to go through the next room, asking the child to show him the statue and tombstone one more time. It wasn't difficult to arrange, but why did Mr. Marlin need it? The monument had been standing in the Senate room for quite some time. To Aaron's great surprise, the man replied that he wanted to leave flowers at the monument. The 2nd captain's face was wet from the huge amount of tears he was currently crying. The young man couldn't believe that this was really happening. Why did the 2nd captain suddenly roar? But he embarrassedly replied that Aaron was imagining things. It was just that sometimes Marlin's conjunctivitis would flare up, which would result in a large flow of tears that would flow without his permission or conscious awareness. The young man was disappointed. He would meet another strange Lionheart. He did not have time to move away from the old ones when he met new crazy representatives of the family. After some time, Aaron fulfilled Marlin's request and stopped the statue in the courtyard of the estate. The man placed flowers on the pedestal and bowed to the statue of the hero. Aaron kept wondering what this man was doing under his statue. Was he really his descendant? A crazy thought crept into the youth's head. Purely theoretically, his descendant could marry a descendant of Gerald and bear him children, in which case this could happen. Although it was necessary to take into account the fact that Nathan never had children, and somehow he did not remember ever trying to have children. Aaron asked the sobbing man how he was connected to Nathan, because he himself had not heard of anything like that and wanted to know more.
Marlin wiped away his tears and stood up from his knees, turning to Aaron and saying that he was his student. The eyelids under the 2nd captain's eyes were red and swollen. The young man met this proposal with great surprise. He could not even think of anything like that. It was necessary to find out more information. He said the student, Aaron tried to understand the logical chain that could lead to this, because in past lives he did not teach anyone. Marlin said that he did not directly study technical ones. But, like all branch families, Marlin's family separated from the main one, and his distant ancestor was the 2nd son of Gerald. After his death, his eldest son became patriarch, and many of his brothers and sisters left the main estate to create their own lineages. His ancestor failed to become a patriarch, so he could not inherit the traditional white flame technique, but the herald taught his ancestor Nathan's techniques. Marlin asked the young man if he had found any secret techniques in the grave of the resting hero. They could very well have been present there. Marlin came to this conclusion based on his own observations. He saw the duel between Aaron and Lillian, becoming a witness to a real miracle. The youth parried her blow with one of Nathan's techniques that his family had inherited directly from the herald, which led to several theories. One of them was that Aaron had a genius sense of combat and a deep understanding of mana control. The second theory was the discovery of secret techniques. Aaron was not happy with what he had just heard. The herald had dared to teach his descendants Nathan's techniques 300 years ago. Aaron had never heard anything like that. He asked the man why Gerald had decided to teach his second son Nathan's techniques. It was well known that their quality left much to be desired. After the eldest son of Gerald became the patriarch, many branch families were formed, the family grew, and it was impossible to do without black lions. His ancestor was the first black lion and judged such people. Aaron now understood everything. Gerald raised his second son to be a hunting dog, which kept the main and secondary families on a leash. If the herald acknowledged his technique like that and considered it strong enough to counter the white flame techniques of the main family, it was a good sign. Marlin asked Aaron again if he had Nathan's secret techniques. If that was true, then he needed to pass them on to Marlin. Aaron's head started to hurt from all these conclusions. It was necessary to first determine the hierarchy. The young man sighed heavily and grabbed his head. Technically, he was Nathan's direct apprentice, so that meant Aaron was higher in seniority than Marlin. She froze, not understanding what exactly the young man meant. He explained that he would be the eldest, and the man, despite the fact that he was born 10 years earlier than Aaron, if Marlin wanted to be called Nathan's apprentice, he had to treat him like an older brother. Aaron's speech indicated that he had indeed found Nathan's techniques, meaning that he would be able to hone his skills with visions of a new class of combat. Aaron did not deny this, and said that after finding them, he had to remember them and burn them so that they would not fall into the hands of the enemy. Marlin must have heard what Aaron said to all the elders earlier. He was attacked by a death knight, so he couldn't take them with him. If he treats him like an elder, Aaron will compare Nathan's techniques to those taught to Marlin by his family to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. He asked the man what he was going to do after what he had heard. Aaron would teach him everything he had heard and had managed to remember from the hero's treatises.
Marlon was still skeptical that Aaron had actually managed to remember all of his techniques, and he didn't hide the fact that he didn't really trust the young man.
The guy irritably asked Marlon to choose one style of speech, during which he remembered the warlock Madeline, who spoke to him in the same way.
Marlon sheepishly asked if Aaron should be called senior in front of other people. It was a real humiliation for the man.
But the guy reassured him that in that case it would be too awkward to explain to everyone the reasons for such treatment, so the man would call him elder when they were alone. Marlon agreed with his elder, now addressing Aaron as big brother, but it was a small sacrifice to fill the gaps in technique.
Aaron was satisfied with this kind of speech. He addressed Marlon as a younger brother, and how much longer would he make the guy wait? How soon would he take him to his chambers? They walked with Marlon into Aaron's current quarters and sat down opposite each other, a table separating them, Aaron wondering where to start his training. There are 10 techniques in total that the Lionheart family has, and that Gerald taught to his ancestor, and all of them were taught in one form or another in different families. The youth tried to remember how many techniques he had. He had several, but he only named one, ignition, and used the rest at random. Before that, it was necessary to find out what Marlon knew, and Aaron asked him to describe them all. The man began his speech. The principles of Nathan's method, ignition. But Aaron asked the man to stop with his hand. He heard such a name for the first time. The phrase Nathan's method sounded ridiculous. Could it really have been Gerald who called it that? I don't remember Aaron calling his technique that. Marlon answered honestly that he didn't know, but that's what they call it in his family. This technique was passed down from generation to generation, and all members of his family were trained in it. Harold was a real idiot. He could have thought a little longer about the name of his technique, but apparently he liked the method. He asked Marlon to continue. Marlon listed the principles of Nathan's ignition method from 1 to 9, and while Marlon was listing, these names reminded him of something. He had erased from his memory many years ago something that he did not want to remember. Aaron remembered his past, how he used one of the techniques that Marlon just listed, the wrath of the Asura. In his heat, he destroyed everything in his path. While chanting this technique, he cut his way through entire crowds of monsters. The grin on his face as usual did not disappear for a moment. He enjoyed this carnage. But Lexi clarified what happened with Nathan, how the Asura's anger was connected to the fact that Nathan was simply waving swords. But he replied that Lexi couldn't understand him at all. The sorceress released a little fire, and she called it an explosion of fire and other pompous names. But Lexi tried to justify herself by saying that it wasn't she who gave them such names, and it wasn't her will, that the spell required them to be pronounced. Otherwise, everything would have been different. Then Nathan turned to Teresa. She simply radiated light, calling it the Holy Cross. The nun replied that it was because of this light that the cross was formed. But didn't the hero's skill become stronger because he shouted the wrath of the Asura? Each word had its own power, and the pronunciation of his techniques was no exception. Aaron agreed with the nun, of course. When he screamed, he felt much stronger, so he was not going to give up this practice. Hank replied that he thought it was pretty cool. The big guy crossed his arms over his chest and watched the carnage that Nathan had started with the monsters. When the youth screamed the wrath of an Asura and rushed into battle, he really did resemble an Asura, Aaron agreed with his friend, noting that even Hank realized this. He rarely agreed with his stubborn comrade, and yet in this situation his voice pleased Aaron, and he would use this technique for several more years to come. But in those years, Nathan was too young and stupid. He used this name only for a couple of years, and then erased it from his memories because it was too shameful. But Gerald remembered all the nonsense that his comrade was talking at that time and passed it on verbatim to his sons so that they could repeat it. He remembered that every time Nathan rushed into battle, Harold would look at him and remember everything he shouted in the heat of battle. Once he was able to remember 1,000 lightning bolts, which Nathan once again spoke. And all these skills were passed on over the course of 300 years. In one of the mansions of the Side dynasty, when the time came, the mentors taught the green recruits the techniques of Newton, even such as eternal purgatory. The mentors always demanded that the rank and file shout out the technique at the top of their lungs. They could not release all their power if they did not shout out the name of the skill at the top of their lungs. And as soon as Aaron heard the command with the nickname Eternal Purgatory, he screamed out of shame at the top of his lungs. He couldn't believe how all those funny names he had accidentally made up in his past life had become the Lionheart family's 3-year legacy. After which, Aaron decided that he should have regressed in the first place, instead of reincarnating to kill old Nathan with his own hands. Suddenly, Marlon asked him if these skills were really written about in the pages he found. Aaron laughed and replied that the book did not have those idiotic, or rather stupid names, and that Nathan must have created them when he was still immature. Marlon immediately interrupted the guy, his face gradually stretching out from anger and surprise. After which he asked Aaron again what he meant when he called these names stupid. He stated that even though Aaron was his older brother, He was not going to listen to him talk about how he was rejecting these skills. Aaron calmly told the man that he was mistaken in his thoughts about his words, and he respected Nathan, and he called not the skills themselves stupid, but only their names. However, immediately after saying this, Aaron impulsively put his hand to his chest and demanded that his brother do the same, thereby swearing that he himself did not consider all these names stupid. Marlon actually thought about it, then remembered Madame Lillian's ultimate attack, which was called the Fate Destroyer, and immediately cleared his throat. Aaron said that, frankly speaking, the names of the skills weren't that important, and then asked his brother to describe them all in detail, after which he would compare them with his own knowledge and correct the missing ones. For the next while, Marlon sat at the table, clearly writing down the skill characteristics, while Aaron stood by the window, waiting. Aaron broke the silence first and asked his brother if he had ever visited Gerald's grave. He, without looking up from his writing, replied that he had been there once, when he became captain, and added that there was nothing wrong with that, since there was one condition for everyone who sought the position of captain of the Knights of the Black Lion. The condition is that he must come to the grave of the Great Herald and swear on his life that he will protect their family. The man's words raised some doubts in Aaron, and he asked him what this grave looked like. Marlon just sighed and said that the grave definitely couldn't be called luxurious, that the Herald's grave was extremely secret, so he wasn't going to let the guy in on the details, but he admitted that it reminded him of a temple in some way. He then said that perhaps, after dying, Lord Gerald became a god, after which he was most likely erected for worship. Aaron immediately thought about this seriously, turning over in his mind his words about the herald and god. The guy assumed that if Gerald had become a god, then reviving his fallen comrade would be a piece of cake for him. However, if he had become omnipotent and omniscient at one time, he would not have fought with Lexi. Suddenly, Marlon handed Aaron a sheet of paper with writing on it and said that he was finished with the skills. Carefully reading the contents, Aaron thought about what kind of nonsense this was, and came to the conclusion that, apparently, the idiots who inherited Nathan's method greatly modified it in order to somehow replace what was missing. When Aaron finished, he stood up from the table and declared that this description was too different from what he had seen. Unexpectedly for Marlon, Aaron picked up a fountain pen and erased the title on the sheet of paper called Nathan's Methods. Marlon asked him why it was necessary to do this, but Aaron sharply asked him to shut up. Aaron approached him and advised him to remember that this piece, which he called Nathan's Techniques, was not nearly good enough to bear his name, and then assured the younger man that by limiting himself to these techniques, he would never be able to surpass his own limits. The guy corrected the text one point after another in a row, and at the same time asked Marlon to stop using Nathan's method. Marlon, in turn, carefully watched the guy's actions and agreed with him in everything. But after a few minutes, he asked if Aaron himself really possessed this very technique to perfection, because otherwise he simply would not have been able to control all this. The man asked not to misunderstand him and said that he just wanted to know how well the guy understood Nathan's method. Aaron just exhaled heavily and decided to take a break from his own business. He turned to his brother and, taking out his sword, asked him to watch carefully, gradually moving away from him to a sufficient distance. Aaron immediately armed himself with mana and began to summon a wind whirlwind, rapidly enveloping the blade of the sword from all sides, and also, during the entire action, the emblem with the family image of a lion on the guy's chest glowed, forming a closed circle around itself. A second later, Aaron was able to create a full-fledged whirlwind, which subsequently could not withstand the size of the room and turned into a huge explosion of light. Marlon looked at this whole phenomenon with genuine delight, because Aaron summoned eternal purgatory, after which he was amazed at how the guy created it so easily, since the summoning of this technique requires a huge amount of mana. Aaron finished and asked if his brother was satisfied with what he had seen, and he in turn rattled off the idea that Aaron should show him the destructive divine key. Aaron did not fulfill his request and asked not to force him to make unnecessary movements, and then handed the man a piece of paper and advised him to simply envelop his body in mana, and then everything would work out for him. However, before handing the paper over to the younger man, Aaron asked him that if Madame Lillian or anyone else asked him to take him on as a personal apprentice, he would refuse them. Marlon was taken aback by his brother's request and asked if it was really worth it. Aaron immediately asked him what was causing such concern. Did Marlon really want to boss him around? To which the man justified himself by saying that this was not what he meant at all, after which he began to explain what would have happened if they had joined the Knights of the Black Lion. At that very moment, Aaron pushed him in the shoulder and demanded that he finish with Nathan's techniques, explaining that he had had enough for today, to which Marlon resigned himself and promised that he would refuse everyone. The following day, Aaron ate at the dinner table in the company of Emily, although in reality, the guy was more absorbed in his thoughts than in the delicious turkey. Emily quietly admired her brother, her eyes glowing with warmth and care, and her cheeks slightly blushed. Suddenly, the girl could not stand it, and asked him what he had talked about with Marlon the previous day, and whether he had really decided to join the Order of the Black Lion. Aaron slowly swallowed the piece of meat and calmly replied that this did not happen, and that the man only gave him a few tips. Emily also asked him if he had become close to Prince Walter of Eroth, as Aaron had told her about this earlier, after which she asked if he had ever been to his banquets and parties, or that perhaps Mr. Austin introduced him to some young magician. To all these questions, Aaron irritably turned away from his food and asked Emily in response how long she had considered him so social, to which the girl modestly replied that from next year, he would have a lot of headaches, and many eminent nobles and royal families of other nations would want to meet him as the heir to the Lionheart family. She immediately began to list by name those who would be included in this list, such as the young princess of the Sea Kingdom of Chimuin and the princess of the Kingdom of Luhar, who could eventually become the guy's wives, and that Aaron would most likely be the first of them to marry. Aaron thought about the Kingdom of Luhar because it was the one that Hank had founded. And was Hank's descendant really none other than some dressed-up lady, the realization of which made Aaron choke. Aaron hadn't had time to recover from this sudden thought that made his blood run cold when Aiden suddenly appeared on the threshold. At the sight of him, Aaron playfully threw his hand behind his head and said that he had arrived much earlier than he thought, since he had originally expected his brother to skip a few more days, to which Aiden angrily exclaimed who he thought he was. To this, Aaron asked him with a grin how many ghosts he had seen in the forest, to which Aiden replied that he shouldn't even start. Aiden turned the thought over in his head that he had to spend the whole day fighting not only illusions and monsters, but also knights. Looking critically at the smiling Aaron, he reflected that, unlike him, this bastard had gotten into the castle less than an hour after coming into the forest. Suddenly, a maid ran into the dining room and announced an urgent message to everyone, thereby interrupting the guy's thoughts. She announced the imminent arrival of a guest and asked the Lionhearts to prepare to meet him as soon as possible and go to the teleportation gate. To this, Emily calmly turned to the girl and replied that she had no idea that anyone was going to pay them a visit. The girl only modestly answered the lady that they had only just found out about it, and that apparently the decision about the visit had been made during the meeting of elders. Aaron only asked the maid in a detached manner who this urgent guest was, that upon meeting him, they were obliged to immediately put aside all their business and greet him. The answer they all received was that this very guest was the assistant bishop of the Holy Empire of Juras, Bishop Teresa. Sometime later, the entire Lionheart family was gathered in anticipation of an important and urgent guest. At that very moment, a girl of sacred beauty, covered with a scarf, emerged from the portal, and behind her stepped her guard of 3 young men without headdresses, but in clothes, the main element of which was the divine cross. As soon as Aaron looked at her, his face broke out in cold sweat because he immediately understood one thing. The girl's appearance was an exact copy of the sacred Deborah. Teresa merely bowed graciously to the Lionhearts and thanked them for such a warm welcome. The first of the family to address the girl was Wilton, who said that he did not expect her to personally make such a long journey to them. Teresa simply put her hand to her chest and tenderly answered the man that he should not show such concern for her, because she herself was obliged to answer any questions, after which she said that they should talk about everything in another place, and asked him to accompany her. After the whole family had gone forward, leaving only the younger ones behind, Aaron watched the mysterious girl's departing figure with utmost clarity. Suddenly, Teresa turned sharply towards them and looked into Aaron's eyes with some incomprehensible care and trepidation. Before the guy could even react, the girl turned away from him just as abruptly and calmly continued on her way. Aaron froze in place when Emily suddenly nudged him and asked if he had met this girl before. Aaron only answered his sister that he was seeing Teresa for the first time in his life. The girl did not lag behind and irritably asked him why that person was staring at him like that and even smiling, to which Aaron also irritably answered her that he had not the slightest idea about it. A little later, the guy sat alone in the room, thoughtfully holding a cup of coffee in his hands. He thought about this girl. He only knew about her that she, Teresa Rogeris, was the adopted daughter of one of the 3 cardinals of the Holy Empire of Juras, and also that she is a saint from Deborah's lineage. Aaron understood that although she was not yet called a saint, in essence, she was the only one, so it was only a matter of time, and within a couple of years, this title would be officially awarded to her. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind the door calling Aaron, to which the guy immediately asked the guest to come in. It turned out to be a servant who informed Aaron of the arrival of a visitor. When Aaron heard that the guest was Bishop Teresa, he immediately jumped up in surprise. The guy didn't make the girl wait long and immediately came out the door to her, and as soon as they met again, but alone, the girl introduced herself. Aaron also formally introduced himself to her, after which he asked what brought her to him, and even without a guard. Teresa calmly replied that she had received a divine revelation from the god of light. Aaron only asked, confused, what kind of revelation she had to receive. The girl replied with a smile that she could not say this, since Aaron was not a believer. The guy asked, a little irritated, what was the point of saying that if the information did not contain a conclusion? To which Teresa replied that she did it only because their meeting was destined by God. Aaron was starting to lose his cool, and just asked if that was all she had to say, to which the girl replied that she wasn't done yet. She happily informed him that the Council of Elders had ended, and the head of the Senate had decided to open the doors of the tomb, and that was why she intended to go there with him. Aaron asked her again in surprise, why on earth would he go there with her? Putting her hand on her chest, Teresa graciously replied that this was so, and that this was precisely why she had come to this fortress. After a few minutes, the couple silently moved in one direction until Aaron decided to ask the girl, first asking her permission. Aaron said he had heard about her role as the only candidate for sainthood in their generation, and asked if that role really ran in the bloodline. Teresa turned to face him sarcastically and said that she didn't fully understand why he asked that. Aaron stopped and explained to the girl that for 2 years he had to study magic in the Royal Library of Eroth and Acreon, and that there, in Lexi's hall, were the images of her friends from 300 years ago. The guy also told her that his ancestor, the Great Herald, was there with them, as well as the fearless Hank and the reckless Nathan. Aaron also added hesitantly that in addition to those listed, there was also Saint Deborah. Aaron also hesitantly admitted to Teresa that her appearance was completely and exactly the same as that of his friend Deborah. The girl's eyes sparkled for a second, and then Teresa bowed to the guy with a smile and thanked him for it. Aaron thought that the girl was not at all surprised by this fact, but he realized that the priests and residents of the Holy Empire had long known what Deborah looked like, and apparently Teresa often heard such a comparison. Suddenly Teresa sighed and, still smiling, said that the fact that the guy saw in her a saint of the past, although she was only a candidate for this role, was nothing other than a miracle of God. Immediately her eyes sparkled again, after which she asked Aaron how much he knew about her. Aaron said that the only thing he knew about her was that she, the adopted daughter of Cardinal Rogerus, was the Empire's only candidate for sainthood. Suddenly the girl began to tell Lionheart about her childhood. She told him that when she was just a baby, her parents abandoned her and wanted the God of Light to look after her, which is why they left her in a basket right in front of the abbey. Teresa suddenly continued to walk briskly, also telling as she went that because of this, she, unfortunately, knew nothing about her ancestry. After which she said that since Aaron said that he saw Saint Deborah in her, then perhaps the girl was her ancestor, and if so, then it would be wonderful and merciful for her. Aaron followed her closely, and after listening, informed her of the fact that Deborah had never had children. Teresa turned to him and said with a smile that this was just a saying, but Deborah was human too, and perhaps she wanted a child. The girl immediately decided to end the conversation about this and said that it was high time for them to go. Aaron just thought about Deborah, thinking that a viper like her could definitely have a child that she kept secret while being a saint, and maybe she had a whole family on her pilgrimage. However, something about this theory bothered the guy. As Aaron watched Teresa's figure walk away, he realized that perhaps she was uncomfortable discussing her ancestors, considering that she knew absolutely nothing about them. After some time, the couple silently left the fortress, and Teresa's guards escorted them to its door. Aaron broke the silence first. He said that it was quite cold that night, after which he took a white cape from his cloak and handed it to the girl. She thanked him with a smile and with a sharp gesture hid herself in it. Aaron then asked if they were heading to the Round Table Tower, to which Teresa replied, no. Suddenly, the girl informed him that they were heading towards the rear of the castle, where the path leading to the grave of the Great Herald lay. It was already pitch dark outside, and by this time the couple was already heading along the path. Breaking the silence, Teresa asked Aaron if it was true that he was interested in the heroes of 300 years ago, to which the guy replied that, most likely, it was. Teresa smiled and then told him about a part of the territory of Nahama Hogani, which, however, also belongs to the lands of the Holy Empire. Teresa said that every year many believers make pilgrimages to the Holy Lands, which is not surprising because therefore the Holy Empire has eyes and ears everywhere. Afterwards, Teresa said that Aaron might be upset by it, but she knew why he was in Hogani. Aaron replied that it didn't bother him at all, and then told the girl that it was hard for him not to feel like a crowd of people were staring at him. The boy asked her if the Holy Empire really cared so much about him only because of this divine revelation, to which Teresa replied that, as she had already said earlier, she could not tell him the details, since he was not a believer. Aaron interrupted her and insisted that despite everything it was on his mind. But the girl only replied that she had already told the guy about him, so there was nothing surprising about it. Aaron immediately smiled and realized that the girl's character was something special, after which he realized that Teresa was similar to Deborah not only in appearance, but also in her depravity. The guy suddenly remembered that 300 years ago, Despite all the difficulties they had experienced with their friends and the stories they had told each other, Deborah had never mentioned her past. And although she never said anything, one thing was clear to Nathan. It only took someone to mention the cardinals of the Holy Empire who had raised her, and her usual expression would immediately be replaced by a sarcastic smile. Aaron suddenly realized that Deborah had spent her entire life despising her past. As the pair arrived at their destination unnoticed, standing on the very side of the cliff, Teresa told him that there was a path below that led to the Herald Mausoleum. Aaron wondered if they would have to jump off the cliff since the trail was below. The girl confirmed this with a smile, after which she said that she knew that Aaron had magic and therefore asked him not to use it during the fall. Aaron asked sharply what the reason was for this, to which Teresa replied that he would understand it when he fell, after which she offered him to take her hand. As soon as the two had linked hands, Teresa fell off the cliff, pulling Aaron with her. However, to the guy's surprise, her next action was to take out a divine staff from its mount in flight, which immediately began to glow brightly. And after Teresa put the staff to her face, her whole body was enveloped in a divine aura, and huge angelic wings grew behind her back. The girl howled into the air, still holding Aaron's hand. The girl's body lost all its external appearance for a second, and looking at her divine face, Aaron saw an angel in her, or rather St. Deborah. Before he had time to recover from the sudden vision, the girl changed, and the image of Bishop Teresa appeared before him again. Aaron looked up at her and asked the girl how this was possible, since he had just seen an angel in front of him. Teresa only asked him again in surprise, and suggested that he was beginning to hallucinate. She immediately informed Aaron that the secret to such a sudden transformation was only in the Windwing spell she had summoned, which was not a high-level magic capable of incarnating an angel, but noted that this magic was capable of protecting them from falling from a height. Aaron just thought about the angel's face he had seen earlier, which reminded him exactly of Deborah. Suddenly, Teresa informed the guy that they had finally arrived, dispelling the divine spell of the girl in front of her, and Lionheart's gaze opened up to clear fields. The couple stood on a bright green lawn under a clear blue sky, their clothes fluttering slightly in the light breeze. Teresa suddenly sat down on the lawn, after which she carefully plucked a bunch of fresh grass, and then said out loud that although the blade of grass looked real, it did not emanate any life at all. Aaron only indifferently explained to her that such a phenomenon was caused by the spatial magic surrounding them here. Turning away and looking into the distance, the guy thought about the fact that to create a subspace of such a size, it was not enough to possess some ordinary magic, and that only Lexi or the Herald himself could create such a thing. A few minutes later, they were walking silently across the lawn towards the grave of the Great Herald. Stopping right next to the monument, the couple looked at the stone figure of Herald and his serious face, frozen in stone for centuries. Suddenly, a couple of men from the Lionheart family appeared from the sacred mausoleum. Wilton turned to another and said that if the mausoleum did not need to be guarded, they would open it to all the Lionhearts so that they could pay their respects to their great ancestor. He also said that he was going to put up a bronze statue of Nathan here, which would be a good idea. And since for 300 years there had only been a statue of the founder here, it would be a very important thing to put a statue of his friend next to it. Wilton continued his until he found the young people who had come before him. Wilton looked at Teresa and nodded his head demonstratively, as if giving her the right to be there. To get to this place, you need to get recognition from the Patriarch and the Senate. The founder made 2 keys, after which he forbade entry to anyone except those participating in the succession ceremonies and the appointment of the commander of the Knights of the Black Lion. With a gentle smile, Teresa notes that this means that such a situation has never happened before. It is clear that they are trying to point out her rudeness, but no matter how much she honors this tradition, there is a serious reason why she came here. There's no need to think so much. Byron is just saying that now is not the right time. More accurately, it was not the right time for Lady Teresa to visit, but she insisted that she must enter the mausoleum with Aaron. The Lionheart family patriarch could have simply ignored her persistence, but he chose not to do so due to the long-standing cooperation between their countries. She said that she came here because of a divine revelation, and also, not long ago, the Demon King of Imprisonment tore the world apart and warned about it. In such a situation, the revelation cannot be ignored, so the Lionheart family asks Teresa to convey it to them. Teresa walked forward with a confident step, moving away from Aaron. She dared to speak out. With a wave of her hand, the cloak behind her flew up and she grabbed her staff. Holding it out in front of her, she introduces herself, saying that as the adopted daughter of Cardinal Michael Rogeris, an assistant bishop of the parish of Alcarth, she is the only candidate for sainthood in the Juris Empire. From this moment on, she represents His Holiness, the Pope, and stands here as an official saint who has received a revelation from the God of Light. Raising her tone to the point of screaming, she asks that the grave of the great hero Gerald be opened immediately. No one expected such a request. The faces of Wilton and the Patriarch showed complete surprise. According to the revelation, the hero's soul has not rested and still wanders the earth, so Teresa, as a saint, must check his grave personally.
Whether to open the grave or not will be decided by the Patriarch. Wilton, as a member of the Senate, will approve any of his decisions, so there will be no problems because of this. Byron would never have thought that he would open the founder's tomb with his own hands. Wilton remained on the street. The other three went into a huge building, or rather a temple. A mysterious place, such a large subspace. There is also the sky, then flowers and a temple. At first it looks grandiose, but all the grandeur is meaningless. There is nothing inside the temple. This was the will of the founder. He did not want his descendants to carve statues and put up decorations in the Lionheart style. He did not like the idea that descendants would worship him, just as well as symbolize him. It was his wish that they not put up a statue of Sir Nathan here. But technically the Lionheart family didn't make it and it didn't belong to them. But this is wonderful, because in this way they are, as it were, reuniting their comrades in arms from 300 years ago. Mr. Aaron was able to get into Nathan's grave, hidden from the whole world, and get here, into the grave of Gerald. Teresa is sure that everything is going according to God's will. The desecration of Nathan's grave and his corpse by creating a death knight was also God's will. Aaron counters the saint's words. The words came back to Teresa, causing her to turn and look at Aaron silently and with disdain. Of course not. That's why Aaron was able to bring a grain of light and illuminate that deep and dark dungeon, Teresa believes. What a beautiful argument. In other words, everything she likes is God's will. Even Deborah didn't use God so obviously in her justifications. Stopping, the Patriarch informs the others that they have arrived. In front of them stands a coffin made of white stone. The Patriarch will open the coffin so that Teresa and Aaron can come and look with him. Heart-pounding, Aaron didn't think they'd be able to open Harold's coffin so quickly. It would be better if he lay there quietly and peacefully. A corpse, a mummy, bones, anything. It didn't matter as long as the Herald was dead and lay there. Having prepared himself, Byron again announced to those present that he was opening the coffin before doing so. If Gerald really was dead and lying there, then Aaron would finally be able to calm down, and would also clear him of all suspicion. Nathan believes in his soul that Gerald had nothing to do with his reincarnation and that it wasn't his fault, but fighting Lexi and forcing her to flee is too much. And then there was the Demon King who spoke of their friendship. The words flowed as if they were close friends, but Nathan can't accept it. So for the Herald, it is a misfortune. The killer of demon kings, the warrior, the great hero, the god of war, the master of all kinds of weapons. Gritting his teeth, his lip beginning to tremble with emotion, Aaron wishes that Gerald would remain dead, so that he would not suspect him. Amidst a squeal of how this is even possible, the lid of the coffin made of polished white stone flies and falls to the floor. With a trembling hand, the Patriarch points inside. His face is frightened. There is nothing to say to this. A chill ran even through Teresa's body, but she was convinced of what she suspected. It was empty. Since the founder's body is not in his coffin, Teresa has a theory about it. Bright yellow eyes glowing with rage and veins deflating all over his face, Aaron clenches his fist, not wanting to break down. Byron makes a guess that the founder is alive and in hiding. He doesn't know the reason, but he is sure that this is true. Teresa then turns to Aaron Lionheart, saying that she will tell him about the divine revelation. She declares him the next hero, the heir to the path of the great herald, such is the will of the God of Light and His Holiness, the Pope. Up until now, other than the warning, there had been no action from the Demon King of imprisonment, so it could not be officially announced to the world. Teresa will be with him as the Saint of the Juris Empire and the Priestess of Light. The situation is tense. The Patriarch does not understand what Miss Teresa is talking about and asks about it again. It's just a guess right now, but Teresa believes that Aaron may be the reincarnation of the Great Herald. This may explain the fact that the soul of the great hero never entered heaven to confront the danger that would soon befall the world. The soul of the hero was reincarnated in the body of his descendant. Aaron clutches his head and tries to calm down. The God of Light and his revelation are starting to get out of control. Did she get permission to do this or what? Aaron swears. What nonsense is her mouth talking? Teresa and the Patriarch were stunned by this speech. They did not expect to hear something like this from the young master. The Patriarch, holding out his hand, tries to calm his son, but he continues. Pointing his finger at her, he asks her to stop talking this nonsense. How great is her God if Teresa dares to insult him, although Aaron did nothing, and call him the reincarnation of a hero. Teresa only assumed that Aaron was reincarnated, but she asks that she not be blamed and that divine revelation not be ignored. Aaron doesn't even believe in her stupid like God, and he's not going to start, so he'll just do what he wants. He is Aaron Lionheart, and if they need a hero to replace the founder, then let them look for someone else, for example, the Believers. And if they don't find someone suitable, then let their almighty God rise from his throne and do something himself. Turning around, the guy notices how the Patriarch watches what is happening without emotion. Apologizing to the Patriarch for the rudeness, he said, Aaron says that he doesn't want to be seen as a damn hero. That's his position, and he asks
that it be respected. And while we're on the subject, Aaron has no intention of becoming patriarch in Aiden's place. Or like his sister Emily, he also has no intention of joining the Order of the Black Lion. But this does not mean at all that Aaron wants to disgrace the family or the honor of the patriarch himself. So, if it is possible, Aaron asks to continue to believe and support him. The son's speech did not touch the depths of his soul, but rather caused fear. The patriarch says that, of course, this is how it will be, and he respects his choice. Reaching into his cloak, Aaron asks Teresa to convey one thought to her almighty god of light. Of course, she agrees to this request and asks what he wants to convey, but the guy takes out an obscene gesture from his coat. His words should not be heard or spoken to children. They are bad, but that is all he wanted to tell him. This was the last thing that shocked the patriarch, but it almost brought him to a stroke, that his son could express himself like that. After this, Aaron turns around and, looking at his feet, begins to leave the temple. Aaron has said all he wanted to say, and that's the end of the conversation. It's late, so he'll go to bed. Remembering about Nathan's statue, the patriarch begins to fuss and asks Aaron about it. Without even turning around, Aaron seems to be speaking on behalf of Nathan, saying that he doesn't think he would want to be buried where his comrade is not. That was the last sentence the boy spoke. With rage raging in his chest, he said no more and left, leaving Teresa and the patriarch behind him.